Chapter 001. A Glimmer of Hope at Dusk. In the ruins of the Holy War in Viliot, 3 millennia have elapsed since the conclusion of the Holy War, yet the atmosphere remains heavy with an ominous chill. The blood-red sun pierces through the remnants of clouds, casting a silhouette akin to a colossal skull adrift in the sky, surrounded by flickering crimson flames in the frigid valley, where bones are heaped like debris. The air is thick with the stench of decay, accompanied by the haunting cries of bloodthirsty black eagles. "Little Black, where are you? Come out, quickly." At this moment, a youth emerges from the desolate and eerie ruins. His bronze skin accentuates his gaunt visage, and the tattered magic robe he wears is faded and worn. His name is Lin Feng, an external apprentice at the Loudest Magic Academy of the Huaxia Empire. Little Black, the black dog he has cared for over the past 3 years, is one of his 2 closest friends in this vast continent, in an empire where the cultivation of magical pets is prevalent. He opted for a dog, partly due to the exorbitant cost and unavailability of magical creatures, and partly because, unlike magical pets that often seek favor from the powerful, a common dog offers unwavering loyalty to its master. Lin Feng appreciates this profound fidelity. "Damn that Little Black. Where could he have run off to? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you." As Lin Feng traverses the fog-laden valley, a tremor of fear grips him. He is acutely aware that this is the very battlefield of the Holy War, where countless demigods fought to the death. Since the war's end, those who have stumbled into this place have been silently executed by the spirits that inhabit it. Consequently, it has long been designated a forbidden zone by the human empires, to be avoided at all costs. Were it not for his deep bond with Little Black, he would never dare to venture here. Could that mischievous creature have been devoured by a wild magical beast? As he delves deeper into the valley, the oppressive atmosphere intensifies, and Lin Feng's worry grows. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoes beneath his feet, sending a chill down his spine. He has inadvertently crushed a pristine skull, surrounded by an array of bones scattered across the uneven ground. "Please, do not take offense. I am merely searching for my dog and did not intend to intrude." Lin Feng reassures himself, courage swelling within him as he presses onward. It is not that he fears death. Rather, he has solemnly vowed to honor his mentor, Charlie, the kind-hearted old mage who took him in and raised him. Without Charlie, Lin Feng would have surely perished in the plague that claimed his parents 13 years ago. Charlie, an advanced summoner, struggles to find recognition in an academy that has long since moved on from his craft, leaving him overlooked by the Empire. His life has been fraught with challenges, often met with disdain from other mages and even bullied by noble apprentices. Despite being unable to elevate Lin Feng to a formal apprentice status due to his lacking mental acuity, Charlie has worked tirelessly to secure his place as an external apprentice, preventing him from becoming a mere servant to a landowner outside the city. Lin Feng is determined to repay this kindness. Another insignificant human has come to meet their demise. Ho ho ha ha. Just as Lin Feng's heart races, a chilling and indistinct voice reverberates through the air, accompanied by a whirlwind of icy chaos that swirls around him, lifting bones and sand into a frenzied dance. Dark electric currents twist within, occasionally forming a massive, spectral skull. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng bolts. His past silence belied by the agility he has developed while laboring under Charlie's tutelage. Charlie has spoken of how the accumulation of dark magical elements can generate a deathly aura. That must be the cloud of the undead. "It seems my fate is grim. Forgive me, Charlie. Should I meet an untimely end, I shall repay your kindness in my next life." Lin Feng's mind races, though he has not formally studied magic at the Loudest Academy. Charlie has imparted bits of knowledge that allow him to recognize the swirling energy as a malevolent presence. As an apprentice summoner, he is acutely aware of the terror that the aura of the undead embodies. Summoning magic encompasses dark arts, including necromancy and the summoning of skeletons, all deemed taboo and forbidden due to their inherent dangers. Before Lin Feng can process the escalating threat, the frigid vortex surges toward him. A force capable of shattering mountains and rivers, requiring no effort to extinguish his life. He is swept away by the tumultuous winds before he even touches the cyclone. Lin Feng is hurled into the air, only to plummet down upon a jagged stone, its sharp edge poised like an inverted sword, awaiting the offering of his blood. Woof! Just as despair envelopes him, a familiar voice pierces the air, followed by a swift shadow that leaps onto the stone's apex. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng lands squarely upon the stone, but to his astonishment, the sharp edge does not pierce his chest. Instead, he feels a soft cushion beneath him. Little Black. He gazes down in disbelief, realizing that it is his faithful companion who has cushioned his fall, though now Little Black lies bloodied and lifeless. Overcome with sorrow, Lin Feng is profoundly moved by the dog's unwavering loyalty. Yet, this poignant moment is fleeting, as the powerful dark vortex once more propels him skyward, his gaze fixated on his beloved dog, blood cascading from his lips, trailing down towards the shadowy depths below. Little Black. Do not fear. If I survive this, I shall diligently study summoning magic and bring you back from the realm of spirits. Lin Feng's words are punctuated by another spurt of blood, despite Little Black's sacrifice. The fall has left him grievously injured. Gradually, darkness encroaches upon his consciousness. After what seems like an eternity, Lin Feng's ears are filled with raucous laughter, a boisterous and exuberant mirth. Awake at last, finally awake. Haha, someone to converse with. Remarkable. This lad has managed to tumble into my tower. After 3,000 years, I have finally awaited a visitor worthy of my magic tower. A voice akin to that of a mischievous old man rings in Lin Feng's ears. Pain. Upon regaining consciousness, Lin Feng's foremost sensation is one of intense pain, rendering him nearly immobile. His only option is to attempt to open his eyes. What is this? As he blinks open his weary eyes, he finds not the azure sky, but rather a gargantuan skull hovering above him, surrounded by flickering crimson flames. Instinctively recoiling, he is met with a fresh wave of agony. Surveying his surroundings, he realizes he is in a chamber of sorts. Encased by chaotic black stone structures, their forms both present and elusive, exuding a sinister ambience, a searing heat constantly enveloping him. Awake! Ha! After 3 millennia, I finally hear the sounds of the outside world. What astounds Lin Feng further is the realization that the massive skull's jaw can move, its rows of white teeth clacking together to form words, an unsettling phenomenon. Undead being. Lin Feng cannot help but ponder, for undead creatures are typically remnants of the living, bound by unresolved grudges or memories. The Chronicles of the Wind and Cloud Continent catalogs numerous such entities, with zombies, ghosts, and skeletons being the most prominent. Thus he surmises that this colossal skull is indeed a dread undead being. How dare you? Little imp, you do not even recognize me? Yet, I suppose it is understandable. My grand stature was reduced to ashes during the Holy War, leaving only this great head behind. You cannot be blamed for your ignorance. The skull initially bristles with indignation but quickly calms, as if fearing Lin Feng might disregard him. The Holy War. Lin Feng furrows his brow. Indeed, you and I are currently within my Crimson Demon Tower, and outside lies the battlefield of the Holy War from 3,000 years ago. Speaking of that battle, I was caught off guard and schemed against by the god of war, Zeus. Otherwise I would not have been reduced to this state. The skull rambles on, its tone tinged with resentment. The god of war. Zeus. Spare me your boasts. He could sneeze and obliterate you, you great skull. Lin Feng scoffs, finding it absurd that this skull claims to have battled a legendary deity whose followers, knights, swordsmen, and bounty hunters, are among the elite of the continent. The thought of the god himself is awe-inspiring, rendering the skull's claims ludicrous. Boasting, though I, the Crimson Demon, have committed my share of malevolence, I do not engage in idle boasts. Back in the day, even the sun god Alexander, the god of war Zeus, and the earth mother Maya combined could not best me. Had it not been for Zeus's treachery, the wind and cloud continent would have been my domain. Fortunately, I was clever enough to conceal my soul's flame here after their betrayal. The skull, in its fury, becomes somewhat smug. Though I have lost my boundless power and am left with only dry memories and a flickering soul's flame, they have all been reduced to nothingness. Their followers believe they perished alongside me, singing praises of their might. I, the Crimson Demon, still draw breath. Enough? I have no time for your self-aggrandizing tales. Please, tell me where the exit of this chamber is. I must return to the academy. If I am late, my mentor will worry. Lin Feng waves his hand dismissively, perceiving the skull's words as mere bluster. Yet, he is grateful to have survived this ordeal, allowing him the chance to repay Charlie's kindness, albeit with the sorrow of losing Little Black weighing heavily upon him. Hey, little imp, do not depart. I have not conversed with anyone in ages. Stay and chat with me a while longer. As Lin Feng prepared to leave, the Crimson Demon grew anxious. How about this? Judging by your attire, you must be a pitiful apprentice mage, right? Stay and chat with me, and I shall teach you the art of magic. What do you say? I'm willing to converse for a while. But as for learning magic, I must decline. You should rather tell me where the exit of the secret chamber is. Lin Feng shook his head, setting aside the fact that this skull-headed creature was merely a boastful undead. Lin Feng was acutely aware of his own lack of magical aptitude. After studying under Charlie for over a decade, he remained an apprentice mage, thus relinquishing any vain hopes in that regard. He simply wished to live well and repay Charlie's nurturing kindness. What? You still don't trust me? This is not a secret chamber. It is my Crimson Demon Tower, where I once honed my skills. It is a marvelous place. Learning magic here will yield results far superior to studying elsewhere. A year of training here is worth a decade outside. That is how I became a legendary sorcerer. Haha. The Crimson Demon chuckled with pride as he spoke of his tower. A year here is worth 10 years outside? Spare me the exaggeration. Do you take me for a mere child? Lin Feng scoffed at the skull. Were it not for the thought that this creature had likely not spoken to anyone in ages, he would have dismissed this arrogant fool entirely. Words without proof can be tested. The Crimson Demon proclaimed confidently, then I shall test it. If you deceive me, I shall shatter your skull. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and resolved to give it a try. Despite accepting his low magical talent, the dream of pursuing magic still burned within him. He often thought that if he could acquire a skill, he would be able to protect Charlie and his remaining friends, though now he had only one left. Furthermore, he recalled the promise he made to Xiaohei in his final moments, if he survived. He would diligently study summoning magic and bring Xiaohei back from the realm of spirits. No matter if it transformed into a ghost dog or an evil spirit dog, he would not turn it away. Go ahead and try. If it works, you must come here every day to chat with me. If I had not set the tower's attributes to allow only one worthy individual to enter, I would not bother with you. You pitiful little spirit, the Crimson Demon exclaimed with confidence. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the skull and settled cross-legged on the ground to meditate, strengthening his mental faculties. Charlie had taught him that the two fundamental keys to learning magic were magical power and mental strength. Magical power was obtained through incantations, while mental strength referred to a mage's ability to control magical power. Only with strong mental faculties could one wield powerful magical energy from the divine to manipulate the mystical elements of nature for their own purposes. Thus, in his daily studies, Lin Feng constantly sought to enhance his mental strength. With each slight improvement, he felt a greater clarity of mind. Therefore, if the skull's claims were true, studying here for a year would indeed surpass a decade of training outside. And he should be able to attain that invigorating sensation in half an hour, as he typically required 5 hours of meditation at the academy to achieve it. Little spirit, what are you doing? After staring at Lin Feng for a while, the Crimson Demon could no longer contain himself. Meditating. Lin Feng frowned, bewildered by the skeleton's inquiry. Even if it was a pitiful undead being, it should know this much. Meditation. What kind of magic are you studying that requires meditation? The Crimson Demon burst into another fit of laughter. Do you understand magic? My mentor is a high-level summoner, and he often tells me that the primary task of learning magic is to enhance one's mental strength. Only with powerful mental faculties can one summon the creatures they desire from other realms. Lin Feng retorted loudly. Bah! What does a high-level mage amount to? The notion of mental strength is merely a sign of the white mage's incompetence. Little spirit, let me tell you, the key to summoning magic is not mental strength, but the fire of the soul. If you are willing to listen to me, within 3 days, I can elevate you from a pitiful apprentice to a novice mage. Even if your talent is lacking, I can swiftly make you an apprentice mage. The Crimson Demon fluttered about, filled with exuberance. The fire of the soul? Lin Feng hesitated. He knew that this phenomenon indeed existed, and that it was said one could glimpse their own fire of the soul upon advancing to become a mid-level mage. As for white mages, he had heard from Charlie that there was a distinction between white and black magic in the Wind and Cloud continent. He was unclear about the specifics, but he knew white magic was traditionally hailed as the righteous form of magic, sought after by many and relatively easy to learn, albeit with a complicated sequence. In contrast, black magic was forbidden, employing a singular method of study yet presenting significant challenges. White magic had numerous applications but was generally less powerful, whereas black magic wielded terrifying might, which is why the few black mages on the continent were held in great esteem. After all, no one dared provoke them. Indeed, the foolish white mages believe that only by advancing to mid-level can they see their fire of the soul. In truth, they merely lack the means to do so. Anyone can perceive their fire of the soul. To be precise, as long as one grasps the method, anyone can observe the fire of the soul of all living beings. Don't believe me? I'll show you how, and I guarantee immediate results. The Crimson Demon began instructing Lin Feng. Embracing a mindset of cautious experimentation, Lin Feng figured that since he had already endured the ramblings of this wretched skeleton for so long, a little longer wouldn't hurt. The skull instructed him to close his eyes, concentrate all his mental strength, and then survey his chest from within his consciousness. Lin Feng complied, and indeed, he saw a faint crimson flame flickering gently. Incredible! This is truly astonishing. Lin Feng could not suppress his laughter. Of course, when have I, the Crimson Demon, ever been wrong? Now, using the method I just taught you, concentrate your mental strength, then open your eyes and gaze into the distance. You will see the fire of the soul of the surrounding beings. The Crimson Demon hopped around, brimming with pride. Lin Feng nodded, a joyful smile gracing his face. He closed his eyes, focused, and then opened them. Scanning his surroundings, he indeed spotted several flickering flames, some strong, some weak, but he could only see a few paces ahead. Skeleton, why can I only see the fire of the soul around the tower? Lin Feng furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet he was beginning to firmly believe that the skull had not deceived him. He was not in some secret chamber, but rather within a crimson golden tower. Perhaps it was because he had awakened the fire of the soul that he could perceive the situation outside the tower, allowing him to glimpse the enigmatic Crimson Tower. Do not call me skeleton. I prefer to be addressed as Lord Crimson Demon. Your fire of the soul is so weak that being able to see that far is commendable. Once your fire of the soul grows stronger, you will be able to see even farther. The Crimson Demon merrily perched on Lin Feng's shoulder, appearing nothing like a dark overlord. Enough of that. Skeleton, what does seeing the fire of the soul have to do with learning summoning magic? Lin Feng's curiosity compelled him to engage this oversized skeleton in conversation. It is of great significance. You can enhance your summoning ability by cultivating the fire of the soul, and the method to cultivate it is quite simple. Engage in continuous summoning practice. With each summoning, your fire of the soul will strengthen a little. Conversely, the stronger your fire of the soul, the more entities you can summon simultaneously, and the mightier they will be. The Crimson Demon was delighted, having not conversed with anyone for so long, though this little spirit was somewhat dim-witted. It was certainly better than having no one to talk to. Nonsense. With my feeble fire of the soul, how could I summon anything from another realm? Lin Feng raised his voice in rebuttal, though it sounded more like a challenge and inquiry. Therein lies your ignorance. Summoning does not necessarily require calling forth entities from another realm. The unique aspect of the fire of the soul is that it can summon the things around you. Alas, I fear that if I say too much, you may still not comprehend. Let me teach you directly. As per usual, I will instruct, and you will follow. The Crimson Demon longed to demonstrate for this dim-witted spirit. But unfortunately, he was now left with only hollow memories and could no longer wield his powers as he once did. Summoning things around me. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of summoning skills within the same space, and he felt a surge of excitement. Exactly. Little spirit, use your fire of the soul to sense the fire of the soul surrounding you, and then attempt to control them. It is a simple task. However, every beginning is challenging, and I, Lord Crimson Demon, shall not place high expectations on you. Just control one of the weaker flames for a thrill. Do you see that flickering light amidst the rubble over there? That is the one. The Crimson Demon patiently guided Lin Feng, internally feeling somewhat ashamed. 3,000 years prior, the Crimson Demon was a notorious villain. He could hardly believe he had become a patient instructor. Perhaps this was due to his inability to cast spells for malice, causing the violent energy within his soul to gradually dissipate over the years. Following the Crimson Demon's guidance, Lin Feng attempted to sense that flickering light. When his fire of the soul connected with it, he felt a surge of power, akin to a warm spring enveloping his body, bringing immense comfort. The sensation was not overwhelmingly strong, yet it exhibited a growing intensity. Meanwhile, the flickering flame seemed to sense his presence, as if it were communicating with the fire of his soul, akin to signing a mystical contract. Ultimately, the pact was forged, and the flame, resembling his recently departed friend, Xiao He, approached him with unwavering loyalty and docility. Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, feeling fatigued yet experiencing a delightful sense of comfort akin to that of engaging in physical exercise. His spirit soared, indeed. The great skull had not deceived him. He had mastered the art of summoning, a feat he had long yearned for over the past decade. Furthermore, after successfully executing a summon, he could feel his soul's fire growing slightly stronger. The faint crimson flame now shimmering with a hint of brilliance. What he was most eager to discover was the nature of his inaugural summon in his magical journey. A skeleton. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Feng was astonished to find that he had summoned a skeleton, which was respectfully saluting him. Its movements were somewhat stiff, yet its demeanor was earnest. Indeed, what I just imparted to you is the signature skill of this Lord of Crimson Magic, the skeleton summoning technique. Lin Feng's pupils widened in disbelief, while the Crimson Mage beamed with delight, having found a successor for his summoning art. Chapter 003. Diligence can make up for lack of talent, and summoning 1,000 troops. Hey, Great Skull, is this summoning magic? It looks more like puppet manipulation. Lin Feng began to experiment with directing the skeleton before him. It appeared quite diminutive and emaciated, likely a laborer's skeleton, with a weak soul's fire and presumably feeble strength. Indeed, it could only follow Lin Feng's commands to lift a large stone. It could neither leap nor engage in combat. Fool, can't you tell the difference? Puppet manipulation focuses on control, whether living beings or undead. They are all subjects of puppet mastery. In contrast, the skeleton summoning technique can only be applied to the skeletons of those who have died but whose soul's fire has yet to extinguish. From my experience as the Crimson Mage, the most entertaining aspect lies in summoning the skeletons of the vanquished. Just imagine, having those you despise become your servants after their demise. Wouldn't that be delightful? Hiki. At this point, the Crimson Mage burst into another fit of laughter. That's rather sinister. Perhaps you could teach me something else. As a formidable sorcerer, you must possess many other summoning spells, right? Lin Feng hesitated, recalling Master Charlie's teachings to maintain a benevolent heart. Though the allure of the skeleton summoning technique was undeniable, skeletons, after all, embodied a spirit unafraid of toil, exhaustion, or even death, and most importantly, they exhibited absolute loyalty to their master. Thus, if he could summon an army of 1,000 skeleton warriors, he believed he would wield more destructive power than a general of the Empire. Apologies, but this Lord of Crimson Magic only knows the skeleton summoning technique. What's wrong with skeletons? In my heyday, I summoned tens of thousands of the greatest sorcerer skeletons, chasing that pretty boy, Alexander the Sun God, across the globe. Now, that was exhilarating. Whenever reminiscing, the Crimson Mage would shine with enthusiasm. Very well. I shall make Director Sanglang my servant. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Feng resolved without further hesitation. For a long time, he had dreamed of becoming powerful, so that those around him would no longer be bullied. Director Sanglang? Which scoundrel is that? The Crimson Mage inquired with a hearty laugh. Our director at the Lantis Academy of Magic, a master of fire magic, is particularly cunning and often bullies both me and Master Charlie. Once, while protecting me, Master Charlie was gravely injured by Director Sanglang and required a year to recuperate, yet he still suffers from lingering headaches, particularly on rainy days. The thought of this made Lin Feng clench his fists. Bah. Just a fire magic master. Once you master the third-tier summoning technique, capable of summoning the skeletons of novice mages, novice swordsmen, and other third-tier beings, you could easily conjure an army of tens of thousands. A mere spit from each would suffice to drown him. Oh, my apologies. I forgot. Skeletons don't spit. The Crimson Mage scoffed dismissively at the mention of Sanglang. Yes, I will. Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. That's the spirit. Now, enough chatter. Focus on your training. Although your talent may be lacking, with my Crimson Magic Tower assisting you, a bit of diligence will soon see you rise as a formidable force on this continent. The Crimson Mage was quite pleased. In truth, he knew far more than just the skeleton summoning technique. He merely sought someone to pass on his extraordinary skills, for such a magnificent magical ability would be a shame to lose. Lin Feng nodded. Diligence was not a challenge for him. Having endured many hardships alongside Master Charlie over the years, he was unafraid of fatigue. As long as he could attain strength, he was willing to invest the effort. Training within the magic tower truly filled Lin Feng with an unparalleled sense of wonder. He continuously ignited his soul's fire to summon, and the crimson flame in his chest began to shine brighter. As if growing ever more fervent, the efficiency of his learning was something he had never experienced before. In the years of his growth, it had taken him 3 years to first sense his spiritual power, and another 2 years to learn how to control it. Now, at the age of 15, he had already spent 5 years mastering control, yet he could only manage it for a few minutes at a time, never exceeding the duration of a burning incense stick. Remarkably, he could now glimpse his soul's fire in an instant, manipulating it within the span of half a tea's brewing time, summoning his inaugural summon, a skeleton laborer, within less than half an hour. Was it that the soul's fire was easier to master, or had he simply become more astute? Lin Feng understood that it was neither. The answer lay in the enchanting allure of the magic tower. Typically, only intermediate mages could glimpse and advanced mages could manipulate the soul's fire. How could it be so easily grasped? How could someone who had not even obtained the status of an apprentice at the Atlantis Academy of Magic suddenly become wiser? With this thought, he grew increasingly fond of the magic tower, watching as one by one, skeleton laborers emerged at his command, filling him with exhilaration. Little brat, how can you be so foolish? 3 hours have passed, and your soul's fire is still at level 1, having summoned merely 4 pitiful skeleton laborers. After observing Lin Feng for a while, the Crimson Mage began to doze off, realizing why this fellow remained merely a magic apprentice. His lack of intelligence was astounding. Were it not for the magic tower, he would likely have lived his life as a humble magic apprentice. Lin Feng paid no heed to the Crimson Mage's grumbling and continued his quiet summoning. Having never experienced such a pace of advancement, he relished the sensation. The Crimson Mage may have called him dim-witted for his slow summoning, yet he felt he was progressing significantly. He believed he was summoning at 10 times the speed he would have in the magic tower. Or perhaps even more. Ding! Another skeleton laborer appeared before him, ambling over to salute him with loyalty and decorum. That a faint smile graced his lips as the flame of his soul flickered once more, radiating an additional sheen that brightened the crimson fire, akin to a flickering candle flame. Already sweating profusely? Little brat, you really are quite ordinary. Take a break. I've never seen someone so relentless. You may be a bit dim, but with the magic tower by your side, you are already far superior to others, so there's no need to overexert yourself. Take a breather. As Lin Feng continued his rigorous training, the Crimson Mage couldn't help but feel concerned. This little brat could not afford to perish. He was the only one capable of entering the magic tower if he were to die. The Crimson Mage would once again face an interminable stretch of tedium. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred by the Crimson Mage's words. Indeed, he sensed his fatigue. Both his physical and mental energy had been depleted. A novice mage could only cast spells 3 times a day, exceeding that would lead to exhaustion of both physical and mental faculties, let alone an apprentice mage. However, Lin Feng was unbothered. His soul's fire showed no signs of exhaustion. Having finally discovered the exhilarating sensation of continuous progress, how could he not strive? He yearned to swiftly become a powerful figure. Thus, as long as he remained conscious, he would summon relentlessly. Diligence can indeed make up for lack of talent. This little brat seems to be catching on. Whatever, I'm off to sleep, but I hope by dawn tomorrow, you'll have summoned your 10th skeleton laborer. The Crimson Mage smiled with satisfaction before vanishing with a whoosh to rest. The surrounding crimson flames dissipating, replaced by the sound of thunderous snoring. The great skull snored while sleeping. Lin Feng sighed, dismissing the incessantly chattering being, and continued his summoning. Wait. Lin Feng paused, astonished to discover that this time, as he ignited his soul's fire, it resonated with 2 other flames outside the tower, one stronger, the other a bit weaker. Curious, he decided to attempt summoning 2 skeleton laborers simultaneously to see if it would succeed. Well done. Lin Feng tried to communicate with both flames. To his delight, both responded. One was already slowly making its way toward him, while the other seemed to hesitate. However, the hesitation was brief, and soon it too approached. Lin Feng rejoiced. He could now summon 2 skeleton laborers at once. What thrilled him even more was that summoning 2 skeleton laborers simultaneously would promote the growth of his soul's fire more effectively than summoning just one. That after completing this summon, the flickering candle flame in his chest displayed signs of pulsating vigor. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a joyful smile spread across his face. The following morning, oh my God, so many skeleton laborers. How did my Crimson Mage's tower turn into a skeleton laborer encampment overnight? When the Crimson Mage awakened, he was utterly astonished, the crimson flames around him bursting forth dramatically, reflecting his shocked ATA glance. Over 1,000 skeleton laborers stood neatly in formation, a sight resembling a battalion of skeleton warriors ready for action. Lying before them, reverently observed by their gazes, was the still sleeping Lin Feng. This little imp, should I call you a fool or a genius? Upon witnessing this, the red demon could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Chapter 004. The Atlantis Magic Academy and Shao. And after spending a night amidst the ruins of the Holy War, Lin Feng began his journey back to the Atlantis Magic Academy. Fearing that if he lingered too long outside, Mentor Charlie would grow concerned that as for the towering and enigmatic magic tower, It was nestled within his pocket. It was only this morning that the great skeleton, the Red Demon, revealed to him that once someone entered the Red Demon's golden tower, they could take it with them and come and go as they pleased. Even more astonishing was the fact that upon entering the tower, he would revert to his initial form, tall and eerie, and both he and the tower would become invisible, making it difficult for outsiders to detect them. When he exited, the magic tower would shrink to the size of a fist, allowing him to manipulate it as he wished. No passphrase was required to exit the tower. The entrance command, however, was simply, "Great Skeleton." This was a definition Lin Feng had chosen himself, infuriating the Red Demon nearly to the point of confrontation. As for the entities he summoned, they could be called upon whenever needed. Upon emerging from the tower, they would follow his commands, but when not required, they could remain within the tower at this moment. Over 1,000 skeletal laborers were performing a folk dance inside the tower, a notion Lin Feng had conceived to alleviate the Red Demon's boredom when he was alone. The skeletal laborers possessed all the attributes of laborers, aside from their toil. Common laborers on the continent would engage in simple dances during their leisure, adding a touch of joy to their lives. The Lantis Academy remained as resplendent as ever, like a jewel nestled within the Lantis castle. Captivating the eye and stirring the heart, to the east lay the teaching area, where the crackling sounds of apprentices practicing magic could be heard, along with their cheerful laughter. To the west was the administrative area. And to the south, the magical library, often referred to by apprentices as the mysterious zone, for it housed countless magical tomes and many unassuming magical prodigies, predominantly elderly sorcerers, all possessing exceptional magical skills and unparalleled wisdom. Lin Feng's destination was to the north, the Academy's logistics center, where he and Mentor Charlie, along with other non-regular apprentices, resided. "Brother Lin Feng, it's so good to see you. Where did you go last night?" Mentor Charlie was quite worried. As Lin Feng stepped into the small courtyard in the north, a girl of similar age hurried towards him. Her name was Shaoan, with black hair, a fair complexion, and bright, expressive eyes that often carried a hint of melancholy. Shaoan was a dear friend of Lin Feng's. Aside from the esteemed Mentor Charlie, she was one of his only two companions, the other being Xiao He, though now only Shaoan remained. People often whispered that she was the daughter of the dark priest Dolan and the evil god priest Mana, harboring within her a potent aura of malevolence. Dolan and Mana had been executed by the Academy over a decade ago, but considering Shaoan's innocence, the great headmaster Gandalf spared her life, sealing her with a 9-loop radiant seal in hopes of dispelling the dark aura within her, and entrusted her to Edward for guidance out of the shadows. Despite her kind-hearted nature, Shaoan faced ostracism from other apprentices. Children were reluctant to play with her, and adults were wary of the potential eruption of her dark aura, often targeting her. Wishing to confine her to the dungeons of the Temple of Light, Edward, a man with a bushy beard, was affectionately referred to by Lin Feng as Big Beard. He was one of the Academy's foremost grand sorcerers. Yet he preferred culinary endeavors, earning the title of the Ice and Fire Magic Chef. He prepared meals for over 30,000 individuals in the Academy single-handedly, a testament to his remarkable abilities. However, he was a man of little ambition and exceptionally easygoing, which led the Academy to assign him the troublesome duty of caring for abandoned apprentices or those who posed potential threats to the continent but had yet to fully develop. Shaoan was the most archetypical example of this. "I merely went out for a stroll." Lin Feng smiled, recalling the great skeleton's warning to never disclose anything about the magic tower, lest he invite peril upon himself. "And what of Xiao He? Didn't you say you were going to find him yesterday?" Shaoan glanced behind Lin Feng, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Oh, he probably got lost while out playing. I couldn't find him. I expect he'll return in a few days." Lin Feng responded with a smile. Though a tinge of sadness crept into his heart, Xiao He had perished saving him, a debt he would forever cherish. He had inquired with the great skeleton about the possibility of summoning Xiao He's remains. The skeletal summoning technique could indeed bring him back. But he needed to master the second-level summoning spell first, which was one of the driving forces behind his relentless training. "Ah, Brother Lin Feng, you look a bit off today. Are you tired? If so, you should rest for a while." Noticing Lin Feng's less-than-stellar demeanor, Shaoan expressed her concern. "I cannot. I was out all night. The work I left behind must be piling up, and I need to assist Mentor Charlie." Lin Feng declined the notion of rest. For he and Mentor Charlie were akin to the Academy's laborers, burdened with numerous tasks daily. Shaoan contemplated dissuading him, but ultimately refrained, understanding that Lin Feng would rather endure hardship himself than see Minter Charlie burdened. Together, they strode towards the back courtyard, and indeed, they found Minter Charlie chopping wood, clad in a faded magic robe. His hunched form swung the axe repeatedly, surrounded by a pile of split firewood, yet a considerable number of uncut stumps remained. Witnessing this scene stirred a profound discomfort within Lin Feng. Minter Charlie was a high-level sorcerer of the summoning school. Although summoning had lost its prestige, a high-level sorcerer should not be reduced to chopping wood in the logistics department. All of this stemmed from Lin Feng's presence. Minter Charlie had insisted on keeping Lin Feng at the academy, offending many in the process, ultimately relegating him to the role of a woodcutter. As Minter Charlie raised his axe, he suddenly collapsed, likely from exhaustion. The surrounding firewood bore witness to his sleepless night, laboring to spare Lin Feng from punishment by the academy. Minter Charlie. Lin Feng rushed forward to help him up. Sorcerers typically lacked physical strength, and given Minter Charlie's advanced age, he was ill-suited for such labor. Lin Feng, you've returned. Good to see you. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I've left food for you inside. Go on and eat. I'll handle this. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Charlie wiped the sweat from his brow, his weathered face breaking into a faint smile. Minter Charlie, you should rest for a bit. Leave this work to me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Seeing Charlie in such a state of fatigue, while still worrying about him, was heart-wrenching. He wished to express his gratitude, yet the words eluded him. You all look exhausted. Go take a break. Leave this to me. Just as Lin Feng and Minter Charlie were at an impasse, Shaoan rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and smiled as she spoke. Lin Feng and Minter Charlie were both taken aback, then shared a laugh. Shaoan, please help Minter Charlie inside to rest. I'll finish chopping this wood. Lin Feng entrusted Charlie to Shaoan's care. So much wood. You alone. Shaoan's eyes widened with concern. Rest assured, I'll manage quickly. You two go wait for me inside. Lin Feng replied with a confident smile, for he was no longer the weakling he once was. Chopping wood was no challenge for him now. He had over 1,000 skeletal laborers poised and ready, awaiting his command. Chapter 005. Turning crisis into safety. Humph. It seems someone will again go without a meal today. Before Shaoan could assist Minter Charlie away, a chilling voice suddenly echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. From the icy tone reminiscent of a ghostly apparition, Lin Feng and the others deduced that the ever-present figure of the academy had arrived, the director of academic affairs. The fire element grand sorcerer, Sang Langed at the venerable age of 200, he still boasted a countenance that many young men envied, and which drew gasps from countless beautiful women. His fiery red hair danced in the wind, complementing his regal purple magical cloak. His deep, luminous eyes sparkled with a dreamlike light, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. His slender hands were clasped before him, fingers interlaced, exuding an air of elegance. Yet as Lin Feng would put it, there was much ambiguity surrounding Sang Lang's gender, with a high likelihood of him being effeminate. Sang Lang, please forgive us. Lin Feng will complete the tasks he failed to finish yesterday as overtime today. Please do not deny him his meal. Minter Charlie hurriedly intervened, pleading on Lin Feng's behalf. Very well, Charlie, do not accuse me of lacking compassion. I shall grant him a chance to make amends today. However, if he fails to complete his tasks before nightfall, not only will he go without food, but you shall also forfeit your meal. Sang Lang replied with a chilling smile, his seemingly calm demeanor exuding an unsettling frost. One must bear their own responsibilities. Please do not target Minter Charlie in every instance. Lin Feng asserted loudly. Over the years, Charlie had suffered numerous indignities at Sang Lang's hands due to Lin Feng's actions, and he could no longer stand by. You insolent wretch, has Charlie not taught you how to conduct yourself? Mind your tone and choice of words when addressing your elders. I tell you, lazy individuals like you do not deserve to remain in Lantis Academy. So if you fail to complete your tasks today, you are to leave the academy. Sang Lang bellowed, seeking to provoke. The appearance of Director Sang Lang immediately captivated a multitude of onlookers, predominantly apprentices who relished the spectacle. Among them were scions of nobility and children from impoverished families, many of whom, like Lin Feng, were merely extramural apprentices of the academy. I foresee that he is destined to be expelled from the academy this time. No one targeted by Director Sang Lang has ever met a favorable end. Indeed. Moreover, this lad is utterly inept at magic. and he has no right to remain at the Empire's foremost magical academy. Such were the remarks of the noble apprentices, many of whom were disciples of Director Sanglang. Poor Lin Feng, toiling through such arduous tasks, yet unable to escape the grim fate of expulsion. May the God of Light grant him protection. Lin Feng, you must persevere. We shall assist you with your task shortly. A person who is generally so helpful deserves not to be cast out. Familiar extramural apprentices began to quietly rally support for him, cautious of raising their voices for fear of incurring the wrath of Director Sanglang and suffering a similar dismal fate. Lin Feng, do not claim that I am not affording you an opportunity. In front of all these witnesses, I, the director, shall uphold my word. Complete the chopping of this firewood, and you may continue your tenure at the academy. Should you fail to finish, you are to leave. Sanglang chuckled coldly, for the sheer volume of firewood at hand was such that not even 3 Lin Fengs could accomplish the task within a single day. What if I managed to complete it within the time of a burning incense stick? Will you consider providing a daily portion of meat and vegetables for Minter Charlie? Lin Feng retorted, gritting his teeth. Although Minter Charlie was a high-ranking sorcerer, he dined daily with the extramural apprentices. Subsisting on meager fare, Lin Feng believed he deserved better treatment. You foolish child, do not overexert yourself. Quickly admit your fault to the director and plead for his mercy. Minter Charlie, moved yet apprehensive, recognized the risk in Lin Feng's ambitions. Completing such a daunting task within the span of an incense stick seemed utterly implausible. The surrounding crowd had already begun to jeer, the apprentices perceiving Lin Feng's endeavor as a path to self-destruction. Very well. I am known for my reasonableness. I shall abide by your proposal. However, should you fail, do not lay blame upon others. Simply vanish quietly. Understood? Sanglang reveled in his triumph, believing the boy to be courting disaster. Should the esteemed Principal Gandalf inquire, he would easily absolve himself of any blame, claiming Lin Feng's hubris led to his own downfall. Agreed. It is settled. Please retreat to the rear courtyard. Return after the incense stick is burned. Lin Feng gestured for them to leave, reluctant for this assembly to witness his skeletal army. Retreat to the rear courtyard. Very well. I am curious to see what tricks you may conjure. Sanglang, initially taken aback by Lin Feng's request, ultimately acquiesced. Confident that a mere child could not possibly orchestrate anything of significance before him. Today, Lin Feng was assuredly to be expelled from the academy, but in the rear courtyard, Director Sanglang and the onlookers stood in varied states of expression. Sanglang's face was alight with joy, while some apprentices wore expressions of regret, lamenting Lin Feng's plight as an unfortunate victim of expulsion from the academy. Minter Charlie and Shaoan exchanged worried glances, their anxiety palpable. Director Sanglang, on behalf of Lin Feng, I apologize. Please forgive his youthful folly. Should he fail, I implore you to show mercy and refrain from expelling him. He is an orphan, and outside, he would become a pitiable child slave. In a moment of desperation, Charlie knelt before Sanglang. He boasts of his own abilities. I bear no responsibility for his downfall. Moreover, child slaves are not without merit. Many children from destitute families are conscripted into such servitude. Why should he be exempt? Sanglang replied with a sardonic tone, pointing directly at Minter Charlie. Old Charlie, cease being the odd one out and consider your own future. I have proposed to Principal Gandalf the abolition of the summoning department. This useless magic only tarnishes the Academy's reputation, which would necessitate your departure. What? Director Sanglang, please reconsider. Summoning magic is a branch of classical magic. This tradition should not be discarded. Furthermore, I beseech you to show leniency toward Lin Feng. Shaoan interjected anxiously, advocating fervently for both Charlie and Lin Feng, realizing that if Charlie were to depart, Lin Feng would inevitably follow suit. Impudent! What right do you have, you insolent girl, to speak to me? You would do well to maintain your decorum, otherwise. Even the ancient relic Edward cannot shield you. The Academy similarly does not welcome those tainted by malevolent energies. Sanglang berated Shaoan harshly, his disdain for these forsaken children evident. Shaoan fell silent, tears brimming in her eyes. Minter Charlie gently stroked her head, sighing heavily. At that moment, a rhythmic crackling sound emanated from the adjacent courtyard, capturing everyone's attention. They all recognized it was Lin Feng chopping wood. Yet how could one individual produce the sound akin to 1,000 troops at work? As the crowd leaned in to investigate, Lin Feng emerged unhurriedly, astonishingly appearing as if he had not just engaged in such labor. His robes immaculate, not a drop of sweat upon his brow. The time of the incense stick has not yet elapsed. Have you completed your task, or have you given up and prepared to leave the academy? Sanglang inquired, furrowing his brow. I merely hope you will honor your commitment. As the esteemed director of the Empire's foremost magical academy, you would not dare to renege on your word in front of so many witnesses. Would you? Lin Feng responded with a composed smile, devoid of arrogance, yet his gaze radiated an icy defiance. Let us see your results first. Sanglang shot Lin Feng a disdainful look before striding into the adjacent courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance and peering inside, he abruptly froze. The apprentices gasped, unable to fathom why the typically unflappable director Sanglang exhibited such a reaction, and they rushed over to investigate. What? The exclamations erupted in a cacophony. How is it possible? Finished so quickly? Could it be an illusion? One apprentice exclaimed in astonishment. That cannot be. If it were an illusion, would Director Sanglang not recognize it? The discussions surged like a tide, each wave more fervent than the last. Lin Feng. Splendid work. The extramural apprentices, largely in Lin Feng's favor, rushed over, exclaiming in wonder at his extraordinary feat of completing such a daunting pile of firewood so swiftly. The most gratifying aspect was witnessing Lin Feng escape Sanglang's clutches once again. Relishing the sight of Sanglang's twisted expression, Lin Feng simply smiled faintly, for as he had declared in the Crimson Magic Tower, his objective was to best Sanglang and transform his skeletal army into his most loyal servants, thus achieving true vindication. Wow! Minter Charlie and Xiaoan were equally astonished, gazing at the meticulously stacked firewood in disbelief. How had Lin Feng accomplished this? Xiaoan's surprise blossomed into a radiant smile, revealing two charming dimples as she realized her brother Lin Feng had once again turned misfortune into fortune. Incredible! This little rascal has actually summoned his skeletal army to chop wood. It is an affront to my summoning art. Yet, I must concede, it was an effective application. For such labor, no one surpasses the skeletal workers, ha. The crimson mage within the tower chuckled heartily, then shouted, Little rascal, make them perform a folk dance for me. Why have they all stopped? Only Lin Feng could hear the voice of the crimson mage. But without entering the tower, the mage was unaware of the external circumstances. Otherwise, in his fiery temperament, he would have long since cursed Sanglang's ancestors. I suppose you have shown some spirit. Starting tomorrow, your master shall provide an additional serving of meat and vegetables. Sanglang seethed, his teeth clenched, eager to uncover Lin Feng's method. Yet as a grand mage of fire, he deemed such inquiries somewhat childish. Thus he temporarily relinquished his pursuit, his heart ablaze with ire. Director Sanglang, I do not desire meat and vegetables. Rather, I have one request. May Lin Feng participate in this year's magical examination? As Sanglang turned to leave, Minter Charlie suddenly recalled the annual magical examination, a dream stage for accomplished apprentices to showcase their talents, and for those like Lin Feng who were still grappling with their skills. It represented an invaluable opportunity for growth and experience. Contemplating the impending abolition of the summoning department and his own departure from the academy, Minter Charlie resolved to secure Lin Feng a chance to remain. If Lin Feng could gain experience and develop, he might later plead with Principal Gandalf, perhaps allowing the boy to escape the looming misfortune of leaving alongside him. Participate in this year's magical examination? I find that utterly unnecessary, not to mention his meager magical aptitude. Summoning magic is hardly esteemed. Would his participation not tarnish the Academy's exam standards and reputation? Sanglang dismissed the idea with derision. To exchange a daily serving of meat and vegetables for the privilege of the examination is a gross underestimation of the Empire's premier magical academy's annual assessment. I do not seek an examination qualification. I only ask that you fulfill your earlier promise. Lin Feng retorted coolly, then gradually melted into the crowd. Sanglang, fuming, stormed away, while Charlie sighed softly, resolved to approach Principal Gandalf, determined to secure Lin Feng's eligibility for this year's examination. Chapter 006. Level 2 Skeleton Summoning Technique, as the cold spring air nipped at him. Lin Feng wandered alone through the small forest behind the Academy's logistics department, instinctively tightening his magical robe against the night, chilled at a pang of nostalgia, for Xiao He washed over him. In times past, he would always have a delightful little shadow trailing behind him. Xiao He had infused his life with an abundance of joy. However, now he found himself alone, savoring the coolness of the night like water. During dinner today, Minter Charlie feasted on meat and vegetables, even shedding a few tears in silence. Yet Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction, for he had managed to improve the elder's life. The joy and comfort were not solely experienced by Minter Charlie. Little Lin seemed to have become happier as well. The once sullen girl, often the subject of whispers, unveiled her enchanting smile for the first time today. And Lin Feng cherished her genuine, pure laughter. When she inquired how he achieved such a transformation, he smiled in return, though he offered no answer, his heart swelling with pride. He vowed to strive for even greater happiness for them. Of course, the primary source of security lay in the looming presence of the magic forest. He felt compelled to express his gratitude for the appearance of the magic tower and the great skull, leading him to eagerly desire another entry into the tower to continue his thrilling journey of learning. Great skull, Lin Feng exclaimed, retrieving the unassuming crimson magic tower from his pocket and uttering the agreed-upon incantation. With a clang, the dark gold tower, resembling a pyramid tomb, suddenly radiated a brilliant light, and crimson flames swirled like the wind, rustling the towering trees around him, causing leaves to dance in the air. In the blink of an eye, the fist-sized golden tower transformed into a towering magic edifice, its form elusive yet flickering with a myriad of runes. The pinnacle appeared to house a massive, fiery red magic orb, resonating with melodious sounds that echoed through the heavens, as if summoning something, stirring the winds and gathering countless fantastical lights. Observing this spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, the tower was invisible after its enlargement, or such a commotion would undoubtedly draw significant attention. However, this fleeting sense of relief vanished as he found himself already inside the tower. Little brat, where have you been all this time? I've been utterly bored, watching nothing but folk dances. Can't you make them switch things up a bit? The Crimson Demon greeted Lin Feng with laughter tinged with complaints. Be grateful, they are merely skeletal laborers. What more do you expect from them? Lin Feng shot a glance at the Crimson Demon. True enough, then hurry up and learn level 2 summoning, and summon some high-quality companions to entertain me. The Crimson Demon paused before roaring. Once you master level 2 summoning, you'll be able to summon apprentice magicians, apprentice swordsmen, and skeletal young beasts. By then, you can summon 2 skeletal apprentice magicians to throw fireballs for me, and have 2 skeletal apprentice swordsmen demonstrate their swordplay, while 3 skeletal dragon hatchlings dance and cheer on the side. Stop daydreaming. My current level only allows me to summon apprentice magicians at best. How could I possibly learn level 2 summoning? Lin Feng spoke the truth. Summoning apprentices lack the ability to summon. Only apprentice magicians can execute level 1 summoning, while only junior magicians can perform level 2 summoning. Surely, skeletal summoners would be no exception. How many skeletal laborers can you summon at once now? The Crimson Demon's fiery aura flared up, as if pondering. Approximately 5. Lin Feng replied confidently. This morning, he had successfully summoned 5 skeletal laborers simultaneously before collapsing from exhaustion, yet he felt elated, from never having summoned before to achieving this result. He was immensely satisfied, especially considering he had made such progress in just one night, something he had never dared to dream of before encountering the magic tower. 5. The Crimson Demon's enormous head erupted with astonished flames. Sure, it's a bit on the low side, but I'm quite satisfied. After all, this is a significant improvement for me. Lin Feng laughed. Indeed, summoning 5 skeletal laborers at once is quite commendable. You're not as foolish as I initially thought. Such summoning ability is more than sufficient to learn level 2 summoning. Enough chatter. Get to training and summon some entertaining high-quality companions. The Crimson Demon chuckled with delight, fully aware that the boy's success stemmed not from intellect but from diligence, a quality of great importance for a magic learner. Diligence itself is a form of talent. Really? So once I master level 2 summoning, I will qualify as a junior magician in the summoning realm? I could bring back Xiaohei's skeleton. Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Among his peers at the Atlantis Magic Academy, most were junior magicians, with few reaching the intermediate level. The thought of being a teenager and already an intermediate magician was astonishing. However, Lin Feng was not just eager to match the other apprentices. He primarily wished to summon Xiaohei's skeleton back. Absolutely. With the Crimson Magic Tower at your disposal, I assure you that within half a month, you will master level 2 summoning. The Crimson Demon chuckled heartily. Little brat, I've already endured the skeletal laborers' folk dances. It's time for you to advance. The usual rules apply. I'll instruct, and you shall obey. Let the training commence. Initially, summoning skills are limited by distance. One can only summon in the presence of a corpse or skeleton. Currently, Lin Feng found himself in the magic forest behind the academy. Devoid of human corpses or skeletons, only the remains of beasts and magical creatures. Thus, his summoning targets were the skeletons of magical beast hatchlings. Magical beasts are formidable creatures evolved from spirit beasts, with their evolution process occurring either naturally or assisted by beast tamers. Naturally evolved magical beasts are referred to as savage magical beasts, as they absorb the free magical elements in nature for their evolution. Their internal magical attributes are complex, with varied methods of attack and defense, leading to a volatile temperament and explosive power, yet lacking endurance in sustained combat. In contrast, magical beasts tamed by beast tamers possess singular magical attributes, such as fire-type second-tier magical beasts or ice-type third-tier magical beasts. Their individual combat abilities are weak, and their explosive power is not pronounced, but they excel in prolonged battles, regardless of whether they are savage magical beasts or those tamed by beast tamers. The evolution process remains the same. Spirit beast, magical beast hatchling, first-tier magical beast, second-tier magical beast, third-tier magical beast, great magical beast, beast king, and beast lord. Lin Feng sought to sense the flickering souls of fire around him. Indeed, the dark and profound magic forest concealed many dancing souls of fire. The Crimson Demon had taught him that the intensity of the soul fire could indicate the level of the skeleton it was attached to. Lin Feng was astonished to discover not only the skeletons of magical beast hatchlings, but also many first-tier and second-tier magical beast skeletons. Concentrating, he attempted to communicate with the soul fires of the magical beast hatchlings using his own, seeking to control them. As he focused, the dark aura within the tower seemed to awaken, surging toward him in waves of heat, illuminating his soul fire even brighter. Lin Feng could distinctly feel this inexplicable power, invigorating him like a warm spring, akin to a galloping steed beneath him, rendering him unable to resist. Ding! Lin Feng successfully summoned a monstrous creature, a gigantic skeletal beast that towered over him, bouncing eagerly before him. A skeletal magical beast hatchling? Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. Useless spirit beast, continue summoning. The Crimson Demon stifled a yawn, likely realizing that, at this rate, he might have to wait 3 days to see this boy master level 2 summoning. Lin Feng, however, remained undeterred. The sensation of summoning a skeletal beast for the first time was exhilarating. He relished the sight of it submitting to him, that absolute loyalty. The soul fire of spirit beasts is significantly stronger than that of skeletal laborers, and successfully summoning them marked progress in itself. Lin Feng continued to immerse himself in summoning, embracing the magical powers bestowed upon him by the tower. Chapter 007. The Jungle Battle and the Magic Examination. As dawn broke, Lin Feng had yet to master level 2 summoning, but he was now able to summon 2 skeletal spirit beasts simultaneously. This moment, there were over 100 skeletal spirit beasts in the tower, accompanying the Crimson Demon in a vocal contest. These wild spirit beasts possessed innate destructive capabilities and remarkable speed, alongside their earth-shattering vocal prowess. Given the Crimson Demon's loneliness and longing for companionship, Lin Feng devised a game where the skeletal spirit beast would engage in a loud vocal duel. Though the Crimson Demon was not entirely pleased, he accepted, as it had been many years since he had roared with abandon. After a night of exertion, Lin Feng cautiously stored the magic tower and wrapped himself tightly in his magical robe, walking slowly through the forest. Initially, he intended to return to the academy to chop wood, but a sudden thought caused him to halt. Chopping wood was no longer a concern. Perhaps he should do something else to improve Minter Charlie's quality of life. Animal skins could be a valuable commodity, either for sale at the market or for barter. Previously, he had attempted to hunt a wild spirit beast to exchange its hide for a warm woolen garment from Minter Charlie, but he had ultimately failed, as a single wild spirit beast was far beyond the control of a mere boy. Yet now, he felt capable, for he commanded over 100 obedient skeletal spirit beasts that could aid him in capturing the forest spirit beasts, perhaps even slaying a magical beast hatchling, whose hide would be even more valuable, potentially yielding enough to trade for 3 sheep or a steel sword. Skeletal spirit beasts, heed my command. Swiftly capture 3 spirit beasts and procure their hides. With this thought, Lin Feng began issuing orders. Instantly, 100 skeletal spirit beasts assembled before him, saluting in unison before dashing into the depths of the forest. Hundreds of skeletal spirit beasts charged forth in a grand tumult, causing the forest to descend into chaos, with flora trembling and birds taking flight in startled disarray. Before long, Lin Feng heard a series of anguished cries from deep within the woods, the desperate screams of wild spirit beasts echoing through the trees, followed by the return of the 100 skeletal spirit beasts to his side. At the forefront, 3 skeletal spirit beasts each clutched a complete hide of spirit beast fur in their jaws, crimson blood dripping from it. My diligent skeletal laborers, heed my command. Quickly ignite a fire and dry these 3 hides. Lin Feng continued issuing orders, for only dried hides could fetch a good price, and thus he needed to prepare them for sale. In an instant, over 1,000 skeletal laborers sprang into action, first saluting swiftly, then racing off to their tasks, gathering firewood, kindling flames, all with remarkable proficiency. Other skeletal laborers hastily spread the 3 hides, propping them up with wooden frames, preparing for the drying process. Hey, little ghost, don't send them all away at once. Now I can't enjoy my ethnic dance, nor have anyone to compete with me in volume, came a lament from within the magic tower. The voice of the Red Demon. Ignoring the Red Demon's grievances, Lin Feng remained resolute, wishing to procure another hide from a magical beast cub to exchange with Minter Charlie for a regular wand. Minter Charlie had once possessed a wand of his own, but had traded it to Lin Feng for a quilt, wishing to spare him the chill of winter. Thus, Lin Feng sought to swiftly return the favor with another wand. A wand was akin to an additional limb for a magician. Without it, one would find life exceedingly inconvenient, akin to living with a disability. Upon receiving the command, the skeletal spirit beast surged forth once more, plunging the forest into yet another fray. Considering the vast disparity in power between spirit beasts and magical beast cubs, Lin Feng resolved to oversee the battle. In a mere moment, the skeletal spirit beasts encircled 3 magical beast cubs foraging at the base of a small hill. When Lin Feng arrived, the skirmish had just commenced. Although the magical beast cubs possessed a modicum of magical power, launching fireballs and unleashing icy arrows with a shake of their formidable bodies, Lin Feng could discern their fear. After all, they were surrounded by a legion of skeletal spirit beasts, despite the skeletal spirit beasts being driven solely by the instincts of charge, roar, and bite. They knew no fear, only the relentless pursuit of their master's directives. Roar. The 3 wild magical beast cubs emitted a fierce roar, yet it sounded more akin to a cry of trepidation. Their voices faint and soon drowned out by the thunderous charge and roars of the skeletal army. Whoosh! One magical beast cub quickly unleashed a fireball, another shook its body violently, sending icy arrows flying, while the third, perhaps too late to employ its skills, merely charged about recklessly. The crackling sounds of battle echoed. Some skeletal spirit beasts ignited in flames from the fireballs, others felled by icy arrows, and many succumbed to the onslaught of the strongest magical beast cub. Yet, as the front lines fell, those behind pressed on without hesitation. Even the skeletal spirit beasts engulfed in flames showed no signs of retreat. Continuing their desperate fight, amidst the relentless waves of assault, the 3 magical beast cubs were gradually overwhelmed, battered and bruised by the incessant bites of the skeletal spirit beasts, now barely clinging to life. Oh, my poor skeletal spirit beasts, fear not, I shall summon you back. Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow at the loss of over 10 skeletal spirit beasts, relieved that they could be summoned once more. The key to summoning lay in the soul fire. Thus, as long as the soul fire remained alight, even ashes could be resurrected. The skeletal laborers resumed their duties, cleaning the battlefield and roasting the hides of the magical beast cubs, before returning to the tower alongside their skeletal companions. Lin Feng, meanwhile, carried the 3 spirit beast hides and the magical beast cub hide with great satisfaction towards the marketplace, but the spirit beast hides were not particularly special. They were exchanged for high-quality woolen garments, of which Lin Feng selected 3, one for Minter Charlie, one for Shaoan, and one to keep for himself. The hides of the magical beast cubs proved to be in high demand, and he successfully traded them for a wand adorned with a blue jade magic stone, a far more exquisite piece than the one previously used by Minter Charlie. Upon returning to the academy, he fortuitously encountered Shaoan, who was waiting beneath the grand willow tree in the northern courtyard. Brother Lin Feng, you're back. Oh, what's this? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Shaoan joyfully raced over, her eyes alight with excitement when she spotted the pink woolen garment among the 3 woolen garments. This one is for you. Lin Feng smiled as he handed the sweater to her. Though it was like the others, lined with fine white wool, the exterior was a lovely pink cotton, embellished with intricate golden brocade patterns, making it quite beautiful. Really? Thank you, Brother Lin Feng. By the way, how did you come by this? Shaoan beamed with joy, pressing the sweater to her chest and admiring it as she asked, despite her mentor being the renowned ice and fire chef Edward. Her treatment at the academy was as dismal as Lin Feng's. A beautiful woolen garment was undoubtedly a blessing for her, especially one gifted by Lin Feng. "Oh, don't worry about that. Just wear it tomorrow," Lin Feng replied cheerfully, feeling a sense of accomplishment and contentment at seeing those around him happy. "By the way, brother Lin Feng, I have good news. Both you and I can participate in the magic exam this year." As approved by Dean Gandalf, Shaoan had come to share this delightful news. "Is that so?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, understanding that Mentor Charlie must have petitioned Dean Gandalf. The dean was far more merciful than Director Sang Lang, and a person deserving of respect. "What's wrong? Aren't you happy?" Shaoan tilted her head curiously. Participating in the annual magic exam was a dream cherished by every magic apprentice. "Of course I am." Lin Feng instinctively nodded, although he was not particularly concerned about the exam, while it was indeed a grand stage for apprentices to showcase their talents and rise to prominence. His true desire lay in freeing himself and those around him from suffering and oppression. He was also acutely aware of the gratitude swelling within him, knowing that Mentor Charlie had again gone to great lengths on his behalf. "Why do I feel like you're not really happy?" Shaoan pondered aloud as she watched Lin Feng stride away. Perplexed, yet her smile returned as she admired the beautiful woolen garment in her hands. In the northern courtyard, within Mentor Charlie's modest abode. "You rascal, where did you procure the funds to buy these items?" Mentor Charlie donned the thick woolen garment. Leaning on his imposing wand, his delight mingled with concern, as if fearing Lin Feng had resorted to dubious means to acquire them. "Have you forgotten? I chop wood very quickly. Today, I earned some money chopping wood for others. Hence the purchases." Lin Feng had anticipated this inquiry and was prepared with his response, well aware of Mentor Charlie's propensity for worry. "From now on, use your earnings to buy more food to nourish yourself. I am old and indifferent to such things. You, however, are young and have a promising future ahead. By the way, you should practice your magic diligently in preparation for this year's exam." Mentor Charlie said these words. Yet Lin Feng could see the happiness in his eyes. "Yes, I understand. I will do my best," Lin Feng replied with a knowing smile, warmth spreading in his heart. Chapter 008. The high-stakes magic exam and the return of Little Black. Mentor Charlie had learned from Dean Gandalf that this year's magic exam at Randy's Academy had attracted the attention of the entire Storm and Cloud continent. The three great powers of the continent would send their top apprentices from prestigious magic academies to observe and learn, and there would also be friendly exchange competitions with Randy's Academy. As the host, the Huaxia Empire placed great importance on this event, having decided to dispatch a count's entourage to supervise and assist Randy's Academy in effectively conducting this year's magic exam. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that matters would not be so simple. The Huaxia Empire ranked only fourth among the empires of the Storm and Cloud continent, compared to the three great empires Phoenix, Rhine, and Aden. The only commendable aspect of the Huaxia Empire was Randy's Academy. In recent years, Randy's Academy had cultivated a plethora of outstanding magicians for the Huaxia Empire, who had made remarkable breakthroughs in the study of traditional magic, rendering them several times, even dozens of times, stronger than traditional magicians. Conversely, the magic academies of the other three empires continued to train traditional magicians, perhaps having sensed the formidable nature of the new magic in previous encounters with the Huaxia Empire. Now seeking to investigate further or perhaps to dampen the spirited ambitions of Randy's Academy, to stymie the growth of the Huaxia Empire. The traditional magic exam had stirred such a significant uproar that the Academy was abuzz with astonishment. Thus, within 3 days, a notice was issued, urging all apprentices participating in this year's magic exam to intensify their practice. Failing to perform well would not only result in personal disgrace but also tarnish the reputation of the Academy and the Empire. Consequently, Mentor Charlie urged Lin Feng to prepare diligently, for if he did not perform well, Director Sang Lang would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expel him from the Magic Academy in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed, with just 1 day remaining until Randy's Academy's magic exam. The entire Randy's castle was ablaze with excitement. Not only the Academy, but the outside world had become remarkably lively. With the arrival of delegations and tourists from the three great empires, commerce within the castle surged, with merchants coming and going in a steady stream. Security measures were also doubled, as news had reached the empire that many dark forces lurking in the corners of the continent had taken the opportunity to infiltrate the castle, leading to a spate of murders, robberies, and thefts in recent times. Lantis Academy is a realm of wonder, where spatial mages are conducting final tests on the arena and the observation platform. Meanwhile, the performance department gathers in the square before the academy to showcase magical displays. Welcoming guests from all directions, the logistics team has dispatched a brigade of enchanting magical maidens, responsible for greeting visitors and arranging their accommodations. The campus is abuzz with an atmosphere of grand celebration. For Lin Feng, life has undergone a tremendous transformation, yet this change appears to have no connection to the highly anticipated magical examination that has captured everyone's attention. Each night, he retreats into the tower to cultivate. Emerging at dawn to organize the entities he has summoned for hunting in the woods. After nearly half a month of diligent practice, he has finally mastered the second-level summoning spell, allowing him to effortlessly conjure 3 skeletal beastlings in one breath. His tower is now home to over 1,000 skeletal beastlings, prompting a shift in his hunting targets to primary-level magical beasts. The combat prowess of these initial magical creatures is akin to that of hundreds of beastlings. Thus, during major battles, Lin Feng assumes the role of overseer, having become quite astute. While his loyal minions engage in fierce combat, he stands atop, continuously summoning to revive the fallen and swiftly rejoin the fray. This relentless melee casts an ominous atmosphere over the once quiet woods, with one primary magical beast after another succumbing at his feet. The most valuable treasure on these beasts is no longer their pelts, but their magic cores, products of accumulated magical energy within the creatures, varying in worth depending on their level. While these cores hold little value for summoners, they are coveted by mages reliant on magic stones for their cultivation. Consequently, Lin Feng successfully trades for numerous essentials, purchasing a set of third-level magic robes for both Mentor Charlie and Shaoan. Unlike ordinary robes, these third-level garments possess a degree of protective capability, ensuring the wearer can traverse dark realms without succumbing to the taint of the undead. Additionally, he acquires the magical sphere cherished by Mentor Charlie. Through it, traditional summoners like him can glimpse the ever-shifting tides of alternate realms and summon at the opportune moment, despite being of the same third level. This magical sphere represents the first of its kind for the impoverished old mage, leaving him sleepless with joy as he meticulously examines this long-desired treasure. Shaoan, who studies light magic, finds a crystal magic ring essential for maximizing her abilities as a budding light mage. Considering her impending participation in this year's magical examination, Lin Feng scrupulously gathers his resources to procure a second-level crystal ring for her, ensuring she remains competitive among the throng of novice mages during the rigorous evaluations. As for Lin Feng, he refrains from acquiring any magical robes or wands, prioritizing the well-being of those around him. He does not believe that these rudimentary magical tools could offer him greater protection than his skeletal army. Xiaohei, come here. Skeletal dogs are indeed more foolish than real dogs, yet they remain ever so loyal. Lin Feng chuckles softly at the skeletal dog wagging its tail before him as he basks in the sun within the courtyard. Having mastered the second-level skeletal summoning spell, his first order of business was naturally to summon Xiaohei's skeletal form. Although all that is visible now is bone, Lin Feng can still faintly perceive its endearing visage. It's a pity you can't gnaw on bones anymore, otherwise things would be much better than before. I could buy you plenty of bones to feast on. Lin Feng reaches out to pat Xiaohei's skeletal head. Xiaohei instinctively emits a few whimpers, as if comprehending Lin Feng's words. Brother Lin Feng. At this moment, Shaoan joyfully bursts in, clad in a fitted pink magic robe, the crystal ring on her right middle finger glinting in the sunlight like a gem. Shaoan, have you made progress? Lin Feng's heart fills with inexplicable joy upon seeing her, as she diligently practices light magic in preparation for the Academy's grand examination. Yes, thanks to this ring, by the way. The preliminary examination is tomorrow. How have you prepared? Amid her excitement, Shaoan does not forget to express concern for Lin Feng, knowing that if he performs poorly, he could be expelled alongside Mentor Charlie. Conversely, if he excels, the summoning magic might be retained by the Academy, allowing both him and Mentor Charlie to remain. Me? I'm just getting by. Lin Feng struggles to respond, not wanting to disappoint Shaoan or Mentor Charlie. Yet he truly feels indifferent. Even if expelled from the Academy, he believes he possesses the ability to ensure a better life for himself and Mentor Charlie. This magic academy, shrouded in darkness by Sang Lang, is a place he wishes to linger in no longer. Well, don't overexert yourself. I will strive to place in the top 3, and then I shall plead with Dean Gandalf to find a way to keep you and Mentor Charlie here. Shaoan declares with determination, her demeanor adorably resolute. Lin Feng is momentarily taken aback, then smiles with genuine happiness. Chapter 009, Preliminary Examination, Princess Yunya. Hey, Brother Lin Feng, what is this? Suddenly spotting a tail-wagging skeletal dog beside Lin Feng, Xiaoan exclaims in delight. It is Xiaohei. Lin Feng pauses before revealing the truth. Xiaohei, how did it become a skeletal dog? Xiaoan is momentarily stunned. As an apprentice mage, she comprehends the implications of a skeletal dog. One undeniable fact looms. Xiaohei must have perished before transforming into this skeletal form. The thought of Xiaohei's demise brings a wave of sorrow to Xiaoan, tears welling up uncontrollably. She, Lin Feng, and Xiaohei share an unbreakable bond, and now that Xiaohei has taken on this form, she feels an indescribable pang of loss for her dear friend. Do not be sad. Xiaohei can still play with us. Lin Feng comforts her with a smile, yet within, he has resolved upon a terrifying decision that even the Crimson Mages would dread, the day he returns to the Holy War ruins to purge the undead in vengeance for Xiaohei. Yes, it is still very adorable, but, Brother Lin Feng, why is it so obedient even after becoming a skeleton? With Lin Feng's reassurance, Xiaoan wipes her tears and beams with a smile. Perhaps it was always well behaved. Lin Feng replies with a meaningful smile. Xiaohei, come here, let me hold you. Xiaoan nods and reaches out to embrace Xiaohei. In days gone by, Xiaohei would have responded with a soft whimper, swiftly darting into her arms to nuzzle her for affection, creating a joyful scene of companionship. However, the current Xiaohei, as a skeletal dog and Lin Feng's summoned entity, follows only his commands, indifferent to the calls of others. Thankfully, Lin Feng is quick to react, gently directing Xiaohei into her embrace, alleviating her unease and disappointment. On the 8th day of the 4th month in the 3rd millennium, the annual magical examination at Atlantis Academy officially commences. According to regulations, apprentices from the 17th and 16th sessions are the main participants, eagerly awaiting outside the radiant magical space for the preliminary assessment of mental and magical powers. The apprentices were expressions of tension, for only by meeting the standards of the preliminary examination can they advance to the subsequent lottery combat phase, where they can showcase their skills and gain recognition. That a commendable performance in this combat phase could lead to participation in later exhibition matches against representatives from the 3 great empires, thereby achieving fame almost instantaneously. Not only the examining apprentices, but also the onlookers eagerly anticipate this moment. Who will emerge as the top mage from the prestigious academy of the Huaxia Empire? Who will stand out among the youth of the Windy Continent? Only Lin Feng remains unperturbed. Were it not for the fear of disappointing Mentor Charlie, he would scarcely wish to partake in the grand examination. Gaining recognition and fame are not his aspirations. He merely desires a better life for himself and those around him. The expansive audience is filled with alumni, citizens of Lannis Castle, and the clamor is overwhelming. Accompanied by the splendid performances of magical maidens, creating an unprecedented spectacle. On the observation platform sit the Academy's leaders, the esteemed Dean Gandalf, Director Sang Lang, and senior magical researchers of the Academy, alongside delegations from the 3 great empires, all attentively observing each apprentice's performance. Silence. As the sun climbs higher, Dean Gandalf slowly rises, softly uttering a single word. This simple utterance resonates like a hymn of light, echoing in the ears of all present, rendering the venue, capable of accommodating thousands, utterly silent. I hereby declare the preliminary examination open. Before Dean Gandalf can resume his seat, Director Sang Lang stands, calling out in a somewhat chilling voice, though his authority cannot overshadow that of Dean Gandalf. Clang. Instantly, 7 openings appear in the floating magical space, and a colorful staircase gradually materializes, surrounded by flickering magical lights, prompting waves of applause. The candidates enter successively, and the preliminary examination begins in earnest. The method for testing the candidates' mental and magical powers is quite straightforward. They merely need to place their hands upon the magical sphere before the chief examiner, who will ascertain their levels. Ding. 16th Session Apprentice, Ka Rue, Mental Power Level 3, Magical Power Level 4. As the preliminary examination commences, a voice rings out from the eastern side of the space. This is the chief examiner's report. Whenever an exceptional apprentice is encountered, the examiner announces their results for all to hear, while those with mediocre scores are left unannounced. Wow. Mental Power Level 3 and Magical Power Level 4. Isn't that close to becoming a mid-level mage? The audience erupts in astonishment. Achieving both mental and magical power at Level 4 signifies one is a mid-level mage. Level 3 represents a novice mage, while level 5 corresponds to a high-level mage, and so forth. At such a tender age, he is on the verge of becoming an intermediate magician, a truly remarkable feat. The name Karui is not unfamiliar to those at Atlantis Academy. He is the sole apprentice and son of the Academy's foremost illusionist. In addition to mastering various classical forms of magic, Karui has inherited his father's expertise in illusion magic, particularly excelling in the art of doppelgangers, making him a favorite to win the championship. The 16th Apprentice. Shangguan Hongri, level 4 in mental strength, level 3 in magical power. Before the echoes of the announcement from the east had faded, another resounding declaration followed. Gasps of astonishment filled the arena, as it was evident that Shangguan Hongri was also on the brink of becoming an intermediate magician. Director Sang Lang in the observation platform swelled with pride, for Shangguan Hongri was his apprentice, demonstrating considerable talent in fire magic. Moreover, Shangguan Hongri is the second son of the Shangguan family, a powerful house within the Huaxiao Empire, which explains his opportunity to become Sang Lang's apprentice. The 17th Apprentice, Princess Yunya, level 3 in mental strength, level 4 in magical power. This proclamation rang the loudest, and applause erupted around, reaching a crescendo. Princess Yunya, the jewel of the king's eye, has shown extraordinary magical talent from a young age, making her a beloved figure across the empire. At merely 13, her accomplishments are remarkable, and the cheers are understandably fervent. Notably, Princess Yunya holds the rank of the 17th Apprentice, the lowest in seniority within the Academy, yet she is poised to become an intermediate magician, a source of pride for the Academy and the Empire alike. Lin Feng couldn't help but glance up at the graceful figure of Princess Yunya amidst the crowd, not out of infatuation like the other apprentices, but due to a lingering concern. The magic she studies is alchemy, under the tutelage of the renowned Medicine King, whose skills in potion-making are among the top 3 in the continent, and he is certainly a leading figure within the Huaxia Empire. Divine potions are akin to magical artifacts, providing those who consume them with remarkable enhancements in their magical studies. Of course, the primary function of potions is healing, with the most miraculous ability being the power to revive the dead. Years ago, Mentor Charlie had fiercely battled Director Sang Lang to protect Lin Feng. A high-level summoner was no match for a grand fire magician, severely injured and on the brink of death. Lin Feng sought the Medicine King for a remedy to save Mentor Charlie. Although the Medicine King is an honorary mentor at Atlantis Academy, not everyone can gain an audience with him. Many seek his potions daily. Yet he rarely meets with visitors, only accommodating those he cannot refuse. For an external apprentice like Lin Feng to meet the Medicine King was nearly impossible. However, with even the faintest hope of saving Mentor Charlie, Lin Feng did not waver. He knelt at the Medicine King's door for an entire day and night. The Medicine King did not emerge, but a young girl, claiming to be his apprentice, came forth to assist him, providing a healing elixir for Mentor Charlie. Lin Feng would forever remember that moment. Amidst the gentle rain, the girl approached him with a paper umbrella adorned with a phoenix motif, smiling as she inquired about his request and the reason for his persistence. When she learned that he sought merely a potion for internal injuries, she couldn't help but chuckle, wondering who would be foolish enough to kneel for such a trivial request. Yet, upon realizing Lin Feng's sincere intent to help his mentor, admiration flickered across her delicate, picturesque face, and without hesitation, she gifted him the elixir. In the urgency of the moment, Lin Feng hurried back to administer the potion to Mentor Charlie. Forgetting to express his gratitude by the time he returned to thank her, the girl had vanished among the throngs of seekers. That time, he had no inkling that this elegantly articulate yet unpretentious girl was, in fact, the imperial princess. Upon discovering this, Lin Feng felt embarrassed to seek her out again for thanks. After all, their statuses were vastly different. It was not that he feared being accused of attempting to climb the social ladder, but rather that he wished to spare Princess Yunya from any unpleasant rumors. Nevertheless, he believed in repaying kindness. He would remember her assistance, and even if he could not repay her in the future, he would find an opportunity to express his gratitude. "Hey, kid, what are you daydreaming about? It's your turn for testing." Just as Lin Feng was lost in reminiscence, it was time for him to undergo the evaluation of mental strength and magical power. Chapter 010. Do not underestimate the youthful poor. As Lin Feng's turn approached, the preliminary examinations were nearing their conclusion. The formal apprentices had completed their tests and were gathered, chatting and laughing, while 8 external apprentices, including Lin Feng and a few others, awaited their turn. Among the formally attired apprentices adorned with golden badges, Lin Feng and his companions felt particularly out of place, subjected to ridicule from all sides. What is your name? Formal apprentice or external apprentice? Who is your mentor? Boomed a chubby mentor, hardly sparing Lin Feng a glance that it was well known that those at the end of the line were apprentices deemed unworthy by the academy, often coming from impoverished backgrounds with mediocre talents. Lin Feng, external apprentice, mentored by the high-level summoner, Charlie. Lin Feng replied with quiet dignity, neither submissive nor arrogant. Charlie? Never heard of him. Oh, I remember now. He's the old white-bearded fellow who was beaten to a pulp by Director Sang Lang a few years back. He has an apprentice too. Ha. Anyone these days seems to think they can take on an apprentice. The pompous mentor could not contain his laughter, his derision evident, leaving Lin Feng feeling quite uncomfortable. The rest of you must be external apprentices. Right? Listen carefully. The Academy has decided to select 2 of you to participate in tomorrow's practical combat. Before Lin Feng could even begin his test, the chubby mentor shouted again. Only 2 spots available, and I will decide who qualifies. Upon hearing this, the external apprentices were thrown into a frenzy. Among the 8, only 2 could participate in the practical combat, a low probability yet fierce competition. As everyone desired the opportunity to showcase their skills, merely participating in the preliminary exam felt like a mere formality, a simple assessment of mental strength and magical power. Respected Mentor Doran, I am the nephew of Singer. Amidst the clamorous external apprentices, a boy in splendid attire stepped forward, flattering the chubby mentor with a smile. Oh, Simba. Doran chuckled, though his demeanor remained nonchalant. Lin Feng recognized Simba. His uncle, Singer, was a renowned merchant of magical artifacts in Lantis Castle, undoubtedly having bribed Doran prior to the exam, which explained this scene. However, Doran, being a powerful mage from Lantis Academy, was not someone easily swayed by a mere trifle of money. Mentor Doran, my uncle recently acquired a war ring from the Holy War period. He would like you to help authenticate it when you have the time. Simba leaned closer to Doran, speaking softly. Clearly, Simba had inherited his family's business acumen, and having previously greased Doran's palm, he sought to gauge the effectiveness of that investment. If Doran's attitude was favorable today, it would suggest the bribe had worked, and the ring's authentication could be bypassed. Conversely, if the previous funds proved ineffective, the authentication would serve as a subsequent remedy. If money could sway a mage's heart, exceptional magical artifacts could surely leave them spellbound. I will visit when I have the time. Doran hesitated, surprise flickering in his eyes. Yet among so many apprentices, he maintained an air of indifference. Mages frequently authenticate magical artifacts for others, so their exchange seemed merely a request, but Lin Feng, having navigated the lower echelons for years, recognized Simba's intentions of bribing Mentor Doran with the ring. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk coldly. What of bribery? If Simba had the means, he should use his wealth to elevate himself to the status of a formal apprentice. The adage that money can move mountains held little truth in the pursuit of magic. Only strength could speak for itself. The Academy admitted apprentices based on talent. Those lacking sufficient aptitude or foundational skills would never be accepted, unless they hailed from noble families. However, the noble families on Windcloud Continent were all magical clans, and even if their offspring did not possess extraordinary magical talent, they would still have a solid magical foundation. Avoiding such awkward situations. Oh, by the way, respected Mentor Doran, I have matters to attend to. May I take the test first? Seeing Doran's favorable disposition, Simba pressed his luck, attempting to cut in line for an early evaluation. All right, they're all external apprentices, it matters little. Doran rolled his eyes at Simba but still acquiesced to his unreasonable demand. As he had already accepted a favor, the other external apprentices were left in stunned silence, discomfort brewing within them, yet none dared to voice their dissent. How could the lowly external apprentices afford to offend the lofty examiner? Mentor Doran, isn't this against the rules? Each candidate has a number. Shouldn't we adhere to the order of arrival? Just as a smug Simba prepared to place his hands on the massive magical sphere, a firm voice rang out. It was Lin Feng. What rules are being broken? It's not as if you're being denied the opportunity to test. If he has matters to attend to, let him go first. It's merely a matter of seconds and won't hinder the others. Doran shot Lin Feng a glance, filled with disdain. You can't even make it as a formal apprentice, and you're still nitpicking. Haha, Mentor Doran, one cannot say that. Although we are all external apprentices, we have all qualified for the exam until our results are announced. The preliminary test isn't over. The esteemed Dean Gandalf and the visiting delegation from the Three Kingdoms have their eyes on this very spot. If they see someone cutting in line, what do you think they will think of you? Lin Feng maintained his composure, offering a gentle smile. All right. What's the big deal? Let us proceed in an orderly manner. Dolan initially paused in surprise, then waved his hand dismissively. One cannot allow such trivial favors to tarnish the reputation of the Academy. Doing so could very well result in being expelled by Dean Gandalf. The title of Mentor carries significant weight, and he simply cannot afford to lose it. While reflecting on this, Dolan cast a cold glance at Lin Feng, as if to convey a sense of newfound respect. Though seemingly ordinary, his character was evidently quite tenacious. Simba shot Lin Feng a disdainful glance, feeling quite unsettled. Why was this fellow so talkative? If we are to proceed in order, it wouldn't ultimately matter which two would emerge victorious. That was merely a matter of Dolan's decision. Lin Feng, you are studying summoning magic, correct? Dolan remarked lazily as Lin Feng placed his hand on the magic orb. Summoning magic was deemed the weakest branch of magic in the Academy, and his reiteration of this was clearly meant to belittle Lin Feng. 17th Cohort. External Apprentice. Mental Strength Level 1. Magical Power. Dolan's assistant habitually reported the results. This was merely a simple announcement for the candidate, thus the audience in the stands remained oblivious. Mental Strength Level 1. Haha. Laughter erupted from the surroundings, including from Simba, who had just been thwarted by Lin Feng. Their smiles were laden with mockery. A mental strength of level 1 implied that this fellow was merely a pitiful apprentice in magic. Meanwhile, Xiaoan hurriedly approached Lin Feng, her pink lips parting as if to offer words of comfort, but ultimately she chose to grasp his hands tightly, hoping her warmth would alleviate his sorrow. Mental Strength Level 1. TSK. By the way, why is only mental strength reported and not magical power? Dolan scoffed, shaking his head before laughing heartily. Dolan, look. The young assistant was already in a state of shock, seemingly having never encountered such a phenomenon. Mental Strength Level 1. Magical Power Level 5? How is that possible? Dolan turned to scrutinize the magic orb, his expression shifting dramatically. A Grand Master of Wind Magic. He had studied magic for a century and had never witnessed such an anomaly. Typically, the levels of mental strength and magical power differ by only a single unit. For instance, a mental strength of level 4 corresponds to a magical power of level 5, or vice versa. How could there be such a vast disparity? Dolan examined Lin Feng more closely, his expression grave. Having seen much in his time, he recognized that such a magical apprentice either practiced terrifying dark magic or employed an unusually bizarre method of learning. Little did he know, Lin Feng was guilty of both. Mental Strength Level 1, Magical Power Level 5, on average, that's equivalent to a junior magician. Brother Lin Feng, congratulations, you should be able to advance. Xiaoan exclaimed joyfully. A junior magician is defined as possessing both magical power and mental strength at level 3. Simba, it's your turn. Dolan feigned nonchalance, yet his mind was still occupied with thoughts of Lin Feng, a lad with only level 1 mental strength, yet boasting level 5 magical power. This indicated that while his mastery of magic may be brief, he could wield formidable spells. Even when faced with a high-level magician, he might not necessarily falter. Were he anyone else, Dolan would have loudly announced the results, allowing the crowd to marvel at this miracle. However, since Lin Feng had just defied him, he withheld the opportunity for Lin Feng to gain notoriety, yet he had already tacitly acknowledged his advancement, for his abilities were apparent if Dean Gandalf were to discover this. Dolan would certainly face dire consequences. Oh, Simba and the other external apprentices were left in a state of stupor. How could Lin Feng, with only level 1 mental strength, possess level 5 magical power? Such a disparity rendered their own abilities insignificant. The laughter subsided, leaving only stunned silence. Fortunately, the examination hall was now empty, or else it would have caused quite the uproar. 16th Cohort. External Apprentice. Simba. Mental Strength Level 2. Magical Power Level 1. Soon enough, Dolan's assistant announced Simba's results, prompting uproarious laughter from the crowd. That a 16th Cohort apprentice could not even qualify as a novice magician, merely a pitiable magical apprentice. Chapter 011. Advancing. The Temptation of the King's Medal. 17th Cohort. External Apprentice. Xiaoan. Mental Strength Level 2. Magical Power Level 3. Xiaoan's results soon followed. Her performance elicited envy from the other external apprentices, as it became evident that Lin Feng and Xiao and were leading the way by a significant margin. Simba's little schemes had failed, and given the pronounced disparity in strength, he dared not act brazenly. However, Xiaoan did not appear particularly pleased. "Xiaoan, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Feng inquired with genuine concern. "My mental strength is level 2, and my magical power is level 3, which means I'm not even a junior magician. It will be difficult to break into the top 3 without a place in the top 3. How can I plead with Dean Gandalf to prevent the summoning department from being disbanded? Or to keep you and Mentor Charlie from being expelled?" Xiaoan expressed her unease, slowly disappearing into the crowd. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a swell of emotion, looking around at the multitude of candidates. How many were aiming to distinguish themselves, and how many sought to make a name for themselves? The Loudest Magic Academy enjoyed a prestigious reputation in the Xia Empire, and apprentices who performed exceptionally in the grand examination would be granted significant opportunities by the Empire. Their futures seemingly limitless. It was evident that many were pursuing this goal. Yet here was Xiaoan, striving for his sake, a rare and admirable sentiment that revealed her kind-hearted nature. In the Academy's logistics department. Fenger, I heard you passed the preliminary examination and secured a spot for tomorrow's practical combat. Well done. If you perform well tomorrow and make it into the top 30, I might have a way to keep you in the logistics department. And you could even become a formal apprentice. Mentor Charlie greeted Lin Feng with a beaming smile. Among the 8 external apprentices participating in the grand examination, only 2 had advanced, and Lin Feng was one of them, naturally making Charlie elated. Although only the 16th and 17th cohorts were taking this exam, only 32 individuals qualified for tomorrow's practical combat, with the top 30 formal apprentices being determined by today's preliminary results. As for the remaining 2 slots, they were a special concession from Dean Gandalf, a gesture of compassion towards the external apprentices. Everyone understood that even the most outstanding external apprentices were still dwarfed by the top 30 formal apprentices. Thus, the external apprentices' participation in practical combat was merely a formality, unlikely to alter the overall outcome of the examination. Mentor Charlie knew this well, hence his remarks about the top 30, implying that if Lin Feng could win a round, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. "Understood, Mentor Charlie, I will do my best," Lin Feng responded, fully aware of the implications, though he felt no particular connection to his advancement. Nevertheless, to avoid disappointing Mentor Charlie, he feigned an expression of unbridled joy. I heard from those old codgers in the library that today's grand examination is extraordinary. The king himself will be present during the finals, and he will award the king's medal to the top candidate," Mentor Charlie said with enthusiasm. Although the Loudest Magic Academy held considerable standing in the Xia Empire, the allure of the king's medal remained potent. In the Xia Empire, only those who had rendered significant service or achieved remarkable accomplishments for the benefit of their people could receive the king's medal, and to maintain its solemnity, only one was awarded each year. This medal not only symbolizes status and honor, but is also a masterpiece of the royal mage court. A single king's medal could amplify a magician's magical prowess 5-fold, or even more, with its defensive capabilities surpassing that of a level 5 magical robe. The king's medal, what a treasure! Lin Feng smiled lightly. Were it anyone else, their eyes would surely gleam with desire. Possessing such an item would allow one to speak boldly, even in front of the Lord of Lantis Castle, the most powerful lord within the Empire's territory. Indeed, whoever obtains the king's medal will find their life smooth sailing. Mentor Charlie exclaimed, harboring hopes that Lin Feng would secure it. Yet he was fully aware of Lin Feng's abilities. Aiming for first place was no easy feat. Old Charlie, stop daydreaming. That prize isn't meant for apprentices like us. The summoning department is on the verge of being disbanded. We should all be making plans for our next steps. By the way, I found work at a blacksmith shop outside the city. Would you and Lin Feng care to join? An equally ragged old magician passed by the north courtyard, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Old John, don't he speak like that? Noblemen can rise above their circumstances. Charlie retorted loudly. Old magician John was also a high-level summoning magician, and he had an external apprentice whose elimination occurred in today's preliminary examination. A magician working at a blacksmith shop? I, Charlie, will not stoop to such a thing. I would rather starve than demean my lifelong studies. Charlie declared indignantly. Forget it. I'll go chop some wood. You can stay here and dream. First place in the academy? Why don't you say that first place will also defeat the representatives of the three kingdoms? If that were the case, it wouldn't just be the king's medal. It would come with titles, lands, and rewards, a true legacy. Yet, do you really think such good fortune could befall us? Old John self-deprecatingly muttered as he limped into the back courtyard, shortly followed by the sound of chopping wood. That old John, lacking ambition himself and yet forbidding others from dreaming. Fenger, don't heed his words, strive diligently, and you will certainly have a bright future. Look, you've quietly advanced today. That's already a significant step forward. Mentor Charlie initially expressed disdain towards John, then promptly patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, offering loud encouragement. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement and swiftly set off in search of Shaoan, who he had not seen since the conclusion of the examination. However, he was well aware of her current whereabouts. Swan Lake, a favored retreat for Shaoan whenever she felt disheartened, nestled within the verdant spring breeze valley to the south of Lannis Academy. The tranquil lake resembled a massive crystal magic stone embedded within the lush wilderness. A small island, seemingly composed of cobblestones, was surrounded by vibrant aquatic plants swaying gently in the breeze. Majestic swans, predominantly black, dominated the island, while the benevolent white swans lingered at the periphery. Indeed, Shaoan was here, her expression one of melancholy as she gazed at the swans frolicking in the distance. The cool breeze tousled her long hair, causing her pink magical robe to flutter elegantly, akin to a delicate pink lotus standing at the center of the island, graceful and ethereal, despite the surrounding wildflowers blooming brilliantly and the grass singing softly. They merely served as a backdrop for Shaoan's quiet radiance. Shaoan, Mentor Charlie informed me that both of us have advanced. Isn't that something to celebrate? Lin Feng approached, beaming with a smile. Upon uttering those words, he immediately regretted them. He had intended to share some joyful news to uplift Shaoan, yet this was precisely the source of her discontent. Had he not opened the wrong can of worms? Yes. Lin Feng giggled, rest assured, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will strive for it. I must ensure that you remain here. Before Lin Feng could feel ashamed, Shaoan suddenly rose, her smile bright and obedient. Shaoan, in truth, you need not burden yourself so for my sake. Lin Feng felt compelled to express, recalling how, throughout the years, apart from Mentor Charlie, only Shaoan had never looked down upon his humble origins or his natural clumsiness. He. Lin Feng giggled, have you also become so sentimental? Shaoan blushed, her smile enchanting. Shaoan remembers that when she first arrived at Lannis Academy, she was bullied daily, and there was a little boy who frequently came to protect me. Though he too was of lowly status and lacked prowess, merely stepping in for me often meant he would be beaten as well. Yet, during those times, I felt an overwhelming sense of happiness knowing there was someone shielding me from harm. It's getting late. We should return, for tomorrow we have another examination. Lin Feng felt he could not withstand Shaoan's fervent gaze as they locked eyes, so he sought to divert the conversation. They were but children back then, and now that they had grown, revisiting the memory of him shielding her felt rather embarrassing. Yet, warmth enveloped his heart. Wait for me, Lin Feng giggled. Noticing Lin Feng's hasty retreat, Shaoan smiled knowingly and trod swiftly after him. Chapter 012. The initial battle, a fortunate victory. In the dead of night, within the Crimson Demon Golden Tower, fight. Curse it, you two are utterly useless. 2 young beastlings cannot even best 10 spirit beasts. The 2 of you over here, attack with all your might, the Crimson Demon bellowed. Ever since Lin Feng had mastered the secondary summoning spell, the Crimson Demon found new amusements. During moments of boredom, he would have Lin Feng direct the skeletons to engage in mutual destruction, while he floated nearby to enjoy the spectacle. This, however, proved beneficial for Lin Feng, for once the skeletons had become a heap of bones, he could utilize the skeleton summoning spell to resurrect them. Thus continually summoning them served as the most direct method to amplify his soul's flame. Yet, to the Crimson Demon's astonishment, when the skeleton beastlings and spirit beasts before him were reduced to a chaotic pile of bones, Lin Feng did not immediately summon them back, but instead sat there in a daze, his gaze fixed upon the skeletal dog in his arms. Hey, little brat, what are you thinking about? The Crimson Demon floated over to Lin Feng, shouting loudly, Great skeleton head, I have heard Mentor Charlie mention a magic known as beast taming on the Wind and Cloud Continent. You should be familiar with it, correct? Do you think it could be applied to skeletons? Lin Feng inquired with a furrowed brow. Observing how Xiao He had become listless, devoid of its previous vivacity, not only Shaoan, but Lin Feng too felt a pang of sorrow. What? You wish to use beast taming on these skeletal beasts? What a waste of time. Instead of that, You should focus on rapidly enhancing your skeleton summoning spell to summon more formidable skeletal subordinates. The great skeleton head analyzed loudly, isn't that right? While training these fellows could indeed enhance their combat capabilities, you would first need to learn the art of beast taming, which is quite troublesome. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I merely wish to ask if there is a way to make a skeleton more clever and sentient. Lin Feng shot a glare at the great skeleton head and continued to inquire. Oh, it seems I've caught on. You want to tame the skeletal dog in your arms, don't you? The crimson demon paused momentarily, then erupted into laughter as flames danced around them. That is not difficult. You just need to put in a bit of effort. As long as there is a method. I don't mind a little toil. Please, tell me how. Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. Any opportunity to breathe life into Xiao He was worth his utmost effort. Why the rush? This matter cannot be hurried. The crimson demon cleared his throat before continuing. Once you master the tertiary skeleton summoning spell, capable of summoning basic magic users, novice swordsmen, and other low-tier biological skeletons, you may summon a troop of novice skeleton tamers to specifically train your Xiao He, as Xiao He is but a common dog. Low-level tamers would be incapable of training it. The tertiary skeleton summoning spell. I understand now. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Though he had already mastered the secondary skeleton summoning spell, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that existed between the secondary and tertiary spells, so much so that it could only be described as night and day. Do not be so grim. ISNT, they're the assistants of this esteemed Crimson Demon Tower. Typically, a skeleton summoner requires 4 to 5 years to progress from the secondary to the tertiary summoning spell, although you may possess limited talent. With the tower at your disposal and a bit of diligence, you should be able to achieve your goal in a year or so. The Crimson Demon calculated, feeling quite pleased to have provided the little brat with motivation to toil away at his skeleton summoning spells. Excellent. Whether it takes a year and a half, or even 20 years, I shall ensure Xiao He evolves successfully and regains its cleverness. Lin Feng vowed determinedly. Hey, little brat, don't just jump into action. First, get these skeletons up and about to accompany me in play. Hey, I'm talking to you. Had I known I wouldn't have told you all this. You're so single-minded, now I'm left to watch ethnic dances again. Before long. The sound of the Crimson Demon's complaints echoed through the tower. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was engrossed in his arduous training. Having already completed the secondary skeleton summoning spell, his soul's flame now burned with unprecedented vigor. At this moment, he plunged into his practice, a crimson aura enveloping his body like morning mist, amidst which purple energy swirled, creating a fantastical spectacle. The next day, the atmosphere surrounding the grand examination at Atlantis Magic Academy escalated once more. Today marked the practical combat segment for the candidates. The participants ascended the stage, showcasing their learned skills through direct confrontation. To put it plainly, this segment assessed the apprentices' ability to wield their magical skills, with mental and magical energy in hand. How adeptly could they manifest their spells? The answer lay in the confrontation. However, many apprentices had long since regarded this practical combat as a stage for glory. It was a venue for swiftly forging a generation of heroes. As everyone yearned to make their name known through this very contest. Furthermore, the buzz surrounding King Sean's personal attendance to witness the finals and award the royal medal to the top performer had stirred many into action. This was a rare opportunity for meteoric rise. The 32 apprentices participating in the combat would have their matchups determined by drawing lots, engaging in a single elimination tournament until a champion emerged. Thus, in the first round, the first contestant would face the 32nd. The second would face the 31st. In the second round, the winner of the first match would battle the winner of the second, and so forth until the top contender was established. The top 4 would also represent the Huaxia Empire in a friendly match against representatives from the 3 great nations. Lin Feng Gage, the drawing is about to begin. Are you nervous? Noticing Lin Feng lost in thought, Sean gently inquired, her every smile brimming with the essence of a refined lady. Oh, a little. Lin Feng regained his focus. In truth, his mind was preoccupied not with the drawing but with the previous night's training. Just recalling it made his teeth grind in frustration. After a night of relentless practice, he could now summon 5 skeletal beastlings, and he was on the brink of allowing the soul flames of the skeletal low-tier beasts to resonate. Meaning he was not far from mastering the tertiary skeleton summoning spell. Unfortunately, dawn had arrived, and the examination time was upon him, preventing him from continuing his focused training. Nonetheless, the fulfillment he derived from that experience lingered in his memory. The sensation of his soul's flame burning and surging brought an invigorating comfort that was exhilarating. "Do not fret. I will stand by your side throughout." Shaoan suddenly grasped Lin Feng's hand. Speaking solemnly, Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, managing a wry smile. Had the surroundings not been bustling with people, he would have dearly liked to ruffle Shaoan's hair. Soon, the drawing concluded, and the numbers drawn by Lin Feng and Shaoan matched those of Princess Yunya, Ka Rui, and Shangguan Hongri, making them the focal point of attention, as anyone pitted against an external apprentice was essentially deemed victorious. While those facing the favorites were considered likely to be eliminated, Lin Feng drew the number 18, while Shaoan drew 31. "Yay, I'm number 17, first round against Lin Feng. How fortunate am I?" The apprentice who drew number 17 could hardly contain his excitement, bursting into laughter. His name was Mick, a novice wind mage. "How tedious. The first round is so lackluster. Sigh. Hurry up and resolve this. I want to go home for dinner." A voice of disdain emerged from the crowd. Belonging to Shangguan Hongri, who had drawn number 2 and was set to face off against Xiao, and this revelation sent a chill of trepidation down Lin Feng's spine. His concern was not for the outcome of Shaoan's battle, but rather for the peril she faced in contending against the debauched scion, Shangguan Hongri, in the very first round. It was certain she would be fighting for her life. "Shaoan, why don't you?" Lin Feng hesitated to advise her to withdraw. Knowing her tenacious spirit, she was a girl of strong will, one who would never concede defeat until the very last moment. "It's all right, brother Lin Feng. If we both win our first matches, we will be opponents in the next round. I look forward to being your rival." Initially taken aback by the draw, Shaoan quickly donned a cheerful smile, determined not to burden Lin Feng with her worries. "Just do your best, and don't push yourself too hard." Lin Feng gently patted her shoulder before making his way toward the arena, inwardly hoping for her success. Other apprentices streamed into the arena, where 16 vibrant spatial chambers were surrounded by an eager audience, cheers rising and falling like waves, especially near the chamber of the tournament favorite, where the excitement was palpable. In stark contrast, Lin Feng's area felt desolate, with only a handful of onlookers casting indifferent glances, as the match's outcome seemed all but predetermined, failing to pique the audience's interest. This was evident in the arrogant and contemptuous gaze of Lin Feng's opponent. Mick, bang! A brilliant crimson magical light soared into the air, bursting like fireworks. The first round had commenced. "I concede." Lin Feng bowed respectfully, a gesture of courtesy. "Quit the pleasantries. Let's begin." Mick, eager for an initial victory, wasted no time in preparing his assault. As he softly chanted, a gale erupted, wildly whipping Lin Feng's hair and robe. From the tempest emerged 3 beams of yellow light, akin to daggers, hurtling toward him. Lin Feng recognized this as a low-level wind magic skill, Windblade, which was hardly impressive but more than sufficient to deal with a mere external apprentice. "Skull beastlings, heed my command. Strike swiftly and intimidate, but do not take his life." Lin Feng's thoughts were still occupied with Shaoan, leaving him little room to engage with Mick. He intended to summon his skull beastlings to test Mick's strength before making further plans. In an instant, the chamber was enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist, followed by a thunderous roar. Lin Feng focused. A large purple-red magical disc materialized behind him. Mick, witnessing this display, was thrown into a state of panic. He had assumed he could easily dispatch this novice, never anticipating such a formidable spectacle from his opponent. Overwhelmed, Mick was met by hundreds of fierce skull beastlings, their menacing faces and deafening roars striking terror into his heart. Although he had encountered beastlings before, this was his first experience with skull beastlings. Witnessing such a multitude attacking in unison left him paralyzed with fear, and he felt a warm rush of humiliation. What on earth is happening? The few spectators who had dozed off were jolted awake by the commotion within. But the crimson light obscured their view of the unfolding events. The proctor, Mentor Owen, who had been observing another match, was left speechless, bewildered by the chaos behind him. When he rushed over to investigate, he found Mick bleeding profusely, while Lin Feng stood there, an expression of innocence plastered across his face. "Has it ended so swiftly? I merely released 1/5 of my subordinates for a brief outing, and he is already bleeding from every orifice. I can hardly be blamed." Lin Feng muttered quietly, a bitter smile on his lips. Mick has suddenly fallen ill. In this round, Lin Feng, the 17th apprentice, emerges victorious. Unable to comprehend the situation, Mentor Owen had no choice but to announce the result. "Is it possible that this external apprentice won by sheer luck? Truly, Strange occurrences abound every year. Indeed, what happened to Mick? It appears he has soiled himself. This boy, terrified by an external apprentice, has lost all dignity. The spectators exchanged incredulous remarks, clearly caught off guard by the outcome. Lin Feng paid them no heed as he strode purposefully toward Shaoan, eager to offer her encouragement. Chapter 013. Shaoan's terrifying burst of power. Go, young Master Shangwan. Go, young Master Shangwan. On Shaoan's side, the audience was numerous, but nearly all were cheering for Shangwan Hongri. The outcome of this match seemed utterly predictable. Everyone anticipated a swift victory for him. A novice fire mage easily defeating a junior light mage. You are the daughter of the evil god, Shaoan, aren't you? Huh. Today, I am keen to see just how capable the daughter of the evil god truly is. Shangwan Hongri cast a glance at Xiao and before placing his hands before his chest and whispering, God of fire, grant me the rain of fireballs, incinerate this wretched soul to oblivion. At this declaration, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Rain of fireballs, a low-level fire skill, is renowned for its immense destructive power and ability to strike multiple targets. Rendering it inescapable that the spell was unleashed, the spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, prompting loud cheers from Shangwan Hongri's supporters. Yet, many others scoffed, deeming it unbecoming for him to employ such a devastating spell against an external apprentice. By that alone, he was unworthy of claiming this year's championship. Among the crowd stood Lin Feng, his fists clenched tightly, witnessing Xiaoan's impending peril. No, her impending assault. He longed to step in and shield her from harm as he had done in their childhood. Boom! Before the audience could settle from their astonishment, the battle commenced. A halo of yellow flames ignited around Shangwan Hongri, who did not even raise his wand high. Instead, he conjured a devastating fire shockwave at his chest. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a barrage of yellow fireballs erupted from the flames, hurtling toward Xiao, and the fireballs tore through the air with a ferocious gust, suffocating in their intensity. God of light, grant me the power of purification to dispel this violent energy. Xiaoan's delicate face tightened with determination as she braced herself for the onslaught. The gentle rain of light descended, enveloping Shangwan Hongri and his fireballs in a refreshing aura. But alas, it was but a drop in the ocean. The low-level purification magic proved utterly ineffective against the fierce fire magic assault. Thud! Xiaoan was struck repeatedly by the fireballs, sent sprawling to the ground, blood seeping through her clenched teeth. Fortunately, she wore the level 3 magical robe Lin Feng had purchased for her. Without it, she would have surely been reduced to ashes by the ferocity of the assault. Well done! The crowd erupted in applause. Yet, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, surrounded by crimson flames, yearning to summon all his subordinates to engage Shangwan Hongri on Xiaoan's behalf. Regrettably, being outside the magical arena, he was thwarted by the proctor's formidable spatial seals, rendering external interference impossible. Number 31. Do you wish to continue fighting? The chief examiner called out to Xiaoan. Should she concede, he would declare Shangwan Hongri the victor. Xiaoan, please concede. Lin Feng barely managed to whisper through gritted teeth. I can still fight. Xiaoan turned, scanning the crowd until her eyes met Lin Feng's. In that moment of connection, she drew immense strength, shaking off the pain and rising to her feet. Lin Feng was taken aback, his anxiety intensifying. Is this girl courting death? The crowd erupted in scornful remarks. The daughter of the evil god is indeed feeble. Shangwan Hongri sneered slightly, resuming his incantation. In the name of the god of fire, I summon the flame burst. Flame burst. The audience gaped in disbelief. The power of flame burst far surpassed that of rain of fireballs. Being a skill created by the renowned Grand Fire Mage, Sang Lang, from Lantis Academy, known for its ferocity, whoosh, a wall of fire surged around Xiaoan, the yellow flames roiling like a tide, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds that left her nowhere to hide. Xiaoan screamed in agony as her level 3 magical robe was torn to charred fragments. Scattering amidst the tumultuous flames, she collapsed once more, prompting a heartfelt sigh from the proctor. Number 31. Would you concede? Concede. Xiaoan hesitated, struggling to rise, only to glance at Lin Feng, whose face was streaked with tears. Suddenly, she smiled. I concede, but how can I leave my brother Lin Feng without a chance? Brother Lin Feng. The chief examiner was momentarily stunned, and the surrounding spectators were similarly awestruck, taken aback by Xiaoan's resilience and refusal to yield. Humph. What a waste of my time. Flame burst. Unleash the fury. Shangguan Hongri gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength, roaring with rage. In an instant, the yellow flames surrounding Xiaoan erupted with a terrifying intensity. Tongues of fire leaping forth like demons, their thunderous roars echoing like thunderclaps. Ugh! Xiaoan gritted her teeth, ignoring the searing flames around her as she fervently pressed her lips to the crystal magic ring on her right hand, the one Lin Feng had given her. At that moment, her once lustrous black hair had been singed to a charred yellow, her complexion pale, her frail form standing against the raging inferno appearing utterly vulnerable. I must defeat him. I will earn the chance to advance. I cannot fall in the first round. I must not. Xiaoan's heart cried out in determination. As the thought crossed her mind, Xiaoan suddenly opened her eyes wide, glaring fiercely at Shangguan Hongri. The once pitiful gaze transformed in an instant, radiating an eerie and chilling terror. Simultaneously, a potent dark aura enveloped her, akin to a sharp demonic claw that tore through the bindings of the yellow fire magic surrounding her. Roar! 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 Xiaoan ground her teeth and stamped her feet, causing the ethereal space to tremble violently, as soaring black light ascended towards the depths of the underworld, then descended in a powerful arc, transforming into a sword of light that struck Shangguan Hongri with a resounding slice. Though the black light flickered for but a moment, it propelled Shangguan Hongri 100 meters away, leaving him spitting blood. The onlookers, including Lin Feng, were taken aback, and the chief examiner swiftly rose to his feet. Fixated on the defiant figure of Xiaoan, however, her stubborn stance lasted only a moment. Soon, she swayed and collapsed. Unconscious, though Shangguan Hongri managed to rise, his expression was fraught with panic as he gazed at the fallen Xiaoan, too fearful to approach. Xiaoan! Lin Feng exclaimed, understanding that the malevolent aura within her had erupted. This was a matter the Academy must not learn of. Otherwise, those responsible would certainly imprison her within the Hall of Light. 16th Cohort Apprentice, Shangguan Hongri, victorious. After a moment's hesitation, as if contemplating something, the chief examiner swiftly announced the outcome of the duel. What is this? If it weren't for your fallen state, I would certainly reduce you to ashes. Shangguan Hongri, now relaxed, accepted the congratulations from the crowd with a sneer. The space was then opened, and Lin Feng rushed in, lifting Xiaoan and hastening towards the northern courtyard to seek the apothecary king for her treatment. Brother Lin Feng, I'm sorry. Amidst the throng, no one noticed the dejected figures of the two youths. Xiaoan slowly opened her eyes, a tear cascading down her pale cheek. Xiaoan, do not fear, everything will be all right. Lin Feng forced a smile, attempting to reassure her. I couldn't make it to the top 3, and I can no longer plead for you with Principal Gandalf. By the way, did you qualify? Coughing softly, Xiaoan's thoughts were not on her own pain, but rather on Lin Feng's fate. Yes, I was fortunate enough to qualify. Lin Feng tightened his grip on Xiaoan and quickened his pace. Really? That is wonderful. Brother Lin Feng, you must do your best. Xiaoan exclaimed with joy. But her expression soon fell. But your next opponent is Shangguan Hongri. Shangguan Hongri, I will repay him in kind for how he treated you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 014. Xiaoan's imprisonment and Lin Feng's revenge. With the sun blazing overhead, the second round of the combat trials commenced. Spectators gathered around the 8 ethereal spaces, clearly more enthralled by this round than the last. Leading to a larger crowd, the 7 other spaces were engaged in fierce battles, yet the eastern space remained eerily silent. Chief Examiner, where is Lin Feng? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The anxious Shangguan Hongri called out to the Chief Examiner, who sat with eyes closed nearby as a frontrunner for the championship. Many had come to witness his duel, and with the match yet to begin, the audience grew restless, which added to his unease. He had narrowly avoided humiliation in the previous match, and now he was eager to seize an opportunity to showcase his skills. He had heard that luck was on his side in the first round. He faced an external apprentice, and in this round, he was again matched against an external apprentice. With only 2 external apprentices participating in this segment of the exam, he had unwittingly drawn both, allowing him to easily perform and bask in the cheers of the crowd. If he does not arrive within half an hour, I shall declare you the victor by default, the Chief Examiner declared calmly. Adhering to the exam's regulations that deemed a contestant tardy after half an hour as forfeiting their right to compete. Half an hour, he must realize he is outmatched and has the sense to withdraw quietly. Shangguan Hongri grew impatient, but before he could finish, a figure stood before him. It was Lin Feng, his face serious, casting a fierce glare at Shangguan Hongri, whose heart quivered at the sight. Lin Feng had been delayed due to Xiaoan's predicament. Although she was not gravely injured, the apothecary king's apprentice had treated her, yet the academy had confined her, likely sensing the chaotic stirrings of the evil deity's aura within her. If Xiaoan had protested vehemently when taken away, he might have found some solace, but she had been taken with a smile, encouraging him to perform well in the trials. Her kind and innocent smile burned in his heart like a blazing ember. If it were not for Shangguan Hongri's tyranny, she would not have been imprisoned. Sweat had already formed in Lin Feng's palms, and he could not swallow the bitterness building within him. What is the meaning of this? Why have you only just shown up? Are you deliberately toying with me and the chief examiner? Shangguan Hongri mocked Lin Feng, attempting to curry favor with the chief examiner as well. Both contenders are present. I hereby declare the match to commence. The chief examiner remained unperturbed, announcing loudly, "Fine. Today you will learn the price of underestimating both your opponent and the chief examiner." Shangguan Hongri clapped his hands together and roared, enveloped in yellow light, as he unleashed a formidable fire-based spell. Fire God's flame explosion. Yet, his arrogant expression froze as he beheld the terrifying sight before him. Lin Feng had already established his formation, a magical disk enveloped in crimson flames swirling behind him. As the air crackled with magical energy, behind him, hundreds of fierce magical eyes blinked open. Roar, roar. The deafening roars were unmistakably those of young magical beasts. What? The skeleton summoning spell. This type of summoning magic has been lost for over 1,000 years. How can this boy wield it? The chief examiner was taken aback, fixating on the composed Lin Feng for what felt like an eternity. Skeleton magical beasts, heed my command. Charge forth until he lies prostrate. After a moment of concentration, Lin Feng opened his eyes fiercely and initiated the attack. Hundreds of skeletal magical beasts surged forward, their formation somewhat chaotic yet distinct. The left flank, proficient in fireball attacks, began unleashing a barrage of fireballs the size of pancakes as they charged the right flank. Skilled in light blade attacks, unleashed a volley of wind, ice, and fire blades in rapid succession. The central group, responsible for the charge, activated their faint light shields and pressed forward with relentless determination, faced with such a daunting array. Shangguan Hongri was rendered speechless, and in a moment of panic, he made a desperate stand that he unleashed Fire God's flame explosion before him, erecting a fiery wall to withstand the torrent of assaults. The overwhelming flames quickly reduced the foremost skeletal magical beasts to ashes, yet Shangguan Hongri was dismayed to find that those incinerated skeletons seemed undeterred, rising once more to continue the fight. This relentless cycle persisted, a ceaseless wave of attack. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the fiery wall before Shangguan Hongri was breached, as the skeletal magical beast trampled over his frail form. Roaring like thunder, "Do not take his life," the chief examiner leapt up, but alas, it was too late. As the skeletal horde dissipated, Shangguan Hongri had vanished, leaving behind only tattered remnants of his magical robe and a shattered blue jade wand. The surrounding area fell into a stunned silence, all eyes wide in disbelief at the calm Lin Feng, who had displayed such formidable combat prowess as an external apprentice. What astonished them further was the skeleton summoning spell, a terrifying magic they had only glimpsed in tomes. 17th cohort apprentice, Lin Feng, victorious, the chief examiner announced with deliberate clarity. According to the examination rules, any unintentional harm or fatalities during the duel would not incur responsibility. For the arena was akin to a battlefield, where magical abilities could spiral out of control. Outside, the silence was broken by a smattering of applause. As the spectators expressed their admiration, the crowd was in awe. Having witnessed an external apprentice defeat the championship favorite alongside a jaw-dropping display of magic, earning the respect and admiration of many, a sense of vindication arose among those who had long disdained Shangguan Hongri and his followers, whose arrogance had drawn their ire. Yet, unexpectedly, victorious Lin Feng did not depart immediately to accept the accolades from the audience. Instead, he remained, murmuring softly, and before long, a skeleton rose from the spot where Shangguan Hongri had perished, its eyes ablaze with yellow fire. After stretching its limbs, the skeleton approached Lin Feng and bowed respectfully, its demeanor profoundly reverent. Witnessing this spectacle, not only the surrounding apprentices, but even the chief examiner was left speechless. The summoning of the vanquished skeleton. Such a technique is formidable. I believe I have heard of it before. The chief examiner's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing he must report today's duel to Principal Gandalf, for Lantis Academy was on the verge of producing a prodigious sorcerer. Humph. Was it not said that he was merely a novice summoner? Why then can I summon his skeleton? In my view, he is merely a slightly skilled magician, no more than a fire apprentice. A subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he led the reverent skeleton away. Fading into the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 015. Anticipation in the underground third level of the Lantis Academy's magical library. Within the confines of a prison cell, Brother Lin Feng, you came to see me? The sudden appearance of Lin Feng brought an overwhelming joy to the imprisoned Shaoan. Well, how are you? Is anyone bullying you here? Lin Feng surveyed the dim and damp room, which was stark and desolate, save for the flickering magical seals at the entrance, inscribed with a colossal character meaning lock. Rest assured, who would dare to bully me here? Shaoan replied with a clever smile, though her excitement was punctuated by a sudden fit of coughing. Shaoan, are you all right? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, acutely aware that although the apothecary's apprentice had treated Shaoan, the wounds inflicted by Shangwan Hongri were too severe to heal easily. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Focus on your exam. Brother Lin Feng, I heard you defeated Shangwan Hongri. Is that true? My brother Lin Feng is truly formidable. A glimmer of delight surfaced on Shaoan's pallid face. Lin Feng smiled faintly. The news of his exploits had already swept across the campus. Even reaching Shaoan in her confinement, it seemed that avoiding notoriety was no longer an option. However, he mused that Shangwan Hongri's mentor, Director Sanglang, was likely livid at this moment. Sanglang's apprentices were traditionally undefeated, and to have one bested by an external apprentice was a significant blow to his reputation. Come forth, bow, and apologize. Lin Feng commanded softly, his right hand gesturing. Instantly, a 5-foot-tall skeleton materialized before him and Shaoan. First bowing respectfully to Lin Feng before turning to Shaoan and executing a deep bow, its voice ringing clear and sincere as it uttered, I am sorry. What is this? Shaoan was momentarily taken aback, both by the sudden appearance of the skeleton and its inexplicable apologies. It is one who owes you an apology. Lin Feng grinned, then turned to leave, saying, Shaoan, take care. I will visit you often. What Lin Feng truly wished to convey was his determination to find a way to free her. Though he was not one to make promises lightly, he preferred to express his intentions through actions. Yes, Brother Lin Feng, do well in your exams. Shaoan waved at him, feeling a mix of disappointment and joy. As long as her brother Lin Feng could achieve greatness and establish himself within the academy, she would harbor no grievances about remaining in this cold and damp place. The third round of the magical examination was even more spectacular. As only 8 apprentices participated in this stage, from which 4 would be chosen, all of whom possessed tremendous potential, not only would the academy send these 4 to engage in exchanges with representatives from the 3 great nations, showcasing their prowess while enhancing the academy's prestige, but they would also receive focused training thereafter. The types of elite training offered by the academy were diverse: elite education aimed at cultivating the backbone for the empire's defense, library apprentices dedicated to the research and promotion of magical civilization, and the academy's signature apprentices who undertook ventures, treasure hunts, and escort missions, all while enriching their experiences and contributing to the academy's wealth, ultimately paving their way to become mentors or administrators. It was uncertain who would be assigned to which specialized training department. But regardless of the path chosen, a bright future awaited them. The elite apprentices of the academy were the pillars of the empire's future, drawing a considerable crowd to the event. Nearly everyone from Lantis Castle was in attendance. The strong sense of national pride made them acutely aware that only by relying on these magicians could they defend against external threats, leading to their profound reverence for magicians, particularly those of exceptional talent. Princess Yunya was adorned in a splendid white 4-tiered flame magic robe, standing regal and composed in the colorful spatial chamber to the north, unfazed by the cheers that surrounded her. To the west, Carrie's supporters gathered in droves in his magical space, many displaying banners proclaiming Illusion System First, Carbon First, in deference to the Empire's most formidable illusionist, Carbon. The southern spatial chamber appeared somewhat subdued, while the eastern chamber was the center of excitement. Having produced a remarkable summoning apprentice during the previous day's quarterfinals, who employed the long-forgotten skeleton summoning technique, capturing the attention of many, summoning magic had long been in decline, and now, the emergence of an outstanding summoning apprentice, particularly one classified as an external apprentice, intrigued all who wished to witness his true capabilities. Moreover, the fearsome power of the skeleton summoning technique, as noted in numerous ancient magical texts, was rarely mastered, further heightening the anticipation surrounding Lin Feng. It is said that he summoned over 100 skeletal beasts in one go. The spectacle was nothing short of earth-shattering. Director Sanglang's prized apprentice was vanquished in a single blow. Over 100. There were clearly over 1,000. I was present, and the sheer force of the summoning even frightened the chief examiner. Indeed, it must have been over 1,000, possibly even more, and those skeletal beasts appeared as large as entire rooms. Such murmurs filled the air, and the rumors were so rampant that even Gandalf, the dean, and the representatives from the three great nations on the viewing platform occasionally glanced toward the eastern chamber. Gandalf harbored a desire to witness the emergence of a prodigy from the academy. While elite apprentices were a yearly occurrence, genuine talents capable of elevating the academy's stature were rare. As the third round of practical combat was about to commence, Lin Feng had yet to appear. At that moment, he was deeply engrossed in his studies within the magical tower, feeling unsettled by Xiaoan's earlier cough that he yearned to enhance his summoning abilities swiftly, aspiring to summon a few apprentice alchemists to provide medicinal support for Xiaoan. This notion had long been on his mind. If he could summon skeletal alchemists sooner, both Minter Charlie and Xiaoan would enjoy better health, despite the assistance of the red magic gold tower. His training progressed smoothly, and he felt a constant sense of improvement. However, summoning alchemists differed from summoning ordinary magicians. Even to summon a mere apprentice alchemist, one would need at least the third tier of the skeleton summoning technique. It was a formidable challenge to elevate his second-tier summoning to the third tier, yet Lin Feng remained resolute, striving for a breakthrough. Bang! With a flash of magical light, the third round began. Why hasn't Lin Feng appeared yet? The audience surrounding the eastern chamber began to murmur. Having invested significant anticipation into the event, the other three chambers were engulfed in fierce competition, while this one remained eerily silent. Soon, even Dean Gandalf and the others furrowed their brows, questioning Lin Feng's absence. In their confusion, Gandalf lamented the Academy's lack of attention towards external apprentices, pondering what life was like for the boy who typically handled menial tasks, and why he had not arrived at the examination in a timely manner. Amidst the crowd, one individual harbored no eagerness for Lin Feng's appearance, but instead wished for him to forfeit entirely. His opponent, Xiao Yun, the third son of the esteemed Xiao family, known as Xiao Sen Xiao, a disciple of the Ice Master He Yue, who shared a deep bond with Director Sanglang. Xiao San Xiao possessed a mental prowess and magical power both at the third tier, making him a formidable apprentice magician. However, having faced defeat in previous skirmishes with Shangwan Hongri, he was now gripped by fear upon learning of Lin Feng's overwhelming victory over Shangwan Hongri. As Lin Feng's absence lingered, sweat beaded on his forehead. Chief Examiner. If Lin Feng does not appear within half an hour, does that mean I win? Xiao San Xiao inquired quietly of the Chief Examiner. The examiner glanced up at him, then nodded nonchalantly, secretly hoping Lin Feng would appear in time to witness the long-lost power of the skeleton summoning technique. The crowd remained perplexed about how a magician with such poor talent had managed to master the exceedingly difficult skeleton summoning technique. Hasn't it already been more than a stick of incense's worth of time? Xiao San Xiao pressed. Only half a stick of incense has passed, the Chief Examiner replied, somewhat impatiently. He has arrived. Lin Feng has appeared. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd, and in an instant, everyone turned to the entrance of the Eastern examination area, erupting into thunderous applause. Xiao San Xiao, however, gasped in shock, his pupils dilating as he swallowed hard. Chapter 016. The resurgence of brilliance, captivating the entire audience. Why did you arrive so late? Do you not understand the immense disrespect this shows to the Chief Examiner and your opponent, as well as the profound contempt it conveys towards the Academy's magical examination? Before Lin Feng could step into the spatial chamber, a surge of purple-black magical energy manifested before him, revealing Director Sanglang, who appeared out of thin air. His demeanor remained icy and calm, yet the fury in his eyes was unmistakable. Lin Feng's actions had humiliated him after he had slain his beloved disciple. Were it not for Lin Feng's newfound notoriety, Sanglang would have sought to disqualify him from the examination that in truth, he had already regretted granting this boy the opportunity to compete. Lin Feng did not pause in his stride. Continuing to walk slowly toward the spatial chamber, not even sparing a glance at Sang Lang. 17th Cohort Apprentice, Lin Feng. According to the Academy's examination regulations, apprentices are only permitted to perform on-site during the examination. Aside from the 3 basic magical tools, magic robe, magic ring, and magic wand, no other magical tools or pre-summoned creatures are allowed in the competition. Your skeletal beasts were surely summoned in advance, correct? You are not permitted to use them today. Otherwise, your examination qualification will be revoked. Sang Lang maintained an outward calm while internally plotting Lin Feng's downfall. Letting him summon on-site would expose his weaknesses. First, it is a gradual endeavor to avenge his beloved disciple, Shang Wanhong, and second, to assist Xiao Yun, the cherished protege of his close friend, He Yu. Thus, he naturally feels compelled to offer her additional care. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng remained unmoved, yet the audience surrounding him erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Many had come today solely to witness the grand spectacle. If it were to be prohibited, what would remain to behold? It was evident to all that Sang Lang was attempting to suppress Lin Feng. For a summoning mage still in the formative stages of his abilities, the capacity for summoning on-site was inherently limited, particularly since Lin Feng was at most a novice skeleton summoner, capable only of conjuring low-level skeletal beings, none of which were present here. A profound silence enveloped the area. Director Sang Lang held considerable authority at Landis Academy and enjoyed a high reputation within the empire, making it rare for anyone to dare contradict him. Both competitors are present. I hereby declare the contest to commence, the chief examiner proclaimed loudly. Lin Feng, may the ice god be with you. Xiao Sin Xiao exulted, knowing that Sang Lang's demand for Lin Feng to summon on-site had stripped him of his advantage, significantly increasing Zhao's odds of victory. Xiao San Xiao understood that the skeleton summoning technique was extraordinarily formidable, and he must not allow Lin Feng the opportunity for a successful summon. He needed to strike swiftly before Lin Feng could complete his invocation. Lin Feng nodded slightly in acknowledgement, yet in his heart, he contemplated that if Sang Lang wished for him to fail, he must strive to prevail, infuriating this insidious man. This was not the magic forest, where low-level magical beast skeletons could be summoned, but he soon recalled that 2 rounds of actual combat had already taken place, and he had heard that several candidates had perished in the examination, although their remains had been removed. The essence of their soul flames should still linger in the vicinity, providing a potential avenue for summoning. With this thought, Lin Feng closed his eyes and began to sense with his own soul flames. Indeed, several chaotic soul energies drifted around him. The soul flames of deceased skeletons were distinctly different from those of the living, and he could now recognize them at a glance. However, these soul energies were too dispersed, and he could not immediately ascertain the attributes of the magical learners they belonged to. Yet, those who had entered the actual combat segment were at least apprentice mages, and summoning them would surely be beneficial. Before Lin Feng could finalize his thoughts, Xiao Sin Xiao had already taken action in an instant. A vibrant spatial chamber crystallized into a mass of white ice energy, as if the very air had been frozen, creating a suffocating atmosphere. The Xianbing spell. Lin Feng focused intently. The Xianbing spell was a basic ice magic known for its formidable freezing ability, compounded by the hypnotic effects of the Xianju technique. This spell could easily render a novice mage immobilized and entranced. Following this, Xiao San Xiao was expected to unleash a lethal attack, swiftly eliminating the frozen adversary. As anticipated, the figure clad in a green magical robe suddenly raised his sea stone wand, chanting incantations incessantly. 3 ice spears shot forth, piercing through the air, radiating brilliant green magical light. The Ice Blade Divine Spear. Another basic ice magic. It seems Xiao San Xiao intends to finish the battle rapidly with a flurry of strikes. Lin Feng mused, recognizing that his opponent had pinpointed his weakness. Knowing that summoning on-site would consume considerable time, he had to evade the initial wave of Zhao's ferocious assault. Great Skeleton Head. With this thought, Lin Feng quickly called out. A surge of crimson fire wind erupted, enveloping him in chaos as purple flame shot skyward, resembling a towering inferno that shielded him. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, for they could not discern what was occurring. The red fire wind obscured their view of Lin Feng. Xiao San Xiao's 3 ice spears missed their target, dissipating into the vast expanse of purple flames. The audience on the viewing platform, including Dean Gandalf, furrowed their brows, unable to fathom the intricacies at play. What kind of magic had this young man employed, rendering them unable to comprehend it? Oh, little brat, haven't you gone to take the exam? How fortunate you are to have time to play with me here. In truth, Lin Feng had entered the Crimson Magic Golden Tower. Showcasing his skills in public was indeed fraught with peril, as discovery of the tower's location would invite relentless competition from various factions, and his life would be forfeit. Yet, at this moment, he found himself unable to withstand Xiao Sanxiao's relentless attacks. Moreover, he recognized that summoning the skeletons of the fallen candidates was beyond his capabilities, given their comparable levels. Consequently, he resolved to harness the power of the magic tower. Within its confines, his cultivation speed would increase tenfold, as the method for practicing skeleton summoning involved continuous invocations, akin to the dual processes of cultivation and casting. Thus, he could intermittently utilize the magic tower to enhance his combat prowess, while inadvertently transforming it into a formidable shield. Ignoring the great skeleton head's incessant prattle, Lin Feng immersed himself in the summoning process, aware that he could not linger too long within the tower. Numerous powerful individuals awaited outside, and detection would spell trouble for him. Within the tower, he soon felt a rush of exhilaration as the soul flames surged brightly. A strong, warm current rapidly coalesced within him, emanating from the soul flames and roaring outward. "Ha ha, the little brat has grown wiser. You must have encountered difficulties during the exam and decided to utilize the magic tower for battle, am I right?" The Crimson Magic chuckled heartily, "But you'd best keep the location of the tower a secret from that bunch of scoundrels outside, or trouble will come knocking at your door." Lin Feng remained focused, acutely attuned to the soul flames around him, noting that 4 external soul flames had responded, gradually drifting towards him, outside the tower. Although Xiao Sanxiao could not perceive the underlying mechanics, his ferocious assault did not relent. The Xianbing spell was ineffective against the onslaught of the Crimson Firewind, yet his Ice Blade Divine Spear continued unabated, as wave after wave of spear-like ice projectiles hurtled towards Lin Feng. However, Xiao Sanxiao, much like the spectators, was soon left stupefied, for skeletal figures emerged, striding purposefully to the space between Lin Feng and Xiao Sanxiao, and simultaneously saluting Lin Feng with utmost reverence. As Lin Feng's figure gradually materialized in the sight of the onlookers, he emerged from the magic tower, his demeanor still calm and collected. "Shatter the ice spears, and strike him down until he is prostrate," Lin Feng commanded with authority. Instantly, the 4 skeletal figures pivoted in unison, glaring fiercely at Xiao Sanxiao, their hollow eyes ablaze with terrifying fire. The leftmost skeleton, a fire element apprentice mage, began to chant softly, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that zipped towards Xiao Sanxiao. The rightmost, a wind element apprentice mage's skeleton, summoned a tearing wind whirlwind that ruthlessly tangled Xiao Sanxiao's hair and robe, leaving him in disarray. Meanwhile, the 2 central skeletons, both lightning element apprentice mages, unleashed a combined heaven's punishment thunder, with thunderous roars and crackling arcs of electricity striking towards Xiao Sanxiao. Despite Xiao Sanxiao's higher level, he found himself unable to withstand the simultaneous assault of the 4 skeletal figures. "I concede. I beg for mercy." In a matter of moments, Xiao Sanxiao was rendered incapacitated, his skin charred and wisps of smoke rising from his hair. Had he not begged for mercy in time, Lin Feng would have halted, and his fate would have mirrored that of Sheng Wanhong. The audience held their breath during the fleeting battle before the chief examiner could declare the victor. Applause erupted, and gasps of astonishment surged like waves, indicating that none felt their journey had been in vain. Director Sang Lang wore an expression of fury, enveloped in a shroud of dark purple magical energy. Meanwhile, Dean Gandalf nodded with satisfaction, a look of joy illuminating his aged features. Chapter 017, A Fortuitous Encounter, an agreement with the princess in the western sector of the academy, within the administrative district. In Dean Gandalf's magical abode, a series of knocks resounded. Lin Feng had resolutely evaded Director Sang Lang's watchful gaze to seek out Dean Gandalf, imploring him to release Xiao and from confinement. For the dark, damp detention cell was ill-suited for her prolonged stay, especially considering her injuries. "Come in," came the powerful yet kindly voice of Dean Gandalf from within. Lin Feng pushed the door open, and a potent aura compelled him to slow his pace. Dean Gandalf sat upon a tiger-skin sofa directly opposite, holding a thick tome of magic in his hands, while a large emerald magical orb floated before him, intermittently emitting flashes of golden lightning. The surroundings bore little in the way of special decorations, save for a massive landscape painting adorning the left wall, depicting a fierce struggle among dragons and tigers. With birds and beasts taking flight, one could faintly discern scenes of treants, elves, and orcs coexisting and battling, all rendered with remarkable vividness. To Lin Feng's surprise, the magical orb bore an image of himself, suggesting that Dean Gandalf had been observing him and was already aware of his arrival. Even more astonishing was the presence of a graceful young woman standing to Dean Gandalf's left. A wisp of silken hair cascaded down her silver-white magical robe, while her fitted white satin gown accentuated her enchanting figure. In her delicate, fair hand, she wielded a fire phoenix wand entwined with purple gold magical energy, with brows like crescent moons and eyes as expansive as the heavens. She radiated kindness and serenity, akin to a tranquil lake, clear and pure. Her delicate face was so flawless that it invoked an instinctive urge to protect her. When their gazes met, her lips, tinged with a deep hue, slowly formed a subtle smile. Princess Yunya, what is she doing here? Lin Feng pondered in bewilderment, yet he did not lose sight of his purpose, striding confidently to stand before Dean Gandalf. Esteemed Dean, I, Lin Feng, an extramural apprentice, beseech you to release Shaoan, the apprentice of Mentor Edward. She is injured and truly unfit to remain in the detention cell. Lin Feng bowed respectfully before directly stating his request. You need not worry. Once the violent aura within Shaoan subsides, the Academy will naturally release her. Dean Gandalf examined Lin Feng intently, a warm smile gracing his face. Having entered the top 4, you should now strive diligently to achieve even greater results. Thank you for your concern, Dean. However, is it not true that the malevolent aura within Shaoan has been sealed? Why has it suddenly erupted? Lin Feng felt a sense of unease. The violent aura within Shaoan was innate. How could it possibly be quelled? Was it to be a lifetime of confinement? Evil is born from the heart. Malicious thoughts and anger are the roots of malevolence. The seal can contain her soul's flame, but it cannot suppress her thoughts. Anger can unleash her violent aura at any moment. Dean Gandalf remained calm, unfazed by the turmoil. The soul's flame. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, the term sounding familiar. Indeed, he was cultivating the very soul's flame. It became clear that the so-called seal on Shaoan referred to the sealing of her soul's flame. Yes, the soul's flame is the mystery of the human body, possessing boundless power. Regrettably, all white magicians are unable to connect their cultivation with it. Only one type of black magician can achieve this, the skeleton summoner. Dean Gandalf chuckled, his gaze fixed on Lin Feng, a glimmer of surprise shining in his eyes. Being one of the few omnipotent magicians on the Wind and Cloud continent, he could discern Lin Feng's path of cultivation. Yet, he found it perplexing that someone with such modest talent and poor mental fortitude could wield the soul's flame so adeptly. A prodigy, Gandalf wished to believe, magic, with its millennia of history and prosperity, had few who reached the pinnacle. Out of love for the magical civilization, Gandalf yearned to nurture a master who would elevate magic to greater heights. Respected Dean Gandalf, do I understand correctly that Lin Feng's primary focus is not on mental or magical power, but rather on the soul's flame? Princess Yunya interjected, her voice like the delicate chime of wind bells, crystal clear. Lin Feng and the skeleton summoner had become frequent topics of conversation over the past few days, naturally. Princess Yunya was not unfamiliar with the refined young man. As she observed him, admiration flickered across her fair visage. Enough of this. I must attend a meeting. We shall discuss matters after the examination concludes. Lin Feng, please escort Princess Yunya. Dean Gandalf evaded the question, chuckling lightly before he ambled into the inner chamber, clutching his grand tome of magic. Lin Feng and Princess Yunya both bowed in farewell, watching as Dean Gandalf departed. Subsequently, Lin Feng gestured for Princess Yunya to lead the way. Since Dean Gandalf had requested he escort the princess, he felt obliged to comply. Matters concerning Shaoan would have to wait until after the examination to be brought before Dean Gandalf. The thought of escorting Princess Yunya struck Lin Feng suddenly. He had long wished to express his gratitude to her. Was this not the perfect opportunity? As they stepped out from Dean Gandalf's magical abode, they arrived beneath a towering pine tree, where Princess Yunya abruptly halted, taking a seat on the smooth azure stone beneath it. Is it true that your primary focus is indeed the soul's flame? Without waiting for Lin Feng to respond, Princess Yunya inquired with a gentle laugh. Yes, it is. Lin Feng nodded. There was no need for concealment. Coming from a prestigious lineage, Princess Yunya was well versed in magical texts. He could not hide the truth from her. Then could you do me a favor? She asked, a glimmer of joy sparkling in her eyes. Princess, please go ahead. Lin Feng replied with composure, feeling it was his duty to repay her kindness. Please summon a skeleton of a person for me. She was my dearest friend, who passed away 3 years ago. These past 3 years, I have been unable to find joy without her by my side. As she spoke, sorrow etched across Princess Yunya's delicate features. "Oh, I will do my utmost. However, I am currently only a novice skeleton summoner. If your friend is of a high level, it may take me some time before I can assist you." Lin Feng candidly responded, realizing that suffering and sorrow were not exclusive to the impoverished. Even a princess, enjoying a life of abundance, bore her own burdens. "She is a novice wind magician," Princess Yunya exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. "Can you summon her now?" "Regrettably, not at the moment. Only an intermediate skeleton summoner can summon the skeletons of novice beings. But rest assured, I will train diligently. Within 6 months, I guarantee I will be able to summon her," Lin Feng declared resolutely, feeling a kinship with Princess Yunya. She too valued emotional bonds. And to possess such a heart whilst born into royalty was rare indeed. "Wonderful. Once you advance to an intermediate skeleton summoner, you must come find me at once. Oh, and here, take this." Princess Yunya smiled brightly, her demeanor exuding grace with a hint of youthful innocence. She retrieved a white jade badge from her waist, inscribed with the flowing characters, "Huaxia Royal Family." "Yes, I will." Lin Feng nodded, accepting the badge, which still bore traces of Princess Yunya's warmth and a faint fragrance of orchids, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. "Then I must express my gratitude. If you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will repay you in kind," Princess Yunya blurted out, only to feel a twinge of regret afterward. Had her words sounded too mundane? "Esteemed princess, I do have a matter for which I require your help." Lin Feng felt a bit bashful. He had initially intended to repay the favor owed to her from years prior. Yet now he found himself needing her assistance once more. "My friend Xiaoan was injured by fire magic during yesterday's examination. Could you provide me with some effective healing herbs?" "Injured by fire magic? A 3rd-level ice elixir will suffice. I have some here. Allow me to give you a few. I personally crafted them." Princess Yunya responded generously, retrieving 3 thumb-sized healing herbs from her white jade storage ring and handing them to Lin Feng. Lin Feng was overjoyed. A 3rd-level ice elixir was something most could not procure from the apothecary, rumored to require hundreds of gold coins to create. Extremely precious. "Thank you, princess," Lin Feng expressed earnestly, the gratitude layered in meaning. "You're welcome. Now, I must take my leave. Remember our agreement." Princess Yunya replied with a lively smile before cheerfully walking towards her carriage. Upon her approach, the 2 fiery phoenixes at the front of the carriage stirred to life, seemingly welcoming their mistress back. With the ice elixirs secured, Lin Feng headed directly towards the Academy's confinement chamber. Chapter 018, Advancing Without Battle, the Nemesis of Illusion Magic, the 2nd phase of the magical examination at Atlantis Academy. The 4th round of practical combat saw only 2 spatial arenas remaining, arranged in an east-west direction. After the previous 3 rounds of competition, merely 4 apprentices remained, who would soon contend for the final 2 spots in the ultimate showdown. Though these 4 apprentices were still quite young, they evidently held the potential to become pillars of the Empire in the future. The top 4 of the annual examination at the Empire's foremost magical academy were bound to attract attention, even if their current influence was limited. Nurturing them for 3 to 5 years would surely yield prominent figures on the Wind and Cloud continent. Thus, not only the inhabitants of Atlantis Castle, but also those from nearby castles flocked to witness the competition, creating a sea of people and a cacophony of voices. Everyone was eager to discover which 2 individuals would vie for the championship title and the coveted King's Medal, a symbol of status and honor. Unlike previous years, where the first-place winner did not receive the King's Medal, this year's competition was particularly intense, drawing national attention. The 3 representatives from the national academies seated in the viewing area also grew serious. For after the finals concluded, these 4 individuals would engage in exchanges and discussions with them, a matter of great significance for both their reputations and that of their nations. No one dared to be careless. As the 4 candidates, who had triumphed through 3 thrilling rounds, became the focal point of attention, Lin Feng was especially in the spotlight. Many had come specifically to see him. His next opponent would be the novice illusion magician, Ka Rui, a favored disciple of the renowned illusion master, Ka Bin. Today, Ka Bin was present, donned in a vibrant red magical robe, seated solemnly in the viewing area, fully aware of the importance of this match for Ka Rui. Thus personally coming to offer his support. In contrast, Princess Yunya was no longer the most anticipated figure this round, primarily because her opponent was not particularly formidable. novice wind magician Tang Jia, who could not possibly compete with her. Thus, Princess Yunya's entry into the finals was nearly assured. The key battle lay between Lin Feng and Ka Rui. Only one could advance to the finals and contend with the imperial princess for the championship title and the sought-after King's medal. Illusion magic is characterized by its tricks and transformations, rendering all things in the world as objects of their magical prowess. Once unleashed, the spectacle is nothing short of breathtaking. I believe Ka Rui will certainly win. Illusion magic has always been the most potent form of magic on the continent, far superior to skeleton summoning. You know nothing. Travel back 3,000 years in history, and you will find that skeleton summoning is the most powerful magic on the continent. Lin Feng will undoubtedly emerge victorious. Such debates erupted continuously, as the wonders of illusion magic were renowned for their awe-inspiring and unfathomable nature. While skeleton summoning was feared for its overwhelming presence and relentless prowess, the Clash of Titans was undeniably captivating. Among the audience, discussions flourished, and predictions of victory remained uncertain, but only Dean Gandalf wore a smile. Already knowing who would join Princess Yunya in the finals, the composed youth had now become his primary focus for cultivation. Bang! The magical light flared, signaling the official commencement of the match, and cheers erupted from the crowd, with shouts of "Go, Lin Feng!" and "Go, Ka Rui!" ringing out in equal measure. 16th Cohort Apprentice, Ka Rui. Carrie bowed his head and spoke to Lin Feng, signifying a gesture of respect towards his opponent. Though not particularly tall, Carrie possessed a handsome visage and exuded an air of composure and seriousness, embodying the demeanor of a master illusionist. 17th Session External Apprentice, Lin Feng. Lin Feng responded with a courteous bow. The onlookers immediately erupted into applause once more, for both individuals were highly anticipated and held in great esteem, truly representing a battle of gentlemen. I have already requested permission from the Academy for our duel to allow you to summon the creatures you have previously conjured, as I too shall require certain aids for my illusions to ensure fairness, Carrie declared, extracting a stack of spirit talismans from his robe. The neatly arranged slips were inscribed with intricate runes, resembling magical scrolls or seals crafted by an expert enchanter. Clearly, these were the magical tools Carrie intended to utilize. According to Director Sang Lang's earlier stipulations, aside from wands, rings, and robes, the use of other items was forbidden. Thus Carrie too would face repercussions. Illusion magic necessitates the use of mediums to manifest its power. And within the confines of the spatial chamber, there existed nothing but air. Carrie had yet to attain the mastery to manipulate the air itself. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, since this was a contest. It ought to be conducted in a proper manner, ensuring that victory or defeat was met with mutual respect. With a swift motion, Carrie cast the spirit talismans high into the air, then brought his hands together before his chest, reciting incantations with fervor. Instantly, the talismans ignited with a brilliant blue flame, vanishing to be replaced by a series of blue dragons, their bodies ablaze, their roars deafening. This spectacle elicited gasps of amazement from the audience. For Carrie's ability to conjure dragons was a testament to his formidable prowess. Under Carrie's command, the multitude of dragons surged fiercely towards Lin Feng, their momentum akin to a tempest. The crowd was eager to witness what formidable skeletal warriors Lin Feng would summon in response. Yet to their astonishment, Lin Feng remained composed, standing firm as the dragon's presence ruffled his tattered robe and tousled hair, revealing his strikingly handsome face. Concern rippled through the spectators, fearing that the dragons might obliterate Lin Feng. Only Carrie furrowed his brow, genuinely admiring this skeletal summoner. Despite his youth, Lin Feng remained unperturbed by the magical energies coursing within him, appearing even more composed than Carrie himself. A calm opponent is the most formidable of foes. Carrie abandoned his offensive. Illusion magic thrived on instilling fear and confusion in opponents, leading them to mental torment and eventual demise. A silent killer, devoid of bloodshed, yet for one who does not falter. It posed no threat. Carrie understood that this young lad must be well versed in this art, hence his unwavering demeanor. In truth, Lin Feng did not possess the profound understanding of illusion magic that Carrie assumed. He was merely perplexed as to why these dragons lacked the fire of the soul. He recalled the great skeleton's words, "Without the fire of the soul, there is no life form. How could something devoid of life inflict harm? If all was but an illusion, why yield to fear and respond in panic?" Carrie transitioned from attack to defense, as the strategies of an illusionist in both offense and defense bore similarities, relying on illusions to lead the opponent into a state of confusion and anxiety. Tongue, tongue, tongue. With a soft utterance, a multitude of Carrie's figures erupted across the arena, indistinguishable from the real one, circling Lin Feng, their positions in constant flux, rendering it impossible for him to discern the true form. The ninefold clone technique. The one breath transforms into 1,000 shadows. Indeed, a worthy apprentice of Cabin. The crowd gasped once more. However, Carrie soon halted, for he realized he had lost. This tactic seemed utterly futile against Lin Feng. Despite the multitude of his reflections, Lin Feng remained unfazed, fixated upon one singular figure, the true Carrie. "I concede," Carrie declared, waving his hand to disperse all illusions into nothingness, then approached Lin Feng with measured steps. Bowing respectfully, as Minter Cabin said, the skeletal summoner is the nemesis of illusion magic. Lin Feng smiled lightly and returned the gesture of respect. Indeed, it was true, and no matter how many clones Carrie produced, only the original possessed the fire of the soul. Thus Lin Feng could effortlessly discern his location. Since Carrie had not inflicted any harm upon him, Lin Feng refrained from retaliating. Otherwise, Carrie would likely be rendered speechless at this moment. Thunderous applause erupted around them. Even those in the viewing gallery rose to their feet, cheering enthusiastically. Their admiration was twofold. First, for the marvels of Carrie's illusion magic, and second, for the commendable nature of this gentlemanly duel. As the crowd congratulated Lin Feng, they simultaneously appreciated Carrie's character. The reality of skill disparity was acknowledged without resorting to futile struggles. Lin Feng, Carrie, Carrie. The cheers resonated throughout the arena, as all present recognized that both individuals would undoubtedly emerge as formidable powers upon the continent. For they possess the qualities of true champions. Chapter 019. I am first, but I do not seek the king's medal. Haha, little brat, you certainly haven't brought shame upon this great red mage, to ascend from an external apprentice to the finals. You must have relished the journey. In the magic tower, the red mage laughed heartily, having received all this information from Lin Feng, who was confined within the tower, unaware of the events outside. All you do is kill. Lin Feng shot him a sidelong glance. Remaining focused on his training, despite being preoccupied with the academy's grand examination, he diligently entered the tower each night, which explained his numerous instances of tardiness. The breakthroughs he experienced were simply too exhilarating to resist. Kid, you've made quite a bit of progress recently, haven't you? The red mage chuckled wickedly. Indeed, everything you said holds true. For mastering the art of skeletal summoning, training is akin to battle, and battle serves as training. After these days of examinations, my soul's fire has grown significantly stronger. I feel I am on the verge of mastering the level 3 skeletal summoning technique. Lin Feng exclaimed, joy evident in his voice. Immersing oneself in solitary training could never compare to the immediate elevation gained from real combat, especially following his encounter with Shangwan Hongri. The exhilaration he felt post-battle was unparalleled. Nonsense. Does this great red mage ever misspeak? Listen well, little brat, don't get too complacent. This is merely the beginning. Your journey remains long. The level 3 skeletal summoning technique is too weak. It won't earn you any respect. What does being first in the academy's grand exam signify? Only 2 sessions of apprentices participated. There are still over a dozen elite contenders from previous sessions, and those pompous magic tutors. Even if you claim the top spot in the academy, what does that mean on an imperial scale? Are you the best in the empire, the continent? Can you dominate the realm of the gods? So, your journey is still lengthy. You must diligently train under my guidance. The red mage added, narrowing his eyes at Lin Feng, seemingly fearful that he might swiftly master his skills and depart, leaving the red mage in solitude. Why should I chase after so many firsts? Lin Feng retorted dismissively. Nevertheless, he still yearned to quickly master the level 3 skeletal summoning technique, enabling him to summon an apprentice alchemist to concoct restorative potions for Minter Charlie and Shaoan, as well as summon a novice beast tamer to bolster Xiao Hei's strength and cunning. Of course, it would also fulfill his promise to the princess, aiding her in bringing her deceased friend back to her side. The annual magical grand examination finals of Lantis Academy had commenced. The venue packed to capacity. Due to the limited size of the arena, entry to the finals required identity verification. Only those of certain status within the empire were permitted to attend, while commoners were relegated to the outskirts, awaiting reports from within. Yet, the enthusiasm of the common folk was undiminished, as throngs gathered outside the academy walls and on the streets, the air alive with fervent chatter. Akin to the fervor of a pilgrimage celebrating the birth of the god of light. On the viewing platform, King Shaka of the Empire sat majestically among the crowd, adorned in a resplendent platinum robe. His weathered face framed by a long, grizzled beard. Flanking him were the 5 counts of the empire, whose status was second only to the king, wielding significant power and serving as regents for the next monarch. Their influence ever growing. Compared to the earlier rounds, the finals saw an increased presence of guards, with even the Royal Magical Battalion dispatching 3 squads for the king's protection, bestowing an air of grandeur and solemnity upon the proceedings. At the center of the arena, the resplendent spatial chamber hovered above, where 2 young contenders faced each other, a young lady clad in exquisite garments, her smile radiant, and a young man whose magical robe appeared somewhat tattered. Yet his demeanor was steadfast. "Princess, I apologize, but today I must emerge victorious, for only then will I have the opportunity to petition the great king to persuade the academy to release my friend." Showen, Lin Feng asserted, his determination tinged with a hint of regret. It was not that he was infatuated with the princess, rather, he wished to avoid a fierce battle with someone who equally understood the value of friendship. Securing first place would grant him the king's medal, which would be bestowed upon him personally by King Shak, thereby providing Lin Feng an opportunity to approach the king and plead his case. "I too shall exert my utmost effort, for I am eager to discover just how formidable the skeletal summoning technique truly is," Princess Yunya replied, her smile imbued with wisdom. With a graceful gesture, Princess Yunya raised her phoenix wand. And instantly, the winds howled, 3 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, accompanied by resounding thunderclaps. The audience erupted in applause, for Princess Yunya, a favored disciple of the apothecary king, had forged a path into magic through alchemy. Emerging as a remarkable green mage, green magic, or nature magic, involved the intricate blending of several elemental magics from traditional practices, creating a composite magical force. The pinnacle of green magic was the mastery of all elemental magics. Just moments ago, she had seamlessly wielded both wind and lightning magics, elements that could not be combined indiscriminately, lest they disrupt one another and cause chaos within the practitioner's magical energies. The tempest of wind, clouds, and thunder is inherently interconnected. Hence, the elemental magics of wind and lightning can be wielded in unison. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, and an imposing arcane magic circle, towering to the height of a person, materialized behind him, radiating a dazzling crimson light. Suddenly, with a flash of fire before him, a 2-meter-tall skeletal beast with a single horn emerged at the center of the arena, its wings unfurling gracefully as it took flight. Unleashing a furious roar towards Princess Yunya, its hollow eyes spewing forth terrifying dark energy. An undying flamebird? Gasps of astonishment erupted around them. The undying flamebird is among the most formidable of magical beast hatchlings. Renowned for its resilience, primarily due to its upbringing in particularly harsh environments such as swamps, abyssal darkness, and fiery mountains, its innate vitality endows this otherwise average combat beast with the capacity to contend with lower-tier magical creatures. The advantage of the skeletal summoning technique lies in its ability to resurrect the fallen, and now, facing an undying flamebird skeleton, it becomes even more indomitable. Yet, the crowd was left perplexed as to why Lin Feng had summoned only a single undying flamebird skeleton. It would have sufficed to summon another skeletal beast hatchling, or even a novice mage-s skeleton to ensure Princess Yunya's defeat. What was he contemplating? Princess Yunya, momentarily taken aback, swiftly resolved to act, unleashing 3 bolts of lightning directly onto the undying flamebird. The skeletal bird screeched in agony as flames ignited upon its form, emitting emerald flames, yet it remained suspended, still awaiting Lin Feng's command to attack. Continuing to roar in defiance. Zing! Another trio of thunderous strikes rained down upon the skeletal bird. Princess Yunya unleashed a total of 8 thunderbolts before the undying flamebird skeleton was finally shattered into fragments. The girl exhaled deeply, yet before she could regain her composure, Lin Feng furrowed his brow once more, and the skeletal bird reappeared in the sight of the onlookers, flapping its wings and roaring with arrogance. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Was the speed of this second summoning not astonishingly swift? Buzzing with determination, Princess Yunya gritted her teeth, her wand emanating a powerful glow as ice and fire magic surged from opposite directions. Converging upon the skeletal bird. It is indeed an extraordinary feat for a novice mage to manipulate the opposing elements of ice and fire, creating an unprecedented wave of overwhelming force. A white and red luminescence entwined the skeletal bird, mercilessly tormenting it. Yet, the composed youth refrained from commanding the skeletal bird to attack. He could not bring himself to harm one who had once aided him. However, as it was a contest, he resolved to determine the outcome in an alternate manner. With another 8 rounds, the skeletal bird was reduced to ashes, while Princess Yunya gasped for breath, perspiration glistening on her brow. Oh whoa! In a fleeting moment, the skeletal bird reappeared for the 3rd time, eliciting a thunderous applause from the crowd. By this stage in the contest, the victor was evidently clear. Congratulations, Lin Feng. You have secured 1st place, Princess Yunya declared, retracting her fire phoenix wand with a serene smile. Despite the youthful spirit of competition within her, as a princess of the empire adorned with countless accolades, she felt no need to accumulate yet another. Rather, she wished to see those exceptional individuals adorned with such honors, empowering them to become formidable guardians of this land. Lin Feng smiled in return but chose silence, instead turning towards the observation platform, where a grand dais had been cleared for King Shok to present the Royal Medal of Honor to the top contender. Guided by the logistics team, Lin Feng ascended the dais from the west. While King Shok and his 2 bodyguards approached from the east, the orchestra commenced a regal tune, accompanied by waves of applause and cheers that crescendoed throughout the arena, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Congratulations, young man. You shall earn the respect of all our subjects. The elderly King Shok waved to the surrounding citizens before turning to Lin Feng with a warm smile, as attendants presented the gleaming royal medal in a silk-lined box. The cheers grew even louder. I am first, but I do not desire the royal medal. Just as King Shok prepared to drape the emblem of status and glory upon Lin Feng's chest, the youth's unexpected declaration rendered the hall silent. The royal medal, for which many would fight tooth and nail, was now within Lin Feng's grasp, yet he chose to forego it, leaving the audience in utter disbelief. Could it be? Is he out of his mind? To refuse the royal medal? Surely, there must be a reason. What could compel him to reject such an honor? The murmurs spread throughout the crowd, yet only Princess Yunya, seated below, after a moment of surprise, blossomed into a radiant smile. Lin Feng was indeed a person of deep loyalty and integrity, willing to forsake glory and status to save a friend. She found herself envious of that girl. Oh, young man, what prompts this decision? Do you believe the royal medal insufficient to commend your achievements? King Shok chuckled warmly, reminiscent of a kind grandfather. That is not the case. The royal medal is typically awarded to those who have made tremendous contributions or sacrifices for the empire. To bestow it upon me, merely the top student of this year's academy examination, is an overstatement. However, I am willing to relinquish this honor in exchange for a single request from the esteemed king. Lin Feng bowed respectfully, passionately articulating his plea. What could possibly lead you to forego the royal medal? Young man, do not be overly agitated. Share your thoughts calmly. King Shok inquired with a relaxed expression. I request that you, King, confer with Dean Gandalf to release my friend Shaoan from the Academy's detention chamber. Though she is the daughter of a dark deity, harboring malevolent energy within her, she has never committed any heinous acts. I assure both the great king and the Academy that I will vigilantly watch over her, ensuring she never poses a threat to this magnificent realm. I implore your mercy, great king, and ask that you free her. Lin Feng spoke with poise, having contemplated the possibility of directly rescuing Shaoan from the detention chamber. Yet, he realized such an action would undoubtedly render him, Shaoan, and Minter Charlie as targets for public scorn. He cared not for his own fate, but wished to spare Charlie and Shaoan from such a dreadful existence. The daughter of a dark deity, King Shok's brow furrowed. The dark deities are akin to a malignant tumor upon the continent, shunned by all. The surrounding audience erupted into uproar, particularly the 5 noble earls, who, due to their prestigious status, feared that those of malevolent nature might threaten their interests. Great king, allow me to interject. The individual Lin Feng speaks of is indeed the daughter of the dark deity Mina, her father being the dark priest Dolan. Such a person must not be released, for it would surely invite calamity. Director Sang Lang seized the opportunity to flatter King Shok while simultaneously undermining Shaoan and Lin Feng. How dare you? What grievance has Shaoan caused you that you would malign her so? Just because she is the daughter of Dolan and Mina, what of it? Has she ever wronged the Academy or the Huaxia Empire? Lin Feng's anger surged. He had tolerated Sang Lang for long enough. The Academy's director and the Empire's elite believed they could bully others at will. He would not fall for such tricks any longer. In the past, he had refrained from confronting Sang Lang due to his lack of magical prowess, fearing it would only implicate Mentor Charlie. Now, emboldened, he would not cower behind Charlie any longer. Let them fight. He feared no one. Impudence. Has the Academy not taught you how to address your elders? Director Sang Lang roared. His form enveloped in violet black flames, yet he dared not raise his voice too much with King Shok present. Enough. No more quarrels. Dean Gandalf, what is the situation? King Shok turned to Gandalf for clarification. Your Majesty, this girl is named Shaoan. Though she is the daughter of a dark deity, her heart is relatively kind. Dean Gandalf offered an impartial assessment. He felt a sense of admiration for Lin Feng's willingness to forsake glory for friendship. Recognizing the youth's potential as a legendary sorcerer, Dean Gandalf, even if she possesses a gentle heart, she is still the daughter of a dark deity and must be approached with caution. The five noble earls bore grim expressions, embodying the philosophy that it is better to wrongfully eliminate 1,000 than to let one escape. As this unfolded, a chilling glare emanated from Lin Feng, who fixated intently on King Shok. Should King Shok echo such sentiments, he would resort to a daring prison break, fleeing with Shaoan and Mentor Charlie to a place where justice and fairness prevailed, for remaining here held no purpose. The malevolent energy within her has already been sealed. She poses no immediate threat. Dean Gandalf seemed to discern Lin Feng's thoughts. The youth's fiery temperament could not be unleashed recklessly. Moreover, Shaoan was indeed quite a kind-hearted girl. Overly harsh treatment could lead to unforeseen complications, as malevolent energy often stemmed from anger and vengeance. Given this, I shall grant the top contender a favor and advocate for young Miss Shaoan's release. Dean Gandalf, do arrange for her liberation. King Shok and Dean Gandalf exchanged knowing glances, their eyes communicating a wealth of understanding. The Empire's landscape was fraught with complexity, while King Shok would exercise restraint regarding the five noble earls. He would not acquiesce entirely to their demands, lest it foster their ambitions for power, detrimental to the next monarch. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Feng exclaimed with joy, as Shaoan's salvation was finally secured. Young man, in the future, do not act so impulsively. The royal medal is a coveted honor that many seek but cannot attain, and yet you so readily relinquish it. Such a mindset is inadvisable. Come, allow me to place it upon you. King Shok chuckled gently, adorning Lin Feng with the radiant royal medal. Instantly, the arena erupted in another thunderous round of applause, while only Director Sang Lang and the five noble earls exchanged glances, none bearing smiles. Taking this opportunity, I would like to announce a matter. Dean Gandalf subsequently rose and announced in a voice that resonated throughout the hall. The Academy shall confer formal apprentice status upon the external apprentice Lin Feng, and we shall continue to guide him in becoming a loyal guardian of the Empire, furthering the illustrious legacy of our magical civilization. What a splendid addition! Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a mere flicker of emotion. Yet in the corner below, Mentor Charlie was once again brought to tears. Lin Feng had finally attained the status of a formal apprentice at the Academy. Achieving first place in the grand examination and becoming a formal apprentice were entirely unexpected. Indeed, a delightful surprise for Mentor Charlie. For years, the chasm between external and formal apprentices had hindered Lin Feng's development and daily life. Now, he could freely enter and exit the magical classrooms and the library, just like everyone else. Esteemed Dean Gandalf, there are rumors circulating that the Academy will abolish the summoning department in the second half of the year. Is there any truth to this? Curious onlookers seized the opportunity to inquire, as this matter had stirred considerable discussion recently, and many sought clarity. Given Lin Feng's performance, do you truly believe the Academy is on the verge of abolishing the summoning department? Dean Gandalf laughed heartily. Dean Gandalf, will my mentor Charlie still need to chop firewood in the future? Lin Feng asked urgently, prompting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Originally, Lin Feng had intended to approach Dean Gandalf privately after the ceremony to discuss this matter. But since it had been raised publicly, he decided to seize the moment, knowing it would surely benefit Mentor Charlie. No more firewood. The Academy will revamp the summoning department, with Charlie as the principal overseer, Dean Gandalf proclaimed with authority. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. His arduous efforts in the examination had not been in vain. He had fulfilled his original intention of securing a new lease on life for Mentor Charlie, who had nurtured him through hardship. How delightful. Other concerns faded into the background. Henceforth, he would devote himself to training, striving to bring greater happiness to both Mentor Charlie and Shaoan, while his own life would unfold according to his own aspirations. Chapter 021. Soul Devouring Within the Crimson Demon's Golden Tower. Ethnic Dance. Magical. Lin Feng has already emerged from the tower, yet the anguished cries of the Crimson Demon within continue to resonate incessantly. Brother Lin Feng, trouble is brewing. We have lost the exchange competition with the apprentices from the three great nations. Dean Gandalf insists that you hurry to the examination hall. Shaoan, having emerged from her confinement, appeared significantly rejuvenated. Lin Feng gazed up at the sky, and to his surprise, the sun was already blazing overhead. How swiftly dawn had arrived. The nights devoted to cultivation always seemed fleeting, causing him to momentarily forget about the examination. Today marked the final segment of the annual magical examination at Atlantis Academy, where he was to engage in a duel of skills with the representatives of the three great nations' magical apprentices. Brother Lin Feng, let us hurry. Everyone is waiting for you, the top scorer, to salvage the situation. Shaoan tugged at Lin Feng, urging him to run forward. The little girl relished witnessing her brother's triumphs and commanding presence. Chapter 022. The life and death pact. Upon Lin Feng's arrival at the examination hall, he was met not with a vibrant scene, but with a collective sigh of despair. In the center of the hall, three expansive arenas hosted 6 individuals engaged in fierce combat. Princess Yunya faced off against the Phoenix Empire's apprentice representative, Mei Lian. A novice soul master and apprentice to the esteemed soul master Wei Luan of the Phoenix Empire, wielded a powerful dark magic known as soul magic, specializing in soul force, which enabled her to ruthlessly drain her opponent's soul energy to vanquish them. At that moment, Princess Yunya was evidently under Mei Lian's control, who was gleefully siphoning her soul energy, rendering the princess increasingly pale. Meanwhile, the novice illusionist, Ka Rue, battled against the apprentice representative of the Rhine Empire, Ward, a budding beast tamer, exhibited considerable talent, having tamed a level 3 magic dragon at a tender age. The fearsome beast was currently locked in a clash with Ka Rue. Fortunately, Ka Rue remained composed and collected. Otherwise, the dragon's black flames would have reduced him to ashes long ago. The direst situation belonged to the novice wind magician, Tangjia, who was being relentlessly pursued around the arena by the apprentice representative from the Aiden Empire, Vincent, an apprentice potion maker and favored disciple of the Northern Apothecary King, posed a significant challenge for Tangjia, who was no match for him, let alone for Yunya. Alas, where is Lin Feng? The spectators, predominantly from the Huaxia Empire, felt disheartened witnessing their nation's apprentices in such disarray. Naturally, they yearned for the top scorer, Lin Feng, to emerge and restore their pride. Oh, Lin Feng has arrived. Soon, someone spotted Lin Feng, and exclamations of delight rippled through the crowd. Lin Feng, please take action. Indeed, Lin Feng, our Huaxiao Empire's magical apprentices cannot be subjected to such indignities. We are counting on you. Lin Feng, give it your all. Why have you only just arrived? Are you deliberately seeking to bring shame upon the academy? Director Sang Lang's icy visage reappeared. Lin Feng disregarded him, striding directly toward the arena where Princess Yunya was situated. Among the Academy's 3 apprentice representatives, Yunya was in the gravest peril, as the Soul Master posed a terrifying threat. Mei Lian, blissfully absorbing Yunya's soul energy, suddenly sensed a powerful fiery aura approaching from behind and hastily withdrew, pivoting to guard against any impending attacks. Though freed from Mei Lian's grasp, Yunya was left extremely weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground as she regained her footing. What? Do you intend to gang up on me? Mei Lian, strikingly beautiful, had emerald eyes that gleamed with a beguiling light, embodying the dreadful aura of a soul master. You representatives from the 3 great nations have traveled from afar. Surely, you agreed upon the terms of this contest. However, our nation's Princess Yunya is unwell and cannot continue to as esteemed representatives of powerful nations. You wouldn't force her, would you? Lin Feng chuckled. Force her? Not at all, but I have heard of your remarkable skeleton summoning technique. Should you dare face us 3 on your own, I shall not impose. Mei Lian's fox-like eyes fluttered, her charm palpable. 3 against 1? Is this not sheer bullying? Outcries of condemnation rang out from the crowd. Lin Feng, do not agree. You cannot possibly contend with 3 of them alone. Princess Yunya grasped Lin Feng's arm, her urgency evident. These 3 were among the most exceptional young talents from the 3 great empires and would not be easy to handle. Very well, you are esteemed guests that we shall proceed as you wish. Lin Feng, without hesitation, had already formulated his own ambitions in his mind: a soul master, a beast tamer, and a potion maker. Each of their skeletons would prove to be invaluable. The atmosphere grew tense. Magical dueling was inherently perilous, capable of jeopardizing relations between nations. With tensions escalating among the apprentices, the potential for chaos loomed large. Ward, Vincent, did you hear that? He has agreed to a 1-against-3 match. The enchanting Mei Lian called to Ward and Vincent, her laughter laced with disdain. Given the ruthlessness of the skeleton summoning technique, Mei Lian was unfazed by Lin Feng's presence. 1-against-3? Huh. In all my days, I have never encountered someone so deluded. Ward leaped from the adjacent arena, guffawing, as his summoned level 3 magic dragon roared with haughty arrogance. Beast tamers often reveled in subduing ferocious creatures, untroubled by the notion of skeletons. We 3 shall take down a mere skeleton summoner. If he perishes, might the Huaxia Empire refuse his passage home? Vincent, too, laughed dismissively, confident in his abilities as the Northern Apothecary King's prized apprentice, adept at enhancing his magical prowess with potent elixirs, observing the trio's bravado. Gandalf and the other dignitaries in the audience could only sigh. They lamented the youthful ignorance and short-sightedness of these 3, as well as the Huaxia Empire's relative weakness. Had the Huaxia Empire been of equal standing, their apprentices would not dare act with such arrogance. Very well, let us establish a life-and-death pact. Fate shall decide. Regardless of the outcome, neither party shall hold the other accountable or initiate unwarranted conflict. Lin Feng's declaration silenced the crowd. The signing of a life-and-death pact would invoke divine retribution upon any party that reneged, drawing the ire of malevolent entities as well. Such pacts were typically forged by sorcerers of significant prowess and required the collaboration of multiple parties. Excellent. If someone seeks death, we shall not stand in their way. Let it be known, regardless of life or death, we shall not engage in petty disputes. Mei Lian, Ward, and Vincent exchanged glances, their expressions rife with scorn. How does Dean Gandalf feel about this? The delegates from the 3 nations approached Gandalf, feigning a serious discussion, yet inwardly reveling in the prospect of a guaranteed victory against Lantis Academy. Magical duels emphasized the importance of exchange, making the establishment of a life-and-death pact a significant undertaking. Fraught with potential repercussions for diplomatic relations, Gandalf furrowed his brow, apprehensive about the fairness of this contest for Lin Feng. He did not wish to witness his apprentice suffer defeat. Have they not proclaimed, fate shall decide? And we shall not pursue accountability? What remains for you to worry about, Dean Gandalf? However, since you seem hesitant, we shall not press the matter. The delegates from the 3 nations smirked, brimming with self-satisfaction. Hesitant? Why should I hesitate? Let us sign. Lantis Academy never bows its head. Director Sang Lang stepped forward, appearing resolute, yet secretly seeking to propel Lin Feng into peril. Director Sang Lang possesses true courage. The delegates exchanged veiled remarks, mocking Sang Lang's valor without wisdom, oblivious to the fact that Sang Lang did not share Gandalf's concern for Lin Feng's well-being. Gandalf wished to intervene, but it was too late. Sang Lang had already begun drafting the life-and-death magical pact alongside several sorcerers, with Lin Feng and the representatives from the 3 nations proceeding to sign, wagering their souls in this grave contest. Chapter 023. The consequences of underestimating the skeleton summoning technique with the life-and-death pact inked. The 4 individuals re-entered the arena, and the spectators held their breath. Despite Lin Feng's mastery of the formidable magic of 3 millennia past, the skeleton summoning technique, Mei Lian, Ward, and Vincent were equally distinguished. All disciples of magical masters, making the outcome of this battle exceedingly difficult to predict. I have heard that the blood of a skeleton summoner differs from that of an ordinary magician. It is a rare and precious material for crafting superior elixirs. Lin Feng's blood shall belong to me, and none shall contest it. Vincent grinned wickedly, fixating on Lin Feng's blood as a coveted prize. The flesh of a skeleton summoner would surely enhance my magic dragon's ferocity. His flesh is mine, and I implore you not to covet it. Ward's expression grew increasingly sinister as he eyed his dragon. Very well, let us each take what we desire. The soul energy within him shall be mine. Mei Lian's laughter was sultry and alluring as she initiated the attack. Seemingly eager to claim her prize before others could intervene, Mei Lian swiftly raised her hands, summoning a swirling mass of black flames that surged toward Lin Feng, enveloping him like a specter. Lin Feng staggered, feeling as if the very essence within him was being drained, leaving him utterly fatigued. Observing this, Xiaoan and Princess Yunya shared a moment of concern, particularly Xiaoan, whose eyes glimmered with icy determinations whenever she witnessed Lin Feng in distress. Her protective instincts ignited a fierce fire deep within her soul. Ha ha! The soul energy of the top scorer from Landis Academy is indeed extraordinary. What a delight! Lin Feng, upon closer inspection. I find you rather handsome. Yet, compared to your striking appearance, I am far more enamored with your soul energy. As Mei Lian continued to absorb, she felt an insatiable thirst. The abundant soul power within Lin Feng stirred her primal desires as a soul master. In a state of rapture, Mei Lian became oblivious to the surrounding spectators, impulsively seizing Lin Feng's hand and sinking her teeth into him, a method that greatly facilitated her extraction of his soul power. This technique bore a resemblance to that of a vampire, albeit with the vampire's focus being on blood. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain without uttering a sound. The crowd erupted in a clamor, condemning the absurdity of soul magic. Was there truly any distinction from vampirism? Even the representative from the Phoenix Empire felt a sense of shame. Prior to this, they had advised Mei Lian to conceal her vicious nature during their sparring. Yet she had succumbed to temptation and revealed her primal instincts. Brother Lin Feng. Xiaoan attempted to rush forward, but was restrained by Princess Yunya at this moment. Xiaoan would only be a distraction rather than a help. Oh, it seems we need not intervene after all. The top student from Landis Academy is truly a fragile thing. Ward sighed with a sneer. Indeed, it's rather anticlimactic. Let the representative from the Phoenix Empire enjoy herself for now. We shall claim Lin Feng's flesh and blood later. Vincent added with an air of arrogance. Just as Lin Feng prepared to take a risk and use the magic tower for protection, he suddenly perceived a peculiar phenomenon. His soul fire was flickering. Inadvertently, he noticed that Mei Lian's soul fire was also dancing, as if they were responding to one another. How could this happen? Wasn't it only possible for him to sense the soul fire of skeletons? In his astonishment, Lin Feng felt a glimmer of excitement. If a connection could be established, summoning might be possible. This was the innate ability of a skeleton summoner. Summoning. But she's not dead. How could I summon her? As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Feng recollected the words of the great skeleton head. Upon reaching the biological skeleton, he could connect with its soul fire and complete the devouring process. At this moment, he was in contact with Mei Lian's skeleton, her teeth. Very well, if you absorb my soul power, then I shall devour your soul fire. Let us see in the end who consumes whom. Lin Feng began to attempt the act of devouring. This was his first experiment with such a technique, so he proceeded with caution. After all, the great skeleton head had warned that if he dared to devour the soul fire of a being stronger than himself, he could easily face a counter-devouring, with a sudden clash. Lin Feng discovered that Mei Lian's soul fire responded to his own, indicating that his soul fire was indeed stronger, enabling him to complete the devouring. Meditative devouring. Lin Feng gently closed his eyes and began to sense. In an instant, an invisible battle commenced. Lin Feng's soul fire surged forth, directly lunging at Mei Lian's soul fire. In that fleeting moment, Mei Lian sensed something amiss within her body and, disregarding the continuous flow of Lin Feng's soul power, began to struggle to escape. Lin Feng, what are you doing? What kind of magic is this? Mei Lian exclaimed in panic, realizing she could not break free. Lin Feng remained undistracted, concentrating on the act of devouring, although he had yet to complete it. The overwhelming sensation was irresistible. Each time his soul fire began to conquer and envelop Mei Lian's, he experienced a sensation akin to satisfaction after a hearty meal or the bliss of a soothing hot spring. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, recognizing the shift in the tide of battle. Mei Lian's expression grew increasingly pained, while Lin Feng remained composed. Go Lin Feng, go! The apprentices from Landis Academy began to cheer him on, and the surrounding commoners felt invigorated, as Lin Feng was poised to restore the Empire's honor. Lin Feng, I beg you spare me. Within moments, Mei Lian was enveloped in a fiery crimson magical aura, her complexion turning sallow, beads of sweat cascading down, prompting her to plead for mercy. Lin Feng refused to yield to her seductive tactics. Having finally grasped the rhythm of soul devouring, he aimed to hone his skills and discover his own unique method. Brother Lin Feng, my esteemed skeleton summoner, please spare me. You will receive the blessings of the God of Light. Mei Yin feigned piety, her face contorted in desperation. Though she could not discern Lin Feng's actions, she understood he was dismantling her soul, leaving her increasingly hollow within. Lin Feng remained unmoved. Lin Feng, if you have the courage, then kill me. The illustrious king of the Phoenix Empire will undoubtedly declare war on your Huaxia. Finding her pleas ineffective, Mei Yin resorted to threats, fully aware that having signed a life-and-death contract, the Phoenix Empire would not dare to instigate a war lightly. The curse of the magical contract was not to be underestimated. Lin Feng, as if he had not heard her words, diligently continued his devouring until he felt satisfied enough to release her. Upon releasing her, a burst of crimson light flickered around him before dissipating externally. He appeared unchanged, yet internally, his soul fire felt as though it had feasted to its fullest, brimming with vitality and vigor. In stark contrast, Mei Yin collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Her transgressions were irritating, but not fatal. And Lin Feng deemed her death to serve little purpose. The applause erupted around them. At that moment, representatives Ward from the Rhine Empire and Vincent from the Aden Empire exchanged glances and swiftly launched an attack on Lin Feng. Harboring murderous intent, this individual, who posed a potential threat to their prestige and glory, must be eliminated. An atmosphere of tension and terror enveloped the space. Once more, Chapter 024. To kill with a clang. Upon sensing the disturbance behind him, Lin Feng immediately activated the magic tower, narrowly avoiding Ward and Vincent's relentless assault in an instant. The surrounding magical elements trembled violently, the sound roaring like thunder. Killing an unformed magician would require little effort. That was close. Lin Feng felt a surge of astonishment mixed with fury. These two were despicable. In and out, Lin Feng moved swiftly, ensuring that the existence of the Crimson Magic Tower remained concealed. Initially expecting a successful ambush, Lin Feng was perplexed by the magic he had employed to evade such a fierce strike. Leaving both Ward and Vincent astonished, they exchanged glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The top student of Lantis Academy is indeed exceptional. We have gained quite an eye-opener. Sparring should be moderated. Let us cease for now. Ward hastily altered his tone. Indeed, prolonging this sparring holds little meaning. Perhaps we shall have another opportunity to spar in the future. Vincent echoed, both he and Ward entirely ignorant of Lin Feng's skeleton summoning techniques. They remained clueless about how Lin Feng had evaded their ambush, which only intensified their feelings of uncertainty and fear. Their words were laced with a tone of appeasement and timidity. Had it not been for the reputation of their empires, they would have long since fled. The skeleton army. Heed my command. All units, attack, kill. Lin Feng remained unfazed, proceeding as planned. Having signed the life-and-death contract, he had already developed an interest in their skeletons. Moreover, he believed in the principle of one does not provoke the unprovoked, but if one provokes me, I shall retaliate. Had these two not harbored murderous intentions towards him, he would not have sought their lives so swiftly. Though Lin Feng had appeared calm, his heart raced with trepidation. Who would not fear for their life? Were it not for the presence of the magic tower, he might have already met his end. With care for those around him and mercilessness towards his foes, Lin Feng felt he must embody this ethos. With a flourish, the arena was filled with the skeletal army, featuring a skeleton mage in the center, flanked by skeletal beasts on one side and skeletal laborers on the other. 4 skeletal firebirds soared through the air, fierce and ready to unleash their assault on Ward's dragon. The third-tier dragon was only marginally stronger than a novice beast and stood no chance against the 4 undead firebirds, which swiftly dismantled it. Gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. This marked the third time the audience witnessed Lin Feng's skeletal army in action during the magical examination, and its scale was evidently magnified several times compared to the previous displays. With combat prowess that was incomparable, I am, after all, an apprentice of the Northern Medicinal King. Why should I fear you? Vincent declared, promptly consuming spirit medicine. As 3 refining pills entered his system, his complexion flushed crimson, and he swiftly raised his golden snake wand. Instantly, 3 streams of dark, eerie magical fire shot forth from 3 different directions, converging before him and swirling to combat the onslaught of the skeletal beasts. Unfortunately, the skeletal army pressed forward relentlessly, forcing him to continuously consume spirit medicine. In no time, his complexion turned ashen. Excessive consumption of spirit medicine could lead to physical frailty or even fatal hemorrhaging. Yet, without the aid of spirit medicine, he could not withstand such formidable pressure. Ward fared even worse, hastily summoning all the magical beasts he had previously tamed, but to no avail. They fell swiftly in battle, becoming targets for Lin Feng's summoning. Roar. Just as Ward was frantically fleeing, he suddenly found himself face to face with a massive skeletal dragon, its form strikingly familiar. "Isn't that my dragon?" Ward exclaimed in shock, his heart shattering as he realized the dragon he had painstakingly tamed had quickly become Lin Feng's summoned creature. Overwhelmed by terror, he prepared to flee but was dismayed to find himself ensnared by a group of skeletal laborers. Who said skeletons were the most foolish beings in the world of the undead? These skeleton laborers displayed remarkable cunning, skillfully utilizing ropes to bind Ward tightly. Poor Ward hastily conjured fireballs to swiftly sever the ropes binding him. Yet he soon succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the skeletal laborers. They surged forth, some clutching his arms, others entwining his legs, while a few even leaped onto him, encircling his head, with a resounding crack. Before Ward could devise an escape, the skeletal dragon's formidable jaws cleaved him in twain, blood spraying in all directions. "Have I mastered the level 3 skeleton summoning technique?" Amidst the chorus of gasps and applause surrounding him, Lin Feng wore a look of astonishment, seemingly oblivious to the grand spectacle of battle unfolding around him. He had merely wished to test the potency of the soul fire from the fallen dragon, never anticipating that he would inadvertently summon it. This was a level 3 dragon, equivalent to a low-tier magical beast. Without the level 3 skeleton summoning technique, summoning the skeleton of such a beast would have been impossible. After enduring several fierce trials, Lin Feng had indeed felt his soul fire rapidly growing in strength. Yet the sudden advancement left him pleasantly surprised. Perhaps it was due to having recently consumed the majority of the soul fire from the novice soul master Melian, which had facilitated this early breakthrough. The soul-devouring cultivation method of the Crimson Demon was truly formidable. Mastering the level 3 skeleton summoning technique signified that he was now an intermediate skeleton summoner. The grand display of the skeletal army was fleeting. They promptly completed Lin Feng's commands and vanished quietly from sight. The corpses of Ward and Vincent also disappeared, dragged away by Lin Feng's skeletal army. The skeletons of beast tamers and alchemists were urgently needed by him, and he intended to summon them each night at this moment. Having just acquired the level 3 skeleton summoning technique, it would likely be challenging to summon them. As their ranks were not low, the envoys from the 3 kingdoms departed in indignation, yet they had no words to express their grievances. Initially, it was they who clamored for a life-and-death contract, asserting that fate was immutable and they would not pursue matters further. Now, to cause a commotion would undoubtedly tarnish the dignity and face of their great nations. They could only leave with their tails between their legs. The apprentices from the Lantis Academy were jubilant, filled with youthful defiance. "Lin Feng, how could you handle the situation this way? Even if you wished to win, you should have left some face for the apprentices of other nations. Your actions could easily incite war between our countries, and if that were to happen, you would be deemed a war criminal." While everyone applauded Lin Feng, only Director Sang Lang offered reproach. "If the Phoenix Empire seeks to wage war against the Huaxia Empire, even if you were to act as their subordinate, they would not relent. The fundamental method of resisting their aggression is through magic, not through ceaseless capitulation." Lin Feng shot a glance at Director Sang Lang and sauntered away. "You." Director Sang Lang trembled with rage, feeling increasingly disregarded by this young man, who had the audacity to defy him in front of so many onlookers. Were it not for the boy being the center of attention, he would have surely given him a proper reprimand. In the days to come, he would ensure that Lin Feng faced consequences. "Brother Lin Feng, is your hand all right?" Shaoan rushed over, taking Lin Feng's hand with concern. "I'm fine. My spirit is intact." Lin Feng chuckled. "Lin Feng, today we owe you a great debt of gratitude." Princess Yunya also approached, and the surrounding apprentices crowded around, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, praising him for his valor. Cheers erupted that moment. Dean Gandalf on the observation platform gradually relaxed his furrowed brow, nodding in approval. Faced with the oppression of the 3 great empires, the children had mounted such a resolute counterattack. It was a fortunate turn for the empire. Chapter 025. The Evolution of Little Black. The representatives of the three kingdoms suffered humiliation in the Huaxia Empire, with two of their delegates meeting dire fates. This incident could escalate or diminish in significance. Fortunately, due to the life-and-death contract, the three great empires did not react excessively upon learning of the event. The fact that their mages were outmatched was already a significant embarrassment, and any further turmoil would only invite greater derision. However, offending the three great empires left the Huaxia Empire in a state of trepidation. The five earls seized the opportunity to pressure King Shaoke, urging him to increase military investments and prepare for potential aggression from the three great empires. As they sought to bolster their own power, within the academy, Director Sang Lang took advantage of the situation, claiming that Lin Feng's recklessness would bring war and disaster to the land. He demanded the immediate revocation of Lin Feng's status as a formal apprentice and his title as the top student of the annual examination, suggesting he be sent to the three great empires to apologize. However, this was met with decisive opposition from Dean Gandalf, who foresaw that the three empires would not engage the Huaxia Empire in war for the time being. The underlying reason was the disunity within the three empires. They were embroiled in a fierce struggle over the continent's largest magical gold mine, the Caesar Mine, engaged in both open and covert conflicts, leaving them little time to concern themselves with the Huaxiao Empire. Even threats of attacking the Huaxiao Empire were mere bluster. While major conflicts were contained, minor disputes soon followed. Lin Feng had slain the second son of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Hongri, rendered the top soul master of the Phoenix Empire's apprentice, Malian, a magical novice, and killed Ward, the apprentice of the top beast tamer from the Rhine Empire, as well as Vincent, the apprentice of the North Medicine King from the Aden Empire. These actions would inevitably invite endless vendettas against him. His enmity with Director Sang Lang grew deeper. Yet Lin Feng himself remained unfazed, perhaps due to the pervasive oppression and discrimination he had faced over the years. Such matters had become commonplace for him that he merely wished for himself and those around him to lead better lives. What was once a pure desire had now transformed into action as long as he was determined to pursue something. No one could obstruct him. Within the Crimson Demon Golden Tower, what the hell? Kid, you've learned the level 3 skeleton summoning technique so quickly. Impressive. It seems your talent is only slightly inferior to mine back in the day. Upon hearing of Lin Feng's newfound skill, the great skeleton's eyes gleamed with surprise. Enough of the chatter. Summon a batch of novice mages to perform a striptease for me. No time for that. Lin Feng shot him a glance. Resuming his focus, he was in the process of summoning the skeletons of Ward and Vincent. Ward was the apprentice of the top beast tamer from the Rhine Empire, and having his skeleton train Little Black would undoubtedly facilitate the latter's initial evolution. As for Vincent, the apprentice of the North Medicine King, he surely possessed extensive knowledge of alchemical methods. Summoning his skeleton to assist Mentor Charlie and Xiao in crafting restorative potions would be splendid. Logically speaking, as an intermediate skeleton summoner, Lin Feng should be able to summon the skeletons of Ward and Vincent, yet he found the process quite arduous, indicating that their magical foundations were remarkably solid. Were it not for the presence of the magic tower, Lin Feng felt that even with his mastery of the level 3 skeleton summoning technique, summoning their skeletons would be an impossible task. What the hell? Kid, you're lacking in empathy. You have a lovely lady to keep you company, so you can enjoy a striptease whenever you like, but I'm in a dire state. I can't even see a real person. And you can't even indulge me with a skeleton dance. Haha. By the way, have you ever seen that lovely lady dance? Or undress? Is her skin fair? Is her chest ample? The great skeleton initially lamented, then inquired with a lecherous tone. What nonsense? Lin Feng frowned, yet internally, he felt a surge of heat. Indeed, he had seen Xiaoan's body, but that was 3 years ago, an image that remained etched in his memory. He had intended to surprise her by sneaking into her room, only to stumble upon her changing clothes after bathing, leaving her momentarily stunned. Xiaoan's youthful form was not overtly seductive, yet it held a captivating allure. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, managing to slip away before she noticed, or it would have been quite awkward. You're blushing, yet pretending otherwise. To have a lovely lady by your side every day is such bliss. It's enviable. The great skeleton, seeing that Lin Feng ignored him, resorted to talking to himself. Ding! The soul fire within Lin Feng flickered, and with the powerful assistance of the magic tower, his soul fire reached its zenith. Ward's soul fire responded, pulsating vigorously that a swirl of blue-black light coalesced above Ward's corpse, radiating intense heat. In no time, his flesh vanished, revealing a robust blue-black skeleton that gradually rose, its eyes flickering with fiery red magic light. Occasionally shooting forth bursts of flame, the black skeleton spread its arms wide, howling twice as if to loosen its bones, then slowly approached Lin Feng. "My esteemed master, the novice beast tamer ward stands ready to heed your summons." The black skeleton bowed respectfully to Lin Feng. "Your task is formidable. From this day forth, focus on training my beloved dog Little Black, making it as strong and clever as possible. Do you understand?" Lin Feng commanded sternly, relishing the sensation of dominating the fallen foe skeletons. He couldn't help but admire the crimson demon of yore. "Rest assured, my master, Ward shall remember your words." Ward bowed once more and then moved toward Little Black. Concurrently, Lin Feng issued an order to Little Black, commanding it to submit to Ward's training. Ward gently extended his right hand, ceremoniously placing it on Little Black's head, as if to experience and meditate earnestly. The hollow flames in his eyes became remarkably lively, flickering tongues of fire escaping at that moment. Ward's right hand was enveloped in blue-black flames, with Little Black also shrouded in that azure fire. "My esteemed master, Little Black possesses a frail physique, limited intelligence, and a scant magical aura within. The difficulty of evolution is exceedingly high. May I inquire, do you wish to mold Little Black into a single attribute magical beast or a versatile magical beast?" Ward articulated each word with utmost reverence. "Of course, it shall be versatile. Is there any issue with that?" Lin Feng anxiously inquired, noticing that Xiao He had never experienced a full meal, resulting in a naturally frail constitution. This realization stirred a pang of discomfort within him, further solidifying his resolve to transform Xiao He into a high-tier creature. Xiao He, being an ordinary dog with limited intellect and devoid of magical aura, was not unexpected. However, as long as there remained a possibility for evolution, Lin Feng would not abandon his ambition. "Are you out of your mind? A mere puppy, and you believe you can elevate it into a fully fledged magical beast? I was already deemed mad 3,000 years ago, and frankly, I think you were even more delusional." The Crimson Demon scoffed, its eyes igniting with fiery vigor. "Revered master, theoretically, it is indeed possible to tame it into a fully fledged magical beast, albeit with tremendous difficulty. Merely forging an initial core within its being demands considerable time, effort, and entails substantial risks." Ward stated earnestly. "Risks?" Lin Feng hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately chose decisively. If Xiao He is unafraid of death, then surely, when faced with the choice between ignorance and strength, it would not hesitate to choose strength, even at the cost of immense risk. "Very well, master. To forge an initial magical core for a fully fledged beast, you will require 300 cores from magical beast pups or 30 cores from initial tier magical beasts. Ideally, a magical gemstone to serve as a catalyst would be beneficial. The higher the grade, the better, as it will aid in its subsequent advancement." After contemplating for a moment, Ward respectfully conveyed. Chapter 026. The law of devouring 300 cores from magical beast pups or 30 from initial tier beasts. This posed little challenge for Lin Feng. He promptly mobilized his skeleton army to hunt within the magical forest located behind the academy. The cores within magical beasts, colloquially known as magic cores, serve as vessels for storing magical energy and elements, facilitating their evolution. The cores found in magical beast pups are relatively soft, lacking a fully formed magical source. Thus their efficacy is limited. In stark contrast, the cores from initial tier magical beasts, while not brimming with the vigor found in higher tier cores, are the optimal materials for forging the initial core of an evolved entity, perfectly aged, neither too tender nor too mature. 1 core, 2 cores, 3 cores. After a night of relentless hunting, Lin Feng accumulated 150 cores from magical beast pups and 11 from initial tier magical beasts. "Is this sufficient?" he pondered aloud. "Not enough. My esteemed master, you have either solely cores from magical beast pups or exclusively from initial tier beasts. They cannot be mixed, as it would be detrimental to Xiao He." The black skeleton ward stated with utmost seriousness. "Sigh. Everything seems to require an abundance of time." Lin Feng inhaled sharply, realizing the magical forest behind the academy was not vast, and the number of beasts was limited. He had already wiped them out. It seemed he must venture further afield to another magical forest. "Revered master, I can synthesize the cores. I can transform these 150 cores from magical beast pups into 15 cores from initial tier beasts, thus providing you with a total of 26 initial tier cores. You only need to acquire 4 more. And do not forget the magical gemstone. It is crucial." After delivering this information, Ward set about synthesizing the cores. The tower instantly engulfed in azure magical flames. Lin Feng, not idle, began summoning the skeletons scattered about. Having recently mastered the level 3 skeleton summoning technique, he was eager to solidify his newfound abilities. Accustomed to utilizing the magical tower during solitary cultivation, he positioned it at the forest's center and stood within, methodically summoning the skeletons surrounding him. The presence of the magical tower was undeniably vital. During his previous summoning of Ward, he had not employed the tower, and upon completion, he felt utterly drained, as if his very essence had been siphoned away, leaving him weak and drenched in perspiration. Now, aided by the magical tower, he felt immensely relieved. The Crimson Demon's magical prowess continued to astonish him. It seemed almost alive, its crimson flames intensifying with each passing day, the chaotic aura within growing increasingly potent. The subtle transformations of the magical tower also manifested clearly in Lin Feng's experience. Previously, when immersed within, he could sense an ethereal magical flame enriching his soul's fire, continuously nourishing and empowering it. Now, he could discern that this enchanting flame was no longer singular but rather a small cluster, instantly revealing to him the dreamlike magical energy bestowed by the tower. In this moment, Lin Feng found himself enveloped in a vibrant blaze of crimson fire, the swirling flames tousling his hair and robes, bestowing upon him the aura of a formidable sorcerer. In a short span, he completed the summoning of an initial tier magical beast skeleton, and when the fiery sun rose once more, he had summoned all the skeletons. This is going to be entertaining. To the east, a skeletal beast army battling a skeletal dragon. To the west, skeletal mages performing a striptease. To the south, the laborers engaging in a folk dance. And to the north, perhaps the laborers will join in the striptease as well. Marvelous, simply marvelous. The Crimson Demon, witnessing the influx of new members within the magical tower, erupted with fiery enthusiasm, though soon after, the flames in its eyes dimmed. What on earth are you doing? You little brat. Soul devouring, as you instructed. Lin Feng replied, continuing his training as Ward's core synthesis was still underway. Currently, the magical tower housed 11 initial tier magical beast skeletons, 1 level 3 dragon skeleton, for skeletons of undead firebirds, for apprentice mage skeletons, as well as the skeletons of Shangguan Hungry and Ward. The skeleton of the junior alchemist, Vincent, had yet to be summoned, except for Ward and Vincent's soul flames, which he temporarily opted not to devour. He intended to consume all other available soul flames to facilitate swift summoning for combat. As for the soul flames from the magical beast pups, spirit beasts, and laborers, he chose to forego devouring them. Their power was feeble, yielding little benefit, and consuming them would be a waste of time. Moreover, during emergencies, these skeletons would be of little assistance. It was far better to keep them in the tower to entertain the Crimson Demon. Though Lin Feng often bickered with the Crimson Demon, he held a deep gratitude for all it had brought him. Without it, he would never have embarked on the formidable journey of mastering skeleton summoning techniques. With a decisive act, Lin Feng completed the devouring of an initial tier magical beast's soul flame. The crimson fire blazed momentarily, his soul flame radiating with an air of pride, akin to a seedling thriving after being nourished by rain. Why don't you devour the laborer skeletons instead? Why consume the few initial tier beings we have? The Crimson Demon lamented loudly. As my mentor Charlie often says, why settle for shrimp when there are fish available? Lin Feng chuckled softly. Why settle for shrimp? Exclamation point. The Crimson Demon recoiled slightly, its fiery eyes blazing once more, lamenting, oh dear, you truly are picky. This will not do. From now on, we shall only have folk dances to enjoy. Better than nothing. You should count your blessings. Lin Feng shot a sideways glance at the large skeleton and then turned to observe Ward diligently synthesizing cores. Before glancing at Xiao He, whispering to himself, Xiao He, do not fret. I shall hasten my training, striving to grow stronger swiftly, so you too can become powerful and clever. Hey, little brat, take it easy. You've already devoured 3 second-tier soul flames. You need to rest for a few days. If you continue like this, you won't be able to withstand it. The Crimson Demon called out in concern as Lin Feng persisted in his devouring. Lin Feng paid no heed. As long as he drew breath, he would not cease his relentless pursuit. Lin Feng, brother. As dawn broke after another night, Lin Feng, still enveloped in crimson fire, was roused by a bright, melodious voice. Little girl. Little brat. That sweet-voiced girl has come looking for you again. The previously slumbering Crimson Demon sprang to life, its large head bobbing around, eyes blazing with excitement. She isn't here for you. Why are you so agitated? Lin Feng chuckled wryly, shaking his head before quietly exiting the tower. Lin Feng, brother, there you are. Dean Gandalf has invited you to the Academy's evening gala. Xiaoan joyfully approached, her demeanor reflecting a newfound confidence, likely owing to the protection Lin Feng had afforded her, deterring others from bullying her. Great. Let us go together. Lin Feng smiled, instantly recognizing it to be a celebratory gala following the recent examinations, an event he held little interest in at this moment. His singular focus remained on training. Yet he understood that Xiaoan would be eager to attend, as it promised a lively atmosphere. Thus, he resolved to accompany her. Xiaoan nodded enthusiastically. After all, what girl does not enjoy a festive occasion? Chapter 027. The Academy's Foremost. Lin Feng's choice within the Academy's Grand Hall. Magical lanterns illuminated the space with resplendent brilliance. Guests from various backgrounds were seated in designated areas, with the esteemed guests section at the forefront, where Dean Gandalf conversed with one of the 5 earls, Count Monte Cristo, alongside Princess Yunya. These 3 individuals represented the highest echelons of status at the gala, for the king would not attend such a modest affair, leaving the princess and an earl to grace the occasion as a gesture of goodwill. Also present in the esteemed guests section were nobles from the Lantis castle and surrounding estates, maintaining a vested interest in the Academy, which provided them with magical talent. Thus, they dared not miss the event. Director Sang Lang and other renowned mentors of the Academy were likewise in attendance. Further back were representatives from previous graduating classes, all distinguished sorcerers, while the lowest tier comprised the 16th and 17th apprentices, who, lacking the refinement of true sorcerers, engaged in soft conversations, eagerly indulging in the Academy's sumptuous offerings. Given that it was an Academy gala, many logistical staff would also partake in the festivities, relishing the opportunity to enjoy fine cuisine, albeit mingling with the newcomers, including Minter Charlie and Old John. Lin Feng has arrived. A voice rang out from a corner. Indeed. Lin Feng, clad in a resplendent purple robe of magic, made his entrance at the doorway of the hall. Since receiving the king's medal, his status had transformed dramatically. Not only did the apprentices regard him with newfound respect, but even the nobles within the castle began to honor him, with a continuous stream of visitors coming to pay their respects and present gifts, though very few could actually locate him. Thus, his appearance at this moment illuminated the room. The purple robe he wore was a gift from the Academy, a reward for achieving first place in the grand examination, which not only afforded him the opportunity for focused cultivation, but also came with substantial rewards: 10,000 gold coins, a level 4 flame magic robe, and a level 4 blue crystal wand. Lin Feng accepted the robe, allocated the 10,000 gold coins to Minter Charlie, and the blue crystal wand was currently in the possession of Xiaoan. The applause and cheers from the crowd did not sway Lin Feng. What astonished everyone further was that upon entering, he did not head straight for the VIP area, but instead made his way towards Minter Charlie, who sat at the periphery. Child, what brings you here? As the first in the grand examination, you should be in the VIP section, Minter Charlie muttered, though inwardly he felt elated. If there was one stroke of luck in Charlie's otherwise unfortunate life, it was having taken Lin Feng under his wing, a kind and sensible apprentice. Wherever I am, you shall be, for without you, there is no me, Lin Feng declared, grasping Minter Charlie's hand and striding towards the VIP area. The onlookers were initially taken aback, then erupted into applause. Old Charlie has finally made it. If only I had such a promising apprentice, Old John remarked softly. Only Director Sang Lang wore a sinister smile. He would not forget how Lin Feng had slain his beloved disciple. Shangwan Hongri. Even if he chose to overlook Lin Feng, the Shangwan family would not be so forgiving. They had already declared that unless vengeance was exacted, the Shangwan family would never set foot in Lantis City again. With Xiaoan on his left and Minter Charlie on his right, Lin Feng approached the center of the VIP area, where only one chair remained unoccupied. Observing this, Lin Feng hurriedly fetched 2 additional chairs. Seating the 3 of them together, Lin Feng, come and meet Princess Yunya and Count Monte Cristo. Before Headmaster Gandalf could speak, Director Sang Lang feigned joviality, fully aware of Lin Feng's obstinate temperament. This young man would not bow to Count Monte Cristo and the princess, which would likely offend them and bring repercussions later, and no need for that. Since this is a soiree, let us keep it casual and not adhere to excessive formalities. Princess Yunya replied with a gracious smile. Having met Lin Feng previously and knowing he was not the type to curry favor, nor was he skilled in social niceties, making it unnecessary to put him in an awkward position. Perhaps fearing Lin Feng's cold demeanor might provoke Count Monte Cristo, Princess Yunya interjected swiftly. The apprentices of Lantis Academy are indeed exceptional, possessing true character. Count Monte Cristo initially furrowed his brow, but soon smiled slyly. This middle-aged rotund man had his own schemes. Individuals like Lin Feng, a prodigy of magic, were often courted by those in power for future utility, even if they did not seek to ally with him. It would be wise not to offend him. After all, a person capable of slaying representatives from the 3 imperial empires should not be trifled with lightly. Forgive me, Count. Please take a seat for now. I have matters to discuss with Lin Feng. Headmaster Gandalf said with a calm smile, bowing to both Count Monte Cristo and Princess Yunya before leisurely approaching Lin Feng's table. Uncle Gandalf, I shall accompany you, Princess Yunya exclaimed. Quickly following behind, Brother Lin Feng, do try this. It's the delightful osmanthus cake, a specialty of Minter Edward. Shaoan, who had been indulging, exclaimed with glee, as an auxiliary apprentice. She seldom had the opportunity to enjoy such treats. Despite being Edward the Ice and Fire Chef's disciple, she could not partake in such privileges. Headmaster Gandalf, esteemed princess. As Gandalf and Princess Yunya approached, Minter Charlie quickly rose, speaking with great respect. Lin Feng promptly stood as well. Bowing slightly in greeting, Headmaster Gandalf, Princess Shaoan, still with food in her mouth, hurried to her feet, mumbling a greeting. Please, everyone, take your seats. As Princess Yunya just mentioned, this is a soiree. There is no need for such formality. Headmaster Gandalf waved his hand with practiced ease, his smile warm and inviting. Seeing Headmaster Gandalf's arrival, Shaoan refrained from indulging further and sat next to Lin Feng, feeling a bit constrained, except for Headmaster Gandalf. Lin Feng and Minter Charlie, Shaoan noticed that the gazes of the others were not particularly warm, including Princess Yunya. Headmaster Gandalf, is this Shaoan? Princess Yunya inquired with a smile, upon receiving a nod from Gandalf. She began to appraise Shaoan closely, realizing that she was the one Lin Feng had chosen to save. Even at the cost of relinquishing the king's medal, Shaoan felt a bit uneasy. Instinctively clutching her skeletal dog, Xiao He. Although Xiao He had become rather clumsy in skeletal form, she remained inseparable from Lin Feng, just as before. Lin Feng, the Academy intends to restructure the summoning department and will establish a skeleton summoning branch. Would you be willing to serve as a mentor? Headmaster Gandalf wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. This proclamation, the surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment. To appoint a novice skeleton summoner as a mentor was quite extraordinary. Yet it was unsurprising, for in the field of skeleton summoning, Lin Feng was unrivaled at Lantis Academy. Minter Charlie and Shaoan exchanged knowing smiles, while Princess Yunya, taken aback for a moment, soon joined in the laughter. Headmaster Gandalf, to appoint a novice skeleton summoner as a mentor for the Academy may invite ridicule. No? Moreover, isn't the Academy already implementing a focused cultivation plan? Am I to be excluded from this initiative? Although Lin Feng had little interest in the Academy's internal affairs, he would still assert his rightful claims. Mentor is one thing. A tutor is quite another, yes? Headmaster Gandalf chuckled heartily, then asked, you will certainly still be included in the focused cultivation. Elite education, library apprentice, or Academy's flagship student? Which do you prefer? The Academy's flagship student. Before Gandalf could finish, Lin Feng swiftly made his choice. May I inquire as to your reasoning? Headmaster Gandalf asked, somewhat surprised. He had hoped Lin Feng would select the library apprentice route, delving into the myriad magical tomes, thereby elevating the art of skeleton summoning and ultimately becoming a top-tier mage. In no particular reason. It's simply a matter of interest. By the way, Headmaster Gandalf, may I keep Shaoan by my side? Consider it a form of guardianship. Lin Feng appeared composed, methodically achieving his objectives. As a flagship student of the Academy, he would engage in ventures, treasure hunts, and escort tasks, thereby enriching the Academy while simultaneously gaining practical experience and growing in skill, which could later lead to a position as a mentor or in management. Lin Feng's focus was not solely on the adventures themselves. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Shaoan along. He sought to practice and enhance his skeleton summoning abilities, as well as to gather items needed for Xiao He's evolution, alongside rare herbs to concoct restorative elixirs for Minter Charlie and Shaoan. This arrangement would also be the best choice for Xiaoan, who, having spent too long in the stifling confines of the academy, faced the disdain and discrimination of others, which could potentially exacerbate the dark energies within her. Regular excursions would undoubtedly benefit her greatly. After a moment's hesitation, Headmaster Gandalf nodded in agreement, his weathered smile reflecting profound wisdom. Chapter 28. The Academy's Outreach Society to the south of Lantis Magic Academy. There lay an unassuming courtyard characterized by uniform green architecture, lacking the opulence of the elite center or the enigmatic allure of the magic library. Everything here appeared quite ordinary, merely larger than the humble residences outside Lantis Castle. Yet, it harbored numerous secrets. Firstly, the individuals present were unremarkable in appearance yet possessed extraordinary skills. And secondly, despite their plain attire, they bore treasures that could easily purchase a small castle. This place was none other than the Outreach Society of Lantis Academy, one of the three prominent apprentice training divisions, alongside the Elite Center and the Magic Library. Ruda, good morning. I hear we have a few newcomers reporting in today. On a bright morning, two young mages nearing 30 encountered one another at the entrance of the Outreach Society. The speaker, named Ori, was a mid-level fire mage, donned in a light blue robe, with fiery red hair, and a crescent-shaped scar on his forehead twitching as he spoke. Indeed, I've heard there's even a skeleton summoner among them. Nearly at mid-level, a mid-level skeleton summoner is no ordinary strength. Ruda, with his booming voice, filled the courtyard with laughter. He was a mid-level lightning mage, his straight hair resembling a small broomstick atop his head. Is it from the 16th or 17th cohort? Ori's eyes brightened with intrigue. Word has it, it's from the 17th cohort. Impressive, I assent it. Ruda laughed heartily. How could that be? Are there really mid-level mages among the 17th cohort? And a terrifying skeleton summoner at that. Ori's eyes widened in disbelief, the scar on his forehead twitching. He was from the 10th cohort, while Ruda was from the 7th. Both had taken 7 to 8 years to progress from junior to mid-level mages. Their struggles etched in their memories. Thus, the notion of a 17th cohort apprentice nearing mid-level status left Ori astounded. How could someone so newly entered into the academy be on the brink of becoming a mid-level skeleton summoner? Moreover, the art of skeleton summoning was notoriously difficult to master compared to other magics. Is it really that remarkable? Knowing how to wield magic and truly understanding its application are two vastly different matters. Even if the first-place winner of the Academy's Grand Examination, can he adapt to the life here at the Outreach Society? I can only hope he doesn't cause any trouble. At that moment, a dark-clad mage appeared behind Ruda and Ori, exuding an air of aloofness. Good morning, Vice President. Ruda greeted cheerfully, the Vice President being Bob, a senior wind mage who had excelled in the Grand Examination 6 years ago. Advancing from junior to mid-level mage within 5 years, a true talent in the realm of magic. It is no longer early. Let us all proceed inside. Today, there will be a mission. Bob's demeanor was as stern as ever. The External Relations Society, apart from its chief director, comprised 3 seasoned vice directors, all renowned magicians with extensive battle experience. With over 100 members in total, the society operated on a rotation basis, resulting in less than 10 individuals gathering daily. On-duty members would convene in the small courtyard each morning to selectively accept missions before forming teams at their discretion, after which the director would appoint a captain from among them. When Bob, Ruda, and Ori entered the courtyard, Director Gale was already present, engaged in a heated discussion with 3 middle-aged gentlemen clad in ornate garments. It was evident that these 3 had come to the External Relations Society to solicit a mission today. Greetings. Esteemed seniors, Lin Feng reporting for duty. Before Bob and the others could join the conversation, a resounding voice echoed from the entrance of the courtyard, accompanied by a girl in pink attire and a skeletal dog. All eyes turned towards the entrance, including those of Director Gale and the 3 elegantly dressed men. Welcome, haha. You must be Lin Feng, and you are, Director Gale responded with a composed smile, having heard much about Lin Feng in recent days. Though this was his first encounter with Xiaoan. My name is Xiaoan, and I look forward to your guidance. Xiaoan replied sweetly, a hint of vivacity gracing her features, since learning she would join Lin Feng in the External Relations Society and embark on missions. She had been unable to sleep for several nights, eager to explore the world beyond the academy walls. Xiaoan, the daughter of the evil god. A flicker of concern surfaced in Bob's usually stoic expression. The mention of the evil god left everyone momentarily stunned. That name evoked fear and awe, and the External Relations Society was particularly wary of unforeseen incidents, as such events often resulted in casualties, prompting caution among its members. Lin Feng, Shaoan, welcome to you both. Haha, your skeletal dog is quite adorable. What is its name? After a brief silence, the jovial Ruda broke the awkward tension, approaching the little black dog. Xiaohe, Lin Feng beamed. Aware of Shaoan's lack of popularity, but undeterred, he was determined to support her. No one could stand in their way. Xiaohe, truly delightful, Ruda exclaimed, lifting Xiaohe, only for the skeletal dog to emit a whimper. Seemingly displeased. Director, what mission do we have today? Bob showed little interest in Lin Feng and his companions. New recruits arrived every year, and although he was aware that Lin Feng had already become an intermediate skeletal summoner, it did not surprise him. The combat work of the Academy and that of the External Relations Society were two entirely different matters, and a newcomer remained just that, a newcomer. They have requested our assistance in delivering an item to the Phoenix Empire. However, the mission is exceedingly perilous, and I am reluctant to accept it. Director Gale sighed, as the head of the society. He would not be swayed entirely by monetary gain. He genuinely cared for the lives of his members. And dangerous missions required careful consideration. Director Gale, I implore you, this item holds great significance for me that if you agree to take on this task, we are willing to offer an additional 40,000 gold coins, totaling 80,000 gold coins. What say you? The three middle-aged men appeared anxious at Gale's hesitance. 80,000 gold coins. Both Ruda and Ori gasped in astonishment. Although the society frequently undertook substantial contracts, an offer of 80,000 gold coins was still enticing, yet it also suggested the task was anything but ordinary. It is not that we are unwilling to assist. However, traveling to the Phoenix Empire's island of the undead requires passing through Skeleton Mountain, a perilous area rife with danger. Gale furrowed his brow. The island of the undead, Skeleton Mountain. Not only Ruda and Ori, but Bob too looked troubled. The island of the undead was not particularly daunting, as those from Lantis Academy could manage its heavy aura of death, but the name Skeleton Mountain was as fearsome as that of the evil god in the century since the society's founding. No one had dared to undertake missions there. There were rumors of hunter organizations venturing forth, but all had ended in tragedy, with none returning. Let us propose this. Here is a 5th-level magical gemstone. If you agree to undertake this mission, I shall present it to you. The three men appeared desperate, revealing their last card, as the middle gentleman produced a gemstone that shimmered with a purple-green light. A 5th-level gemstone. Gale and Bob exchanged glances, realizing the immense allure of magical gemstones to magicians. However, the inherent risks of the task left them in a state of indecision. I shall accept. Just as the three men were on the brink of despair, Lin Feng declared resolutely he was not lured by the promise of 80,000 gold coins, but rather by the gemstone. Crafting an initial core for Xiaohe with a 5th-level magical gemstone would be invaluable. Such treasures were rare indeed. Why you? Everyone was taken aback, including Gale and Ruda, who harbored doubts that it was understandable for a newcomer to be impulsive, but for one with no prior experience in the society, to take on such a high-risk task was unprecedented. No one dared to endorse him, though Lin Feng would be subject to the society's directives. Should anything happen to him, the Academy would surely hold the society accountable. Arrogant and foolish. What do you possess that qualifies you for such a mission? Bob, the vice director, scoffed disdainfully. He had encountered many brash newcomers and found them laughable. The three middle-aged men hesitated. While the task was crucial to them, they also could not entrust it to a novice. If the item were lost, the society would bear the cost, and the precious nature of the item was beyond what Lantis Academy's External Relations Society could afford. Beside them, Shaoan felt anxious. Her concern was not for Lin Feng's capabilities, but rather for his safety on Skeleton Mountain. I am a skeletal summoner, unafraid of the undead of Skeleton Mountain. Please rest assured, Director, I shall bear full responsibility should any misfortune befall me, and I will not implicate the society. Lin Feng asserted firmly, having set his sights on the gemstone, no matter the challenges. He would not retreat. You are a skeletal summoner? With a skeletal summoner taking on this task, we are somewhat reassured. Upon hearing this, the three middle-aged men shifted their stance. Everyone knew that skeletal summoners were the bane of the undead. Fearing that the External Relations Society might still refuse, The three men hastily pressed the 5th-level gemstone and 4 bags of gold leaves into Lin Feng's hands. The 4 bags were worth 40,000 gold coins, with the remaining 40,000 to be paid upon successful completion, a standard practice in their line of work. Hold on, this task is no ordinary affair, even with you being a skeletal summoner. I still have reservations. Unless several experienced members of the External Relations Society accompany you, I cannot approve this mission. Who among you is willing to team up with him? Director Gale deliberated briefly before gritting his teeth. Deep down, he understood that even the elite members of the society would likely hesitate to accompany Lin Feng on such a perilous journey. Without seasoned mages to support him, he could use that as an excuse to dissuade Lin Feng from his audacious endeavor. I will go. Ori, you should join me. Let us accompany Lin Feng and witness his skeletal summoning skills as well as the dread of Skeleton Mountain. The jovial Ruda stepped forward, laughing heartily. Ruda invited Ori to join, but Ori hesitated, the risks of the task daunting to him. You cannot. You are too impulsive, and I cannot place my trust in you. Gale shook his head, smiling at Ruda. I guarantee this task with the king's medal. Lin Feng presented the gleaming golden medal, realizing that this was the moment for it to shine. Indeed, upon seeing the king's medal, everyone was momentarily speechless. Within the External Relations Society, no one had received such an honor since the previous director's tenure. Do you dare to use the king's medal to pressure the External Relations Society? Bob seethed with anger. However, should Lin Feng genuinely invoke the king's medal to request the mission, the society would find it difficult to refuse. In the Huaxiao Empire, the king's medal was an undeniable symbol of power and glory. The three middle-aged men felt a mix of surprise and joy. Someone was willing to undertake their task with the king's medal, which lent credibility to their request. I simply wish to accept the mission. If I succeed, I will also pave a new path for the External Relations Society, will I not? Lin Feng replied with a serene smile, never intending to flaunt the king's medal. He merely desired the magical gemstone. Haha. Lin Feng, the risks of this task are immeasurable. I find myself in a quandary. Unless there is someone capable of bearing responsibility to lead, I cannot approve this mission. Director Gale hesitated briefly, offering a wry smile. I shall lead the team. Director Gale, you should feel at ease now. In the midst of the impasse, a warm, refined voice resonated from the entrance. Princess Yunya. Everyone turned to see Princess Yunya, clad in a silver-white magical robe and holding the Fire Phoenix wand, stepping forward with a confident smile. Indeed, Skeleton Mountain is an ominous place, yet I am still inclined to see it. Perhaps I can bring a flicker of hope to the Empire. Director Gale, as I am considered an external member of the External Relations Society, I believe I am eligible to participate, correct? Princess Yunya gracefully approached the crowd, instantly easing the atmosphere. Princess, this, if anything were to happen to you, it would not only be difficult for me to explain to the great king, but I would also become a pariah in the Empire. Gale's head spun. What was happening today? The normally decisive director found himself faced with such a tricky situation. What is there to fear? With a skeletal summoner present, do you think I would be devoured by the undead of Skeleton Mountain? Princess Yunya smiled at Lin Feng after speaking. He bowed slightly in gratitude, arriving at the External Relations Society. He was deeply moved by having someone stand up for him. Director, grant your approval. Our Atlantis Academy External Relations Society has always been known for its decisiveness. To hesitate now would invite ridicule from the outside world. Ruda laughed heartily. Very well. Lin Feng, you must ensure the princess's safety. Remember this. Gale pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, yet his brow remained furrowed. Let us hope nothing goes awry. Otherwise, not only will the External Relations Society face dissolution, but the Empire shall descend into chaos. Bob scoffed with a shake of his head, striding away. Ha ha, that is just how our vice director is. Lin Feng, do not heed his words. I will stand by you through thick and thin. Let us strive together. Luda patted Lin Feng's shoulder, the broomstick swaying back and forth. I'm quite harsh. You all can share the 80,000 reward, but I want this gem. Lin Feng stuffed 4 bags of golden leaves into Lu Da's hands, then smiled as he tucked the gem away. I knew you were only taking on the mission for this. Fine, you win this time. However, the princess likely has no interest in gold coins, so it seems these 4 bags are all mine. Aori, would you like to join us, and I'll share half with you? Luda shook the gold coins in his hand and called to Aori, who was not far away. I think I'll pass. Aoi sighed softly, muttering to himself, Luda, I hope you won't encounter any mishaps with this newcomer. Time is of the essence, so let us set off. I shall accompany you. One of the middle-aged merchants bowed respectfully. Intermediate swordsman Bart. I look forward to your guidance. Intermediate swordsmen are considered strong within the empire, but to reach the island of the undead, they must pass through the treacherous Skeleton Mountain. Against the undead, swordsmen are no match for mages. So he requires the substantial assistance of the external association, yet fears losing valuable items. Hence he must bolster his courage to follow along. After everyone exchanged greetings, they set off in a caravan pulled by two novice rhinoceros beasts. Although they possess no magical attributes, their immense strength allows them to adapt to various harsh environments, surpassing horses significantly. As the small team sang their way down the road, President Guy let out a long sigh, praying to the gods that this time there would be no incidents, for the consequences could be dire. Yet, it was evident that they would encounter numerous dangers along the way. Chapter 030. A minor disturbance 30 miles outside Lantis Castle. In the afar dark marsh, late at night, Lin Feng sat within the crimson magic tower, filled with two bright spheres of magical light. To the east blazed a crimson flame as Lin Feng stabilized his third-level skeleton summoning spell. Though he had advanced to the third level, according to the Crimson Mage, he still had a ways to go before mastering its application, requiring at least a year and a half of dedication. He adhered to two methods of learning, one being endless summoning to practice summoning, and the other being devouring. He had consumed the soul fires of all novice magical beasts and was now attempting to consume the soul fires of several apprentice mages. Compared to the soul fires of magical beasts, those of mages were significantly more potent. With each mage's soul fire he consumed, Lin Feng's own would gain some of the magical attributes of that mage. At this moment, he was attempting to absorb the soul fire of an apprentice wind mage, and upon success, his own would possess certain wind magic elements, even if he had no plans to study wind magic afterward. These elements would grant him immunity to wind magic attacks. Opposite him, a blue-black magical light gathered, as the skeleton of novice beast tamer Ward was forging an initial crystal core with the 5th-level gem he had brought back. This would be a lengthy process. Ward had mentioned that it would take at least 7 days to complete the core's initial form. However, once finished, the 5th-level gem would provide Little Black with a frenzied evolution speed. According to Ward's estimation, within a year or two, Little Black could rapidly evolve into a novice magical beast. Just then, Lin Feng suddenly heard a commotion to his left. Have they encountered trouble? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He and the task team had traversed the marsh and, after a day's journey, everyone suggested resting, mainly out of concern for Princess Yunya. Thus, the team had ascended a large rock to take a break. The intermediate lightning mage Lu De conjured a lightning magic shield to disperse the miasma from the marsh. Lin Feng excused himself to hunt for food to satisfy them, then quietly retreated beneath a massive 4-leaf clover to practice. The safety of the marsh was precarious, and incidents were commonplace. However, surrounded by marshland, resting anywhere was the only option. Sure enough, 3 flames soon appeared to the left, the soaring magical aura illuminating the dark marsh. Heh. Insignificant humans, let us turn you all into mighty mud men. The 3 colossal mud men first came into Lin Feng's view. He could see the situation outside the tower, but those outside could not see the tower or him. The mud men were the masters of the marsh, possessing soul fires as well. Lin Feng frowned as he observed, realizing that these 3 mud men were no ordinary foes in addition to their massive forms. One possessed basic wind magic attributes, another had basic ice magic attributes, and the last seemed well versed in basic puppetry. Princess Yunya and Shaoan were retreating while fighting. The Mudmen's territory was ill-suited for mages to engage in a positional battle, as their combat power would double in the marsh. Bart, Shaoan, protect the princess and fall back. I'll hold them off. Luda put away his cheerful demeanor, stepping forward to stand in front of everyone. Hands clasped tightly as he softly chanted. Suddenly, 5 beams of intense light shot forth, crossing in front of the 3 massive mud men. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, swirling red clouds descended, and 3 streaks of yellow lightning surged down, directly striking the mud men. That a resounding crash echoed as the 3 mud men were reduced to sludge, debris scattering everywhere. Luda, well done. An intermediate lightning mage is certainly formidable. Intermediate swordsman Bart exclaimed with glee. Shaoan and Princess Yunya also let out sighs of relief, but Luda did not wear a smile. He remained steadfast, surrounded by swirling fire and wind, which made everyone uneasy. Even Lin Feng within the tower furrowed his brow. Moments later, the muddy ground began to tremble, and the three gigantic mud men shakily rose to their feet, a swirl of black mist enveloping them. Insignificant humans have learned to resist. The mudman's enormous mouth opened wide, spewing forth foul black sludge. Shaoan and the others were startled, realizing that the mud men possessed a revival ability, and upon resurrecting, they seemed to have grown stronger. God of War, grant me the soul of the battle sword. Intermediate swordsman Bart leaped into action, drawing his long sword with a swift motion. With a single slash, the surroundings erupted in light as one mudman was cleaved in two, even the muck beneath them splitting apart. Bart, hold on. The mudmen have a revival ability. The more we kill, the stronger they become upon resurrection. Princess Yunya called out urgently, then raised her fiery phoenix wand high. Fury of the wind. Seal of ice, please help me bind these two mudmen. Two streams of magical light surged from the east and west, breaking through the black mist surrounding the mudmen, exploding like two heavy cannonballs. White light shooting skyward, icy winds swirling. The air crystallized, trapping the two mudmen within, as a raging wind howled, dispersing the dark aura of the marsh, depriving the mudmen of energy to move. However, infuriatingly, the third mudman revived once more, radiating a vengeful aura. Seeing this, Luda hastily shielded Shaoan and Bart as they retreated, then turned to assist Princess Yunya and Luda, being somewhat experienced, did not display any signs of panic in the face of such peril. Poor humans, you are too naive. Roar. The third mudman swung its massive arm, splattering muck as it passed through the dark mist. Each drop of sludge glimmered with a black halo, bombarding Princess Yunya and Luda mercilessly. Sword energy, form. Bart leaped into the air, swinging his sword down, the silver-white sword energy swiftly deflecting the sludge. However, Princess Yunya's spellcasting was disrupted by the mud projectiles, allowing the two mudmen to slowly awaken and join the fray. One mudman let out a thunderous roar, its body trembling uncontrollably as the sludge fell away, rapidly transforming into lively little mudmen that wiggled towards Shaoan and the others, moving far faster than the larger mudmen. The other was relentlessly swinging its arms, striking the surrounding muddy ground and dark rocks, instantly turning them into puppet soldiers that rose to attack Princess Yunya and her companions. Everyone, get behind me. Luda urged, his brow furrowed, his expression tense, his hands quickly clasped together, and in an instant, over 100 bolts of lightning surged downward, converging around them. The magical light blazed like flames, melting the incoming little mud men and puppets. Yet, these small creatures also possessed a revival ability, and once melted, they would rise once more, presenting an unending threat. Everyone's breaths quickened. Here, Luda and Bart held the most power, yet Bart, being a swordsman, found it challenging to deal with the mudmen, while Luda's magical skills were evidently nearing their limits. His lightning shield could not hold much longer. Woof, woof, woof. At that moment, a crisp barking sound emanated from beneath the massive four-leaf clover nearby, followed by the emergence of a skeletal dog radiating purple light, its eyes shooting forth purple flames. Behind the skeletal dog stood a young man clad in a fourth-level fiery magic robe, his expression calm, though the crimson flames surrounding him revealed his current fury. Lin Feng? Exclamation point. Princess Yunya and Luda exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up with hope. Chapter 031. Devouring is the unerring principle. Whoosh. Lin Feng took off running, although the fourth-level fiery magic robe could not completely repel the surrounding dark aura. The crimson fire swirling around him made it difficult for the dark essence to harm him. A streak of red, like a fire dragon, swept across the marsh, illuminating the overcast sky, and in a flash, Lin Feng arrived before the three mudmen. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his hands forward, piercing through one mudman's body, aiming directly at its heart, his eyes locked in intense focus. This took Shaoan and Princess Yunya by surprise. They had expected Lin Feng to summon his army of skeletons to annihilate the three mudmen. Yet he charged in empty-handed. Uncertain of his intentions, they couldn't help but worry. Lin Feng, be careful. With a thunderous roar, Luda observed that Lin Feng was engaged with two mud creatures, the third mud creature. Witnessing its companion being assaulted by a foolish human, became furious and let out a deafening howl, striking at Lin Feng with its enormous muddy hands. However, this was an indirect attack. The colossal mud palms did not land on Lin Feng, but instead flung countless clumps of mud into the air. The mud, hurtling through the void, coalesced into sinister dark energy, transforming into mud projectiles, so numerous they resembled a swarm of locusts, utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Luda and his companions were preoccupied with using lightning magic shields to fend off the smaller mud creatures and puppets, leaving them unable to assist Lin Feng. Boom! The mud projectiles rained down upon Lin Feng like a torrential storm. To everyone's astonishment, upon colliding with the flames enveloping Lin Feng, the incoming projectiles inflicted no harm whatsoever. The foul, putrid dark aura dissipated instantly, transforming into clumps of black mud that splashed into the swamp, creating a cacophony akin to rainfall. Magical immunity. Luda, seasoned and wise, discerned the unusual phenomenon and exclaimed in surprise, "Magical immunity? Isn't that a skill possessed only by high-ranking sorcerers?" Princess Yunya asked, bewildered. Indeed, one must advance to a high sorcerer to gather sufficient magical elements to forge the skill of magical immunity. However, I have heard from the elders at the Academy's library that if a magic learner can swiftly integrate magical elements into their soul's fire, even a novice sorcerer can attain formidable magical immunity. I never imagined Lin Feng could exhibit immunity against wind magic. Luda's broomstick head gleamed with insight, and he couldn't help but admire this newcomer even more. The skeletal summoning art is fundamentally tied to the soul's fire. I recall Headmaster Gandalf mentioning this. But how did Lin Feng integrate the wind magic elements into his soul's fire? Princess Yunya, astonished, gazed at Lin Feng's face, which retained its calm and composed demeanor. Meow. The mud creature, realizing it could not harm Lin Feng, gaped in disbelief and hastily summoned the smaller mud creatures and puppets to charge at him frantically. Woof! At that moment, the skeletal dog, Xiaohei, erupted with fervor. Although novice beast tamer Ward had yet to complete Xiaohei's initial crystal core, it already possessed magical attributes and a certain level of offensive capability. Its cleverness far surpassed that of ordinary dogs, and despite being outmatched by the higher-level mud creatures and puppets, its loyalty to Lin Feng compelled it to charge forth. The clever little dog darted back and forth among the smaller mud creatures and puppets, pausing to bark loudly, drawing their attention, and weaving skillfully to evade their pursuit. This spectacle elicited a chuckle from Luda. Lin Feng was an intriguing individual, and even his little dog exhibited remarkable wit. Bang! Bang! Changes occurred as the two mud creatures Lin Feng had pierced with his hand trembled violently, their cores igniting with a surge of magical brilliance. The black magical energy surged along Lin Feng's arms and into his body, while a fiery crimson blaze rapidly ignited in his chest. The red light devoured the dark energy, erupting into an even brighter radiance until the two mud creatures ceased their convulsions and transformed into puddles of mud. Dispersing into the swamp, simultaneously, two gleaming black magical cores fell into Lin Feng's palm, glimmering ominously. This left everyone in a state of astonishment. They all understood that skeletal summoners possessed an extraordinarily mysterious ability, far beyond mere skeletal summoning, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed eye-opening. Especially Bart, the merchant, who felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had initially thought that no one would undertake this task, and even if someone did, success was uncertain. Now, he began to abandon such concerns. This young man's abilities exceeded his expectations. With the two mud creatures eliminated, the smaller mud creatures and puppets soon vanished, all transforming into mud and soil with a resounding splash. The remaining large mud creature, witnessing its companion's demise, turned to flee. Yet, Lin Feng would not grant it the chance to escape. With a sharp command, the skeletal army surged forth, blocking the creature's path. Before the mud creature could react in panic, Lin Feng's right hand had already reached its core. This mud creature did not tremble for long. It let out a few anguished cries before Lin Feng devoured its soul's fire. And yet another dark magical core landed in his palm. With the danger now averted, everyone released a collective sigh of relief. "Brother Lin Feng, are you all right?" Xiaoan approached, concern etched on her face. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. Consuming 3 initial stage swamp mud creatures certainly proved taxing, Yet the sense of fulfillment that followed made him feel immensely invigorated, and he sensed that his soul's fire had grown significantly stronger. Surely, his level 3 skeletal summoning art had also matured somewhat. Brother Lin Feng, what can I say? We have one intermediate thunder mage, one intermediate swordsman, and Princess Yunya, a novice alchemist, along with Shaoan. We had no way to deal with these 3 monsters. Yet, you single-handedly took on all 3 without breaking a sweat. The skeletal summoner truly is formidable. Luda laughed heartily, his broomstick head bobbing with excitement. Indeed. Brother Lin Feng, well done. Bart chimed in, giving a thumbs up. Princess Yunya merely smiled gently, while Shaoan beamed widely. Lin Feng smiled silently, feeling a wave of apprehension. The skeletal summoner was indeed mysterious and powerful. Yet he was far from the extraordinary figure they imagined. He had simply observed the 3 mud creatures for a while and responded appropriately. Previously, he had consumed the soul's fire of a novice wind sorcerer in the magic tower, thus integrating wind magic elements into his own soul's fire. This led him to believe that the mud creature possessing wind magic attributes could not harm him. He had then shifted his initial targets to the other 2 mud creatures. Given that the mud creatures possessed formidable resurrection skills, employing the skeletal army to slay them would only increase their resurrection count, and, correspondingly, their combat strength, a fruitless endeavor. Fortunately, they also contained soul's fire, prompting Lin Feng to consider the bold tactic of devouring them. This was undoubtedly the best choice for their complete annihilation. However, he had not anticipated how smoothly it would unfold that it seemed, as the Crimson Mage had stated. That devouring was yet another powerful skill of the skeletal summoner, not to be underestimated. His delight. The mud creatures also contained magical cores, and with 3 additional initial stage magical cores in his hands, he was one step closer to completing Xiao Hei's initial crystal core. We cannot linger here for too long. Let us press on. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings for a moment before speaking resolutely. Everyone nodded in agreement. He appeared to embody the role of the squad leader more so than Princess Yunya. Chapter 032. Knowledgeable and humble. Before we even reach Skeleton Mountain, we encounter such peril. What awaits us upon our arrival? The group of 5, accompanied by 1 dog, hastened toward the location of the caravan, and intermediate swordsman Bart could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, we must exercise greater caution in the future compared to Skeleton Mountain. This swamp is but a minor threat." Princess Yunya replied cautiously, "What is there to fear? After all, we have Lin Feng with us. You all witnessed the power of the skeletal summoner just now. So we will surely succeed this time. Upon our return, I intend to boast to that cowardly Ori about this interesting and lucrative task. Let him regret his indecision. Ha ha." Luda's spirits lifted once more. Lin Feng and Shaoan exchanged a knowing smile, remaining silent. "Oh, what has become of our rhinoceros beasts?" Upon reaching the caravan, Shaoan could not suppress a startled exclamation. The caravan lay overturned on the ground, suffering little damage, but the 2 rhinoceros beasts were a gruesome sight, their flesh and skin nearly obliterated, leaving only shattered bones behind. It must be that while we were away, they were attacked by the ferocious beasts here. Luda cautiously surveyed the surroundings. A yellow magical light rising around him, encasing his body, an instinctive reaction of an intermediate mage. Moon wolves. It was the moon wolves that devoured them. Bart approached for a closer look, frowning. Moon wolves? Lin Feng and the others, having spent considerable time at the academy, were naturally unaware of the situation outside. Yes, a pack of ferocious wolf beasts that roamed the magical forest, worshipping the moon goddess and known for their howls at the moon. Thus, they are called moon wolves. Thankfully, they were only moon wolves. Had they been the fire wolves of Skeleton Mountain, we would surely have been in dire straits. Bart lamented, reflecting on the perils of their journey. Fire wolves? Skeleton wolves? Lin Feng asked calmly. Brother Lin Feng is correct. They are among the most ferocious of the initial stage magical beasts. Though few in number, they possess the ability to create shadow clones that a single fire wolf can produce up to 6 shadow wolves, each capable of slaying a pack of initial stage magical beasts. They are exceedingly ruthless. Bart, well versed in the dangers of Skeleton Mountain, had engaged the services of Lantis Academy's outreach department at a high price for this very reason. Shadow wolves. It seems they differ from the illusions created by illusion magic, which can only attack one's inner demons and lack any real combat power. Quite terrifying. Ludo exclaimed loudly. If that is the case, the fire wolves must possess devouring skills. Otherwise, they would not be able to produce beings with genuine combat capabilities. Lin Feng murmured, and he could also surmise that the secret behind the firewolves lay within the soul's fire. Brother Lin Feng is truly knowledgeable. The reason firewolves are so scarce is that they devour one another. The powerful firewolves have consumed the smaller ones across the continent, leaving behind only a few terrifyingly strong survivors. Bart once again gave Lin Feng a thumbs up. Is Brother Lin Feng familiar with firewolves? Luda asked, astonished. The Academy's magic courses had not covered such knowledge, and everyone knew that this young man had previously been an external magic apprentice. Unable to enter the magic classroom, he had not received any formal magical education. How, then, did he come to know such advanced magical concepts? I merely heard about it. Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. This was merely a piece of idle chatter that the verbose Scarlet Demon had previously mentioned. It was a well-known principle that any creature capable of manifesting entities with genuine attack attributes must consume the soul flames of weaker beings. This was precisely the path of devouring he had been diligently cultivating. Lin Feng, I never expected you to be so modest. Princess Yunya smiled graciously, while Shaoan beside her was already grinning from ear to ear. Let us hasten our journey. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this trivial knowledge truly indicative of erudition? Modesty seemed far-fetched. He approached the two indistinct rhinoceros beasts, extending his hands slightly forward, focusing his mind as a crimson magical aura enveloped him. Two orbs of scarlet flame coalesced beneath his palms, flickering like lightning. Whoosh! In an instant, the skeletal forms of the two rhinoceros beasts stirred to life, their eye sockets glowing with a vibrant emerald fire. Oh ho ho! I knew there was nothing to worry about. I've never been pulled by skeletal rhinoceros beasts before. Upon witnessing this, Luda joyfully patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and promptly hopped onto the carriage. They say that rhinoceros beasts are tireless when pulling carts. But compared to skeletal beasts, they certainly pale in comparison. Bart also wore a broad smile as he joined the now jovial Princess Yunya and Shaoan on the vehicle. Lin Feng took his place last, settling at the front. With a gentle flourish of his right hand, the two skeletal rhinoceros beasts raised their front legs, let out a mighty roar, and then galloped forward with a rhythmic clatter. Emerging from the swamp, the caravan sped into a vast grassland, bathed in the warm sunlight of a rising sun, which cascaded upon the swaying green grass like a painter's brush. The warmth dispelled the morning chill, mingling with the fragrant dew that kissed the faces of the still drowsy travelers. Only Lin Feng remained alert at the front, directing the skeletal rhinoceros beasts onward. His leadership stemmed not only from a reluctance to succumb to slumber, but also from a growing excitement regarding the situation within the tower. The skeletal beast under the tutelage of the novice beast tamer ward was currently assisting Xiao He in the forging of its initial crystal core. They had reached a critical juncture. And to Lin Feng's delight, the magical cores of the three mud golems were slightly more potent than those of typical low-tier creatures. 3 cores equated to 4, perhaps even more. Consequently, Ward had procured all the necessary materials for forging Xiao He's initial crystal core and was diligently working on the final fusion. Boom! The caravan jolted as it exited the grassland and plunged into a golden-hued forest, surrounded by towering maple trees, their thick bark a testament to centuries of enduring the elements that a gentle breeze stirred, producing a soft, buzzing sound within the woods as branches swayed languidly, causing palm-sized golden leaves to flutter down like whispers, each emitting a fleeting golden glow upon touching the ground, collectively forming a magnificent and ethereal tableau. Guess maple. Lin Feng couldn't resist halting the caravan, lifting his gaze to admire the breathtaking sight. He had heard from Mentor Charlie that the guest maple was the kindest of trees on this continent. Yet the gods often placed them on the fringes of dark territories, hoping their benevolent essence could purify the malevolent souls lurking there. This was precisely why Lin Feng had stopped so abruptly. Encountering a guest maple meant they were bound to tread cautiously through the surrounding dark lands. Wow, how beautiful! I never knew there were such enchanting landscapes within the borders of the Huaxiao Empire. Princess Yunya, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, was utterly captivated by the mesmerizing scenery. Ooh, Brother Lin Feng, where is this place? Shaoan, now awake, leaned closer to Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. This should be beyond Huaxia's domain, Lin Feng deduced. Indeed, we have crossed into the Phoenix Empire. Beyond this forest lies the Skeleton Mountain. Bart emerged from the caravan. surveying the surroundings before speaking in a serious tone, seemingly unfazed by the beauty that enveloped them. The skeleton mountain lies ahead. The others gasped in surprise. The lurking danger had finally revealed itself. Chapter 033. The Moon Spring Water and Natural Stones. Brother Lin Feng. As night approaches, why don't we rest here in this picturesque setting and venture into Skeleton Mountain at dawn? Shaoan, reluctant to leave, gently suggested. I concur. Beyond Skeleton Mountain lies the Isle of the Undead, and our journey will only become increasingly perilous. Describing it as a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Let us take advantage of this moment of abundance and enjoy a delightful feast of wild barbecue. Luda laughed heartily in agreement, already scouring the area for game. Princess Yunya also perked up, having spent so long in the imperial palace. She rarely experienced such leisurely living outside. Barbecue and wild game were unfamiliar, yet alluring concepts to her. Here is the plan. You all gather the game and collect firewood, while I take charge of the barbecue. Shaoan, for the first time, felt a sense of superiority, declaring that no one could rival her culinary skills here. Indeed, I almost forgot. You are the apprentice of the renowned ice and fire chef, Edward. I look forward to tasting your culinary prowess. Luda and the others were invigorated, admiring the scenery while hunting for game and gathering firewood. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Bart, who shrugged. They shared a knowing smile. The journey was long, and singing while traveling was not without its charm. Brother Lin Feng, where are you headed? Seeing Lin Feng stroll off in another direction, Shaoan called out. Hunting. Lin Feng waved his hand in response. Smiling. In truth, he intended to enter the magical tower to check on Xiaohei's progress. Inside the Scarlet Demon's golden tower, the skeletal ward earnestly placed his hands upon Xiaohei's head. Softly chanting incantations, the blue-black light swirled like fire between his palms, blending 5-level golden gems with 29 low-tier magical beast cores. Ward was intensely focused, meticulously refining the magical materials as blazing magic surged from him into Xiaohei's head. Countless gem fragments and impurities from the magical cores flying out in a dazzling display, carried away by the magical aura. TSK, what a waste of effort. What worth does a 5-level golden gem hold? A pile of useless low-tier magical cores. Should this poor little dog manage to forge a magical core, the path to becoming a superior magical beast will still be long and arduous. Far longer than that of that little imp, who at least has the tower's aid. The Scarlet Demon, observing the scene, shook his head in disdain. What are you implying? Is your skin itching again? At that moment, Lin Feng entered the tower, casting a glance at the enormous skull before hastily approaching Xiaohei to assess its progress. Hee, little imp, I heard you defeated 3 swamp mud golems yesterday, an average performance. I suppose. Fortunately, you weren't injured. Otherwise, it would have tarnished the invincible reputation of the skeletal summoning technique. Although the Scarlet Demon resided within the tower, witnessing the 3 mud golem cores Lin Feng had sent earlier allowed him to surmise when and against what creatures Lin Feng had battled. Clang! At that moment, a purple light flickered from Xiaohei's head, and its skeletal eyes erupted with long strands of purple fire. It barked fiercely, its voice significantly louder than before, and its presence radiated an overwhelming aura. Was the fusion successful? Lin Feng exclaimed with delight, after several days of gathering materials and hard work. Xiaohei's crystal core had finally been forged. What an achievement! It is successful, my esteemed master. The little dog is ultimately an ordinary creature, so despite possessing a magical core now, it will require at least 10 times the effort of other magical beasts to evolve. Ward bowed sincerely to Lin Feng. The light in his eyes dimmed, clearly exhausted from tirelessly assisting Xiaohei in forging the magical core over the past few days. That's of no concern. Xiaohei has endured much hardship while following me over the years. Regardless, it can now evolve like a magical beast, which is a significant milestone. Lin Feng exclaimed joyfully, lifting Xiaohei into his arms, his resolve firm. No matter how challenging the evolution process might be, he would find a way to empower it swiftly. A poor little dog, fortunate to have found a good master, a foolish magic apprentice, fortunate to have encountered a remarkably capable mentor. Both are equally tragic, yet equally fortunate. The Scarlet Demon scoffed with a wry smile. Ward, now that Xiaohei possesses a crystal core, should it be considered a young magical beast? Lin Feng disregarded the Scarlet Demon, focusing on his longtime companion. Xiaohei, who had finally embarked on the path of evolution and empowerment, feeling elated. Indeed, its constitution is slightly weaker than that of an ordinary young magical beast, but in terms of magical rank, it is classified as a young magical beast. Ward nodded earnestly. What must be done next to level up? Lin Feng inquired eagerly, unable to contain his anticipation. Transitioning from a young magical beast to a low-tier magical beast is Xiaohei's first evolution, which is crucial. Should it succeed, the subsequent journey will be smooth sailing. However, if it fails, all prior efforts will be in vain, and Xiaohei may even perish. As an apprentice to a top-tier beast tamer, Ward was well-versed in this matter. Thus, my esteemed master, I recommend utilizing Moon Spring Water to stabilize the evolution. Moon Spring Water? Excellent. That is not an issue. Lin Feng was familiar with Moon Spring Water, a magical elixir refined from the stream within the magical forest, capable of swiftly alleviating fatigue from excessive magical exertion. It was sold in all magical shops, with quality directly correlating to price. Holding Xiaohei in his arms, Lin Feng felt an indescribable sense of elation, stroking its little head as it emitted soft whimpers, its head aglow with pulsating purple magical light, while its skeletal eyes shimmered with fiery brilliance. Great Skull. I have a question. I have not neglected my summoning practice during this time, and have devoured many formidable soul flames. Yet why is my level 3 summoning technique still not stable? After a moment, Lin Feng turned to the Scarlet Demon, revealing that he had encountered a minor obstacle in his training. Though he has the ability to summon numerous low-level attribute creatures, the power of a level 3 summoning technique vastly exceeds these. He had heard from the Great Skeleton that once one masters the level 3 skeleton summoning technique, a magical shield would manifest around their body upon summoning, something referred to as the summoning shield by skeleton summoners. Only intermediate skeleton summoners possess a level 1 summoning shield, yet even this basic shield is sufficient to withstand attacks from novice mages. This formidable skill is among the auxiliary abilities of skeleton summoners, far surpassing the likes of ice, fire, and thunder shields. Encountering a slight bottleneck, are we? Despite the assistance of my esteemed Red Mage Lord's Red Magic Golden Tower that accelerates your training speed tenfold. Your poor aptitude is evident. If not for your commendable diligence, it would likely take you an additional 2 to 3 years to advance to an intermediate skeleton summoner. Here's what you should do. Gather natural stones. The higher the level, the better. Utilizing them will aid your training and should hasten your breakthrough. The Red Mage cleared his throat and spoke earnestly. When it comes to training and skeleton summoning, he had a plethora of methods, but many potent remedies he refrained from sharing with Lin Feng, this reckless practitioner, for his poor aptitude meant that overly aggressive techniques could jeopardize the soul fire within him. Thus, the Red Mage consistently imparted simple, yet foundational methods to guide this talent-challenged yet industrious lad along the path to strength. Chapter 034. Skeleton Mountain Natural Stones? Lin Feng had just acquired a new term. Indeed, they are natural magical stones that grow along riverbeds, thriving by absorbing the essence of natural elements. The pure natural energy within can purify the impurities in a skeleton summoner's soul fire, enhancing their breakthrough speed. The Red Mage squinted, adopting a mentor's demeanor. It seems I'll have to wait until we return from the Isle of the Undead before I can search for these. Lin Feng sighed, yet he felt a flicker of excitement, having finally discovered a method to breach the barrier. The Isle of the Undead. Young one, you intend to visit the Isle of the Undead? Oh, how delightful, for skeleton summoners. The Isle is a veritable paradise, not to mention the myriad of splendid creatures you can summon there. Your journey will take you past Skeleton Mountain, where you can swiftly bolster your skeleton army, preparing them for your subsequent breakthroughs. Alas, my esteemed Red Mage Lord can no longer partake in such excursions. How I long for the days of yore. Upon hearing Lin Feng's plans, the great skeleton's eyes sparkled with longing. It said that the Isle of the Undead is merely plagued with miasma, with Skeleton Mountain being the true horror. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Have those who claim the Isle is not terrifying ever been there? 3,000 years ago, the Isle was already a haven for the undead. What more now? You are still too naive. Otherwise, you would realize the abundance of wonders awaiting you there. To ensure you do not meet a grim fate, I shall impart a strategy for confronting formidable foes. Sacrifice the pawns to protect the king. If you find yourself in peril, abandon your skeleton army and flee as swiftly as possible. As long as you preserve your life, you need not worry about future endeavors. Understand, young one? The red mage rambled on, only to find Lin Feng had already exited the tower. That rascal never waits for me to finish. I can only hope he does not stumble on the Isle of the Undead. Xiaohei, wait for me. Lin Feng, already outside the tower, could still hear the red mage's words and couldn't help but smile. Despite his verbosity, the red mage's heart was far from that of a tyrant. Showing genuine care for him, Xiaohei had just completed the forging of the magic core and was now in high spirits. Lin Feng encouraged it to stretch its limbs, and it immediately dashed about in the welcoming maple grove. Following closely behind, Lin Feng was drawn towards the delightful aroma of barbecue wafting from the east, evidently where Xiaoan and Princess Yunya were preparing a feast beneath the colossal tree. A bonfire blazed brightly, with 3 sturdy wooden racks set above it. 1 rack skewered 3 long-tailed wild chickens, their succulent aroma wafting through the air. Another bore a snow goat, while Xiaoan, seated beside it, sprinkled her homemade seasonings over it. The 3rd rack held 2 black rabbits, already glistening with grease and enticingly fragrant, tempting Lu De to stealthily reach out for a piece to devour. Lu De, no stealing. We agreed to wait for brother Lin Feng to return before we eat. Xiaoan, quick to notice, grabbed a long branch and gently waved it to deter Lu De's hand. What is taking that brat so long to return? Lu De scratched his head, unable to contain his impatience in the face of so many delicacies. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Just then, Lin Feng emerged from behind the great tree, smiling as he appeared before them, with Xiaohei wagging its tail beside him, its eyes sparkling. No way, you didn't catch any wild game. Wait, what is that? Lu De exclaimed, astonished to see Lin Feng empty-handed, only to be taken aback as he noticed a colossal skeletal creature standing obediently behind Lin Feng. Oh, I gathered some spiritual fruits, but couldn't carry them all, so I had it assist me. Lin Feng replied with a grin, having commanded the level 3 skeletal dragon to collect fruits before entering the magic tower. The dragon's towering form was capable of reaching the higher branches for the spiritual fruits. Lin Feng reasoned that Lu De, being a seasoned member of the External Association of Atlantis Magic Academy, would find outdoor survival and hunting to be trivial. Thus he thought the team would have no shortage of meat, allowing him to gather some fruits to enjoy after the barbecue. Spiritual fruits. They are my favorite. Indeed, his actions quickly earned the praise of Princess Yunya. Wow, so many. Lin Feng, did you know that the palace requires no less than this in a month? Quite a bounty. Yet what surprises me most is that this is my first encounter with such a well-behaved magic dragon. Truly, skeleton summoners possess remarkable abilities. Lu De chuckled, petting the skeletal dragon, for typically, no one could approach a magic dragon in such a manner. Spiritual fruits. What a delight. Bring me a few. Bart stood up, moving closer. What is so appetizing about fruits? Xiaoan, now that Lin Feng has returned, can we dig in? Lu De, a meat lover, turned with a grin to inquire of Xiaoan, only to find her no longer in her previous spot. Upon turning again, he discovered Xiao and had already reached Lin Feng's side. Brother Lin Feng, I roasted this black rabbit just for you. Please eat it while it's hot. Xiaoan offered the fragrant rabbit, its aroma tantalizing enough to make even a satiated person swallow hard. Ah, this girl is so biased. I had my eye on that rabbit for ages. Lu De's eyes widened as he realized it was indeed the very rabbit he had been eyeing, causing him to stomp his feet in frustration before lunging at another rabbit to devour it. Lin Feng, you seem so fortunate. Princess Yunya giggled, covering her mouth, her charming demeanor evident as she passed by, her cheeks tinged with a hint of blush. Youth is truly a blessing. Even Bart, rarely seen smiling, chuckled heartily while munching on a fruit. Let us feast together. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile, taking the black rabbit and splitting it in half, handing one portion to Xiao and while keeping the other for himself. Seeing Lin Feng enjoy his meal brought a gleeful smile to Xiaoan's face as she began to eat as well. After the 5 of them had their fill, they tidied up and boarded the carriage, with Lin Feng calling out, "Let us go." The skeletal rhinoceros beast pulled the carriage swiftly towards Skeleton Mountain. As they exited the maple grove, Lin Feng spotted a dark, towering mountain gradually materializing before them, surrounded by a swirling mix of black and white miasma, and above, ominous black vapors coalesced to resemble a gigantic black skull suspended in the air. As the carriage drew nearer, an oppressive wave of dark energy hit them, causing Lin Feng to frown. This was the terrifying aura of the undead, reminiscent of the dark essence found in the ruins of the Holy War. Yet he was no longer fearful of such things. The closer they approached, the clearer the shape of Skeleton Mountain became. It was not formed of rocks or earth, but rather a chaotic amalgamation of skeletons of various sizes and shapes. There were both beastly and human skeletons, jumbled together, with the chilling atmosphere sending shivers down one's spine, and the pungent stench was utterly unbearable. With a crunch, the rough steel wheels of the carriage rolled over the bones, producing a sharp sound as the vehicle began to sway. Realizing this, Lin Feng quickly instructed the skeletal rhinoceros beast to halt, intending to assess the situation before proceeding. Chapter 035, Fire Wolf, Battle. I propose we abandon the carriage and proceed cautiously on foot, methodically exploring our surroundings to ensure we can safely traverse Skeleton Mountain. Lu Da's head emerged from the carriage, surveying the area with caution, though an experienced member of the Lantis Magic Academy's External Association. This was his first venture into such a perilous domain, and he felt a twinge of trepidation, not to mention the hidden, malevolent undead creatures lurking within. The eerie atmosphere alone was enough to chill one's bones. I fear that may not be wise. Lingering here only increases our peril. The longer we stay, the greater the danger, so I believe we should bolt through as quickly as possible, Bart replied after some contemplation, gritting his teeth. According to the map, the Isle of the Undead lies to the east of Skeleton Mountain. If we advance swiftly eastward, we should soon reach the isle. As Bart spoke of Skeleton Mountain, his expression was tense, yet when he mentioned the Isle of the Undead, a glint of yearning appeared on his face, which Lin Feng noticed with curiosity, wondering why that was the case. Even if he, like many others, was unaware that the Isle of the Undead was even more fearsome than Skeleton Mountain, it seemed peculiar to look forward to such a haven of the undead. Mr. Bart makes a valid point. However, the area is littered with skeletons, and we may find it exceedingly difficult to traverse swiftly by carriage. If we resort to foot travel, it is uncertain whether we could navigate our way out in a single day. What are the odds of exploring Skull Mountain for a day without encountering any dangers? Princess Yunya, typically composed, now wore a visage of anxiety as she stood amidst the oppressive black mist of Skull Mountain. Brother Lin Feng, what shall we do? Xiaoan nestled close to Lin Feng, her wide eyes sparkling with curiosity, unfazed by the tension that enveloped the others. To think we could traverse Skull Mountain without encountering any undead creatures is likely a fanciful notion. Since evasion is futile, we may as well confront it head-on. Everyone, brace yourselves. Lin Feng maintained his calm demeanor, gesturing with his right hand. Instantly, two skeletal rhinoceros beasts let out a thunderous roar, their eyes aglow, before charging forth. At this rate, we'll likely overturn our carriage before we even encounter any malevolent spirits, Lu Da exclaimed in shock, surveying the heaps of skeletons and the treacherous terrain that posed a significant risk to their vehicle. Yet, he quickly fell silent in astonishment. He, along with the others, was taken aback by a miraculous phenomenon. Wherever the rhinoceros beast trod, the scattered skeletons ignited with a crimson glow, rising swiftly to either side before the beasts could reach them. Parting like a tidal wave, imbuing the scene with a majestic grandeur, as if the entire Skull Mountain had come alive in jubilation. To their surprise, the myriad of skeletons, varying in size and shape, did not merely stand aside but instead displayed their unique postures, beast bones roaring, human bones bowing, before trailing behind Lin Feng's carriage in an orderly formation, resembling a ragtag yet disciplined battalion of skeletons. Advancing through the skeletal peaks. The speed of this summoning Lin Feng, my admiration for you grows ever deeper. Princess Yunya could not help but exclaim, momentarily shedding her regal composure. Yet, she quickly regained her demeanor, perhaps sensing the displeasure in Xiaoan's expression. Whenever she praised Lin Feng, the little girl scrutinized her face closely, causing Yunya to feel a tinge of embarrassment. Indeed, a skeleton summoner, truly an impressive sight. Lu Da clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, oblivious to the subtle glances exchanged between the two girls, entirely captivated by the spectacle before him. Throughout his life, Lu Da had offered praise to countless individuals, but this time he felt a genuine admiration, initially viewing Lin Feng as merely a bold newcomer. He now recognized him as another prodigy from the Lantis Academy of Magic. Faced with the continuous accolades from his companions, Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. In their eyes, he was an omnipotent figure, Yet according to the Crimson Mage, he was still a novice that in truth, he had not yet reached the level of summoning every skeleton on Skull Mountain. Rather, he could perceive the flickering flames of their souls and chose to charge through areas where the flames were weaker, where the skeletons were remnants of lower-tier beings, allowing him, as a mid-tier skeleton summoner, to swiftly rouse them. Naturally, not all low-tier skeletons clustered together. The territory he charged through also contained many high-tier skeletal remains. But a mere handful of skeletons could hardly obstruct the progress of their sturdy carriage. "Hush!" Lin Feng abruptly commanded the skeletal legion to halt, startling Lu De and the others, who had been chatting jovially in the rear of the carriage. Something was amiss. Indeed, ahead, dark clouds roiled as 3 streaks of black flames surged forth from a pile of skeletons. "Firewolves!" Bart exclaimed in astonishment. 3 skeletal wolves, each half the height of a man, materialized before them, baring their teeth, their eyes ablaze with malevolence, and their bodies enveloped in dark flames, presenting a fearsome sight. As Lin Feng has indicated, evasion is not an option. It is evident that the firewolves possess acute senses. They must have detected our arrival long ago. Lu Da's hair bristled as he stood protectively in front of Xiao and Princess Yunya, adopting a defensive posture. They appear to be hesitating. Princess Yunya observed closely, noting the subtle shifts in the fire wolves' demeanor. Lin Feng too had sensed it. The fire wolves seemed taken aback by the sight of such a large throng of skeletons standing steadfastly in the mountains, each exhibiting varied forms and postures, creating an imposing spectacle. Seeing this, Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, prompting the vast skeleton army to charge forth, encircling the 3 fire wolves in a sweeping formation, surrounding them in no less than 7 or 8 circles. The sheer force of this maneuver startled the wolves, who, experienced as they were, quickly regrouped, positioning themselves in a massive, dark magical formation, illuminating the black earth with a mystical glow. A magic formation. The firewolves are capable of forming a battle array. Bart and Lu De exchanged alarmed glances, both breaking into a cold sweat. Only a high-level mage could establish such a formation, and the firewolves were evidently more formidable than they had anticipated. The magical texts indicated that firewolves were merely a vile breed among low-tier undead. Witnessing their capabilities firsthand, they realized they far surpassed the initial classification. "These skeletons will not hold them for long. You all should push through first while I cover your retreat." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, knowing the 3 firewolves would be a tough challenge. "Nonsense. We are a task force, a unified whole. How can we allow you to face this alone?" Lu De protested vehemently. "Indeed, Lin Feng, while we may not match your abilities, our collective strength as a team exceeds that of any individual." Princess Yunya also opposed the notion, for as the Imperial Princess and the squad leader, there was no room for retreat. "Very well then. It seems this place is not solely beset by fire wolves. We must strike swiftly and decisively. We must break free from Skull Mountain before darkness falls." Lin Feng primarily wished for them to lead Xiao into safety. But since they insisted on joining the fray, he resolved to protect Xiao and himself. The fire wolves, known for their ferocity, wasted no time upon encountering the throng of snarling skeletons, and the battle erupted immediately. The low-tier skeletons were utterly no match for them. With a singular leap, the 3 firewolves burst forth, unleashing their flames and effortlessly breaking through the skeletal army's blockade. "Let us form a tight circle and refrain from scattering. Also, stay clear of the firewolves' magical formation." Lu De, seasoned from countless battles, shouted decisively. The 5 of them quickly huddled together, preparing to confront the firewolves. Chapter 036. The Infatuated Bart and the Soul Ring Spirit of Fire. "Blade of Wind, please dispel the darkness before us." Princess Yunya raised her phoenix wand high, conjuring 2 beams of magical light that coalesced at the eastern and western edges of Skull Mountain, swirling and swiftly converging to strike at the fire wolves. Bang! The yellow flames and icy winds collided against the fire wolves' magical formation, resulting in an explosion of luminous energy. The 3 fire wolves staggered momentarily. Yet Princess Yunya's assault failed to breach their formation. "We must separate them. Otherwise, prolonged combat will be detrimental to us." Lu De stepped forward, clasping his hands tightly before his chest, rapidly chanting. Suddenly, a thunderclap resounded, the dark clouds roiling above as 3 bolts of lightning rained down, striking the 3 fire wolves directly. The mid-tier lightning mage's, Heaven's Punishment, was immensely powerful, cleaving through the opposing magical formation. And it was evident that Lu De had unleashed his greatest magical prowess in a single burst. Unfortunately, even after being split apart, the three firewolves quickly regrouped, re-establishing their magical array, their howls scattering the surrounding skeletons as the dark, swirling miasma surged forth, blinding Lin Feng and the others. God of light, please purify this malevolent aura. Shaoan was not idle. The blue crystal wand in her grasp radiated a pure crystalline light, akin to the dawn, gradually dispelling the surrounding undead energy. The three firewolves, thoroughly enraged, abandoned their magical array and charged directly at Lin Feng and his companions, seemingly targeting Xiao and Princess Yunya as the weakest links in their group. One of the wolves even ventured to test Lin Feng and Bardesh's strength, recognizing that they had yet to engage in combat, thus hesitating to charge in recklessly. Cunning firewolves. Sort of combat. Bart was no fool. He understood that his sword energy could not cleave through the firewolves' encircling black flames. Yet his battle-hardened experience prompted him to draw his sword, and a magnificent wave of sword energy sliced down between him and the firewolf, carving a deep chasm through which countless skeletons tumbled, causing the very mountain to tremble. Upon witnessing this, the firewolf halted abruptly, its long jaws agape as it unleashed a torrent of black flames, striking Bardesh's sword energy and forcing him to tumble backwards several times before regaining his footing. Gah! The black flames scorched Bart, prompting the firewolf to howl in triumph. However, it was swiftly silenced by a chilling cry from behind as a horde of undead flaming birds materialized without warning above its head, launching a ferocious assault. Meanwhile, the other two firewolves, charging toward Xiao and Princess Yunya, were similarly stymied by the sudden emergence of a massive skeletal dragon, though the skeletal dragon's level was beneath that of the firewolves. The imposing presence of a Tier 3 dragon was unparalleled. With a crackle, the three firewolves regrouped, their magical formation taking shape once more. Faced with this formation, the dragon and the undead birds were rendered powerless. They had not received Lin Feng's retreat command, so they charged forward recklessly, only to be incinerated to ash by the black flames surrounding the magical array. The immediate danger was averted, and the firewolves let out triumphant howls, each displaying their pride. Yet, they soon noticed that only Lu De and Bart wore expressions of deep concern, while among the five, the cool and composed youth clad in a purple robe remained unfazed, his demeanor unruffled. They quickly recognized that this young man was formidable. The dragon and the undead birds were of his making. Indeed, in but a short while, the dragon and the undead birds reappeared, launching a frenzied assault. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Countless charges, countless times being obliterated by the black light of the magical array. Yet this relentless onslaught incited panic among the firewolves, as the surrounding area ignited with crimson flames, forcing the black flames to coalesce into a tight ball. Lu De and Princess Yunya did not cease their onslaught. Thunder rumbled, lightning crackled, and the purifying power of Xiao cascaded down like rain. Three frenzied firewolves yearned to break free once more. But before they could leap forward, they were paralyzed by the sight before them. Hundreds of skeletal beasts of the initial rank emerged silently to their left. Their charge was instantaneous, and although they were swiftly incinerated by the magical formation, the relentless advance of the skeletal horde caused the magical array to tremble violently. Even more alarming was the appearance of 5 apprentice mage skeletons before Lin Feng, each showcasing their unique abilities: fireball spells, lightning strikes, and freezing spells in a continuous sequence. Rise. Lin Feng quietly activated the magic tower. Lu De and the others were engrossed in battle and were unlikely to notice its presence, allowing Lin Feng to amplify his summoning power tenfold in an instant. In a flash, the mountainside was teeming with skeletons. Despite their low levels, the overwhelming surge of their assault left the 3 firewolves with little regard for the magical formation, resulting in one of them becoming isolated. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips. The lone firewolf had become his primary target. He harbored a silent resentment. Finally, one had strayed from the pack. Lin Feng immediately began to sense its soul fire. The soul fire of the firewolf was formidable. It was the most powerful he had encountered since mastering the skeleton summoning technique, a force that momentarily overwhelmed him. Fortunately, he was within the tower, and the more he struggled to harness it, the greater the impact the magic tower exerted upon him, rendering him unable to desist. Soon, Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. This contest was reminiscent of breakthroughs he had experienced during his training. As the soul fire swelled and the tower's eerie magical energy drained his stamina, persevere. There would be time to rest during training. Now was not the moment. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, striving to absorb the boundless energy emanating from the tower and merge it with the soul fire, thus enabling him to unleash his full potential against the fire wolf. Ding! The fire wolf, locked in Lin Feng's focus, shuddered violently, its body exploding into a cascade of black light. Moments later, from the heart of the black light, another fire wolf appeared, swaying unsteadily. It let out an enraged roar, yet it obediently approached Lin Feng, bowing its head repeatedly in a display of reverence. This action instantly shifted the tide of battle. With Lin Feng's successful summoning of one fire wolf, the terrifying magical array collapsed with a resounding crash. The remaining two firewolves, having lost their will to fight, were cornered by Luda and his companions, rampaging yet significantly weakened. Charge! Lin Feng commanded softly, and the summoned fire wolf immediately turned and charged, colliding with another fire wolf, resulting in a cataclysm of black flames. Both wolves reduced to a SHI in the blink of an eye. The two fire wolves re-emerged, wobbling as they approached Lin Feng, displaying their loyalty. Charge! Lin Feng issued another command, and the two fire wolves turned to assault the third. Another tempest of black flames engulfing them, and all three fire wolves vanished into the swirling magical light. The battle concluded. Lin Feng hurriedly exited the tower to avoid detection. The three fire wolves had already resurrected, eagerly flocking to him, bowing in respect. You've indeed improved your summoning abilities, Lin Feng, Luda exclaimed, hands on his hips, gasping for breath while laughing. This has been a true battle since I began my studies in magic. Princess Yunya wiped the sweat from her brow, a smile of relief illuminating her delicate features. Xiaoan sidled up to Lin Feng, offering a sweet smile. Bait, are you all right? Lin Feng turned to inquire of Bait, who was not typically cold-hearted, having not heard his praise. Lin Feng sensed something was amiss. Sure enough, Bait was curled up on the ground, a swordsman unable to withstand the torrent of magical flames, evidently injured by the fire wolf's fiery breath moments ago. I doubt I can make it to the island of the undead. Brother Lin Feng, please, ensure this reaches my fiancée, Lin. Bait managed a smile, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Bait. The others rushed over, supporting the almost collapsing Bait. The soul ring. Upon seeing the object cradled in Bait's hands, Luda gasped in astonishment that it was a crimson ring, blood red, radiating a ghastly aura, as though it were bleeding, utterly mysterious. Chapter 037. Necromancer, Tenacious, the Soul Ring. Xiaoan and Princess Yunya gasped in shock, while Lin Feng was taken aback, sensing that his soul fire seemed to react to the ring, stirring restlessly. I once heard the guild leader speak of such an artifact, thought it merely a legend in the annals of magical history. But it appears to be real. Luda marveled, the prized magical artifact of the Black Mountain sorcerer, capable of bestowing a powerful soul aura upon mages, granting them formidable curse abilities. Indeed, the beloved treasure of the Black Mountain sorcerer. And the very thing Lin desires most. 10 years ago, she abandoned our engagement to seek this artifact on the island of the undead, urging me to search for it as well. Upon its acquisition, I was to join her on the island, and that day would mark our wedding. Bait lamented, blood seeping from his lips, yet smiling sincerely. Forgive me for causing you to witness this spectacle. Fortunately, I spent a decade locating this ring, and I am close to delivering it to her. But alas, I will never wed her. Hearing this, Xiaoan and Princess Yunya were moved to tears, mourning Bait's unyielding devotion. Is it worth it? Lin Feng mused, furrowing his brow, believing Lin to be unworthy of such dedication. Was their love truly less significant than a magical ring? Young man, once you fall in love, you will understand its worth. Bait replied, glancing at Xiaoan and Princess Yunya with a smile of blessing before turning to Lin Feng, saying, Brother Lin Feng, I entrust this to you. Rest assured, having accepted this task, I shall see it through. Lin Feng vowed resolutely. Moments later, he bowed to Bait and inquired, Bait, if you pass, may I summon your skeleton? I wish to bring you back to the Lantis castle. Certainly, it would be my honor. Do not fret about my fate as a skeletal servant. I willingly choose to remain with you kind souls. These days have been the happiest of my decade-long existence. I have no regrets. Bait smiled in acceptance before departing with his final breath, Shaoan and Princess Yunya were already in tears, while Lin Feng and Luda performed a mage's salute before lifting him onto the cart, heading directly to the island of the undead. Beyond Skeleton Mountain lay the island of the undead, compared to the ominous blackened Skeleton Mountain. The island of the undead was not shrouded in dark flames. Instead, a small black island, no larger than a village, floated in a blue dead lake, with a gnarled tree providing passage across the lake's surface. An icy, spectral aura wafted through the air above the island, as if countless souls of the departed were howling in song, accompanied by a cacophony of mournful cries that in response to the sudden arrival of 4 unexpected guests. The desolate island displayed its own unique form of welcome, with rows of white-haired malevolent spirits darting about, occasionally striking provocative poses. Luda, seasoned in experience, advised Lin Feng and the others to avoid provoking these mindless spirits, as long as they remained undisturbed. They would not be attacked. Soon, they discovered a treehouse at the island's center, where a gnarled tree resembled a gaunt treeman, beneath which sat a pallid woman with white hair and wide blue eyes. 2 slender streams of spectral energy flowed into her nostrils, causing her nearly lifeless blood-red lips to quiver involuntarily. Is there a woman named Lin on this island? Luda stepped forward cautiously, inquiring softly, eager to seize the opportunity to question the only person they had encountered. What do you seek her for? The woman hissed, her voice hoarse and deep, her gaze flashing with menace, causing Luda to instinctively step back. Lin Feng scrutinized the woman. Her soul fire appeared peculiar, unlike any he had seen before, which danced with vitality. Hers was a void of silence, akin to a mass of blood clouds concealed within her chest. Surrounded by an icy aura of malevolent spirits, an extraordinary sight indeed. A necromancer. Lin Feng recalled what the red sorcerer had mentioned. We have been sent by the swordsman Luda from Lantis City to deliver an item to her. Luda answered cautiously. Bait. What item? Is it the soul ring? Upon hearing Luda's name, the woman sprang to her feet, her excitement palpable. You are Lin. Lin Feng stepped closer, frowning as he queried. Indeed, that useless bait took a decade to find the soul ring, leaving me to suffer and wait for 10 long years. The soul ring. Where is it? The woman, unmistakably Lin, spoke with venom. It is in my possession, but I have no intention of relinquishing it to you, Lin Feng declared resolutely. As he had suspected, Lin was not someone Bait should cherish. Her primary concern lay with the soul ring, paying no heed to Bait's well-being. Lin Feng could not help but feel that Luda had been wronged. How dare you? That is something Bait entrusted to you for me. You cannot refuse to give it. Lin shouted fiercely. The item Bait sacrificed his life for, you are unworthy to possess. Lin Feng retorted coldly. If you do not surrender the soul ring, do not think you can leave the island of the undead. Lin was nearly deranged. After waiting 10 years, how could she possibly relinquish her prize? Then we shall see if you possess the capability. Lin Feng raised a hand lightly, and 3 fire wolves surged forth, the magical array coalescing rapidly before Lin. Fire wolves, a skeleton summoner. You are a skeleton summoner? This is impossible. After 3,000 years, how could anyone on this continent still wield the art of skeleton summoning? Lin struggled to accept this reality, involuntarily retreating a few steps. The island of the undead was a paradise for skeleton summoners. Who would dare battle them here? Such folly would only lead to becoming their summoning target. You must be a necromancer, right? After 10 years of arduous training, at best you would only be a mid-level necromancer. Here we have a mid-level skeleton summoner, 3 firewolves, a mid-level thunder magic user, a novice alchemist, and a novice light mage. What do you reckon your chances of victory are? Lin Feng stood his ground, undeterred, despite being on Lin's territory. What does a mid-level thunder mage count for? Alchemists and light mages are nothing but useless, Lin exclaimed fiercely. Yet she could not afford to underestimate the skeleton summoner and the fire wolves. The young boy before her was already a mid-level skeleton summoner, which instilled a sense of fear within her. A cold-blooded necromancer is as devoid of emotion as a skeleton, numb and heartless, utterly unqualified to judge others. Lin Feng acted swiftly, tearing a piece of fabric from Lin's dress. This will be taken back to Bart's brother as proof that we have completed the task. You, little brat, just wait. One day, I shall come to Lantis Castle to find you, and when that day comes, you will kneel before me, offering the soul ring. Lin's laughter was filled with fury, and the surrounding aura of malevolence surged, causing the entire Necromancer Island to tremble. Very well, I await your arrival. I shall safeguard the soul ring for Bart until you come to claim it. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and then turned to leave at a leisurely pace. Ruda and the others felt a sense of relief. Such a woman was unworthy of possessing the soul ring obtained through Bart's sacrifice. Fortunately, it was Lin Feng, the skeleton summoner, who undertook the mission. Had it been anyone else, even a high-level mage or archmage, they likely would have found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle with Lin. Guided by the fire wolves, Lin Feng and his companions successfully traversed Skeleton Mountain, heading towards Lanta City against the backdrop of the evening glow, while Lin's angry shouts and curses echoed behind them. Chapter 038. Welcome Reception, a new perspective at the Lantis Magic Academy. In the modest yet spacious hall, 3 wooden tables, each approximately 10 meters long, were arranged in a row, with a small stone round table adorned with rough, yet beautiful carvings at the head. The tables were laden with delectable dishes, and cups clinked as members of the External Liaison Society indulged in revelry. The External Liaison Society thrived rapidly, leading to a prosperous existence. Lin Feng, Princess Yunya, come, let us raise a glass. Gale, the president, called out cheerfully from the small round table. Lin Feng and Princess Yunya, seated at the same table, raised their cups in response, joined by Ruda and Xiao, and according to the society's custom. Members who had just returned triumphantly from a mission, along with the president and 3 vice presidents, sat at the small round table. The gathering served to welcome the victorious members and celebrate yet another successful venture of the External Liaison Society. I truly did not expect that you would return safely from Necromancer Island. This marks a significant breakthrough and innovation for our society, Gale exclaimed, finally able to relax after days of worry. This is also a groundbreaking achievement in the Huaxia Empire. Although several hunting organizations have previously ventured to Necromancer Island, none returned alive. Now, our External Liaison Society has successfully completed a mission there, establishing us as the premier exploration organization within the Huaxia Empire, remarked Ori, a mid-level fire mage with fiery red hair, his scars quivering slightly as he spoke. Ori, you hesitated to join us back then. I suppose you regret it now. An 80,000 reward, with the society taking 20,000. While Lin Feng and Princess Yunya took nothing, and Xiaoan received only 10,000. The remaining 50,000 is all mine, even if I do not take on any more missions this year. I can feast and indulge every day. Ruda patted Ori on the shoulder, boasting confidently. He then sighed. This time, we owe it all to Lin Feng. Otherwise, we would not have even been able to cross Skeleton Mountain, let alone face the terrors of Necromancer Island. Upon reaching the island, I realized the malevolent spirits there are far more terrifying than those on Skeleton Mountain. Indeed, when it comes to dealing with skeletons and malevolent spirits, the skeleton summoner reigns supreme. Xiaoan chuckled softly, feeling elated. A member of this mission squad, completing the task granted her a measure of achievement, regardless of whether it was luck or skill. The External Liaison Society would duly record her success, leading to corresponding bonuses and evaluations at year-end. The skeleton summoner truly lives up to the reputation. This means our society has gained another pillar of strength. Gale regarded Lin Feng with newfound respect, raising his cup in a toast to him. The society was filled with talented individuals, and Gale, as president, felt a sense of pride. It is worth celebrating, but we must also be cautious. While your mission to Necromancer Island was a success, you have surely offended the necromancers there. They will not only remember you, but also our External Liaison Society. In the future, should other members encounter them on missions, it is bound to result in fierce battles. Vice President Bob remained stern and unsmiling. While everyone else drank merrily, he abstained from alcohol. His words made the atmosphere tense, and everyone fell silent, exchanging glances, understanding that Bob harbored no fondness for Lin Feng. Lin Feng himself remained expressionless, not out of anger toward Bob, but because although the mission was accomplished, the cargo owner Bart had perished. Had he been an ordinary cargo owner, Lin Feng would not have felt any particular sorrow, but Bart's devotion weighed heavily on his heart. Bart, a mid-level swordsman, was unable to summon his own skeleton now. Once Lin Feng advanced to a high-level skeleton summoner, his first task would be to summon Bart's skeleton. This was a person worth befriending. As for the necromancer Lin, he would await her arrival. The soul ring would never fall into her hands. The disparity in strength was too great, and out of respect for Bart, he did not wish to hold a grudge against her. Their next encounter would be when she had transformed into a skeleton. Lin Feng, do not feel guilty. Perhaps for Bart, Death was a form of liberation, at least he died with beautiful fantasies of Lin. Which is a kind of happiness. If he had lived to see Lin's heartlessness on Necromancer Island, he would surely have found life unbearable. Princess Yunya, with her delicate insights, offered gentle comfort. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. She was right. Those who are overly sentimental often find themselves vexed by the heartless. Bart, reborn as a skeleton, would likely be free of such longings and troubles. Haha, Lin Feng, do not take Vice President Bob's words to heart. It is inevitable to offend someone when we undertake missions. What is there to fear? If we were to fear everything, we might as well close the society. Gale laughed heartily, trying to lift Lin Feng's spirits. President Gale is correct. That necromancer wouldn't dare to challenge you now. Perhaps even in 10 years, she would still hesitate. Ruda chuckled, though recalling the events on Necromancer Island sent chills down his spine. If Lin had been a necromancer unafraid of death, they might still be embroiled in a fierce battle there. A mid-level necromancer may not be terrifying, but the countless malevolent spirits on Necromancer Island were no trifling matter. Engaging in battle, there could easily awaken the slumbering evils, leading to unrest across the entire wind and cloud continent. Come, let us toast to you, Lin Feng. The other members raised their cups in unison, thrilled that a formidable member had joined their ranks. They would all benefit from his presence on missions, boosting their chances of success and improving their own records. Only Vice President Bob maintained a disdainful expression, quietly excusing himself from the table before the feast concluded. Once the banquet ended, everyone was thoroughly intoxicated. The members of the External Liaison Society were accustomed to frequent outings, adopting a carefree attitude, embodying the spirit of living for the moment. Princess Yunya remained behind, listening to Gale recount the Society's legendary tales over the years. With the journey to Necromancer Island naturally becoming this year's highlight, Xiaoan took her reward of 10,000 and headed out for shopping, saying she wanted to buy gifts for Mentor Edward and Mentor Charlie. Lin Feng had initially planned to accompany Xiaoan, but she was oddly cheerful and insisted he not join her. Reluctantly, Lin Feng acquiesced and, after checking on Mentor Charlie, sought a place to practice. Mentor Charlie was no longer living the monotonous and laborious life he once led. He was now one of the main instructors in the Academy's summoning department, responsible for recruiting and teaching apprentices in summoning magic. Great Skull. Upon arriving at the magical forest behind the Academy, Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, finding no one about, and swiftly entered the tower. Oh haha, little brat. You've come. Was Necromancer Island enjoyable? Oh, what is this? The red demon floated over, the great skull exhaling flames. Where did you get so many natural stones? The quality is quite good. And what is this? Moon spring water. The journey to Necromancer Island has greatly stabilized my soul fire. I aim to quickly cultivate a summoning shield. This moon spring water is for Xiaohei. It's time for it to learn some basic skills. Lin Feng chuckled, feeling elated at growing alongside Xiaohei. Chapter 039. Level 1 Summoning Shield. Hey, going through all this trouble for a mere level 1 summoning shield. Your magical talent truly makes this red demon feel ashamed. By the way, my personal suggestion would be for that little dog to learn Earth Shatter. It is a skill that is decent enough to impress, the red demon lazily remarked, upon hearing this. Lin Feng felt an impulse to silence the great skull. The level 1 summoning shield could withstand the magical attacks of all novice mages, highlighting its formidable nature, yet this skeletal being dared to dismiss it as mere. As for Earth Shatter, that was one of the ultimate techniques of the war god Zeus, divided into 9 levels. Activating a level 2, Earth Shatter, could create a shallow ravine in the targeted area, while a level 9 could split the earth for thousands of miles. Additionally, it came with a stunning effect that, as the level increased, the duration and intensity of the stun would deepen, rendering it extraordinarily terrifying. To hear it described as merely decent enough to impress by this skeleton was utterly absurd. Certainly, perhaps these things do seem rather mundane in the eyes of a formidable demon who once rivaled the god of war, the sun god, and the mother of the earth. Lin Feng shot a sidelong glance at the crimson demon and declared, in any case, I possess the magic tower. All it requires is diligence. He began to arrange the pristine natural stones, all of which were exquisite, around him, and immediately the pure, natural aura wafted through the air, enveloping him as if he were immersed in a soothing hot spring. You have made a valid point. With my esteemed magic tower, what others need to exert tenfold effort to achieve, you can accomplish with merely a fraction of that. If you were to apply yourself further, you could indeed rival my former prowess. The Crimson Demon never missed an opportunity to boast about his erstwhile splendor. Yet upon noticing Lin Feng's indifference to his grandiloquence, he hastily shifted topics. Young one, such a quantity of exquisite natural stones must have cost you quite a fortune, and where did you procure this moon spring water? That is a lengthy tale. Ever since I topped the Academy's major examination, numerous lords from outside the city have sought to cultivate relationships with me, and I found it difficult to refuse them. After some reflection, I concluded that rather than engage in endless chatter, it would be more beneficial to extract some advantages from them. Consequently, I contacted 3 lords and dispatched my skeletal laborers and skeletal beast cubs to work for them, in return for a handsome remuneration. At the end of the month, I must have earned over 10,000 gold coins. Lin Feng chuckled, for the skeletal laborers and skeletal beasts were tireless and resilient, much to the lord's liking, resulting in prompt and generous compensation. How astute of you to think of that. I am impressed. No wonder I haven't seen a single folk dance of late. It seems you have taken them all out to earn a profit. However, your ingenuity is rather mediocre, with such a wealth of free labor at your disposal. Why not establish your own estate instead of toiling for others? The skeletal head was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Let us discuss that later. For now, my sole focus is on mastering the art of skeletal summoning. After much effort, I have finally acquired a skill that could secure my future. I do not wish to abandon my studies for the sake of fame and fortune. Despite his low magical aptitude, Lin Feng was not foolish. Who wouldn't want to earn money? Yet he felt that the time was not ripe for extensive financial endeavors. Regarding the moon spring water, it was the 3 fire wolves who had retrieved it. Having traversed the continent in their quest to devour other fire wolves, thus becoming intimately familiar with the land's environment, they knew precisely where rare minerals and magical forests could be found. As the heir of the Crimson Demon, wealth and fame are trifles. In the realm of magic, strength determines all. Once you ascend to the pinnacle of the continent, nothing will be beyond your reach, and none shall stand in your way. The Crimson Demon, filled with self-satisfaction, noticed Lin Feng's disregard for his words and vented his frustrations. Damn it! Ignored again. Very well. I shall retire for the night. I shall not stoop to quarrel with you. Young one. Lin Feng remained seated, concentrating intently, determined to successfully conjure a summoning shield today. The summoning shield, in conjunction with magical immunity skills, could address the significant defensive shortcomings of summoners. Fortunately, he no longer needed to rely on low-level skeletons for his training. The 3 fire wolves were more than sufficient. During his time at Skeleton Mountain, he had only consumed the soul flames of 1 fire wolf, with 2 remaining for him to devour. Consuming the soul flames of a fire wolf required considerable effort, which would occupy him for some time, allowing him to practice both summoning and devouring, as taught by the Crimson Demon's efficient training method. Buzz! Lin Feng gently waved his right hand, and a crimson flame ignited in his palm, resembling a fierce fire palm technique. Immediately, the 3 fire wolves burst forth, racing to his side and nodding repeatedly in allegiance. Fire wolves, impressive indeed. Young one, it seems you have made some strides during our brief separation. To summon fire wolves is no small feat. Clearly, your journey to Skeleton Mountain has yielded great benefits. The Crimson Demon, unable to contain his excitement, noted that while the fire wolves were not particularly high in rank, they were rare creatures. The ability to summon them indicated that Lin Feng possessed some aptitude for skeletal summoning. Lin Feng, however, disregarded the Crimson Demon's jovial remarks, focusing intently on consuming the 2nd fire wolf's soul flames. The soul flames of the fire wolf were unique. Lin Feng had sensed this during his time at Skeleton Mountain. Fortunately, having previously consumed one successfully, he felt well prepared for this endeavor. Young one, while you have summoned fire wolves, given your qualifications, attempting to consume their soul flames. Never mind, I shall retire for the night and check your progress in the morning. The skeletal head yawned, and its eyes dimmed. Ding! Before the Crimson Demon could begin to snore, Lin Feng completed the consumption. This prompted the skeletal head to erupt with a brilliant light. Damn it, you finished already? Young one, quite remarkable. The Crimson Demon chuckled, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed Lin Feng's triumph. Nothing pleased him more than seeing the art of skeletal summoning flourish in the hands of a successor. The exquisite natural stones truly work wonders. Those several thousand gold coins were not spent in vain. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief, pleasantly surprised by the smoothness of the process, likely due to the extraordinary effects of the natural stones. When it came to training, he was never reluctant to spend money. Yet, despite the apparent ease, he had exerted every ounce of his strength. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, he persevered, vowing not to relent until he achieved his goal. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng continued to concentrate, determined to consume the last fire wolf's soul flames. Having laid the groundwork with the previous two, his soul flames were now ablaze with fervor, exuding a powerful aura. The crimson fire of the tower surged like ocean waves, gradually enveloping his body and flowing through his soul flames, allowing it to absorb the fiery essence and grow ever more intense. Bang! Upon completing the consumption of the third soul flame, his soul flames seemed to awaken with fervor, leaping energetically. Simultaneously, a crimson magical halo appeared around his waist, taking the form of an ethereal red fireball that encased him. Summoning shield, I finally possess it. Lin Feng let out a triumphant laugh, his face flushed and his clothes damp with sweat. How trivial. A level 1 summoning shield has you so exhilarated. What will you do when you master level 9? Will you take flight? The crimson demon scoffed, though his eyes sparkled with delight. This young one's performance continued to astonish him. The magic tower was transforming this seemingly talentless individual into a budding magical genius. Lin Feng paid no heed to the crimson demon, wiping his brow with satisfaction. Ever since acquiring the magic tower, his magical studies had progressed with increasing ease, mastering rare magical skills that allowed him to continually rise in status. What a delight! Chapter 040. The Collapse of Heaven and Earth. Ward, what low-level skills can you teach Little Black? After a brief respite, Lin Feng summoned the skeletal beast tamer Ward and inquired loudly. Fireball technique, ice seal technique, thunder technique, howl, and clone technique. Ward first bowed before responding word by word. Very well, teach it the fireball technique first. Lin Feng was in no rush. He simply wished for Little Black to grow stronger gradually, not expecting it to transform into a skeletal beast king overnight. Ward nodded respectfully and approached Little Black, placing his hands upon its head. In an instant, blue-black flames flickered to life, enveloping Little Black, which emitted a soft whimper. Time passed slowly as Lin Feng sat beside Little Black, attentively awaiting its progress. Bang! Suddenly, Ward staggered slightly, then withdrew his hands. Breathing heavily, he turned to Lin Feng and said, My esteemed master, the evolution has failed. Little Black is not suited to learn the fireball technique. Wasn't it said that once the magic core forms, evolution is quite simple? Lin Feng asked, astonished. Great master, the first skill learning is crucial for Little Black. If the evolution succeeds, subsequent learning will proceed smoothly. If it can never evolve, it will remain a mere beast cub forever. Ward answered earnestly, then hastened to try the ice seal technique. It appears that a low-level beast tamer is of little use. Perhaps I should find a higher-ranked one. Lin Feng lamented, feeling as though he were abandoning hope. Gazing at the dazed Little Black, his heart ached. This has nothing to do with the beast tamer, my great master. Ward bowed again and began to train Little Black in the ice seal technique. Once more, the blue-black flames ignited, leading to another lengthy wait. Lin Feng's focus intensified, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Not that he necessarily needed Little Black to master a skill, but he simply wished for it to regain its former vigor. Even if it were merely a return to its previous cleverness, that would suffice as compensation for its sacrifice. Evolution failed, my great master. Little Black is not suited to learn the ice seal technique. Ward's pious voice resounded once more. Evolution failed, my great master. Little Black is not suited to learn the thunder technique. Evolution failed, my great master. Little Black is not suited to learn the howl technique. Evolution failed, my great master. Little Black is not suited to learn the clone technique. Lin Feng was left in a stupor, gently cradling the exhausted Little Black, tears welling in his eyes. The steadfast Lin Feng had never wept, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to let the hot tears spill over. Little Black, perhaps I have been too selfish in wanting to see you regain your former spirit. In truth, even if you were merely a pile of bones, I would still cherish you as my finest companion. Lin Feng stroked Little Black's head, and the skeletal dog emitted a sorrowful whimper, as if sensing its master's melancholy. Such sentimentality, It seems you are incapable of inheriting my crimson demon's domineering essence. Alas, I have told you. Forcing it to learn collapse of heaven and earth would suffice. What use is it to learn those cumbersome white magic techniques? Noticing Lin Feng's sorrow, the crimson demon leaned in and jested. How can one learn collapse of heaven and earth without mastering basic magical skills? If you don't wish to be pursued and weeping by my skeletal army, then kindly step aside. Lin Feng wiped his eyes and shot a glare at the crimson demon. Birds, who told you that if you cannot master the basic magical skills, you cannot learn heaven and earth collapse? You, too, are a fool in magic, yet you still manage to learn the awe-inspiring art of summoning skeletons, retorted the crimson mage. That is only because I have the magic tower. Without it, I cannot cultivate. Lin Feng scoffed. But he quickly realized that his argument was rather flimsy. The crimson mage had a valid point. The magic tower merely enhanced his training efficiency and speed. The ability to learn the art of summoning skeletons was intrinsically linked to the strength of his soul fire. Like produces like, the capacity of a being to learn specific magical skills is directly correlated with its overall attributes. If one were unsuitable for the summoning art, even with 10 magic towers as assistants, it would likely be in vain. Therefore, in the absence of alternatives, it would be more prudent to boldly attempt to see if Xiaobai could learn heaven and earth collapse. After all, having failed so many times, what was one more failure? Have you thought of something? The sagacious crimson mage, perceiving Lin Feng's thoughts, asked with a sly smile. Ward cannot perform heaven and earth collapse. How can I teach Xiaobai? Lin Feng inquired, genuinely seeking the crimson mage's guidance on instructing Xiaobai in the art. Does a beast tamer need to learn to soar into the heavens before teaching a dragon to fly? Just wait and see. You let Ward heed my commands, and I shall personally guide him, utilizing Ward's prowess to tame this unfortunate little pup. The crimson mage proclaimed, brimming with confidence. If it fails, just watch how I deal with you. Lin Feng asserted defiantly, though his heart was elated, for he had first-hand experience of the immense capabilities of the great skeleton. With a gentle lift of his hand, Lin Feng summoned Ward to heed the crimson mage's directives. And the taming commenced anew. Xiaobai was once again enveloped in cerulean black magical flames. The crimson mage imparted intricate incantations to Ward, who executed them step by step. Before long, Xiaobai radiated an aura of purple energy, its once snow-white form gradually transforming into a deep violet, the flames atop its head intensifying. Lin Feng could distinctly observe the rapid expansion of the little creature's soul fire, spiraling uncontrollably. Woo-woo. Suddenly, Xiaobai emitted a heart-wrenching cry of anguish, causing Lin Feng to freeze, the elation he felt moments ago evaporating. Great skeleton, halt. Xiaobai seems unable to endure. Lin Feng shouted urgently. If it cannot withstand this minor trial, how does it expect to evolve into a superior magical beast? The crimson mage shook his head, unyielding. This is a lesson it must learn. Before mastering skills, one must first learn to endure hardship. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, acknowledging the crimson mage's wisdom. Since they had embarked on this path, they might as well persevere. He genuinely wished to do something for Xiaobai, to ensure it lived better than it did in life. Woo-woo-woo-woo. The flames surrounding Xiaobai grew ever larger, and its cries intensified, seemingly reaching an unbearable threshold. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of sympathy, yet he restrained himself from interrupting the crimson mage and Ward, who appeared to be in a state of utmost concentration. Woo-woo. Another agonizing wail escaped Xiaobai, and it staggered to the ground. Xiaobai. Lin Feng rushed over. Woof. Just as he prepared to scoop up the little creature, Xiaobai suddenly sprang up, a flash of purple light enveloping its form, causing it to double in size. With a bark resembling a dragon's roar, the sound echoed mightily. What astonished Lin Feng even more was that in front of Xiaobai, purple light erupted from the ground, creating a radiant circle the size of a table. The earth trembled violently, accompanied by a deep purple fire vortex, causing the two skeletal magical beast hatchlings standing nearby to fall into a daze. Heaven and earth collapse? Lin Feng's eyes widened, a grin of excitement breaking across his face. As he lifted the little creature, it reverted to its former diminutive size, yet its soul fire remained robust, surrounded by a lingering aura of purple energy. Woo-woo. The little one nuzzled against Lin Feng, appearing significantly more spirited than before, as evidenced by its newfound agility. Chapter 041. Booming business. Vice President in the early morning. Lin Feng strolled back to his residence, with the purple skeletal dog, Xiaobai, trotting beside him, its little tail wagging adorably. Lin Feng had since moved from the logistics department, now residing with Minter Charlie in the summoning department's quarters. Though not the most opulent in the academy, it was a considerable improvement over the previous thatched roof accommodations of the logistics department, being far cleaner and more aesthetically pleasing. Lin Feng Gij. As Lin Feng approached the courtyard entrance, Shaoan suddenly leaped out from behind the grand willow tree, beaming with joy. The little girl was still clad in a pink magical robe, but her attire and silky hair had undergone a transformation. The former coarse linen dress was replaced with a silvery silk gown that accentuated her grace. Her ebony hair was elegantly styled, adorned with silver hairpins and clips, exuding a subtle charm intermingled with youthful vibrancy. The little girl has learned to adorn herself. A faint smile crept across Lin Feng's lips, for he preferred her current appearance over the previously sullen Shaoan. She had begun to embrace life. Lin Feng Gij. This is for you. Noticing Lin Feng's scrutiny, Shaoan's face flushed with bashfulness as she leapt forward to place a black crescent pendant around his neck, secured with a fine black cord. Is it made of jade? Lin Feng inquired with a smile. In the Lantis castle, jade ornaments varied widely, with black jade being the most valuable. The intricately crafted black pendant radiated a brilliant sheen, indicating its considerable worth, undoubtedly costing Xiao a significant sum of gold coins. Yes. What? Does Lin Feng Gij not like it? The little girl nodded eagerly, then anxiously asked, I like it. Lin Feng quickly affirmed that this. Shaoan broke into a delighted laugh, as if she had heard Lin Feng express affection not just for the pendant, but for her as well, a rosy hue tinting her cheeks. Lin Feng, why have you returned so late again? Well, I shan't detain you. I must go lecture my apprentices, those mischievous little rascals. If only they were half as obedient as you, I would be at ease. At that moment, Minter Charlie, donned in his solemn magical robe, emerged from within, hastily greeting Lin Feng while flipping through the pages of a hefty tome of magic. Lin Feng offered no reply, merely bowing respectfully. Seeing Minter Charlie transformed into this serious figure brought him joy. The former image of the tattered magical robe-clad Charlie laboriously chopping wood was a thing of the past, and he felt as though he had reclaimed his aspirations. Lin Feng, there you are. Trouble has arisen. Once Minter Charlie was out of sight, the scruffy-haired Ruda rushed over, drenched in sweat. Senior Ruda. Shaoan's demeanor shifted to one of concern as she glanced at Lin Feng, then whispered, What happened? Lin Feng asked calmly. It's a frenzy. All you're doing. Ruda gasped for breath, then managed a smile. Thanks to you, everyone in the Huaxiao Empire now knows that our Lantis Academy's Outreach Society has completed a mission on the Island of the Dead and returned triumphantly, gaining immense notoriety. This morning, a throng of people lined up to seek us out for tasks, claiming we have become the most formidable adventure organization in the entire empire, and they are offering high prices for our assistance, specifically requesting you. Moreover, many have recognized me, Ruda, and are insisting I team up with you. Oh, Senior Ruda, you nearly gave us a heart attack. I thought something grave had occurred. Isn't this a good thing? Don't you want the Outreach Society to thrive? Shaoan chuckled softly, playfully reproaching him. Not at all. To be honest, I profited a whopping 50,000 gold coins from the expedition to the Island of the Dead, enough for my family to feast for years. I had planned to refrain from taking on missions this year and spend more time with my family, but it seems that fortune smiles upon me, and I cannot escape the onslaught of lucrative deals chasing after us. Ruda lamented. Yet his pride was palpable, for the Outreach Society's business was booming, with heaps of gold coins waiting to be earned. Come now, this is all thanks to Lin Feng Gij's arrival at the Outreach Society. I believe you all are merely riding on his coattails, Shaoan asserted, her head held high. Her thoughts were not of boasting, but rather of delight in witnessing Lin Feng's recognition by others, feeling inexplicably happy for him. Indeed, I, Ruda, have always had a keen eye for talent. The first time I met Lin Feng, I predicted he would become our Outreach Society's lucky star. See, it's coming true. Ruda beamed, shaking his scruffy locks. I don't recall you ever saying that. Shaoan shot Ruda a playful glare, chuckling. Did I not? Perhaps I said it in secret. My predictions have always been spot on. Ruda began to play coy, his grin unwavering. Lin Feng Gij, it seems you are about to become quite busy, as the clients are specifically requesting you for tasks. Shaoan leaned closer to Lin Feng, her expression brimming with joy. I think I'll take on a mission every 7 days. Senior Ruda, could you kindly inform President Gale? I do not wish to monopolize the Outreach Society's tasks. Let the other members partake in some as well, reserving the more challenging ones for me. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before smiling. He only wished to undertake missions as a means of honing his skills while amassing some wealth to acquire magical items for his training. He did not wish to squander too much time on this, as mastering the art of summoning skeletons was his utmost priority. Please, even if the entire Outreach Society's members became busy every day, I doubt they could complete all the tasks. This time, our Outreach Society will become even wealthier, Ruda declared proudly, then leaned in closer and whispered, by the way, Lin Feng, I heard from President Gale that the Academy, upon learning of our Outreach Society's flourishing business, has decided to allocate a batch of mages to us, aiming to bolster profits while expanding the Outreach Society's scale. Most importantly, the Academy has requested that we select a new vice president from within the Outreach Society to lead this new group of mages. President Geyer has mentioned you, and it seems quite likely that you will be elected. Hee, I am also a newcomer. I hardly have the qualifications to be the vice president, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head with a wry smile. The position of vice president of the External Relations Society is no ordinary role. President Geyer holds a status in the Academy only second to Director Sang Lang of the teaching department. After all, the External Relations Society is a unique division of the Magic Academy. The authority of the vice president is certainly on par with that of any leader of a magical discipline, such as the most popular departments, like the Fire Magic Department, whose head, despite appearing illustrious, wields less actual power than a vice president of the External Relations Society. The Society is the primary revenue-generating department of the Academy. During the Academy's decision-making meetings, the president and vice president of the External Relations Society always have a seat at the table, granting them significant decision-making power. Come on, from now on, all the major tasks in the Society will surely fall to you, which means you will be the backbone of the Society. Without a certain standing, the others won't respect you. Luda clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, grinning mischievously. But remember, you must always take me along on your missions, or I might just turn against you, haha. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Lin Feng is going to be the vice president. That makes me the vice president's little attendant. Xiaoan clapped her hands in delight, seeing this. Lin Feng and Lu Dao exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter, while Xiao beside them howled in joy, seemingly celebrating Lin Feng's prospects. Chapter 042, Rivals. Princess Yunya's tears. It appears highly probable that Lin Feng will become the 4th vice president of the External Relations Society. As the Academy continues to send elite mages to the Society, this news has spread like wildfire, and most members of the External Relations Society have already come to accept that Lin Feng's election is a foregone conclusion. Even President Geyer has alluded to this matter in several speeches, praising Lin Feng on multiple occasions. Xiaoan conveyed this information to Mentor Charlie and Mentor Edward, both esteemed seniors, who expressed their happiness for Lin Feng, acknowledging that with his continuous growth, it was time for him to secure a corresponding position within the Academy. However, Lin Feng himself felt little concern. The vice presidency comes with substantial power, but also immense responsibility. He currently harbors no desire to govern the world. He merely wishes for himself and those around him to enjoy a bit more happiness. However, the situation soon took a turn. A few days later, Luda once again rushed to find Lin Feng, panting with indignation. The director Sang Lang, seeing that the External Relations Society is becoming more lucrative, intends to insert himself into the mix. Luda exclaimed. Director Sang Lang's brother-in-law, Kong Hu, a senior swordsman and former member of the teaching department, has been dispatched to the External Relations Society, clearly with the intent of securing a better growth environment for him. It seems that Director Sang Lang aims to elevate Kong Hu directly to one of the vice presidencies of the External Relations Society, intending for him to use this role as a springboard to ascend to the higher echelons of the Academy. To achieve this, Sang Lang has tirelessly rallied the Academy's factions, urging them to exert pressure on the External Relations Society, striving to ensure Kong Hu's ascendance. Once this news spread, not only within the External Relations Society, but throughout the entire Academy, it ignited a frenzy. Everyone knew of the past grievances between Lin Feng and Director Sang Lang, leading many to speculate that Sang Lang's actions were not only to promote his brother-in-law, but also to marginalize Lin Feng. It was widely whispered that yet another clash between these two rivals had quietly begun. Lin Feng, however, regarded this with disdain. It was not that he was numb or self-deprecating, allowing others to perceive him as a soft target. Rather, as the Red Mage had said, what is fleeting power in the grand scheme of things? The most crucial task is to strive for self-improvement. One day, when he stands atop the pinnacle of magic, what he desires will be within arm's reach. Having successfully cultivated a level 1 summoning shield signifies that his level 3 skeleton summoning technique has reached maturity. Lin Feng's first thought was of the promise made to Princess Yunya to summon her friend's skeleton. Thus, he took the white jade token she had given him and made his way to the palace to find her. What is your business here? Uninvited guests must maintain a distance of 10 meters from the palace. As Lin Feng approached the golden gates of the palace's rear hall, he was surrounded by 2 rows of dozens of infantry guards, while a squad of armored cavalry inside began to mobilize, evidently entering a state of heightened alert. Lin Feng was well acquainted with these palace guards. They could instantly discern a visitor's status. Noticing that Lin Feng, though clad in a mage's robe, appeared rather unassuming, they realized he was not of high standing. Despite mages being highly esteemed within the empire, in the palace, where top mages congregated, an unnamed mage appeared quite ordinary. How pretentious! Lin Feng thought to himself regarding these guards. If a count or lord were to arrive, they would surely stand tall with respect. Lin Feng neither retreated nor halted his steps, gently waving the white jade token in his hand. Upon seeing this, the guards quickly parted, bowing respectfully, yet wearing expressions of surprise. That token belonged to the inner palace. Only royal offspring or noble relatives could possess it. How could this seemingly ordinary youth be in possession of such a token? Regardless, this young man held the highest-ranking token within the palace. The guards dared not risk questioning him or approaching him further. The imperial palace exuded opulence. The rear palace left Lin Feng somewhat astounded. While the Lantis Magic Academy might be affluent, it could not compare to the palace. Everything here radiated grandeur. Even the attendants were dressed in luxurious attire. Not to mention the mage battalions and warrior corps in the palace guard. Among all this, what left Lin Feng most impressed was the powerful magical seals adorning the palace, far more potent than conventional magic formations. Likely the work of the Empire's top magical seal masters. Walking through, he felt no unusual sensations, yet the fire of his soul leapt incessantly, clearly sensing the immense magical power concealed around him. Should anyone dare to recklessly unleash magic here, they would undoubtedly be met with a devastating backlash from the formidable seals. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived. Do you know how eagerly I have awaited your arrival? Princess Yunya exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Lin Feng. Only Lin Feng could discern the deeper meaning behind her words. She yearned for him to help summon her dearest friend once more. However, her attendants, unaware of the context, exchanged glances and scrutinized Lin Feng, seemingly eager to catch a glimpse of the Empire's future son-in-law. Princess, shall we set off? Lin Feng grinned widely. The anticipation Princess Yunya felt for reuniting with her friend mirrored his own fervor when he had longed to see Xiaohe again. Perhaps only those who had experienced such sentiments could truly resonate with one another. Of course, I am grateful to you, Lin Feng. Princess Yunya, without even changing her attire, donned her mage's robe and followed Lin Feng out of the palace's rear hall. The attendants behind were taken aback. After more than a decade, they witnessed Princess Yunya displaying such warmth and courtesy towards someone. Her cheeks flushed with excitement that a luxurious beast-drawn carriage sped out of the palace, heading directly towards Phoenix Ridge to the south. In the blink of an eye, the carriage dashed into a grove of bamboo. Enveloped in serene tranquility, the towering bamboo swayed in the breeze, their rustling sounds akin to a melodious, ancient tune. Calming the heart, deep within the bamboo grove, a stream flowed gently, surrounded by peculiar stones, veiled in mist. Soon, 2 stone statues came into Lin Feng's view, depicting the most ferocious magical beast within the empire, the Skek beast, carved from gold and jade. Lifelike and exuding an aura of magic, between the 2 statues, a long stone grave gradually came into sight, with a towering gravestone at its forefront, adorned with clusters of purple flowers arranged neatly. This must be the burial site of Princess Yunya's friend, Lin Feng thought to himself. Turning to glance at Princess Yunya, who sat quietly beside him, tears tracing down her cheeks, her eyes reddened. You shall soon see her again. Lin Feng, not particularly skilled at comforting women, could only speak softly. Thank you. Lin Feng. Princess Yunya nodded, using a delicate white handkerchief to wipe away the tear stains, a faint smile gracing her face. Here lies the grave of the wind mage Kairi, cherished friend of Yunya. Lin Feng stepped out of the carriage and approached the gravestone, where an elegant inscription immediately captured his attention. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng began the summoning process. The magical seals present were merely elementary, posing little obstruction to his efforts. Haha, Princess Yunya. I have finally found you. I heard you come here daily to offer flowers in memory of your friend. It dawned on me that waiting for you here would be much easier. A coarse voice suddenly echoed from the woods. This startled both Lin Feng and Princess Yunya, indicating that someone was hidden nearby, their abilities surpassing both of theirs. Chapter 043. Princess Yunya's affectionate gesture. Provocation. As the voice spoke, a burly young man strode out from the left side of the grove. His face adorned with a thick beard, clad in loose swordsman's attire that accentuated his muscular physique and imposing stature, a massive black sword was slung across his back, appearing to be a superior steel weapon with each step he took. The surrounding flora were forced back by his overwhelming presence. He had clearly employed a stealth technique, coupled with his superior abilities, which had allowed him to remain undetected by both Lin Feng and Princess Yunya. Konghu, what brings you here? Princess Yunya inquired coldly, a displeased expression on her face. At that moment, she only wished to see her friend's skeleton revived, not to be interrupted by this man. Is he really Konghu? Lin Feng assessed the man before him quietly. This was the brother-in-law of Sang Lang, the very individual vying for the position of vice president of the External Relations Society against him. The titles within the Huaxia Empire are distinguished as Viscount, Marquis, and Earl, with the Viscount being the lowest rank, yet still a lord of a certain domain, possessing a fief and a number of slaves. Along with several battalions of mediocre combat capability, the Earl holds the highest rank, overseeing the marquises and viscounts across the nation. Typically, an Earl manages at least 5 marquises and more than 10 viscounts. While special Earls have the authority to partake in significant decisions that shape the destiny of the empire, such as the 5 great Earls of the Huaxia Empire, Konghu, though not yet 30, has already attained the rank of Viscount, indicating the considerable standing of the Kong family within the empire, likely due to a direct connection with Sang Lang, who oversees the foremost magic academy in the empire. The Academic Affairs Office, with apprentices scattered throughout the realm, including numerous archmages, generals, and great lords, showcasing the vastness of his influence that in terms of strength. Konghu is already a senior swordsman, while a senior swordsman may not match a senior mage. He is more than capable of handling 3 or 4 intermediate white mages, for the battle aura of a senior swordsman vastly surpasses that of an intermediate swordsman. Princess Yunya has found herself entangled with this fellow, likely causing her no small amount of headache. Haha, Princess Yunya, I merely wish to see you. Konghu boisterously laughed, displaying the demeanor of a rustic wealthy man, completely disregarding Lin Feng, standing nearby. Likely deducing from his ordinary attire that he must be an inconspicuous individual. In front of this princess, you still dare to boast and refer to yourself as a viscount. Humph, it seems your Kong family is becoming increasingly audacious. Princess Yunya shot him a disdainful glance, then turned to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, let us continue. I entrust this matter to you. Oh, so you are Lin Feng. I've heard from below that you are the top scorer of this year's Magic Academy examination. Currently serving as a lackey for the External Relations Society. By the way, I hear you might be elected as the vice president of the society. What a coincidence. I have my sights set on that position as well. You may have to wait for the next opportunity. After being put in his place by Princess Yunya, Konghu directed his disdain towards Lin Feng, his words dripping with contempt. Lin Feng ignored him, focusing intently on his summoning. As crimson flames rapidly coalesced in his palm that moment, a surge of scarlet energy erupted above the stone tomb, whirling like the wind and stirring the surrounding bamboo leaves. Witnessing this, Princess Yunya felt a swell of anticipation, her expression a mixture of excitement and anxiety. It had been 3 years since Kelly's passing, and she was about to see her again. Although merely a skeleton, she had so much to convey, for some sentiments could only be shared with a dearest friend. A skeleton summoning technique? Kid, you possess some skill. Care for a spar sometime? Konghu feigned praise, laced with provocation, particularly irritated by Princess Yunya's courteous demeanor towards Lin Feng. Boom! Lin Feng remained silent, continuing his focused summoning. The third-level skeleton summoning technique was not overly challenging to conjure a beginner wind mage's skeleton. Soon, the stone tomb shattered, revealing a snow-white skeleton that swayed unsteadily as it dusted itself off, then approached Lin Feng, bowing respectfully. "Kelly, how wonderful it is to see you again," Princess Yunya exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face as she rushed forward. "Kelly, heed my command. From now on, you shall closely follow Princess Yunya and obey her directions. Do you understand?" Lin Feng instructed, gesturing towards Princess Yunya. The white skeleton, Kelly, stared blankly, then approached Princess Yunya, offering a respectful nod. "Kelly, I've missed you dearly." Initially taken aback, as if struggling to accept that her friend had become a skeleton, Princess Yunya quickly overcame her shock and rushed to embrace Kelly's skeletal form. Her face radiant with joy, tears flowing freely. "Ah, Princess Yunya, I never imagined you to be so sentimental. Kong Hu, my admiration for you has only deepened." Kong Hu chuckled heartily, intending to flatter Princess Yunya with his congratulations on reuniting with her friend. Yet realizing that such praise indirectly recognized Lin Feng's achievement, he altered his approach. "Lin Feng, thank you." Princess Yunya ignored Kong Hu and instead turned to Lin Feng, throwing herself into his embrace. Tightly wrapping her arms around him and burying her head in his chest, her face alight with a joyful smile. This action not only left Kong Hu dumbfounded, but also startled Lin Feng. The faint fragrance of the princess did not overwhelm him. He quickly recognized this as a moment of exuberance from the princess, not to be misconstrued. "Your Highness, this is what I promised you, and I have no choice but to fulfill it," Lin Feng replied softly with a smile. "I apologize for my indiscretion." Princess Yunya, coming to her senses, hastily extricated herself from Lin Feng's embrace, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "No matter. Witnessing the reunion of you and your friend brings me great joy." Lin Feng feigned calmness. Though his heart raced, the princess's allure was undeniable, and though he was composed, he was not devoid of emotion, his palm lingering with the scent that remained from her presence. "Haha, what a joyous occasion today. The reunion of Princess Yunya with her friend, and I am fortunate to witness the splendor of the skeleton summoning technique. Brother Lin Feng, there is no day like today. I would very much like to spar with you and experience your skeleton summoning technique." Kong Hu spoke jovially. Yet inside he seethed with rage, having just witnessed Princess Yunya unreservedly leap into Lin Feng's embrace. His anger flared, and he felt an overwhelming urge to draw his sword and cleave Lin Feng in two to vent his frustration. "Forgive me, Viscount Kong Hu, but I am merely a lackey for the External Relations Society. How could I dare engage in combat with an imperial viscount? There are many tasks awaiting my attention in the society, so I must return to my duties." Seeing Kong Hu block his path, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and spoke with restraint. "What is this? Are you dismissing me, Viscount?" Kong Hu seized the opportunity to assert his dominance. Bellowing, "Kong Hu, this is Phoenix Ridge, the resting place of the royal family after death. How can you cause such a commotion here? Please conduct yourself with decorum." Princess Yunya intervened on Lin Feng's behalf. Knowing well that while Lin Feng had mastered the formidable skeleton summoning technique, Kong Hu was a senior swordsman, and in a confrontation, Lin Feng might not fare well, as Lin Feng was now her friend. She wished to shield him from harm. "Kid, I shall remember you when we next meet. I hope you won't be hiding behind a woman. What a coward." Kong Hu shoved Lin Feng aside, taunting him with a cold smirk before striding away. Chapter 044. The Soul Ring. He has always relished in bullying others with his power. Lin Feng, pay him no mind. Moreover, this is Phoenix Ridge, so for my sake, please refrain from disturbing the spirits of my royal ancestors with magical energies and battle auras. Princess Yunya observed Lin Feng enveloped in crimson magical light, clearly fueled by anger, and gently urged him to desist. That in truth, her primary concern was Lin Feng's safety, as Kong Hu was a senior swordsman, while Lin Feng was merely an intermediate summoner. Lin Feng clenched his fists, choosing to relent. Though he was not overly concerned about his own strength, he could tolerate others putting on airs, but he could not abide being humiliated. With Kelly's skeleton summoned, Princess Yunya's spirit soared, and she resolved to accompany Lin Feng back to the External Relations Society to see if any intriguing tasks awaited. If so, she planned to embark on another mission with him. Despite the previous expedition to the Isle of the Undead causing King Xiaoka considerable distress for several days, upon her triumphant return, he had praised her newfound maturity. This encouragement spurred Princess Yunya, prompting her to seek opportunities for experience, aiming to alleviate her father's burdens in state affairs as an act of filial piety. Upon arriving at the External Relations Society, it was indeed as Ruda had described. A steady stream of merchants sought to commission tasks at high prices. And from the discussions around, it was evident that most were lucrative endeavors. Lin Feng, you've arrived. Come in quickly for the meeting. Just as Lin Feng was about to find Shaoan and explore the streets with Princess Yunya, he unexpectedly encountered President Gale, who was now bustling with activity due to the increased business at the society. With greater power came greater responsibility. Business was thriving, yet credibility and casualty rates would face even greater scrutiny. And while tasks were being accepted, the question remained whether they could be completed, along with concerns over how many members of the External Relations Society might be sacrificed in the process. Given that those seeking help were often dealing with perilous matters. Lin Feng, I've caught you. Don't think of slipping away. This is an urgent meeting regarding a special task, whether you participate or not. You will undoubtedly be the one leading the expedition, since you are the new star of the External Relations Society. Before Lin Feng could react, Ruda approached and seized him by the arm. Striding towards the society's hall. Upon entering the hall, Lin Feng found it filled with people. At the center stood members of the External Relations Society, while merchants queued around the periphery seeking assistance. Coincidentally, it was the society's task assignment meeting, drawing in many eager to witness the proceedings. Brother Lin Feng, over here. Shaoan emerged from the crowd, having secured 2 seats early on, one for herself and one for Lin Feng. The appearance of Princess Yunya surprised her, yet out of courtesy, she relinquished her seat to the princess, nestling beside Lin Feng. Hurry, hurry, everyone take your seats. This is essentially an open task assignment meeting. The situation is as follows. The Lord of Nangong in Lantis City has offered a handsome reward for us to send a team to the Dark Abyss to gather blood lotus flowers. Initially, I was against sending my brethren on high-risk missions, but since the Nangong Lord is a pillar of the Empire, the entire realm wishes for his safety. Thus, I hope the members of the External Relations Society can undertake this risk. Now, who among you is willing to take on this task? President Gale took a sip of water to clear his throat before announcing loudly. An immediate buzz of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lord Nangong presides over all the farms surrounding Lantis Castle, effectively supplying the entire city's daily provisions of grain and fruit, including those for the royal palace. The survival of this pivotal area of the empire is intrinsically linked to its stability, making it a coveted prize for power-hungry officials. Whoever controls this domain could potentially seize Lantis City itself and even pose a threat to the monarchy. Hence, the empire urgently requires a loyal individual devoted to both the state and its citizens to take charge. Over the course of several decades, only Lord Nangong has fulfilled this expectation, prompting the empire to wish to safeguard him. Regrettably, during a recent tour, Lord Nangong was grievously wounded by an assassin's organization and fell victim to a lethal poison, placing his life in jeopardy. The apothecary king, who is also Princess Yunya's magical mentor, personally attempted to heal him but found himself powerless. He declared that only the blood lotus could save Lord Nangong. Consequently, a quest to find the elusive blood lotus was set in motion, with only the External Relations Society of Lantis Academy possessing the capability to undertake such a perilous mission. However, the blood lotus grows in the Dark Abyss, a notoriously malevolent region, far more terrifying than the Isle of the Undead. This is the source of the widespread dread that enveloped those who heard of the task. Everyone yearned for Lord Nangong's survival. Yet none dared to tread into the Dark Abyss lightly. What of the reward? Surely, the compensation for retrieving the blood lotus for Lord Nangong must be substantial. After all, the External Relations Society operates as a profit-driven entity, where the balance of effort and reward must be maintained. Otherwise, even in the face of national calamity, discontent among members would be inevitable. Thus, many voices rose in inquiry. 500,000 gold coins. Furthermore, Lord Nangong has stated that whoever brings back the blood lotus will receive the soul ring. After a moment's hesitation, President Gale divulged Lord Nangong's words. The soul ring was no trivial matter. But given that Lord Nangong had made such a promise, there was no need for excessive concern. The soul ring. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The people of the Huaxiao Empire were well aware of this artifact. A signature magical tool of Lord Nangong, possessing the ability to reflect magical attacks that a mid-level mage wearing it could send a high-level mage's offensive magic back to them, embodying the principle of an eye for an eye, making it one of the Empire's rare treasures. Whoever retrieves the Blood Lotus will possess the Soul Ring. This task is indeed alluring. The fact that Lord Nangong is willing to offer the Soul Ring speaks volumes about the perilous nature of this undertaking. Amidst the clamor, Lin Feng, seated quietly among the crowd, pondered the significance of the Soul Ring. Does it have any connection to the Soul Ring? Upon this thought, he discreetly touched the Soul Ring nestled in his pocket. If there were a relationship between the two, what might it be? One thing was clear. The Soul Ring was imbued with curse magic effects, categorized as an offensive magical artifact, while the Soul Ring appeared to be of a defensive nature. Both were formidable items. Is Lord Nangong truly offering the Soul Ring? Could it be that he intends to cultivate his successor? Murmured Princess Yunya to herself. Coming from royalty, she was astutely aware of the subtle undercurrents behind such matters. She had heard from her father that within the Nangong family's internal secrets, whoever possessed the Soul Ring would inherit the family's fiefdoms, rising to become a super lord within the Empire's critical territories. To retrieve the Blood Lotus, not only is there a generous reward in the Soul Ring, but it would also bring honor to our External Relations Society, alongside the direct gratitude and support from Lord Nangong. However, given the sinister atmosphere of the Dark Abyss, the task force must include a light magic mage capable of dispelling dark energies and an alchemist adept at healing injuries. Vice President Bob furrowed his brow as he spoke, his deep voice silencing the hall. Upon hearing Bob's words, Princess Yunya became increasingly convinced of her earlier deductions. Lord Nangong was indeed preparing to step down and pass the mantle. Chapter 045. Shaoan is bullied. Showdown. Despite the generous rewards, hesitation lingered among the crowd. They had previously refrained from venturing even to the Isle of the Undead. How could they now dare to enter the Dark Abyss? The demons there were far more formidable than the undead. A light magic mage. It appears that our External Relations Society only has Shaoan as such, right? Shaoan, like Lin Feng, has become a rare talent among mages. After a brief pause, the jovial Ruda laughed heartily, as he often did to break the silence. All eyes turned to Shaoan, who felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Shaoan? She is merely a novice light mage. Gale expressed his concerns. In truth, he had been closely observing Lin Feng, hoping he would accept the task to bring glory to the society and alleviate a significant crisis for the Empire. However, he hesitated to voice his thoughts directly. As Lin Feng was still young with a promising future, should he encounter misfortune in the Dark Abyss, it would be a tremendous loss for the magical community. It's all right, as long as Brother Lin Feng leads. I will not fear, Shaoan exclaimed urgently, and laughter erupted around them, lightening the previously tense atmosphere. Huh, then we have a light mage. What about the alchemist? Gale chuckled, glancing at Princess Yunya, a figure of considerable importance. As the apprentice of the apothecary king, her participation should pose no issue. Yet, if the task were to fail, how could he explain any mishap involving Princess Yunya to the king and the Empire? The previous incident at the Isle of the Undead had already kept him awake for several nights. I shall go. The matter concerns Lord Nangong's life, as a pillar of the Empire. I cannot stand idly by. Princess Yunya resolutely stood, her declaration met with immediate applause from those around. The princess had always left a favorable impression. And who shall lead the expedition? President Gale bit his lip, contemplating appointing Lin Feng directly, yet hesitating. Perhaps it was better to allow Lin Feng to choose his path, or perhaps destiny had bestowed this weighty responsibility upon him, necessitating his passage through this significant trial. I have a candidate. Ruda leapt up, humorously pointing at Lin Feng. The members of the External Relations Society nodded in agreement, believing that only the fearless Lin Feng could undertake this mission. Although he was not among the top 10 most skilled members, he was undeniably a terrifying skeletal summoner. President Gale, allow me, the Viscount, to lead. After all, I am nearly the vice president of the External Relations Society, and I should shoulder this burden. A brazen voice emerged from the crowd. As a robust man stepped forward, Kong Hu, the brother-in-law of Director Sang Lang, he approached Princess Yunya directly. This matter is of utmost importance to the Empire's fate. Princess Yunya cannot evade her duty. As one of the Empire's pillars, I cannot falter. As for you, little light mage, you can accompany me. As long as you do not cause me any trouble, I guarantee you a life of luxury. You. The crowd gasped in shock. The members of the External Relations Society, who valued freedom, held little regard for Director Sang Lang's demeanor, rendering Kong Hu quite unpopular. Now, he adopted an air of superiority. Who could possibly appreciate that? Kong Hu, you are not yet a member of the External Relations Society, are you? President Gale retorted coolly. His authority surpassed that of Director Sang Lang, and he showed no fear of a mere viscount. That will soon change, do not worry. The Academy's appointment letter will reach you shortly. This is merely my early engagement, ha. Kong Hu laughed shamelessly. Princess Yunya and Xiaoan had long since distanced themselves, with Princess Yunya standing beside President Gale, and Xiaoan hiding behind Lin Feng. Appointment letter? Kong Hu, you have been around the Academy's administration for many years. You must know that while the Academy has the power to negotiate the establishment of a vice president with the External Relations Society, the ultimate decision-making authority still resides with the society. President Gale scoffed, prompting immediate hisses from the crowd. Little girl, what are you laughing at? What are you, a lowly wretch, to challenge a viscount? Kong Hu, believing that Director Sang Lang had already secured the society's favor, had come to flaunt his status. Upon hearing of a significant mission requiring volunteers, he seized the opportunity to assert himself and, under the guise of undertaking the task, sought to take Princess Yunya out for a leisurely outing. The pretext of the mission masked his true intentions. However, he had not anticipated that President Gale would not grant Director Sang Lang any face, leaving Kong Hu feeling disgruntled, lacking the courage to confront President Gale. He chose to target Xiaoan instead, having overheard that she was merely a novice light mage, an obvious target due to her lowly status. Does it matter if she laughs? Can a viscount bully the weak at will? Viscount Kong Hu, I ask you to maintain your dignity. Lin Feng stepped forward, unable to tolerate the bullying of Xiaoan, whose background was pitiful. It was already a challenge for her to find joy each day. Lin Feng would not allow her to suffer further anguish, not even from Director Sang Lang, let alone Kong Hu. The crowd immediately erupted in condemnation. Could a viscount truly oppress others with impunity? She mocks me. According to imperial law, this is an affront. I have the right to teach her a lesson. Kid, let me tell you, today I shall give her a proper lesson. Let's see who dares to intervene. Kong Hu, having been doted on since childhood, could not withstand the ridicule from the crowd. His temper flared immediately. Most importantly, Lin Feng had stood up to him, and with Princess Yunya present, he had felt irritated since their earlier encounter at Phoenix Ridge. Now, faced with this young man, he felt compelled to assert his authority. Otherwise, he would lose face before Princess Yunya in the future. As Kong Hu spoke, he lunged towards Xiaoan, bending down to draw a massive sword from his back, unleashing a gray sword energy that shot towards her. Swift wind slash. President Gale exclaimed in alarm. Bang! At this moment, President Gale had already sprung forward to stand before Xiao and with a forceful swing of his right hand. A surge of green sword energy erupted, colliding violently with Kong Hu's sword energy. Instantly, the air was filled with soaring sword chi, pushing back those on either side. President Gale is truly formidable. Exclamations of admiration echoed around. For President Gale was a rare individual who excelled in both magic and martial arts. Besides being a grand sorcerer of the fire element, he was also a master swordsman. With just a flick of his wrist, he had effortlessly deflected Kong Hu's sword energy, leaving the onlookers in awe, as they had not even seen his sword, highlighting his immense prowess. To employ advanced sword techniques against a novice mage, Viscount Kong Hu, is quite presumptuous, don't you think? Moreover, this is the External Liaison Society. It would be prudent not to engage in combat here without my consent. President Gale maintained his composure, yet his face was marred by fury. Very well. President Gale, you are indeed cunning. However, anyone who dares mock this Viscount shall face my wrath. That little girl shall receive her lesson today. If it cannot be done here at the External Liaison Society, then I shall wait for her at the entrance. Kong Hu seethed through gritted teeth. Xiaoan is a member of the External Liaison Society. Not only I as her president, but every member here bears the responsibility to protect her. President Gale asserted firmly, and the underlying meaning of his words was clear to all. Should Kong Hu dare to harm Xiaoan, it would be tantamount to opposing the entire External Liaison Society. Very well. Gale, You have your way, but you should be aware of what this is. Kong Hu brandished his trump card, pulling from his bosom a black jade medal, shaking it side to side in a display of ostentation. The Count's medal. President Gale paused, for the Count's medal was held by only 5 counts of the Empire, granting authority over all imperial armies and subjects, including President Gale himself. The surroundings were immediately filled with voices of condemnation. Kong Hu had audaciously brandished the Count's medal to intimidate President Gale, revealing himself to be a truly despicable bully. You had better also take note of what this is. At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated from the crowd, clutching a resplendent golden King's medal. The King's medal. Kong Hu's realization dawned upon him. He had been foolishly underestimating the situation. While the Count's medal could command the imperial army and subjects, the King's medal had the power to intimidate counts. Kong Hu suddenly remembered that Lin Feng had been the top scorer in the Academy's grand examination this year, a distinction which, unlike previous years, came with the award of a King's medal, significantly elevating the young man's influence. Does the Count's medal intimidate? Little did I know that our External Liaison Society also possessed a King's medal. Indeed, the External Liaison Society is a hidden gem. No one should dare to show off here. The murmurs surrounding them grew louder, and the members of the External Liaison Society beamed with pride, giving Lin Feng a thumbs up. They were eager to quell Kong Hu's arrogance, especially since he had dared to bully the newcomer Xiao and flaunt his bravado before President Gale. The onlookers, including Xiao and Princess Yunya, exhaled in relief, smiling at Lin Feng, grateful that he had rendered Kong Hu speechless and stripped him of his bravado. You have the King's medal. I shall not stoop to your level. However, this girl must be taught a lesson today. Kong Hu, feeling the icy glare of Princess Yunya, could no longer contain the fury boiling within him and charged toward Xiao. You dare? Lin Feng positioned himself in front of her. Do you think I wouldn't? Kong Hu retorted. Swiftly grabbing a cup of tea from the table and splashing it onto Xiao, Lin Feng attempted to block, but the splattering tea still drenched her, prompting a sharp scream from the young girl. You! Lin Feng's anger surged, flames of rage igniting around him. What now? You want to fight me? Very well, President Gale, you witnessed it. He was the one who sought to engage me. Kong Hu boasted, confident in his prowess as a senior swordsman. Believing he had no reason to fear a mere intermediate mage at that moment, Kong Hu unsheathed his great sword and executed an advanced sword technique, whirlwind slash. With a thunderous roar, gray sword energy sliced through the air like a colossal blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's head. Before Lin Feng could respond, President Gale acted swiftly, pulling Lin Feng aside just in time to evade the sword energy's assault. Viscount Kong Hu, please conduct yourself with dignity. President Gale ground his teeth. While the members of the External Liaison Society and the onlookers erupted in condemnation, they had witnessed bullying before, but never such relentless and brazen intimidation. President Gale, you also saw that he provoked me. Today, I must teach a lesson to anyone who dares to provoke me. Otherwise, who would respect a viscount in the future? Kong Hu, noticing Lin Feng standing behind President Gale, felt assured that this young man was no match for him and seized the opportunity to unleash his pent-up anger and regain his lost dignity. You! President Gale's temper flared. Who was truly provoking whom? A thief, crying stop thief. As president, he had always protected the members of his society. President Gale, please allow me to deal with him. Lin Feng spoke steadily. Observing Xiao standing helplessly to the side, her face etched with concern. No, absolutely not. President Gale exclaimed in alarm. Although he yearned to confront Kong Hu himself, the latter was the brother-in-law of Director Sang Lang, and challenging him could lead to repercussions. Very well, President Gale, this shall be a fair duel, and you have no authority to interfere. Kong Hu's confidence surged as he prepared to confront Lin Feng. Let me make one thing clear. We shall sign a death contract first. Life and death are fated, and no one shall pursue the matter afterward. The flames surrounding Lin Feng burned brighter, but he would not act impulsively that he intended to deal with Kong Hu, but he wanted to ensure that he had no grounds to contest the outcome. A death contract? Absolutely not. President Gale intervened loudly. He understood Lin Feng's feelings, but recognized that his opponent was a senior swordsman, and Lin Feng would be at a disadvantage. He did not wish to see the External Liaison Society lose a rare talent so soon after acquiring him. Lin Feng, don't sign it. I am afraid. Xiao stepped closer, speaking softly. She did not want Lin Feng to be harmed because of her. She was already touched by his unwavering protection. Konghu, I implore you to cease this madness. Princess Yunya, too, wore a worried expression, attempting to dissuade Konghu. Yet, given the Kong family's vast influence, she doubted her royal status would hold sway over him. Lin Feng, are you planning to hide behind women again? If you cower now, I won't hold it against you. You are just the type who prefers to conceal yourself behind women. However, since you proposed this death contract, you can withdraw if you wish, but only by kneeling before me and bowing your head in apology will it be forgiven. Konghu pressed on, relentless in his provocation. A man of honor keeps his word. I shall sign the death contract, Lin Feng declared, signing the agreement with a resolute gesture. The people in the courtyard quickly cleared a space for the two combatants, encircling them to witness the duel. Apart from the three peculiar mages, the others silently cheered for Lin Feng, their palms sweaty with anticipation, for his opponent was a senior swordsman. Bang! Before Lin Feng could steady himself, Konghu leapt into action, swinging his great sword with force, unleashing a wave of gray-black sword energy that descended upon Lin Feng's head like a massive wall. Boom! The sword energy struck with lightning speed, and Lin Feng, untrained in evasive magical skills, could only brace himself to absorb the blow. Quickly conjuring a summoned shield as the flames enveloped him, a magical circular barrier appeared around his neck, radiating crimson energy and enveloping Lin Feng completely. The thunderous sword energy crashed against it, the gray magical lights swirling, and red sparks flew in all directions. With a sharp crack, the level 1 summoned shield shattered under the might of the senior swordsman's ferocious attack, causing Lin Feng to stagger, nearly toppling to the ground. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd, not only out of concern for Lin Feng, but also in astonishment at his ability to withstand Konghu's strike. Could this be the legendary summoned shield? President Gale, well-informed, marveled quietly. The summoned shield of a skeleton summoner was far superior to the ice, fire, and light shields of a white mage, capable of withstanding all magical attacks from novice white mages. While the senior swordsman's sword energy surpassed the magical attacks of intermediate mages, it had cleaved through Lin Feng's summoned shield. However, Lin Feng's soul fire contained various elemental immunities, allowing him not only to resist magical attacks, but also to mitigate the damage from the sword energy. Kid, let's see how long you can hold out. Konghu gritted his teeth, momentarily taken aback. He had unleashed all his fighting spirit, hoping for a decisive strike, yet to his astonishment, this boy had withstood his strongest move. Xiaohei, attack! Just as Konghu prepared to launch his second wave of offense, Lin Feng seized the initiative, calling out, "Woof!" A flash of crimson light erupted as Xiaohei burst forth, barking, and the spell, Heaven and Earth Collapse, was unleashed. The ground trembled around Konghu, a purplish light emanating forth. Though it was merely a level 1, Heaven and Earth Collapse, it still disrupted Konghu's concentration, preventing him from fully unleashing his sword energy. Firewolves, attack and slay him. Lin Feng did not afford Konghu a moment's respite. Gritting his teeth as he shouted, "3 firewolves roared into existence, swiftly encircling Konghu and forming a magical array. Trapped within, Konghu was momentarily overcome by a sense of weakness. In his panic, he did not forget to hurl insults, seemingly astonished by the formidable summoning abilities of this newcomer from the External Liaison Society. Chapter 047. The First Clash with the Sang Wolf. You annoying skeletons, get away from me. You lowly baron. Thunder crash. Fueled by rage, Konghu frantically swung his sword in a grandiose spinning strike, like waves crashing through bamboo. His sword energy dispersed the effect of Xiaohong's Heaven and Earth Collapse, reducing the 3 firewolves to ash. Yet, before Konghu could regain his composure, the firewolves reappeared, conjuring an even more ferocious magical array, launching a fierce assault as black flames roared and engulfed him. What was more terrifying, 4 undead flame birds and a level 3 skeletal dragon suddenly burst forth from the void, joining the fray. Boom! With another furious bark from Xiaohong, purple flames erupted around Konghu, shaking the ground and eliciting a startled cry from him. In an instant, 5 apprentice mage skeletons entered the battle, their meager magical attacks inflicting noticeable damage. To the east, a multitude of skeletal beasts charged forward, their teeth bared and bodies radiating light. The scene instantly transformed into a maelstrom of murderous intent. Amidst it all, Lin Feng stood like a sage, calmly positioned among the skeletons, his stern visage betraying no hint of fear, though the increasingly vibrant crimson flames surrounding him revealed his simmering anger. Boom, boom, boom. Initially, Kang Hu struggled to fight back, but it was not long before he succumbed. For as long as Lin Feng remained standing, the skeletons would not cease their relentless assault. They would fall only to rise again, growing more ferocious with each resurgence. There was no room for exhaustion, anxiety, or dread. Only the roar of battle and the clash of steel, a spectacle of grandeur. Ah, President Gayer, save me. After a brief period of fierce attacks, Kang Hu shamelessly pleaded for mercy. Lin Feng, do not take his life. President Gayer was reluctant to plead for Kang Hu. Yet upon reflection, he realized that should Lin Feng kill Kang Hu, he would inevitably incur the wrath of Director Sang Wolf at Atlantis Academy. Anyone who crossed Sang Wolf would find themselves beset on all sides. Moreover, the Kang family wielded immense power. Slaying the young master of the Kang family would undoubtedly provoke their furious retaliation. Lin Feng cast a glance at Director Gayer, his expression remaining cool and composed. With a furrowed brow, he summoned even more intense crimson flames, and the skeletal army's assault grew increasingly savage. The three fire wolves, their eyes gleaming, unleashed torrents of black flames upon Kang Hu. Ah, save me, Princess Yunya, my noble princess. I implore you, command Lin Feng to cease. Kang Hu continued to wield his sword, yet his strikes were aimless, causing collateral damage to the surrounding skeletons while nearly injuring himself in the process. Lin Feng. Princess Yunya had no desire to intercede for this persistent suitor, yet she was acutely aware of the Kang family's terrifying influence. During the last academy examination, Lin Feng had already offended the Shangwan family. If he were to further antagonize the Kang family, he would surely face a relentless barrage of retribution and assassination attempts. I possess no illustrious lineage, nor do I hold a prestigious status. You may look down upon me, but you shall never provoke or bully me. Lin Feng seethed. Redoubling his assault, in that moment, the courtyard became a tempest of magical flames, swirling like the wind, forcing those on either side to retreat involuntarily. Even Gayer and his companions wore solemn expressions. Applause erupted around them. A cacophony of cheers, particularly from Luda. The crowd was filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight, astonished by Lin Feng's composure and explosive power, and pleased that he had indeed risen to the occasion to deal with Kang Hu. Lin Feng. Spare me, I beg of you, please. Seeing Lin Feng's icy demeanor, Kang Hu grew increasingly terrified, hastily lowering himself in supplication, his knees nearly touching the ground. A faint smile flickered at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Yet the crimson flames in his hands showed no sign of abating. Just as Lin Feng prepared to conclude matters with Kang Hu, a sudden pillar of fire materialized around him, a purplish-black column descending from the heavens to strike him. The summoning shield surrounding him shattered in an instant, sending him reeling as he coughed up blood. Had it not been for the fire immunity elements within his soul's flame, this unexpected blow might have cost him his life. Director Sang Wolf. Gasps filled the air as a purplish-black portal appeared at the entrance of the external liaison courtyard, and a cold-faced Sang Wolf emerged, his dark magical robe billowing slightly, radiating an ominous brilliance. Humph. Lin Feng, your audacity grows bolder by the day. Before Sang Wolf even spoke, his chilling voice reverberated throughout the courtyard, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Brother-in-law, save me. Kang Hu, seeing his savior, was overwhelmed with joy. Had it not been for Lin Feng's skeletal army still surrounding him, he would have already crawled towards Sang Wolf. Useless wretch, a man should stand firm, and you, groveling and begging for mercy, bring shame to the Kang family. Sang Wolf shot a piercing glare at Kang Hu, and his fury toward Lin Feng intensified exponentially. Haha, with Director Sang Wolf's arrival, this matter should come to an end. President Gayer hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Should he fail to do so, Sang Wolf would undoubtedly retaliate against Lin Feng, very likely leading to his demise. Come to an end, Lin Feng has assaulted someone within the academy, as the director of the instructional department. I cannot simply overlook this. Besides, he has attacked a member of the Kang family. If the academy does not impose severe punishment, how can we justify it to the Kang family? Sang Wolf remained icy in demeanor. Indeed. How can we simply let this go? Those who bully me shall face my retribution. Lin Feng's words were double-edged as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his focus sharpening as the skeletal army surged forward once more. Charging at Kong Hu. What an arrogant boy! Sang Wolf was incensed, his right hand sweeping through the air as 3 bolts of magical fire shot toward Lin Feng, a grandmaster of fire magic. Sang Wolf was well aware that the most effective way to disperse the skeletal army surrounding Kong Hu was to eliminate Lin Feng directly. Once he was gone, the skeletons would vanish. Crack, crack, crack. Just moments earlier, Lin Feng had been caught off guard. Now, however, he was on high alert. One of Sang Wolf's magical flames shattered his summoning shield, the oppressive magical aura knocking him to the ground, causing him to spit blood once more. Another flame was blocked by Lin Feng's 3 fire wolves, which were incinerated to ash. The final flame was intercepted by a single skeletal mage, whose soul flame was obliterated into dust. You! Sang Wolf struck Lin Feng, yet he felt no sense of triumph, for as he attacked, Lin Feng had already retaliated. Kong Hu's head was bitten off by the skeletal dragon, while his body was torn to shreds by 100 skeletal beasts. Do you recognize the skeleton you just destroyed? Lin Feng slowly rose, refusing to show weakness. Your beloved apprentice, Shangwan Hongri. Hongri. Sang Wolf was on the verge of collapse. During the last magical with a sigh, Sanglang's aura of magic dissipated, and he swiftly vanished into the portal. His chilling laughter echoing intermittently in the courtyard. Geyer and the others exhaled in relief. Lin Feng, are you all right? Xiaoan hurried to Lin Feng's side, tears streaming down her cheeks. Had it not been for her, Lin Feng would not have engaged in a confrontation today. Lin Feng, well done. It's the first time I've seen someone dare to ride on Director Sanglang's neck. Luda bellowed with laughter. When you killed Kong Hu just now. Sanglang's face turned green. I don't know why, but witnessing that moment brought me immense satisfaction. At Luda's words, the members of the External Liaison Society erupted into laughter. Indeed, it seemed that today marked Director Sanglang's first defeat in many years. Well, we've narrowly escaped a calamity. Lin Feng, it appears you must accept the mission to the Dark Abyss. President Geyer slowly approached Lin Feng, a smile gracing his lips. Yes, I accept. Thank you, esteemed President. Lin Feng bowed respectfully. Had it not been for President Geyer stepping in, his chances of speaking now would have been slim. In truth, it was Sanglang's appearance that prompted him to take Kong Hu's life, merely to provoke the man. He had long awaited a confrontation with Sanglang, even if he were not his match. He wanted him to understand the consequences of oppressing him and mentor Charlie. Lin Feng was not to be trifled with. No need for pleasantries, if you can bring back the Blood Lotus. Not only will you silence Sanglang, but I shall also have the grounds to promote you to the position of Vice President. Should the mission fail, you are well aware of the implications. I shall leave it at that. Gather your belongings and set forth to the Dark Abyss at once. Though Geyer spoke lightly, his heart was in turmoil. The expedition to the Dark Abyss was fraught with peril. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. President Geyer, I request to team up with Lin Feng. Xiaoan asserted, standing resolutely. Esteemed President, doesn't this mission require an alchemist? I request to join as well. Before Xiaoan could finish, Princess Yunya approached and interjected. The battle between Lin Feng and Kong Hu had involved her factors as well. Had Kong Hu not sought to flaunt before her, he would not have provoked Lin Feng. Huh. The old team is back together. I'm going too. Luda waved his broomstick enthusiastically. Very well. Just to be safe, Bob, you shall accompany them. Geyer gritted his teeth, sweat beading in his palms. Ultimately, the world belonged to the youth. It was best to allow them to venture forth. The cold and composed Vice President Bob slowly rose, nodding silently in agreement. He had always undertaken the most dangerous missions within the External Liaison Society. Bob's going too. Luda and the others fell silent, with the presence of the stoic Bob. It seemed this journey would not be as carefree as their previous trip to the island of the undead. Lin Feng, are you all right? Noticing Lin Feng's troubled expression, Princess Yunya stepped closer, her brow furrowed with concern. I'm fine. Haha, I'll head back to prepare. Let us gather here at dusk to set off. Lin Feng waved his hand and departed hastily. He indeed felt unwell. An oddly discomforting sensation enveloping him. He felt bewildered, for his soul fire had been cleaved in two by Sanglang. Now, he harbored 2 flames within him. Fortunately, both flames remained vigorous. Otherwise, his unease would have intensified. Should the soul fire weaken, it would signify a decline in his skeletal summoning abilities. In such circumstances, Lin Feng's first thought was to seek out Qi. The technique for cultivating soul fire was devised by him, and he should be able to elucidate its mysteries. Although somewhat anxious, Lin Feng was not overly fearful. After all, he possessed the magic tower. Even if Sanglang were to render his magical skills inert, he would not be disheartened. He could always start anew, and in a few months, he would rise again. However, when it came to confronting Sanglang, he would not show weakness. He had never yielded even when he was a novice in magic. So how could he do so now? Great Skull. Lin Feng quietly entered the familiar small forest and called out, before stepping into the tower. Oh, you're here so early. This Lord Qi, hasn't he even woken up yet? Sigh, I was so engrossed in watching that striptease last night that now I'm dozing off all day. Qi floated lazily in the air. Stop sleeping. Something's happened. Look at my soul fire. Lin Feng smacked Qi head and exclaimed, What on earth? How could this happen? Oh ha, have you been beaten up? You're really useless. Never mind. Just tell me who had the audacity to lay hands on me. Qi air, and I'll reveal his weak points. Then you can go back and give him a taste of his own medicine. Qi eyes blazed with fire upon seeing the two flames within Lin Feng. On a serious note, is there a way to fuse these two soul fires using the devouring technique? Lin Feng asked urgently, understanding that he was currently no match for Sanglang. Even if he knew his weak points, he could not defeat him. Of course, fusion by devouring is possible, but your soul fire has just suffered a heavy blow. Attempting to fuse it now will surely weaken your magical power. Qi scrutinized Lin Feng's soul fire, his eyes glowing with intensity. That's all right. I can always learn to advance later. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. Being able to kill Sanglang's brother-in-law before his very eyes was worth sacrificing some magical power. So why the pessimism? Fortune and misfortune coexist. This Lord Qi has a new training idea. I wonder if you dare to try. Whenever it came to cultivation, Qi excitement was palpable. He had once been a fervent devotee of training, forsaking everything for the sake of cultivation. Hence he possessed considerable insights in this regard. Cut to the chase. Just tell me what the method is. Lin Feng urged. With dual soul fires, you can practice dual cultivation. When the soul fire is split in two, while the power of each is diminished individually, if you cultivate them simultaneously, the power will double upon fusion. Don't you think that makes sense? Qi smirked mischievously. Dual cultivation. Lin Feng felt a surge of delight. Qi method was indeed ingenious. With the magic tower at his disposal, the pace of dual cultivation would surely be swift. Once both soul fires reached the intermediate level, their fusion would undoubtedly enhance his summoning capabilities significantly. Indeed, dual cultivation is equivalent to two of you training simultaneously. After a period, wouldn't the combined strength of the two surpass that of a single you? Qi laughed heartily, proud of his clever idea, feeling smug that he, Qi, was the smartest magician on this continent. All right, I'll follow your lead. Dual cultivation, but if anything goes wrong, you'll be in for it. Lin Feng grumbled as he began the process of simultaneously cultivating the two soul fires. What a farce. You take all the good fortune and leave me with the bad. Listen here, little brat, I must warn you in advance. During dual cultivation, try to avoid major battles. Otherwise, if someone completely separates your two soul fires, fusion will become impossible, and you'll be in a dire predicament. At that point, you'll be nothing more than a soulless husk, suffering endlessly. Qi yawned, drifting back into sleep. Oh no, I absolutely cannot avoid going to the dark abyss. Otherwise, Sanglang will surely accuse President Geyer of being untrustworthy. Lin Feng mused to himself. President Geyer had risked his life to save him. He could not allow him to suffer injustice. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng resolved to expedite the effects of dual cultivation, striving to complete the fusion of the two soul fires before the crucial confrontation in the dark abyss. Until then, he would do his utmost to let Lu Da and the others bear the brunt. And fortunately, Vice President Bob would also be accompanying them. While he was cold-hearted, he was nonetheless an exceptional high-level wind mage. With a focused mind, Lin Feng sensed that within him, the two soul fires were pulsating with energy. Although he could still feel the lingering pain from having his soul fires severed, the exhilarating sensation of both flames growing stronger with the assistance of the magic tower was unprecedented. Filling him with delight that he summoned 3 firewolves and instructed Xiao He to attack them, training its heaven and earth collapse. Even without attacking or forming formations, Xiaohei's heaven and earth collapse still managed to inflict some damage on them. Woof! After several attempts without successfully overcoming a single fire wolf, Xiaohei barked anxiously, hastening its assault. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, observing quietly, wore a smile. With every release of heaven and earth collapse, Xiaohei's soul fire grew increasingly robust. Although each improvement was minor, the accumulation of small gains over time would lead to significant progress. As for Lin Feng, he simultaneously manipulated his soul fire with the aid of the magic tower while commanding them in battle, whether directing Xiaohei to attack or ordering the fire wolves not to engage. All fell under his command, contributing to the enhancement of his soul fire. However, their battles yielded far more pronounced training effects for him. After all, being within the magic tower, the wondrous chaotic magic energy allowed the two soul fires within him to continuously emit mesmerizing flames, crackling with intensity. Woof! With a fierce bark, Xiaohei summoned a blazing fire wolf, surrounded by swirling purple flames, causing the ground beneath to tremble ominously. The magical fire rendered the fire wolf completely dazed. And as the tremors intensified, its skeletal form shattered and scattered. Woo-woo! Observing this, Xiaohei emitted a joyful yelp and trotted towards Lin Feng, wagging his tail in a plea for affection. Well done, Xiaohei. Keep it up. Lin Feng affectionately patted Xiaohei's head, calling forth the fire wolf once more to let Xiaohei continue his assault. The sensation of progressing alongside Xiaohei was delightful, a feeling that Lin Feng cherished. This time, Lin Feng commanded Xiaohei to attack two fire wolves simultaneously. The little creature immediately perked up, barking loudly, as the ground quaked with a thunderous rumble. The purple light dancing like flames, creating a cacophony of sound. As dawn broke, the red sun radiated its warm glow at the entrance of the Lantis Academy's external liaison office. President Gale personally bid farewell to Lin Feng and his companions. Their expedition to the Dark Abyss was of great significance, prompting other members of the liaison office to come and see them off. Lin Feng remained silent, while Xiaoan followed closely behind. And Princess Yunya wore a cheerful expression. Vice President Bob maintained his usual cold demeanor, yet the most lively among them was Luda, who busily greeted everyone, appearing more like a carefree traveler than someone embarking on a perilous mission. Luda, it's time to set off. Everyone boarded the specially designed magical beast carriage, imbued with President Gale's magical seals, capable of automatically sensing the dark energies ahead. Noticing Luda still chatting merrily, Lin Feng called out, "Come on. Let's go. Coming." Luda shook his broom-like hair and leaned closer to Lin Feng, whispering, "Lin Feng, if we succeed in this mission, do you plan to claim the soul ring of Lord Nangong for yourself? Though it seems quite challenging." As he spoke, Luda cast a sidelong glance at Vice President Bob, seemingly implying that with Bob around, Lin Feng might not be able to seize the glory, thus lacking the leverage to demand sole ownership of the soul ring. "I only wish to bring back the blood lotus," Lin Feng replied with a calm smile, fully aware that failing to retrieve the blood lotus would not only land him in trouble, but also jeopardize President Gale and the liaison office. Chapter 050, Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. The Feng family. Lin Feng had already offended two noble families of the empire, both of whom vowed to retaliate. Thus, the task force heeded Vice President Bob's advice to circumvent the territories of these two families and take a detour to the Dark Abyss. However, there was one unavoidable location on their route: Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. One of the main territories of the Kong family, situated in the northern region of the empire, Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was surrounded by forests teeming with magical tigers, among which the white tiger was the most ferocious. Kong Ji, the third son of the Kong family and a skilled beast tamer, had subdued all the magical tigers in the area, establishing Tiger Roar Mountain Manor and earning a fearsome reputation throughout the empire. The news of Lin Feng leading a team to the Dark Abyss to procure the Blood Lotus had spread throughout the empire, rendering it impossible to keep it from the Kong family. While they could initially use a circuitous route to evade the power of the Kong family and the previous Shangwan family's influence, avoiding Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, an essential passage to the Dark Abyss, was impossible. As the magical beast carriage approached the borders of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, two Kodo beasts began to howl and slowed their pace, seemingly sensing the peril that loomed around them. The magical seals on the carriage flickered with brilliant light, signaling the omnipresent danger. "Is this really Tiger Roar Mountain Manor? It doesn't seem that impressive," Apart from the larger hills and the denser magical aura, there's not much else. Luda was the first to emerge from the carriage. Hands on hips, chuckling with his usual optimism. How do we get past? Princess Yunya asked solemnly, noting that there were no paths through the dense underbrush, which could easily conceal ferocious beasts, unlike ordinary magical forests. This area lacked straight trees and vibrant wildflowers. Instead, it was filled with coarse grass taller than their waists and peculiar shrubs that resembled green walls. The eerie silence, devoid of the sounds of rustling beasts, was unnerving, amplifying the tension among the group. Lin Feng attempted to discern the soul fire within the forest, but found nothing that he recalled what the red demon had said. Only advanced necromancers could see the soul fire of creatures adept in the art of breath holding, which explained why he had not noticed Kong who lurking nearby at Phoenix Ridge. Clearly, the magical tigers surrounding Tiger Roar Mountain Manor had mastered the breath-holding technique, indicating the formidable nature of these beasts and the exceptional skill of Kong Ji, the advanced beast tamer, who had taught them such advanced magical skills. Brother Lin Feng, do you have any good ideas? Shaoan inquired softly, drawing closer to Lin Feng. Those who act recklessly and create trouble are unlikely to devise any clever plans. Just follow me. Before Lin Feng could respond, Vice President Bob let out a cold laugh. He then strode towards the thicket, his hands clasped gently before him as he began to chant softly. Suddenly, a gust of white wind surged forth, akin to a white dragon charging in the direction Bob was heading, parting the brush and strange grasses to reveal a clear path leading straight to the mountain's summit. Are you intending to go to Tiger Roar Mountain Manor? Lin Feng asked, his brow furrowed. Go to Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Princess Yunya and Luda exclaimed in shock. Their goal was to avoid the manor, yet Vice President Bob seemed intent on entering it, knowing full well that danger lurks within the mountain. You still choose to march towards it. We can't afford to waste time here. Lord Nangong likely won't hold out much longer. We must pass through Tiger Roar Mountain Manor quickly. So just trust me, Bob replied nonchalantly, offering little explanation as he continued toward the mountain's peak. Lin Feng and Princess Yunya exchanged glances, remaining silent as they followed. Bob was a composed magician, and if he deemed it safe, they were inclined to believe in his judgment. Vice President, if this plan fails and we find ourselves trapped here, unable to complete the mission, you'll have to explain it to the President yourself when we return. Luda grumbled, reluctantly trailing behind. What difference was there between this and walking into the tiger's den? The massive manor, constructed from ancient stones, loomed within the dense thicket, exuding an air of mystery. Vines covered the bluish stones, and the heavy wooden doors stood ajar, revealing a flickering white magical light within. Lightning occasionally crackled above, its soundless descent casting dark shadows that felt oppressive. Roar! Before the group could steady themselves, a thunderous roar erupted from within the manor, causing the three members, excluding Lin Feng and Vice President Bob, to instinctively take a step back, their expressions turning frantic. Moments later, a colossal white tiger emerged from the doorway, its fierce gaze locking onto Lin Feng and the others. Bearing its massive jaws lined with sharp, snow-white teeth, the most terrifying aspect was its eyes, which resembled two protruding mirrors reflecting the very essence of Lin Feng and his companions, sending chills down their spines. With a resounding roar from the white tiger, dozens of black tigers sprang from the surrounding woods, all raising their heads to howl, baring their teeth and enveloped in swirling black magical flames, their eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger. Oh my, where did all these magical tigers come from? The sudden cacophony startled the usually brash Luda, who began to pat his chest and wipe his brow. As the magical tigers appeared, Lin Feng could finally discern their soul fire. The white tiger was a high-tier magical beast, while the black tigers were of mid-tier, each one likely capable of matching any member of their party. Lord Kong, Vice President Bob has come for a visit. Bob approached leisurely, calling out in a deep voice that, though not loud, carried far. The second son of the Feng family has unexpectedly arrived. I, Kong Ji, am truly honored. A moment later, a powerful voice resonated from within the manor, and a middle-aged man clad in a white magical robe stepped out. He scrutinized everyone before fixing his gaze on Lin Feng, his brow furrowing in anger, clearly having recognized Lin Feng as the one responsible for his nephew's death. The second son of the Feng family, hearing Kong Ji address Vice President Bob in such a manner, took everyone by surprise. The Feng family was a legendary name on the Wind and Cloud continent, known for their prowess about a century ago, primarily composed of elite assassins who never targeted the innocent, instead engaging in the redistribution of wealth. However, they eventually fell victim to the Lord's alliance, unable to withstand the overwhelming forces, leading to their gradual decline. Today, the Feng family had seemingly vanished, though rumors persisted of some members still operating under assumed identities, having taken on new professions and no longer serving as the vigilantes they once were. So Bob is from the Feng family. No wonder he is always so composed and detached. Lin Feng marveled inwardly. Luda's mouth hung agape. It was no wonder the vice president was a magical genius. He belonged to the Feng family, endowed with their extraordinary bloodline. Even Princess Yunya was taken aback, realizing that the Wind and Cloud continent indeed concealed many hidden talents. Originally, Bob would not dare disturb Lord Kong during his seclusion, but due to a request from my father, who shared a deep bond with Lord Kong, I have come seeking assistance from Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Bob smiled faintly, his demeanor calm and collected. Chapter 051. The Departed and the Cold Tea. Walking into the tiger's den, the tiger begets no dog. As expected, the second son of the Feng family is truly a remarkable figure. Please, come inside. After a moment of contemplation, Kong Ji burst into hearty laughter, the magical aura surrounding him swirling around like a tempest. Huh? The vice president knows Lord Kong? Why didn't you mention it sooner? It seems our passage through Tiger Roar Mountain Manor will be smooth sailing. Perhaps Lord Kong will even host us for a grand feast and send dozens of magical tigers to escort us to the dark abyss. Luda chuckled, playfully patting Bob's shoulder. Bob did not return the smile nor respond, simply following Kong Ji into the manor, with the others trailing closely behind. Lin Feng hesitated, sensing that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Evidently, President Geyer is well aware of Bob's identity, hence dispatching him to undertake this mission, harboring hopes of leveraging the connections between the Feng family and Kong Ji to traverse the Tiger Roar Manor smoothly. However, as the saying goes, when people leave, the tea cools. The Feng family is no longer the formidable entity it once was, and the Kong family, notorious for its bullying demeanor, shows little inclination to assist without substantial benefits. Given that the task force offers no considerable advantage to Kong Ji, it is unlikely he would extend any favors to Bob. Moreover, having recently slain Kong Hu, it would be utterly inconceivable for Kong Ji to allow their passage. How could the Kong family maintain its standing in the stormy continent thereafter? The interior of Tiger Roar Manor starkly contrasts its outer facade adorned with ancient stone decor. Within lies a resplendent display of golden abodes, vibrant flora, and flowing streams, creating a scene reminiscent of a divine realm. This sight left Luda and his companions utterly astounded. Even Princess Yunya was taken aback, for the opulence here rivaled that of a royal palace. As Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, he noticed something peculiar to the east of the estate, an area that appeared no different from the others, yet emanated a cluster of magical light, akin to a flickering flame of the soul, albeit somewhat indistinct. Thus he refrained from making any assumptions. Second young master, take a seat. Upon entering a magnificent hall, Kong Ji strode directly to the imposing tiger skin throne, where a colossal black magical orb displayed the entire state of Tiger Roar Manor, indicating he was well informed of their arrival. Kong Manor Master, to be brief, 500,000 gold coins, in consideration of my father's reputation, allow them safe passage through your Tiger Roar Manor. Bob, refraining from taking a seat, addressed the matter forthrightly, displaying the astuteness expected of a member of the Feng family. Haha, the second young master truly speaks with candor. I am too old to concern myself with such a fortune. If only I could follow in your father's footsteps and depart from this world, when would the turmoil of the realm come to an end? Kong Ji rose, turning away, and lamented loudly. Kong Manor Master, let us speak plainly. If you desire the soul ring, it is absolutely out of the question that we both understand its unique abilities and significance. Bob, a man of clarity, stated bluntly. The second young master is indeed wise. It is precisely because it is extraordinary that I find myself interested. You may pass through Tiger Roar Manor, but upon completing your mission and obtaining the soul ring, you must surrender it to me. You gain fame and profit, while I only desire that. Kong Ji's eyes glimmered with avarice. Everyone was taken aback. Kong Ji was intent on acquiring the soul ring. The earlier hopes of Luda vanished in an instant. As what was once seen as a reunion with an old friend now appeared as a perilous entrapment. The dangers of Tiger Roar Manor had intensified. Princess Yunya furrowed her brow. Realizing that Kong Ji aimed to usurp the position of Lord Nangong, aspiring to become the preeminent lord of the empire, Lin Feng, however, merely smirked. He had long anticipated that the Kong family harbored no noble intentions, and it was better they reveal their true colors sooner rather than later to avoid wasting time. Kong Manor Master, you ought to recognize that this mission is not merely a profit-making endeavor for our Atlantis Academy's Outreach Society. It pertains to the peace of the empire. Surely, you do not wish to see the Imperial Mage Corps descend upon Tiger Roar Manor. Bob stood his ground, well aware of the improbability of such an occurrence. Mobilizing forces would be slow and disrupt Lord Nangong's treatment. And aside from the Palace Mage Corps, other brigades were stationed at the borders, making arbitrary deployments perilous for the Empire. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I have lived long enough to have seen much. Out of respect for your father, I shall not impose undue hardship upon you. Choose wisely. Surrender the soul ring later, or find your way through Tiger Roar Manor yourself. Kongji sneered, of course. There is a third option. Leave that little brat behind, and you may proceed to the dark abyss unimpeded. The Feng family may no longer exist, but the tradition among its members remains. As long as I draw breath, I shall not abandon a brother, though I harbor no fondness for that brat. If you wish to take him, you shall first have to extinguish my life. A surge of white magical energy erupted from Bob's cold visage, resembling a massive white dragon head rising defiantly, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This action astonished everyone. Luda and Xiaoan exchanged glances, having presumed Bob to be indifferent, yet here he displayed commendable principles. Lin Feng too regarded Bob with newfound respect. Those who appear cold often possess a warmer heart beneath, and Bob's seemingly emotionless exterior concealed a commendable spirit of loyalty. Even if your father were still alive and arrived, I would only offer him these three choices. Otherwise, I would be most eager to experience the extraordinary magical prowess of the Feng family. Kong Ji refused to yield. Icy flames of white fire swirling around him, signaling that conflict was imminent. Very well, I shall remain. Kong Manor Master, I trust you will uphold your promise. Before the situation could deteriorate further, Lin Feng stepped forward with a smile. What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. Particularly Xiaoan, for it was well understood that Lin Feng's choice sealed his fate. Even Kong Ji was taken aback, questioning what this young man was playing at, willingly courting death. If you wish to perish, do so in the dark abyss. At least there, you would die with purpose. Bob, though terse, understood Lin Feng's intention. This young man sought to ensure the safety of the others as they completed their mission, which was of utmost importance, thus cannot afford to squander time and energy here. One must bear the consequences of their actions. This matter involves my grievances with the Kong family, so I shall remain. And you shall complete the mission. Lin Feng smiled serenely, confident in his ability to extricate himself from peril. Lin Feng, you cannot do this. The Kong family will surely not allow you to leave Tiger Roar Manor alive. Xiaoan, Princess Yunya, and Luda hurriedly intervened. Panic and concern etched on their faces, with Xiaoan already shedding tears. Please look after Xiaoan for me. Lin Feng gently wiped away her tears. Smiling at Luda, I am the vice president. Without my consent, you cannot remain. Bob stood resolutely, harboring a trace of admiration for Lin Feng. In the face of calamity, to prioritize righteousness over life at such a young age was a rare quality indeed. I am the captain of the task force. During the mission, my word is law. Vice President, I entrust this mission to you. Lin Feng asserted firmly that he nodded at Bob, who initially frowned, as if contemplating something, before hastily leading Xiaoan and Princess Yunya away. Old rascal. Should we return to find a single hair missing from Lin Feng, I, Luda, shall set Tiger Roar Manor ablaze. Luda shouted at Kong Ji, gritting his teeth as he departed. Chapter 052. A sheep in wolf's clothing. Hee. Little brat, do you know what game this manor master enjoys the most? Once Bob and the others had distanced themselves, Kong Ji grinned sinisterly at Lin Feng. His feigned smile masked a blend of fury and a thirst for vengeance. Lin Feng had slain Kong Hu. Akin to plucking the fur from a tiger stripped of its fur must roar, lest it be mistaken for a sickly cat. As a beast tamer, it is only natural to revel in taming the fiercest magical beasts. Lin Feng responded with an air of nonchalance. clearly perceiving Kong Ji's intention to employ beast-taming methods to torment him. You are like a wild beast newly released from its cage. Taming you will surely be quite amusing. A wicked smile spread across Kong Ji's face. Do you know how I typically subdue little creatures like you? A swift death would be rather dull, so I prefer a slow simmer. Feel free to employ whatever methods you wish. Lin Feng remained composed. Do not be hasty. I will ensure you enjoy yourself plenty. For now, let us start with a warm-up. There is a pile of magical tiger feed in the backyard. Before nightfall, I want it moved into the forest behind. My magical tiger awaits its meal. Should you fail to accomplish this, tonight you shall become a delightful dish for my magical tiger. Do you grasp my meaning? Kong Ji, a notorious killer of magical beasts, preferred to first place his victims in a state worse than death before extinguishing their lives for his own gratification. Clenching his fists, Lin Feng complied with Kong Ji's demands. The time was not right for direct confrontation. Kid, I know you are a skeleton summoner, so do not attempt to pull any tricks in front of me. If you dare use your skeletons to substitute for you in moving that feed, neither you nor your team will escape my gaze alive. Kong Ji chuckled coldly. Upon reaching the backyard, Lin Feng was met with a plethora of white spiritual herbs piled in substantial stone basins. Far more massive than those at Atlantis Academy, and exceedingly heavy, the magical herbs exuding a white mist, evidently meant as special feed for magical beasts. Weighing one of the basins, Lin Feng found it burdensome. Each basin weighing approximately 100 pounds, he hoisted one and trudged toward the back mountain. After a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The labor of a 15 or 16-year-old mage transporting such weight was undeniably strenuous. Observing this, Kong Ji, who monitored Lin Feng through the magical orb from within the manor, wore a wicked smile. He knew that if Lin Feng were to employ his skeleton summoning arts, even using skeleton laborers to carry the feed would be a trivial task. He wished to subject this young man to the agony of mastering the art of skeleton summoning, yet being unable to utilize it. And witnessing Lin Feng's struggle brought him an indescribable satisfaction. After moving 3 basins, Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, grateful for his previous experiences as a laborer at the academy. Otherwise, he would have been unable to lift even one of those cumbersome basins. Kid, put in more effort. If you don't finish before nightfall, you'll have a rough time. Kong Ji's chilling words drifted through the small courtyard, brimming with malice and arrogance. Lin Feng remained silent, gritting his teeth as he continued to carry the load. Deep down, he understood that even if he complied with every demand, Bob and the others could never escape the clutches of Kong Ji, who would not easily relinquish the soul ring. After moving 3 more basins, Lin Feng returned to the courtyard, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. Regrettably, there were still at least 30 basins left to move. Straining his exhausted body, he transported another basin to the small hill behind at this moment. The mountains were filled with ravenous magic tigers, led by the arrogant white tiger, devouring their food with fervor. 7 basins of feed were clearly insufficient, and the magic tigers that had yet to eat bared their teeth at Lin Feng, seemingly urging him to hasten his pace or risk becoming their meal. What a fierce bunch, a group of useless creatures relying on feed for sustenance. If my skeleton beasts also needed to eat, I would have been devoured long ago. Just think, being a skeleton is so much better. You useless lot, wait for it. Soon I shall turn you all into skeletons. And then you won't go hungry. Lin Feng muttered to himself, his heart ignited with hatred, longing to transform Kong Ji and his magic tigers into skeletons, making them his loyal servants. After completing the 10th basin, Lin Feng was utterly drained, and a mage's physique was significantly weaker than that of a warrior, and if it weren't for his background as a laborer, he would have collapsed long ago. Glancing at the setting sun, he felt no inclination to continue. The time was nearly up. Little brat, the sun is about to set, and your task seems far from complete. The lewd laughter of Kong Ji echoed in the courtyard. Do not harbor any false hopes. Bob and the others have yet to escape my sight. Sigh, the Feng family is becoming increasingly worthless. You are deliberately preventing them from leaving, aren't you? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, realizing that Kong Ji was indeed a petty MANDAS, a lord and renowned estate owner of the empire. He spoke with utter deceit. Ha. You can only blame yourselves for being so naive as to believe I would forsake the soul ring. Compared to the enmity with my family, the soul ring is far more enticing. Kong Ji laughed boisterously. Moments later, Kong Ji suddenly ceased his laughter, for he noticed a subtle curve at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth, a smile that someone of his age should not possess, composed and chilling. "It is still too early to determine who will prevail," Lin Feng replied calmly, wiping the sweat from his brow. It was time to confront the truth. What do you mean by that, boy?" Kong Ji appeared, his face filled with rage. He had assumed this boy was trapped like a fish in a barrel, a meek lamb willing to endure humiliation, only to discover he was a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Since you are aware of the soul ring, you must also know about the soul ring, right?" Lin Feng said, raising a black glimmering magic ring in his hand, one he had obtained during his previous mission to the land of the undead. At this moment, Lin Feng recalled the scene of moving the first basin of feed. Upon exiting the backyard, he had stealthily entered the magic tower to inquire with the red mage about the usage of the soul ring. This was a magic ring capable of cursing, and thus he had taken advantage of the magic tower's accelerated training effects to swiftly master its application. Placing curses on the feed, he had moved outside. The soul ring, the prized artifact of the Black Mountain Demon. What a stroke of luck, to find something so valuable without much effort. Not only did you deliver the soul ring to me, but you also brought the soul ring. Kong Ji recognized the ring's worth, and upon confirming its authenticity, he was overjoyed. At this point, the Lord Kong can still be so confident. I truly admire that. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile, as Kong Ji seemed oblivious to the fate of the magic tigers that had consumed the cursed feed. "What have you done to my magic tigers?" Kong Ji's grip on his black wand trembled violently, an icy white magical aura enveloping him like a chilling shroud. "Do not think you are the only one capable of breaking promises. I have grown up being bullied, so do not mistake me for a virtuous gentleman. Do you think I would believe your promises, or allow myself to be toyed with? Forcing me to carry such heavy spiritual herbs for your dying tigers means I will ensure they can never eat again." Lin Feng stretched his muscles, having moved a total of 10 basins of spiritual herbs, feeling a great sense of relief. The reason he endured such humiliation was not because he believed Kong Ji would fulfill his earlier promises to allow Xiao In and Bob to pass through the territory of Tiger Roar Mountain safely, but rather to deal with Kong Ji's magic tigers. The true strength of a beast master lies in the beasts they tame. By removing Kong Ji's pawns, he would see how long he could maintain his arrogance. "Humph. Kid, you are merely an intermediate skeleton summoner. Do not grow too arrogant. Moreover, it seems you have not fully unleashed the power of the soul ring, have you?" Kong Ji seethed with rage while secretly relieved. The curses Lin Feng had placed on the feed were not strong enough, meaning the magic tigers had merely lost half their attack power and speed, but were still capable of fighting. As Lin Feng was inexperienced with the soul ring, he was unable to fully utilize its power. You wish for me to experience the helplessness of mastering the art of skeleton summoning, yet being unable to use it, right? Very well. Today I shall make you feel the frustration of an enemy who cannot be killed yet aids in his advancement," Lin Feng declared, as he waved his right hand gently. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with skeletons, led by 3 fire wolves, followed by a level 3 magic dragon and a flaming undead bird, several apprentice mages and low-level magical beasts, concluding with some magical beast cubs. You think to use these useless skeletons against my magic tigers? Boy, you are sorely mistaken," Kong Ji retorted defiantly, his magic tigers being high-level magical beasts, while the black tigers were mid-level. He had no fear of these low-level skeletons. "Then let them come." Lin Feng smiled ominously, his soul fires splitting in two. He urgently needed to cultivate quickly, merging them for a chance to complete his task in the abyss of darkness. However, amidst his frantic endeavors, he had found no opportunity to practice. Fortunately, the method of summoning skeletons was unique, allowing him to cultivate through battle. Thus combat became the best and fiercest form of training. He had finally found an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. With a call, the skeleton army launched a fierce assault. Kong Ji remained composed, raising his wand, and over 100 magic tigers burst through the gates, surrounding him and taking formation. Those in front charged forth while those behind protected Kong Ji. All well trained. Bang, bang, bang. The magic tigers clashed with the skeletons, and the courtyard instantly erupted with magical light, the swirling magical energy billowing Lin Feng and Kong Ji's robes, scattering outward like a tornado sweeping through the mountains, causing the entire forest to tremble. Not to mention the white tiger, even the mid-level magical beasts, the black tigers, were exceptionally formidable. Fortunately, Lin Feng had diminished their attack capabilities by half, preventing them from effortlessly slaughtering the skeleton army. However, they were still more than capable of dealing with these skeletons, with only 3 firewolves managing to fight for several rounds. The rest of the skeletons fell after a single charge. Lin Feng had anticipated this, having quietly entered the magic tower to engage in summoning battles. Accelerating his training as batch after batch of skeletons fell, he summoned them back into the fray, as the Red Mage had mentioned that summoning pre-existing skeletons would not significantly harm the 2 flames of soul within him, allowing him to freely enhance his 2 flames of soul. With each large-scale summoning, the 2 flames of soul within him surged, radiating with even brighter light than before. Ordinary white mages grow weaker with each battle as their magical energy depletes with continuous casting. Yet this boy grows more ferocious with each fight. This is the terrifying nature of skeleton summoning, and I have once again fallen prey to this little brat. Frustrated by the stalemate, Kong Ji felt disheartened. Beyond this, the magic tigers were also growing weaker with each engagement. The magical energy within them was limited, and moreover, they had consumed the cursed spiritual herbs Lin Feng had prepared. The more they utilized their magic, the stronger the curse, and their combat prowess diminished further. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's skeleton army remained tireless, inexhaustible, and unending. Seeing this, Lin Feng could not help but chuckle at this moment. Kong Ji had fallen into a dilemma. Fighting would aid his growth, yet not fighting would lead to the demise of his magic tigers, including himself. Being slain by a skeleton summoner was not a simple death. They would be summoned back, transformed into his most loyal skeletal servants. Surely, this was not the outcome Kong Ji wished to witness, so he would undoubtedly choose to fight to the bitter end. This was precisely what Lin Feng desired. He urgently needed battle. Boom! Kong Ji was astute. He recalled all the black tigers to rest, allowing the high-level white tiger to charge to the forefront. One high-level magical beast was more than sufficient to deal with these skeletons. Despite being cursed, the faint curse posed little threat to a high-level magical beast, and thus the white tiger's combat strength remained formidable. With a resounding crash, dark clouds gathered above, and the white tiger let out a howl that echoed through the skies. The courtyard shook violently as crimson, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, the 7-colored magical flames cascaded like a meteor shower from the surrounding heavens toward Lin Feng and his skeleton army. Little Black, Lin Feng followed suit with a change of tactics. And Xiao He leapt forth, letting out a fierce bark that unleashed heaven and earth collapse. The ground around the white tiger trembled, enveloped in swirling purple flames. Xiao He's heaven and earth collapse was on the verge of advancing to the 2nd level, its power vastly surpassing previous iterations, thus inflicting a degree of disorientation upon the high-tier magical beast, the white tiger. Simultaneously, 3 fiery wolves began to form a formation, encircling the white tiger, while the dragon and the undying flame bird led the skeletal beasts in a frenzied assault against their formidable foe. Crack! The terrifying combat prowess of the high-tier magical beast was incalculable. Waves of attacks were repelled, and countless skeletons were obliterated into dust. Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed, calmly summoning forth, as the 2 flames of soul within him blazed ever brighter, making the newly summoned skeletons increasingly ferocious. Witnessing this scene, Kong Ji wore a helpless expression. He had inadvertently propelled his opponent to a new echelon, while simultaneously driving his own magical tiger to the brink of destruction. This sense of helplessness felt akin to crafting a divine sword for his adversary, only to have that sword turned upon him. At that moment, the white tiger let out a dreadful cry. It had been defeated by Lin Feng's skeletal army, its limbs severed by the 3 fiery wolves, blood pooling beneath it, magical light scattering in all directions. Chapter 054, Bloodbath at the Tiger Roar Manor, Dual Breakthrough Roar. Bathed in blood, the white tiger was utterly enraged, its body convulsing as the transformation skill of the high-tier magical beast manifested. Bathed in a shimmering white magical light, the white tiger morphed into a colossal blood beast adorned with a horn, its gaping maw revealing 4 gleaming white fangs, black flames swirling around it, drops of dark blood falling ominously. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, high-tier magical beasts were formidable, each possessing transformation skills, with the most terrifying being the high-tier dragon, capable of infinite metamorphosis, rendering them virtually immortal unless faced with a grand sorcerer. He wondered how many times this white tiger could transform. Meanwhile, Kong Ji's face lit up with surprise. The curse of the soul ring had failed to weaken the white tiger's transformation skill. Much to his delight, Lin Feng, however, furrowed his brow. Regardless of how many transformations this creature could undergo, he intended to slay it using the most primal methods. After all, he was patient. The longer the battle dragged on, the more favorable it became for him, for he was a skeletal summoner. With a resounding thud, 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 Lin Feng maximized the scale of battle, summoning his skeletal army to engage the white tiger in a brutal clash. The three fiery wolves charged forth, only to be instantly reduced to ashes by the transformed white tiger, yet they quickly regained their footing and charged again. The skeletal minions of the lower-tier magical beasts and several apprentice sorcerers met a similar fate. Repeatedly incinerated by the white tiger's black flames, yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. They fell again and again, only to rise yet again. The skeletal offspring of the magical beasts, however, were not so fortunate. Their bodies and flames of soul were obliterated by the white tiger, turning into vapor in no time. The entire manor was shrouded in a mist of blood, the swirling magical light howling like the wind, mingled with the chaotic magical flames that ignited the surrounding forests into a roaring blaze. Seeing this, Kong Ji could no longer maintain his smile. Not only was he unable to subdue Lin Feng, but he was also inadvertently aiding in his growth. His heart was filled with frustration as his manor teetered on the brink of becoming an inferno. A territory he had painstakingly built over decades, now on the verge of vanishing into nothingness. His weathered face began to twitch. If he were defeated by a formidable demon, perhaps he could bear it. But to be bested by a mere boy was unbearable. If word of this spread, neither he nor the Kong family would have any face left in the continent of wind and clouds. In a moment of reflection, Kong Ji ordered the surrounding black tigers to join the fray. Targeting the king before the minions, Kong Ji commanded the black tigers to specifically attack Lin Feng. Yet, to his dismay, he could only see Lin Feng's shadow. The black tiger's successive charges all fell short, failing to inflict even a scratch upon him. With the swirling chaos outside, Lin Feng, safely ensconced within the tower, was impervious to harm to this moment. He had no concern for the tumultuous battle outside. Had those magical tigers not consumed the cursed spiritual herbs, he might have been wary, for the magic tower rendered low-tier creatures completely invisible. If these magical tigers were to mount an assault on the tower, the consequences would be dire. Kong Ji must have sensed the tower's presence, yet he likely did not realize it was a tower. Only aware that Lin Feng possessed a formidable magical artifact. Xiaohei. Lin Feng waved his hand lightly, altering the battlefield's dynamics. Receiving the command, Xiaohei promptly turned and unleashed heaven and earth collapse upon the black tigers. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the entire courtyard began to tremble, with purple flames rising high and several bolts of lightning descending from the heavens, crashing down upon the black tigers. Lin Feng immediately commanded the three fiery wolves, the dragon, and the apprentice sorcerers to launch a fierce offensive against the black tigers. In an instant, the disoriented black tigers were felled one after another, their blood boiling. Their single attacks were insufficient to slay the mid-tier magical beasts, even with their power halved. However, Xiaohei's heaven and earth collapse had been enhanced, in addition to its disorienting effect. It now also possessed a degree of offensive damage. With a resounding crash, as the black tigers fell one by one, the skeletal lower-tier magical beasts were utterly annihilated by the ferocious white tiger. Their flames of soul extinguished, leaving no possibility for resurrection. Bang, bang, just as the white tiger lunged at Lin Feng, the two flames of soul within him achieved a breakthrough, roaring crimson flames igniting his entire being in a radiant aura. A violet-red summoning shield materialized. Compared to before, the current summoning shield boasted greater potency, allowing Lin Feng to feel a fervent energy surging and blazing within him. Elated, he stepped out of the magic tower, bracing himself for the white tiger's assault. Clang! Though the white tiger's charge was fierce, its magical power had been nearly depleted from the prolonged battle. Just as its gaping maw was about to reach Lin Feng, it was repelled by the newly summoned summoning shield. The fiery red flames soared like blades, severing the four massive fangs of the white tiger, shattering the protective magical layer of the high-tier beast, causing its transformation skill to vanish. The pitiable white tiger reverted to its previous state, its limbs shattered and flesh mangled. With the white tiger down, the battle was essentially over, seeing their leader incapacitated. The black tigers swiftly lost their fighting spirit, being swiftly dealt with by Xiao He and his companions. Observing this, Kang Ji sighed heavily, the outcome leaving him in a state of bemusement. "Boy, can you tell me what enveloped you just now?" Kang Ji inquired, furrowing his brow, eager to understand what formidable magical artifact had enabled this boy to vanquish him. "I can tell you, but first, you must answer a question of mine. What is contained within that small house over there?" Lin Feng replied with a sly smile. Suspecting that it contained Kang Ji's accumulated wealth over the years, gold coins, as well as magical potions for cultivating spiritual herbs, Kang Ji gritted his teeth, ultimately deciding to divulge the information, his curiosity regarding the source of this terrifying boy's power overwhelming him. The magical potions within the small house were the fruits of his labor over the years, considered the hidden treasures of the Tiger Roar Manor, capable of instantly transforming ordinary weeds into unique magical spiritual herbs of immeasurable value. "Good," Lin Feng said, taking slow strides toward Kang Ji. "What do you intend to do?" Kang Ji panicked, stepping away from the magical beasts he had tamed. This senior beast tamer was merely an old man devoid of any means to defend himself. "I wish for you and your magical tigers to remain here obediently until I return from the abyss of darkness. Knowing you, that's certainly not something you can do, so I must employ another method to ensure your compliance." Lin Feng replied with a sly grin. Although his two flames of soul had completed their breakthrough, he did not intend to fuse them just yet. He would refrain from doing so until the critical moment to maximize the dual cultivation effect. The magical tigers of the Tiger Roar Manor, along with Kang Ji, represented a rare treasure. He sought their skeletons. Thus, he would wait until his return from the abyss of darkness to summon Kang Ji and his magical tiger skeletons, so as not to disrupt the flames of soul within him. "Very well, you may kill me, but please tell me, are you possessed by a demon?" Kang Ji lamented, not wishing to die in vain. "I wonder if you have heard of the Crimson Demon." Lin Feng picked up a sharp rib from the ground, still stained with dark blood. "Crimson Demon? Wasn't he vanquished by the god of war, the sun god, and the earth mother? Could it be you are the reincarnation of the Crimson Demon?" Kang Ji's pupils widened. The name Crimson Demon was one that evoked fear in the hearts of all. "I am certainly not that incessantly prattling big skull. If you prefer, you may call me Tower Demon." Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Big skull. Kang Ji was momentarily stunned, and before he could finish his sentence, his head was severed by Lin Feng. Chapter 055. The Usage of the Magical Sphere, Soaring with Dragons. Big Skull. After subduing Kang Ji and his magical tigers, Lin Feng re-entered the tower. "What is it, little brat? This Crimson Demon Lord despises you. Just look at your skeletal army. There is hardly anything left. They've all perished. I'll have no more exotic dancers to enjoy." The Crimson Demon fumed upon seeing that only the skeletal remains of the fiery wolves and a few apprentice sorcerers remained in the tower. "What's the rush? When my flames of soul merge into one, I will summon all the magical tigers of the Roaring Manor. At that time, you will have mid-tier and high-tier magical beasts to play with." Lin Feng replied with a contented smile, unbothered by the loss of a significant number of skeletons, for he was on the verge of gaining even more formidable allies. "Ah, I see. No wonder the battle was so spirited. You were too busy dealing with the magical tigers to pay attention to this Crimson Demon Lord. Quite the progress. You Haven-T embarrassed me." The Crimson Demon chuckled, realizing that Lin Feng's current capabilities were still insufficient to handle mid-tier magical beasts, let alone high-tier ones. Thus, he quickly deduced why the boy had been so eager to inquire about the usage of the soul ring earlier. The foolish little imp has learned to adapt and employ cunning strategies. He has made progress. Enough of this nonsense. Quickly tell me how to use the magic orb. Lin Feng revealed a fist-sized black magic orb, exuding an aura of deep, dark energy. This was Kang Ji's magic orb, which Lin Feng intended to use to swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of Shaoan and Bob, allowing him to join them and expedite the completion of their mission. "Oh, a high-level magic orb. Although it pales in comparison to the orbs previously wielded by this esteemed red demon, it is indeed a valuable asset for you at this stage, as a skeleton summoner. You can channel the soul fire to sense it, and thus utilize its powers." The red demon's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh, and remember to leave it here after use. and show me some glimpses of the outside world. I have not experienced the wonders of the outside realm for far too long. We'll discuss that later. There's no time now. Lin Feng smirked mischievously, inciting a furious grimace from the red demon. Following the red demon's instructions, Lin Feng began to sense the magic orb with his soul fire. Indeed, the orb responded, expanding with a whoosh into a colossal wheel of flames suspended before him. Surrounded by swirling magical light, with tendrils of magical fire dancing within, revealing glimpses of the vast world and the realms of the living and the dead. Pathetic, you find such a meager display exhilarating. Let me tell you, the power of this orb extends far beyond this. It can not only provide insight into various locations across the continent, but also serve as a portal for rapid transportation. However, given your current capabilities, you are not yet able to utilize this feature. You must at least become a high-level skeleton summoner first. The red demon scoffed, yet his gaze remained fixed eagerly upon the magic orb. Clearly intrigued by the wonders of the outside world, after millennia confined within the tower, he was naturally yearning for the world beyond. Magic orb, quickly reveal Xiao An's location. Lin Feng attempted to convey his thoughts to the orb. Learning the teleportation skill seemed unrealistic at present. He would first harness the orb's basic function. With a hum, the magic orb vibrated, and soon Xiao An's figure appeared within. The surrounding world quickly materialized as well. Are we already in the dark abyss? Lin Feng frowned upon seeing the chaotic black world enveloping Xiao An, with dark magical mist swirling in the air and the ground littered with thorns and grotesque stones. Oh, little imp, is that girl the one who incessantly calls you brother, Lin Feng? Not bad at all. She is quite lovely and has a fine figure. Haha. The red demon leaned closer with a wicked grin, only to soon discover Princess Yunya. Wow, she is impressive too. She appears to be of noble birth. Little imp, swiftly win her over. Securing a girl of high status will be quite an accomplishment. Lin Feng disregarded the red demon, as he noticed that Xiao An and Princess Yunya were not on the move, but rather standing still. Surveying their surroundings, the Luda, too, wore a serious expression, surrounded by crackling lightning and fire. Apart from Vice President Bob, everyone else was on high alert. Something's wrong. I need to get there quickly. Lin Feng exclaimed in shock. As the magic orb revealed the infernal realm, demons, ethereal beings of magic, drifted in with the wind and dissipated just as easily, thriving on the dark energy of the abyss, indicating their unimaginable combat prowess. Foolish little imp. If you rush in like that, they will be doomed. The red demon chuckled nonchalantly, undeterred by the terror of the dark abyss. Quit your prattle. If you have a solution, then speak. Lin Feng urged, wondering if the red demon would impart the skill of rapid teleportation. Do not presume I shall teach you the instant teleportation skill at your current level. You should ride a dragon instead. Do you not possess a level 3 skeletal dragon? The red demon puffed out his chest, reveling in his insight into Lin Feng's thoughts. Ride a dragon. Isn't that the domain of beast tamers? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Yet the thought of riding a dragon appealed to him, as it would certainly be much faster than walking. To control something is to ride it. Thus, even a laborer, if able to command a dragon, can soar through the skies, the red demon boasted. However, the arts of beast taming and dragon riding differ slightly. To ride a dragon, one must communicate with it, establishing a mental connection. In this regard, we skeleton summoners have an advantage, as we inherently control them with soul fire, making the art of dragon riding second nature to us. You bonehead, why did you not mention this sooner? Lin Feng grumbled. Promptly summoning the level 3 skeletal dragon, he leaped onto its back and commanded it to take flight. Caw! The dragon's eyes ignited with fire as it flapped its wings to ascend, its sudden movement causing Lin Feng to tumble off. Ah! You cursed skeleton, why was I thrown off? Lin Feng scrambled to his feet. The dragon's ascent, despite its low level, generated considerable force, sending magical energy swirling around him. Haha, my apologies. I forgot to mention that you must first consume its soul fire to gain control, otherwise, mastering the art of dragon riding would take you months. The red demon chuckled maliciously. Dare to play tricks on me? I have no time for you now. Once I return from the dark abyss, I shall see how to deal with you. Just wait until a pack of demon tigers chases you. Lin Feng had no time to punish the large skeleton head, as he focused on devouring the dragon's soul fire. According to the rules, he was not supposed to attempt such a perilous action with 2 strands of soul fire within him. But fortunately, the dragon had been summoned earlier, so he decided to give it a try. Nevertheless, he proceeded with caution, attempting to consume both strands of soul fire simultaneously to avoid any harm. Ding! After a while, Lin Feng carefully completed the consumption and climbed back onto the dragon's back. This time, he was more adept, gripping the skeletal frame of the dragon and issuing the command to take off. With a mighty roar, the dragon soared into the sky, carrying Lin Feng out of the magic tower. Look at that! The way this kid rides a dragon is quite cool. But it still pales in comparison to the dashing figure I once was. The red demon muttered to himself as he watched Lin Feng disappear into the distance. Chapter 056. Slaughtering Angels and Hellhounds. The skeletal dragon soared through the sky. With tumultuous white clouds rushing past, the fierce winds tousling Lin Feng's hair and the fabric of his magical robe, producing a whooshing sound. Looking down, mountains and forests streaked beneath him, the level 3 dragon flying at an altitude of merely a few hundred meters. Thus Lin Feng had yet to experience the exhilarating sensation of surveying the world from above at this moment. However, he was wholly preoccupied with the situation depicted in the magic orb clutched in his hand. It was displaying the dire circumstances surrounding Xiaoan and her companions, who were encircled by a pack of hellhounds. These hellhounds, cloaked in dark energy, were flesh and blood creatures, yet their eyes shone with a frightening glow. Some had 1 head, others 2, and a few possessed 3 heads. Lin Feng recalled Master Charlie's descriptions of the infernal demons. Thus he recognized these hellhounds, known as the Hellhounds, ranked 12th among the demon race and referred to as the guardians of the realm. The 3-headed hellhound was the most ferocious breed among them, with even the weakest one being formidable. The dark abyss was terrifying precisely because it was considered the gateway to the realm, making the presence of hellhounds here unsurprising. As long as the hellhounds remained within the dark abyss, they could draw upon an endless supply of dark energy from hell, rendering them exceptionally fierce. With the strength of a mid-tier magical beast, accompanying the hellhounds were a group of stunning shadow beings, all possessing extraordinarily handsome features and radiant wings, gracefully flying through the air. Yet, their eyes were blood-red, and their pale faces were suffused with a heavy aura of death. Lin Feng could also identify them. They were the infamous torture angels, ranked lowest among the demon race, possessing angelic beauty but a savage penchant for cruelty. Their strength was inferior to that of hellhounds, yet they employed a treacherous method of killing, deception, using perfect lies and seemingly sincere appearances to ensnare humans, before subjecting them to torture and slaughter. A single torture angel could easily overpower a novice mage. Kind humans, welcome to the dark abyss. The path here is treacherous and fraught with danger. If you do not mind, we would be delighted to guide you. Although we are demons, you humans should know that we demons are not like you. We do not indulge in lies, deceit, pride, jealousy, or sloth. We are not hypocritical at all. One of the white-robed torture angels approached to converse with Xiaoan and her companions. He was indeed correct. The great demons were straightforward in their intentions, whether to kill or spare, but the torture angels were an exception, relishing in crafting lies from truths. Thank you. Then please tell us where we can find the Blood Lotus. If you would. Vice President Bob stepped forward, his stern face betraying his resolve. Oh, so you are seeking the Blood Lotus? No problem. Just follow me, and you shall find it in no time. The white-robed torture angel smiled brightly, though the pallor of his face could not be concealed. No need. I believe I already know the answer. Vice President Bob grinned, having observed the movements of the torture angel closely. As it drifted to the left, Bob deduced that the Blood Lotus must be in the opposite direction. Haha, without us, you would never find the Blood Lotus. No one knows this environment better than we do. The white-robed torture angel, realizing Bob's insight, was filled with irritation, yet the phony smile on his face remained intact, as did the smirks of the other torture angels. Only those hellhounds remained snarling, seemingly ready to pounce at the slightest movement from Bob and his companions. There is no time for games, everyone. Heed my command and prepare to depart. Bob furrowed his brow, a radiant white light enveloping him. In an instant, a tempest of white winds swept through the area, and hundreds of Bob's figures suddenly emerged, each wielding a wand and gazing intently. Bob's duplication technique is indeed formidable. Lin Feng, observing the dark abyss through a magic sphere, marveled with a frown. Although duplication is typically an illusionary spell, Bob's copies appeared more powerful, their bodies shimmering with white magical energy, indicating that they possessed a certain degree of combat prowess, albeit slightly weaker than Bob's true self. Realizing this, Shaoan and Princess Yunya swiftly began to retreat eastward. Meanwhile, the battle commenced. The executioners were cunning, keeping a watchful eye on Shaoan and the others, directing the Hellhounds to confront Bob. The primary attack skill of the Hellhounds was Hellfire, which differed from a fireball attack when unleashed. It manifested as a wall of flames pushing forward, akin to a shockwave. The further it traveled, the weaker its impact became, yet within a 5-meter radius, the damage was substantial, incinerating everything in its path. Be it flowers, grass, or even rocks, that a single-headed hellhound could unleash a wall of flames, while a 3-headed one could simultaneously expel 3 walls, a terrifying sight indeed at in a moment. The sandy ground was ablaze with walls of fire, intertwining and swirling, as the dark flames engulfed Bob's duplicates. Bob, however, did not falter. His fists clenched, and a surge of snow-white energy rapidly coalesced in his hands, shimmering with green light, with each palm thrust. Gusts of wind and fire roared forth, charging towards the Hellhounds. This was the advanced wind-based attack skill, Gale Mystique, which not only dealt immense damage but also induced a state of unconsciousness, the strength of which was determined by the caster's mental will. Bob could dispatch a Hellhound with every 2 Gale Mystiques, showcasing the might of his mental prowess. It was evident he was not merely a descendant of the Wind family, as he wielded wind magic with exceptional mastery. Wow, that wind mage is nearly finished. The executioners momentarily paused, then erupted in exclamations upon witnessing the scene, noticing Shaoan and the others anxiously glancing towards Bob. The sly executioners immediately launched a lightning-fast ambush against them. The executioners had only 2 direct attack methods. One was the more refined, Hellfire Stream, a magical assault, and the other was a savage bite, wherein they would leap onto their target and gnash their teeth with astonishing speed, rendering defenses nearly futile. Hissing, unable to swiftly close the distance to Shaoan and her companions, the executioners opted for magical attacks, unleashing a barrage of black flames that fell upon them like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the nearby executioners lunged forward, landing atop Shaoan and her companions, eager to bite. The mid-level lightning mage Luda, possessing a heightened sense of awareness, swiftly raised his wand as 3 executioners pounced upon him, summoning 3 bolts of lightning that struck down upon them, sending them flying away. Shaoan and Princess Yunya, however, were not able to retaliate as swiftly. Fortunately, they were clad in high-grade magical robes, which provided a degree of backlash against dark forces, mitigating the speed of the executioners' attacks. Nevertheless, the executioners' grotesque methods of assault still left the 2 girls utterly terrified, their screams echoing through the air. Chapter 057. Who will tire first? Amidst their fright, Shaoan and Princess Yunya began to counterattack, standing back to back. Shaoan raised her wand high, chanting a spell, and in an instant, a rain of crystalline droplets cascaded down upon the Hellhounds and executioners, diminishing their ferocity and rendering their attacks less brutal. Meanwhile, Princess Yunya took the offensive, her phoenix wand erupting with fiery magical light, conjuring swirling flames that rained down upon the approaching executioners, causing them to wail in agony. Momentarily stunned, the executioners exchanged glances, as if communicating, before they all surged forward, fixating their attack on Princess Yunya. This sudden shift alarmed Bob and Luda, as they recalled President Guy's admonition before the mission to ensure the safety of the Imperial Princess. Consequently, Bob and Luda leaped into action, positioning themselves on either side of Princess Yunya, relentlessly casting Gale Mystique and summoning lightning to strike down the frenzied executioners. One by one, the executioners were reduced to ash, as crimson magical light and dark energy intertwined, stirring up thorns and rocky debris in a chaotic display. However, to everyone's astonishment, while the first wave of executioners directed their full fury at Princess Yunya, the subsequent group stealthily targeted Shaoan among the group. Shaoan was the weakest, and it seemed the executioners had recognized this. As the executioners executed their feigned assault, the Hellhounds also designated Shaoan as their primary target, baring their fangs and lunging at her. In an instant, Shaoan found herself in grave peril as a novice light mage. She was utterly unprepared to withstand such ferocious onslaughts. Bob and Ludo were taken aback. The executioners were indeed treacherous, and this feigned diversion caught them off guard. They were numerous and had effectively controlled the battlefield. Just then, a sudden roar of a magic dragon echoed from the sky, and before anyone could react, a colossal skeletal dragon descended, its fiery aura dispelling the incoming executioners. The hellhounds, brazen and aggressive, continued their relentless charge. Lin Feng, brother, riding the dragon was none other than Lin Feng. Upon witnessing him, the previously panicked Xiaoan immediately broke into a joyful smile, her fear of the approaching hellhounds dissipating completely. Lin Feng, Princess Yunya and Luda also smiled with relief. Lin Feng had arrived just in time. Moreover, his safe arrival indicated that he had successfully evaded Kong Ji's clutches, easing their worries. Let us leave this place for now, Lin Feng said with a calm smile, extending his right hand. Xiaoan understood and quickly reached out, clasping his hand tightly. With a swift pull, Lin Feng hoisted her onto the back of the dragon, where she half lay against him. Rise, Lin Feng commanded, and the skeletal dragon spread its wings, letting out a piercing cry as it soared into the sky. Wow, brother Lin Feng, when did you learn to ride a dragon? The view from up here is magnificent, Xiaoan exclaimed, momentarily frightened, clinging tightly to Lin Feng's waist, yet reveling in the exhilaration of looking down at the world from above. The dark energies above were continuously dispelled, and the rushing winds tousled their hair and magical robes, creating a symphony of sound. Riding a dragon is perilous. Come down, and we can discuss matters. We can lead you to the Blood Lotus, the executioners taunted, their flying speed unable to match the dragon's. Meanwhile, the hellhounds, unable to fly, continued their frantic ground pursuit, baring their teeth in rage, expressing their fury openly without the subtlety of the executioners. Deputy President Bob, we should not linger here. Let us strike directly at the heart. Lin Feng dove once more, bringing Princess Yunya and Bob onto the dragon's back as well. The dragon, colossal in size, bore the 5 riders effortlessly, continuing its thunderous flight. The Blood Lotus is not that way. Hurry back, and we will guide you. As the executioners saw Lin Feng and the others heading eastward, they frantically pursued while shouting. The hellhounds on the ground raced after them, their anger intensifying with every stride, knowing that once Lin Feng and the others touched down, they would unleash their savage attacks. Lin Feng, when did you learn to ride a dragon? The skeletal summoner rides a dragon unlike any other. It's so cool, Luda exclaimed with a hearty laugh, shaking his broomstick. Lin Feng smiled but did not respond. Riding a dragon was not a long-term solution. Its speed was insufficient, and had he delayed any longer, he might not have been able to save Xiao when he needed to learn portal skills. Lin Feng, did Kong Ji really let you go? Bob pondered. Considering the implications that by all logic, Kong Ji was a high-level beastmaster surrounded by powerful magical beasts and numerous mid-tier creatures. For Lin Feng, a mid-level skeletal summoner, to escape his grasp seemed nearly impossible. This is a long story. Lin Feng shook his head with a wry smile. His encounter with Kong Ji had been rather comical. To claim his intellect exceeded that of a high-level beastmaster would be too far-fetched. Though it was undeniable that the Soul Ring had granted him the potential to retaliate in kind against such a formidable foe. Kong Ji is cunning. Escaping from him is no small feat. In any case, it is good that you made it out, Bob remarked, and Luda and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Feng, drenched in sweat, thought to himself, was that really considered remarkable? If he were to tell them he had already slain Kong Ji and subdued his magical tiger, he could only imagine their reactions. Brother Lin Feng, those white-robed demons are still pursuing us. What should we do? Xiaoan asked softly, leaning her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, with him by her side. Her earlier panic faded. Indeed, Lin Feng, while they cannot keep pace with the dragon, we are in the dark abyss, where they draw upon an inexhaustible source of power. If this continues, we may not gain the upper hand. Luda gritted his teeth. Perhaps we should land and confront them. There is no need for confrontation. Their power is unending, but my dragon is tireless as well. Moreover, when the demons exhaust their internal magic, they must draw energy from the dark abyss. Unless they are greater demons, their recovery speed is not particularly fast. We still hold the advantage. Lin Feng replied with composure. He was eager to see who would tire first. After all, riding a magic dragon was also a form of utilizing summoning magic, beneficial for his growth. He relished this opportunity for training while conserving his energy. The most critical issue remains that the two flames of soul within him have yet to merge, making it perilous to engage in battle. Should they fuse, he would likely transcend to become a high-level skeleton summoner. At which point he could summon the skeletal form of the Kongji demon tiger. The skeletal tiger would match the hellhounds in power, allowing them to confidently pursue the blood lotus. I initially thought you were a dullard. But it seems you are capable of thought after all. I must commend you this time. Your choice is indeed wise. Wasting time battling these minor demons is futile. We can afford the delay. But the life of Lord Nangong hangs in the balance. The typically cold Vice President Bob suddenly revealed a hint of a smile, softly praising Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Shaoan and Princess Yunya couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 058. Emerging from the wolf's den. Entering the tiger's mouth, bursting forth from the dark expanse, the skeletal dragon soared into a realm of fiery red, where Lin Feng and Bob furrowed their brows. They had arrived at the heart of the abyss of darkness. The very location of the blood lotus. With the advanced magic orb from Kanji, Lin Feng no longer needed to search for the blood lotus, as the orb would guide him forth, behind them. The torture angels and the hellhounds relentlessly pursued, the former grinning insidiously, though their feigned expressions betrayed a simmering rage. The hellhounds below had long since succumbed to their fury, howling as they chased after their prey. Lin Feng's predictions held true. As they sprinted, the skeletal dragon exhibited no signs of fatigue, yet the pursuing torture angels and hellhounds were clearly losing their momentum. Even demons can tire out. It seems they pale in comparison to Lin Feng's skeletal dragon. Ruda, with his mop of hair, laughed heartily. Senior Ruda, have you ever ridden a dragon? Shaoan asked with a grin, relishing the thought of soaring through the skies. I've ridden a rhinoceros beast, the most primitive kind. Ruda waved dismissively. Dragon riding is not a skill every sorcerer can master. In the External Relations Society, I suspect only President Gale managed to ride one in his youth. Bob chuckled, a rare smile gracing his features, likely an indication of his improved impression of the young Lin Feng. If only there were more magical prodigies like Lin Feng within the Empire. Princess Yunya beamed, fully aware of the wealth of talent at Atlantis Academy, particularly within the elite group and the magical library, yet recognizing that legendary sorcerers like Lin Feng were indeed a rarity. Enough of this trivial banter with these minor demons. We should press on directly towards our objective. Lin Feng paid no heed to the discussions behind him, focusing solely on harnessing the dragon's power to further ignite the two flames of soul within him. With a commanding shout, the skeletal dragon ascended high, piercing the clouds before diving downwards. The crimson magical light tore through the fiery clouds, mingling with the startled cries of Shaoan and Ruda. Below lay a precipice, at the bottom of which rested the blood lotus. The torture angels were swiftly left behind, while the hellhounds could only stop at the cliff's edge. Unable to fly, their furious howls echoing into the sky. Oh, come on, chase us if you can. Ruda roared with laughter, half squatting on the dragon's back, reveling in their triumph. Be careful, Senior Ruda, don't fall. Princess Yunya cautioned with a smile. No need to worry. The skeletal dragon lacks the ferocious aura of a magic dragon. Thus Lin Feng has it firmly under control, ensuring I won't fall. Ruda, though carefree, was quite astute. Do not celebrate prematurely. The abyss of darkness is likely home to more than just torture angels and hellhounds. Bob warned, his demeanor growing cautious once more that he spoke wisely. The skeletal dragon sped directly into the depths of the cliff, and the further they descended, the denser the aura of darkness became, instilling a suffocating sense of oppression. As they ventured deeper, the air felt almost solid, swirling with a dark power akin to searing flames rather than the expected fiery mist. Ahead lies the core of the abyss of darkness, the demon cave, where the blood lotus awaits. Lin Feng announced, scrutinizing the magic orb. According to legend, the demon cave served as the gateway to hell, where the dark aura could instantly obliterate low-level magical beings into ash. Even high-level magical creatures, lacking formidable mental fortitude, risked succumbing to the dark power and transforming into demons. At last, we have found the blood lotus. We are on the verge of completing our mission. This will be the most sensational task for our External Relations Society, and we shall gain renown. Ruda exclaimed joyfully, unfazed by the impending dangers. Indeed, Lord Nangong will be saved. Princess Yunya's expression mirrored his excitement. Let us not be overly optimistic. Acquiring the Blood Lotus may not be so straightforward, Bob cautioned, the fiery aura around them intensifying, demanding their vigilance. Wait, Lin Feng called out, commanding the skeletal dragon to halt, his gaze fixed on the magic orb. Bob and the others hurriedly gathered around, sensing something amiss. The orb revealed the scene at the demon cave, its entrance resembling a gaping maw, with blood-red stone edges, as if perpetually bleeding. Occasionally, a few blood-sucking bats would emerge, their cawing betraying their vicious nature. Most alarmingly, 2 dark-robed sorcerers appeared at the cave's entrance, seemingly harvesting the Blood Lotus. The Blood Lotus blossomed only once every 3 millennia. Should these individuals seize it, they would have to wait another 3,000 years for another chance, sealing Lord Nangong's fate. These detestable fiends are faster than we anticipated. Lin Feng, we must act swiftly and reclaim the Blood Lotus, Ruda declared, rolling up his sleeves, while the others nodded in agreement, preparing for battle to secure the Blood Lotus and save Lord Nangong. Lin Feng remained silent, continuing to manipulate the magic orb to expand its field of vision. As it widened, everyone fell silent. Besides the 2 dark-robed sorcerers, a contingent of around 50 sorcerers stood upon a massive stone before the cave entrance. Their calm demeanor and palpable magical aura indicated they were a cadre of mid-level sorcerers, with the 2 dark-robed individuals undoubtedly high-level sorcerers. It appears they belong to the Phoenix Empire's Sorcerer Corps. Why would the Phoenix Empire target the Blood Lotus? Could it be? Bob's eyes widened in realization. Could it be that the Phoenix Empire aimed to leave Lord Nangong without a cure, leading him to a tragic end? Such chaos would ensue in the Huaxia Empire, providing the Phoenix Empire with an opportunity to invade. Princess Yunya's heart sank as she grasped Bob's implication. If the Phoenix Empire obtained the Blood Lotus, her father's kingdom would be in jeopardy. Regardless of their origins, we must secure the Blood Lotus. Ruda gritted his teeth. Lin Feng remained silent, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. Should the Phoenix Empire acquire the Blood Lotus, word would spread, prompting the Huaxia Empire to dispatch envoys to demand it back or purchase it at a high price. If the Phoenix Empire refused, their motives for invasion would become glaringly obvious, forcing the Huaxia Empire to prepare for war, dissuading the Phoenix Empire from launching an attack. Most importantly, the 2 dark-robed sorcerers struck him as familiar. Despite their faces being obscured, their slender silhouettes elicited a sense of recognition, reminiscent of 2 peculiar shadows. Humph, you have arrived much quicker than I anticipated. Before anyone could devise a plan, a chilling laugh echoed through the air. A group of dark-robed sorcerers suddenly appeared upon the surrounding cliffs. Led by 2 gaunt figures cloaked in black, their wide-brimmed hats obscuring the upper halves of their faces, rendering their eyes invisible. Chapter 059. The Insect King and the Insect Demon. Are you from the Phoenix Empire? Princess Yunya inquired, rising to her feet atop the dragon's back, her brow furrowed. Do you think only the Phoenix Empire desires the Blood Lotus, my dear princess? One of the dark-robed sorcerers replied with a sinister grin. While the others dispersed, forming a massive magical circle, the emerald light surged forth like a colossal arcane disk, severing the fiery dark aura that surrounded them. In an instant, the dark power within the abyss began to writhe chaotically, akin to countless swords of light shooting upwards, causing Shaoan and Princess Yunya, whose mental fortitude was still developing, to stagger. Could you be from the Rhine Empire or the Aden Empire? Ruda shouted indignantly, his hair standing on end. Haha, Lord Nangong remarked that you would pose a challenge, but it seems you are rather lackluster. If we cannot recognize you, how formidable can you truly be? The gaunt, dark-robed figure scoffed. Among you, is there not a descendant of the Feng family, and that recently flamboyant little skeleton summoner? Surely you cannot fail to recognize us. The Shangwan family boasts numerous retainers, many of whom belong to well-known hunting organizations across the continent. You must be the strongest faction among the hunting organizations they nurture, the Shroud of Darkness, yes? And you too must be the Insect King and the Insect Demon, correct? Vice President Bob rose, pointing at the 2 gaunt, dark-robed sorcerers, a calm smile on his face. The Shroud of Darkness. Ruda and the others gasped in astonishment. The Shroud of Darkness was an immensely powerful hunting organization, its sorcerers being top-tier insect mages, with a single command. Swarms of magical insects would take flight, known for their incredible destructiveness, potent toxicity, and innate ferocity. The Insect King and the Insect Demon were particularly fearsome. The Insect King was famed for commanding small, numerous magical insects, while the Insect Demon was renowned for controlling enormous, fearsome overlord insects. Since you are the hounds of the Shangwan family, you must be here for me. Very well, I shall face you alone. Let them go. Lin Feng coldly remarked. The forces of Zhetian Bai Ri and the black-robed figures at the Demon Cave are likely not allied. Thus, our task force cannot linger here for too long. Seizing the Blood Lotus is paramount. How naive, utterly naive. Who do you think you are? Do you believe that by eliminating Shangwan Hongri, you can become the primary target of our esteemed Lord's wrath? Let me enlighten you, young one. If the Lord wished for your demise, you would have perished long ago. The Insect King scoffed. Do not hasten your own end. Once this matter concludes, we shall dispatch a few third-rate insect mages to deal with you. Sufficient to claim your life. Once again, it's the soul ring they covet. Vice President Bob grinned ominously, realizing that Zhetian Bai Ri intended to seize the Blood Lotus and subsequently coerce Lord Nangong into surrendering the soul ring. Whoever possesses the soul ring can command Lord Nangong's domain, effectively controlling the Empire's lifeline. Desire the soul ring? Not a chance. Ruda stood up, infuriated, having barely escaped the clutches of the demon race. Now we face yet another struggle for fame and fortune. This journey into the abyss of darkness is fraught with peril. Humph, aside from the Feng family, none here merit our attention, including you, mere skeleton summoner. The insect mage lightly waved his wand, directly locking onto Bob as the target of his assault. With a single incantation, emerald magic surged forth, and 3 deep yellow fireballs hurtled towards Bob. Following a series of explosive sounds, the 3 fireballs detonated, summoning 3 colossal magical insects that emitted low, ominous growls. As they approached Bob, the 3 insects underwent rapid mutation, their massive yellow wings folding inward, transforming into a formidable shield of hard yellow light, while sharp spikes sprouted from their bodies, each spike the length of a man. Glistening with a chilling sheen, their tips pulsating with red and yellow bloodlight. Giant spiked insects. Everyone was taken aback. While giant spiked insects lacked magical offensive capabilities, their mutations rendered their wings as impenetrable barriers. And their elongated spikes could inflict severe damage. That a particularly frightening aspect was that if their spikes were severed or broken, new ones would immediately regrow. Bang, bang, Bob, under attack by the 3 giant spiked insects, remained unperturbed. He gently clasped his hands, rapidly condensing a freezing white magic light in his palms, and then propelled it forward, unleashing 2 gale mystical spells that crashed into the 2 insects, generating a thunderous roar. The cunning insects opted to use their hard wings to block such ferocious assaults, resulting in Bob's magic not inflicting substantial harm. However, the stunning effect of the advanced wind magic did slow their attack speed. Bob leaped, shedding his magical robe, and soared skyward, evading the 3rd insect's frenzied assault. With a resounding crash, the 3rd insect collided with the skeletal dragon beneath Bob, shattering it to pieces, causing Lin Feng and the others to plummet. Ah! Shaoan and Princess Yunya screamed in unison. Lin Feng remained calm. With a gentle wave of his right hand, the skeletal dragon burst forth once more, catching their falling forms, allowing them to stabilize on its back after a brief sway. Humph. Mere parlor tricks. Seeing the insect mage occupied with Bob, the Insect King casually waved his hand to address Lin Feng and his companions, dismissing Lin Feng's skeletal summoning technique with disdain. The Insect King merely flicked his wrist, and the once fiery crimson sky suddenly darkened. Distant low growls echoed ominously, growing increasingly deafening. Puffed. Before the low growls could approach, a blood-green liquid began to rain down upon Lin Feng and his companions, who instinctively shielded their heads with their magical robes. The skeletal dragon, lacking any protection, was bombarded by the deluge of blood-green liquid, emitting a hissing sound as acrid smoke billowed forth, corroding the skeletal dragon's form. Poison moths? Exclamation point. Ruda, well versed in such matters, exclaimed in alarm. Shaoan and Princess Yunya's pupils dilated, familiar with the deadly poison moths, small yet terrifying creatures that attacked by spewing corrosive venom. They knew they typically swarmed and then scattered. Ah! Before anyone could catch their breath, Shaoan screamed, her third-tier magical robe unable to withstand the venomous assault, already showing signs of corrosion. Should this venom touch their skin, it could dissolve a person into a pool of blood within moments. This is bad. Shortly thereafter, Princess Yunya cried out in horror, her silver magical robe also succumbing to corrosion, a grotesque gaping hole forming on her chest, blood-green liquid pouring forth. Too arrogant. Ruda bellowed, raising his wand high as he quickly chanted an incantation. Instantly, 3 golden bolts of lightning shot forth, crashing down with resounding booms, dispersing the swarm of advancing poison moths. Heh, battling with you insignificant beings is truly tiresome. The insect king sneered, shaking his head, before he could act again. The swarm of poison moths gathered once more, diving towards Lin Feng and his companions. Chapter 060. Unable to endure, erupting. This time, the poison moths attacked with accelerated speed, before Ruda could establish a defensive formation. They had already reached above Lin Feng and his companions, unleashing a torrential downpour of blood-green venom. Ruda, opting not to evade, stood firm and braced himself for the assault. Boom, boom, boom. 3 bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, shaking the very abyss as Ruda unleashed his lightning magic to its fullest, creating 3 massive breaches within the swarm of poison moths, magic lights swirling amidst the chaos as venom sprayed everywhere. The cascading venom was deflected by Ruda's lightning magic shield, but he had expended all his magical energy in a single strike, fatigue etched upon his face. Is that all? The real spectacle is just beginning. The insect king scoffed disdainfully, waving his hand again, causing the surrounding rock walls to emit a rustling sound. Debris flying in a short while. A swarm of small red snakes burst forth from the earth, their mouths spitting long red venomous fangs. Their eyes gleaming with a greedy malice. Though small in stature, their leaping movement was swift, darting towards Ruda like shadows. Jumping snakes. Princess Yunya exclaimed in shock while using a faint magical shield to ward off the poison from the moths. Aside from their venomous fangs, the snake's rows of fine teeth posed a significant threat. Anyone not immune to poison who was bitten would find no remedy. Come on. Ruda, stand tall and unyielding. Do I fear you shadowy creatures? Ruda gritted his teeth, discarding his magical robe, preparing to engage these insects in a fight to the death. Lin Feng, Princess Yunya, and Shaoan no longer hesitated, rising to stand behind Ruda, forming a protective circle against the dual onslaught of aerial and subterranean insect attacks. Crack, crack, crack. The jumping snakes surged forward, and Ruda raised his wand, depleting his magical energy to summon lightning and slay those vile little creatures. Princess Yunya continuously chanted, conjuring 5 swirling flames that scorched the advancing snakes. While they couldn't kill them, they at least managed to thwart their assault. Shaoan struggled mightily, casting light magic to dispel the malevolent aura of the jumping snakes, slowing their attack speed, though she could not completely halt their advance. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, activating a summoning shield as crimson fire magic flared, causing the charging jumping snakes to shriek and retreat. Hesitating to press forward, he seized a moment to intensify the flames of his soul, feeling a rush of exhilaration as the summoning shield invigorated the 2 strands of soul fire within him. It seems our Lord has greatly underestimated them. We have yet to strike, and they are already on the brink of collapse. The other black-robed mages chuckled in triumph. Crackle, seeing Lin Feng and his companions besieged, Vice President Bob soared in on his magical robe, casting aside his ice-white wand. Instantly, a surge of ice-white magic erupted from his palms as he rapidly spun the wand, a magic sphere resembling ice expanding at the tip, shooting into the sky in no time. A massive storm cloud descended upon Lin Feng and his companions, roiling with magic as ice-white blades of wind whirled forth, crashing into the poison moths and jumping snakes in an instant. The abyss was filled with cries of despair, the poison moths and jumping snakes being obliterated into ash. The heir of the Feng family is indeed extraordinary. Now this battle is beginning to show some promise. The insect mage chuckled darkly, descending beside the insect king. The 2 exchanged glances, both smirking in satisfaction, before unleashing their powers. The black-robed mages behind them began to act as well. The sky darkened ominously, an array of bizarre insect sounds pierced the air, chaotic and disorienting. First, the massive boulders beneath Lin Feng and his companions trembled and fractured, revealing dozens of enormous black spiders that emerged, towering several men high, their backs bristling with short yet sharp poisonous spines, their gaping maws revealing blood-soaked fangs, each tooth the size of a man, snapping menacingly. Bloodfang spiders? Bob furrowed his brow, realizing that his recently unleashed most potent skill, Wind Illusion Magic Cloud, was ineffective against the spiders. The wind blades that had emerged from it barely scratched their formidable exoskeletons. Such colossal insects were the result of the concerted efforts of the Jetian by Re-Hunting Organization. It was impossible for the Insect King and the Insect Mage to control them single-handedly. In addition to the Bloodfang spider, numerous steelclaw insects advanced relentlessly. Though diminutive in size, these creatures possessed disproportionately large foreheads, adorned with two massive pincers that snapped open and shut in a frenzy of assault, shattering the boulders in their path into a cloud of stone debris. The sky was not only filled with venomous moths, but also swarmed with bat flies. Despite their minuscule bodies, they unleashed the piercing stings of dark bats. Roaring like a storm, their strikes resonating with force, creating deep and gaping wounds in the hard stone. Faced with such fierce onslaughts, Shaoan was the first to falter, yet she still lunged toward Lin Feng, as if determined to protect him with her last vestige of magical energy. Princess Yunya was struck by the venom of a bat fly, letting out a scream as she collapsed to the ground. Bob and Ruda rushed to her side, but Ruda, already exhausted, succumbed shortly thereafter, being knocked to the ground by a Bloodfang spider, leaving him a bloody mess. Bob attacked from both sides, but alas, his fists could not withstand the onslaught of many. And soon his magical robe was torn apart by the Bloodfang spider, leaving him with numerous bloody marks. Lin Feng, you must flee. Our deaths are inconsequential, but you must complete the mission. Bob could no longer hold on, making this resolute decision, for only Lin Feng had the potential to fulfill the task, for the sake of the Liaison Society, for the beloved Lord of the Nangong, and for the precarious Huaxiao Empire. Lin Feng had to succeed. Shaoan and Princess Yunya gritted their teeth, supporting and covering Lin Feng as he fought to accomplish the mission. Their deaths were of no concern. Lin Feng, are you deaf? Hurry and go. Seeing Lin Feng still standing there in silence, Ruda shouted, staggering to his feet, unable to cast any more spells. Haha, does he really think he can escape from us? Furthermore, the Blood Lotus has already fallen into our hands. You can no longer accomplish your mission. The Insect King and Insect Demon laughed arrogantly. Their words indirectly revealed that those who had gathered the Blood Lotus in the Demon Cave were in league with them, while they were tasked with blocking Lin Feng and his companions, allowing those others to procure the Blood Lotus. Lin Feng, if you wish for our deaths to not be in vain, you must heed our words. Bob, the vice president, also clenched his teeth. How moving, how tragic. Very well, let us bring your heroic legend to fruition. The Insect King and Insect Demon scoffed disdainfully. Imperial Princess, such delicate skin. Insect King, do you fancy her? Perhaps we can have our fun after we eliminate the others? The Insect Demon's eyes gleamed with malevolence. Very well. If you desire her, then this snow-skinned princess shall be yours. I have my eye on that wild girl. She should suffice. The Insect King cackled wickedly, his gaze fixated on Shaoan. Shameless. Both Princess Yunya and Shaoan exclaimed in unison, shrinking back in terror. Did no one inform you? We, the Shroud of Darkness, are infamous for our utter lack of shame. The Insect King and Insect Demon laughed boisterously as they accelerated their assault. And in an instant, swarms of demonic insects surged from the abyss. Bob and his companions fell one after another, having been merely holding out, and now they could no longer resist. One by one, they collapsed, unable to rise again, left at the mercy of the surrounding demonic insects. Upon witnessing this, the Insect King and Insect Demon reveled in their triumph. But soon their expressions turned serious as they noticed one individual still standing, Lin Feng. Although his summoning shield was not particularly potent, the encircling demonic insects seemed reluctant to approach him. They merely surrounded him, baring their fangs, while those attempting to charge were repelled by the mesmerizing crimson flames emanating from him. As the demonic insects lunged toward Shaoan and the others, Lin Feng's summoning shield expanded rapidly, swiftly enveloping them in protection. The Insect King and Insect Demon exchanged glances, their arrogance unshaken, skeptical that this mere skeleton summoner could turn the tide against such ferocious demonic insect attacks. Suddenly, a crimson magical mist surged around Lin Feng, forming a colossal magical shield, powerful beyond measure, obscuring his visage and calm demeanor. "Great skull," Lin Feng called out softly, and in an instant, he found himself within the magic tower. Just moments ago, the two flames of soul within him had simultaneously achieved a breakthrough he had intended to push further before merging them, but the dire situation compelled him to act. Witnessing Shaolin and his allies being bullied by the Insect King and Insect Demon was intolerable. It was time to settle the score. Boom! He forcibly completed the absorption, the two flames of soul merging into one, a surge of crimson magical light shooting skyward, stirring the surrounding dark energy into a colossal magical vortex. Howling winds forcing the Insect King and Insect Demon to stagger back. Ding! The absorption was instantaneous, leaving only a single flame of soul within Lin Feng. A flickering crimson flame, resembling a half-meter-long sword of fire, glimmering with deadly brilliance, an invigorating sensation coursed through him. And he could not resist the allure. He realized he had now become a high-level skeleton summoner. Three signs confirmed this. First, the flame of soul was now twice the size it had been. Second, the strength of the summoning shield was formidable. And lastly, the range of his summoning had expanded, allowing him to sense the soul flames of the magical tigers from 100 miles away and the hellhounds gathered atop the cliff. Such extensive summoning capabilities were reserved for high-level skeleton summoners. Chapter 061. Instant kill. Having just completed his breakthrough, Lin Feng's flame of soul danced restlessly within him, necessitating a moment to stabilize before he could unleash his magical power. He clasped his hands lightly, allowing the power of his breakthrough to flow through him, reveling in the sensation akin to basking in spring breezes or soaking in a hot spring. Attack! The Insect King and Insect Demon, sensing a shift in the tide, hurriedly commanded the demonic insects to swarm toward Lin Feng. Boom! 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 The first to charge were the bat flies, before these foul-smelling creatures could reach Lin Feng. His summoning shield erupted with crimson light, coiling around him like a dragon of fire, incinerating those foul insects to ash. A second-level summoning shield. This revelation astonished not just the Insect King and Insect Demon, but also Xiao and Bob, as they quickly realized Lin Feng's magical power had seemingly surged to a new plateau. "Lin Feng, be cautious," Princess Yunya shouted, for she observed the Insect King and Insect Demon summoning bloodfang spiders and giant spiny demonic insects. Regardless of their considerable combat capabilities, their sheer bulk and resilience were intimidating. A mere second-level summoning shield. Let us see how long you can endure. The Insect King and Insect Demon reveled in their confidence. For although the bloodfang spiders and giant spiny insects were mid-level demonic insects, their combat prowess rivaled that of high-tier magical beasts. Before they could chuckle, their faces contorted in shock as they noticed that the bloodfang spiders and giant spiny insects came to a halt upon reaching Lin Feng. Their bodies enveloped in crimson radiance, their eyes glowing with an unusual fire. Crack, crack. With two sharp sounds, a bloodfang spider and a giant spiny insect exploded in the fiery glow, disintegrating into dust moments later. From the remnants, two skeletal forms of the insects staggered to their feet, standing side by side with reverence as they bowed to Lin Feng. Crack, crack, crack. Soon, all the bloodfang spiders and giant spiny insects disintegrated, leaving only their skeletons standing upon the boulders, all swaying and bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. Soul absorption. Bob's brows relaxed, sensing that they might just make it out alive, for Lin Feng had truly unleashed his potential. How is this possible? This boy can absorb even the flames of soul from bloodfang spiders and giant spiny insects. The Insect King and Insect Demon stared wide-eyed, their earlier bravado evaporating. Kill! Lin Feng gestured, and the skeletal giant insects began to counterattack. The bloodfang spiders opened their massive jaws, biting wildly, consuming the hapless bat flies, while the spiny insects charged forward in formation, impaling the jumping snakes and bat flies with their hard, spiny backs in an instant. The abyss was filled with crimson mist, the cries of the insects echoing throughout. The Insect King and Insect Demon gritted their teeth, continuously summoning bat flies and moths for cover while retreating. The bat flies and moths were too small for a skeleton summoner to command, and as for the jumping snakes, they dared not summon any more for fear of being absorbed by Lin Feng. We cannot let them escape, otherwise we shall face greater troubles. Bob furrowed his brow, regretting that neither he nor Ruta could move anymore. Should the insect king and insect demon flee, it would lead to two dire consequences. First, they might alert the dark faction in the demon cave, who would escape with the Blood Lotus, preventing the task force from ambushing them and reclaiming the Blood Lotus. Secondly, if the insect king and insect demon returned, the powerful lord they mentioned would surely dispatch a stronger assassination organization to deal with the task force. Lin Feng understood this as well. He stood quietly, calm and collected, channeling the flame of soul within him to sense the surroundings. Humph. So what if you can summon skeletons? You think you can kill us? You are still too weak. The insect king and insect demon waved their hands, preparing to lead their forces in a swift retreat. Just as they turned, they were met with a sight that made their hearts sink. All around the cliff stood countless skeletons. The east were the skeletons of magical tigers, led by the skeletal form of a high-tier magical tiger, flanked by over 100 mid-tier magical tigers, all with glowing eyes and surrounded by a fiery magical aura, exuding an aura of dread. To the west were the skeletons of hellhounds, with three-headed hellhounds in front, flanked by two-headed and single-headed ones, all bearing their fangs, itching to join the fray. Lin Feng, let us speak reasonably. If you let us go, we will assist you in obtaining the Blood Lotus. Both the insect king and the insect demon were momentarily taken aback. They had never witnessed such a formidable display before. It was better to concede for now, as the saying goes. While the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Kill. Lin Feng remained stern and unyielding. Those who had bullied him and his companions would undoubtedly pay the price. Despite the gravity of the situation, he felt a surge of exhilaration. The demon tiger, summoned by his own hand from 100 miles away, and the hellhounds nearby, had first been consumed before being called forth. With a single command, the skeletal tiger and skeletal hellhounds charged forward, leaping from the cliff with reckless abandon. No longer bound by their initial forms, they were now skeletons, unafraid of falls or pain. Some fell apart upon impact, yet quickly reassembled under Lin Feng's call, roaring as they rushed towards the insect king and the insect demon. Under such a powerful offensive, the insect king and the insect demon's minions were utterly helpless. Akin to mere tickling, unable to inflict any harm upon the skeletal beasts. Before the insect king and the insect demon could react, they were bitten by two three-headed hellhounds that in desperation, they cast magical shields. But the chaotic barriers were swiftly shattered by the skeletal demon tiger, ultimately leading to the blood-fang spider severing their heads. This sight sent shivers down the spines of the other black-robed sorcerers. The most tragic fate for their insect race sorcerers was to be slain by their own minions. Lin Feng had deliberately orchestrated this, and soon, the demon tiger and hellhounds began their assault on the black-robed figures, controlling and incapacitating them without delivering a fatal blow, leaving the final execution to the insect minions. In a fleeting moment, the battle concluded, and blood flowed freely throughout the abyss. Lin Feng stood amidst the skeletal army, continuing to wave his arms until the crimson flames surrounding him gradually subsided. Before striding towards Shaoan and the others, "I am truly sorry, Shaoan, for frightening you," Lin Feng said, a smile gracing his features that in truth, he could have unleashed his power sooner, but he feared that the two strands of soul fire within him had not fully merged yet, potentially leading to subpar results. Thus, he chose to explode forth at the most critical moment. Had the situation not been dire, he would have preferred to delay the fusion, for such a rare opportunity for dual cultivation was not to be squandered. "It's nothing, with you here." "I fear nothing," Shaoan replied, her expression softening as she grasped Lin Feng's hand and stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes. "Ah, Lin Feng, thank goodness for you. I thought I was destined for an untimely demise." Ludus struggled to rise, his smile unwavering. "We must not delay. Let us secure the Blood Lotus." Vice President Bob also staggered to his feet, fully aware that Lin Feng was now their sole combatant, and time was of the essence. "Indeed. Lin Feng, we will rely on you from here on out. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Lord Nangong and the Huaxia Empire." Princess Yunya said sincerely, her body swaying unsteadily as she stumbled into Lin Feng's embrace. Chapter 062. One of the four heavenly kings, the Sword King. When Lin Feng and his companions arrived, the seemingly formidable team of mages from the Phoenix Empire had vanished, leaving only a solitary figure in a black robe. His appearance bore no resemblance to that of a sorcerer. The black robe was merely a cloak that obscured his face and hands, beneath which he wore a white robe adorned with dragon motifs. A symbol of the Huaxia Empire's great swordmasters. Ha. It seems Lord Nagong underestimated you, Lin Feng. It is indeed rare for you to have survived to reach the Devil's Cave. The voice of the figure was cold and powerful, resonating like a thunderclap at the entrance of the cave. Where is the blood lotus? Lin Feng did not answer. It was Vice President Bob who spoke up, having sensed a grand conspiracy at play that involved not only the Kong family and the Shangwan clan, but also many others, undoubtedly linked to the Phoenix Empire. The extent of their collusion remained unclear, but one thing was certain. They sought to undermine the very foundation of the Huaxia Empire. The blood lotus is here. It merely depends on whether you possess the capability to seize it. The black-robed figure lightly lifted his left hand, revealing a blood-red lotus in full bloom, sparkling with crystalline magical light. You did not allow your faction to take the blood lotus. Humph. It seems you have us at your mercy. Lin Feng smirked darkly, embodying the pride of a formidable opponent. Although it appeared reckless for the black-robed figure to withhold the blood lotus from his allies, this act only served to showcase his arrogance, taunting his adversaries with a prize they could see but not obtain. The Insect King and the Insect Demon are truly useless. They boldly proclaimed they would leave you without a trace, yet they met their own demise. Fortunately, Lord Nangong has a plan. I shall keep a close watch, and I will not disappoint him, the black-robed figure said, flicking his right hand, causing the black robe to billow away, revealing the white robe beneath, embroidered with the image of a fearsome black dragon. From behind the wide white robe emerged a colossal sword, its blade resembling a dragon, with a jet-black tip, exuding an intimidating aura. The hilt, shaped like a dragon's tail, twisted elegantly, its end adorned with a dark green magical orb, pulsating with an ominous energy. The Sword King Desser? Bob exclaimed, his brows furrowing as his pupils dilated. The Sword King? Luda and the others were equally astonished, while Lin Feng himself was taken aback. The Sword King was one of the 4 evil kings of the continent, having dominated the Sword Saint tournament 30 years ago, and aside from a few hidden super sword masters, he was considered the foremost swordsman. Since earning the title of Sword King, Desser had rarely been seen on the continent, rumored to have been recruited by a powerful, secretive dark organization. Though Lin Feng had advanced to become a high-level skeletal summoner, he knew that facing the Sword King's sword energy would surely spell defeat. To stand a chance, he would need to advance to the rank of Skeletal Lord. I've heard that the Sword King typically deals with the continent's top experts. Now he resorts to bullying us mere children. Doesn't he that invite mockery? Bob, ever astute, recognized that no one could match the Sword King and began to seek a diplomatic solution. The Blood Lotus is tied to the Soul Ring, which determines the territorial rights of Lord Nangong, ultimately affecting the fate of the entire Huaxia Empire. Would you not consider this a battle of the highest caliber? The Sword King scoffed, resolute in his commitment to fulfill the orders of the Grand Lord, a swordsman who has reigned supreme over the continent for 30 years. Bullying us mere children. Even if you win, your reputation will hardly shine. Luda joined in the mockery, fully aware that the Blood Lotus was in the Sword King's possession. Otherwise, they would have certainly chosen to flee. Very well. Do not say that the Sword King does not grant you opportunities. If anyone can withstand a strike from the Sword King, I shall spare your lives. The Sword King proclaimed, brimming with confidence. For in the current continent, only a handful could withstand his blade. Bob and the others hesitated. Even within the Huaxia Empire, very few could endure a single strike from the Sword King. If I can withstand 3 of your strikes, will you surrender the Blood Lotus to us? Lin Feng's challenge shattered the silence. Lin Feng, have you lost your mind? How could you possibly withstand 3 of his strikes? Bob and Ludo exclaimed in disbelief. For those few capable of enduring even 1 strike from the Sword King were exceedingly rare, let alone 3. Brother Lin Feng, I'm scared. Xiaoan timidly approached, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Feng, do not act impulsively. While Lord Nangong's life is of utmost importance, so too is your own. Princess Yunya desperately wished to express that, in her heart, his life held equal or even greater value than that of Lord Nangong. Yet, as a princess, she refrained from uttering such frivolous words. Everyone was acutely aware that the strength of the skeletal summoner lay in overwhelming numbers, whereas Lin Feng was now the one to face the challenge. Testing his defensive capabilities, though he possessed a level 2 summoning shield, it would likely withstand only one strike from the Sword King. After 3 strikes, he would surely meet his demise. Very well. I admire a bold young man. I shall grant you this opportunity. If you can withstand 3 strikes from me, I will hand over the blood lotus. The Sword King declared, drawing his sword with unwavering resolve. The magnificent sword energy surged forth like a dark tidal wave, crashing down upon Lin Feng, and the surrounding air crackled with energy as debris flew. Boom! Lin Feng immediately unleashed his level 2 summoning shield to absorb the blow. He had observed the Sword King's soul fire and noted its intensity. This strike was likely released with only 60% of its potential, indicating that the shield should be sufficient to withstand it. With a resounding crash, the sword energy collided with Lin Feng's fiery shield, erupting in a dazzling display of magical light, causing the earth to tremble violently, though the shield was cleaved by the sword energy. Lin Feng staggered back, narrowly avoiding a fall. Yet, the Sword King's attack had weakened. This strike failed to inflict fatal damage, meaning he had successfully endured it. You endured it? Well done, Lin Feng. Luda and the others were initially stunned, but soon erupted in cheers. Haha, you still have 2 strikes to go. The Sword King's laughter was laced with irritation. This young man had managed to withstand one of his strikes, and if word of this spread, where would his pride be? Whoosh! As he spoke, the Sword King's second strike was already soaring forth, this time released with full force. Determined to reclaim his dignity, the sword energy howled like a black dragon streaking across the sky, roaring towards Lin Feng, causing the entire dark abyss to shudder, a foreboding sign that left Bob and the others anxious. This time, Lin Feng seemed to be in grave peril. Ding! As the black dragon's sword energy neared Lin Feng's head, a radiant sphere of chaotic red light suddenly enveloped him, resembling a colossal golden bell, tightly encasing him. The grand sword energy collided with the crimson light, producing a cacophony of thunderous roars, as splintering magical energy struck the abyssal walls. Reminiscent of an earthquake, causing rocks to tumble and magical light to surge to everyone's astonishment. Not only did Lin Feng survive this onslaught, but he stood firm, unyielding against the howling winds that tousled his hair and robes. His expression remaining composed. Humph! Is that the extent of your feeble prowess, and you dare call yourself the Sword King? In the depths of the Demon Tower, the disdainful laughter of the Crimson Demon echoed ominously. Chapter 063, The Annihilation of the Divine Soul Tower, Bloodthirsty Skeleton Sword. His sword energy is indeed formidable. Lin Feng sighed as he spoke from within the tower. It seems there is no other choice. I must summon the Demon Tower. If he discovers me, I can only admit defeat. What is there to fear? Just eliminate him. The large skull cackled. Such a powerful sword. I fear my skeletal army would be obliterated by his sword energy before they even charge. Lin Feng was not so much afraid as he was cautious. Positional warfare favored the skeletal mages, as prolonged battles would only increase their advantage. However, he worried that the errant sword energy and magical forces might harm the already injured Xiao and Princess Yunya, if they could protect themselves without sustaining further injuries. He might consider challenging the Sword King. You cowardly little brat. How could I, the Crimson Demon, have a timid successor like you? You possess a sword too. The large skull initially scoffed, then his eyes blazed with sinister light. I have a sword as well. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by the large skull's meaning. Not only do you have a sword, but also a knife, a spear, a hook, a fork, a sickle, an axe, a halberd, a hammer. You also possess a magic wand, a magic ring, a magic robe, a necklace, magic boots, a belt, and a bracelet. Anything you desire is at your disposal. The Crimson Demon exclaimed excitedly. Large Skull, are you hiding something from me? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng suddenly recalled that the Large Skull claimed to be a great demon from the Holy War 3,000 years ago, undoubtedly possessing numerous powerful artifacts. But where had he stored these treasures? Could it be that the Demon Tower had other dimensions? Haha, let's first deal with that damn Sword King. Remember, as long as you concentrate in your heart, if you urgently need a magical sword, it will manifest in your hand, the Crimson Demon said with a mysterious grin. Then at the very least, you must teach me a few sword techniques. Despite his excitement, Lin Feng would not forget that without sword techniques, even possessing a divine sword would be futile. Sword techniques. The skeletal summoner wields a sword differently from a swordsman. The fire of the soul guides the sword. The sword energy arises from the wrathful soul. Thus, with a mere flick of your wrist, you can unleash soaring sword energy. Furthermore, against that damned sword king, do you even need grand techniques? Your very sword alone is enough to instill terror in him. The large skull declared, puffing itself up with pride before dozing off. With a heart full of trepidation, Lin Feng exited the demon tower. His excitement over the crimson demon's words mingled with curiosity about the tower's deeper mysteries. What manner of sword could frighten the Sword King without the need for techniques? Was the large skull merely boasting again? As he emerged from the tower, he was astonished to see that the Sword King's attacks had ceased. The once proud Sword King now appeared pale and shaken, clutching his black dragon sword, his voice trembling like a quivering leaf. This transformation puzzled Xiao and Princess Yunya, who could not understand why the Sword King, previously so arrogant, now looked so fear-stricken. "Little brat, did you just unleash a demon tower?" the Sword King asked, furrowing his brow. Being a discerning individual, he recognized that the aura enveloping Lin Feng was none other than the legendary annihilation of the Divine Soul Tower, a supreme artifact that had dominated the continent 3,000 years ago. This item was not only a fearsome battle artifact, but it also contained an abundance of soul power, particularly for accelerating training and mastering the 7 realms of the soul. The acceleration could transform an ordinary magic apprentice into a top-tier mage, while the 7 realms could hone a mage's skills in 7 aspects, crafting an impeccable legendary demon lord. Both aspects represented a mage's ultimate dream. For the annihilation of the Divine Soul Tower was a product of the combined efforts of demons and gods over millennia, originally an artifact created by the gods to maintain balance in nature, later seized by the king of Satan, who consumed the formidable soul powers of both the divine realm and the underworld, granting it tremendous energy and the ability to transform into various vicious artifacts. No, Lin Feng vehemently denied. The existence of the tower must remain a secret, lest it invite his own demise. Demon Tower. Xiao and Princess Yunya were oblivious to the implications of their conversation, believing Lin Feng to be merely an exceptional skeletal summoner, unaware of any magical artifacts he might possess. The Sword King fell silent. If Lin Feng had admitted to it, he would have felt reassured, but the denial left him anxious. In the magical realm, the greatest threat was not an open confrontation, but rather an opponent shrouded in mystery. The arrogant Sword King had the audacity to scorn all swordsmen across the continent and disregard even the top-tier mages, yet he could not help but fear the annihilation of the Divine Soul Tower. It was not merely that he could not conquer it. If it transformed into an artifact, it could easily obliterate him, a mere great swordsman. Ding! As they spoke, a crimson light suddenly flared around Lin Feng, and a long sword materialized in his hand, its spiral blade wreathed in flames, resembling a burning skull, with the hilt shaped like a flat skull, its eyes glowing with a terrifying fire. Ah, is this the magical sword the large skull spoke of? Damn it! Even the magical swords conjured by the large skull are skeletal. Can this truly be considered a powerful magical sword? Lin Feng mused, uncertain of whether this sword possessed the ferocity the large skull had described. Capable of unleashing soaring sword energy with a mere flick, as he spoke, he gently traced an arc with the blade. Upon movement, a crimson sword energy shot forth, expanding as it arced, transforming into a towering beam of demonic light, striking the entrance of the demon cave. Instantly, the earth trembled, and half of the cave collapsed, with the sword energy scattering like countless crimson light blades, causing mountains to crumble and rocks to fly. Bloodthirsty skeleton sword. The Sword King involuntarily took a step back. Should he be struck by this sword, he would be drained of blood in an instant, reduced to mere jerky. "Spare me, and I shall let you live." Lin Feng gritted his teeth, uttering a threatening remark. Given the phenomenon before him, he could not be certain. After all, the Sword King was one of the 4 great kings, well-versed in countless grand sword techniques, while he himself knew none. Both sword techniques and the sword were equally crucial, and he dared not underestimate his opponent. "Very well, kid. You have some guts." The Sword King relinquished the blood lotus and fled, vanishing without a trace. "Lin Feng, when did you become so powerful? It can't be an illusionary magic, can it?" Ruder approached, laughing heartily. unable to contain his amusement at the Sword King's hasty retreat. But Lin Feng, your illusionary magic is incredibly convincing. Princess Yunya exclaimed in surprise as she held the blood lotus. Brother Lin Feng, can skeletal summoners also wield illusionary magic? Shaoan chimed in, smiling, relieved after having just been anxious. I need to interrogate the large skull later. What on earth is going on? Lin Feng was drenched in sweat, finding it hard to discern whether this was an illusion or reality. Demon Tower. Vice President Bob, who had been silently observing, seemed to have an epiphany regarding Lin Feng's rapid rise from an extramural apprentice to a top-tier mage, leaving everyone puzzled as to what had caused such a transformation. Chapter 064. A name renowned throughout the capital. 3 days later, outside Lantis Academy's External Liaison Department. Oh ha ha, the Count's Medal. I never expected I would also receive a Count's Medal. Ruda, wrapped in pristine white bandages and resembling a mummified corpse, laughed uproariously. Having successfully completed the task in the abyss of darkness, he was indeed injured. However, the rewards were immensely generous. 200,000 gold coins, a Count's Medal from the Empire, and an additional title of Viscount conferred by the Imperial Ministry, granting him his own territory and infantry regiment. Congratulations, Ruda, on becoming a Viscount of the Empire. Ruda's good companion, Ori, remarked. Ori, do you regret it now? If you had followed Lin Feng on the mission, you would surely be a Viscount too. 200,000 gold coins. I could take a break for 3 to 5 years without having to work. Ruda exclaimed, hands clasped behind his head, brimming with pride. Life is unpredictable. Who would have thought that this newcomer Lin Feng would become the greatest legend of our External Liaison Department? Ori lamented, feeling a pang of regret. Initially, he had feared for his life by following a novice, but now he realized that a moment of hesitation could alter one's fate drastically. Previously, he had not fared worse than Ruda, yet their circumstances had diverged immensely. Although a Viscount was the lowest title in the Empire, it still signified a position of considerable stature. Hey, Shaoan, I heard you're joining Lord Nangong's magical regiment. Congratulations! In the Huaxia Empire, aside from the Dark Organization and the court's magical regiments, Lord Nangong's is the most formidable. Ruda called out loudly upon spotting Shaoan approaching in her pink magical robe, seemingly oblivious to Ori's sigh. Indeed, I am always the lowest-ranked mage wherever I go. Shaoan replied humbly with a smile. Lord Nangong had invited her to join his magical regiment as a gesture of gratitude for her bravery, and she accepted the invitation because Lin Feng had promised to serve as his aide. Lowest ranked, as long as you don the Nangong family's magical robe, even if you are merely a magical apprentice. No one in the Huaxiao Empire would dare look down upon you, let alone bully you. After finishing his laugh, Ruda began to daydream. When will I be able to join Lord Nangong's magical regiment? Shaoan smiled without replying. Even if she did not join Lord Nangong's regiment, she had no fear of being bullied. Nowadays, who did not know that she was the shadow of the renowned Lin Feng? After returning from the abyss of darkness, Lin Feng became renowned overnight in the capital, primarily due to 2 significant events. First, the Lord of Nangong consumed the blood lotus flower and recovered his health, a matter that had weighed heavily on the hearts of countless individuals. And second, the Lord of Nangong entrusted the treasured soul ring to Lin Feng, a sensational occurrence in itself. Instead of passing this artifact down to his 3 sons, he chose Lin Feng, indicating his intention to bequeath his life's work to him. The Lord of Nangong's estate is of great importance concerning the safety of the Empire, thus it is not to be inherited lightly, but rather by those deemed capable. Ah, Vice President, how is your injury? Just then, Vice President Bob arrived, greeted warmly by the jovial Ruda. Much better, but where is Lin Feng? Bob still wore a stern expression, though it was less frigid than before, his attention now more focused on Lin Feng. The battle against the Sword King in the Abyss had bestowed upon Lin Feng a mysterious aura. How did he master the notoriously difficult skeleton summoning technique? Furthermore, what exactly did the Sword King mean by referring to Lin Feng's magic tower? For this reason, Vice President Bob had spent 3 days and nights poring over tomes of magic and even sought counsel from President Gale and Dean Gandalf. Yet he remained at a loss. He longed to ask Lin Feng directly for answers, but the Feng family was wise. Since Lin Feng had not divulged anything, he felt it inappropriate to inquire. Lin Feng is currently assisting Minter Charlie in teaching apprentices. Haven't you heard? Summoning magic is all the rage at the Landis Academy. and it seems there are 30,000 apprentices taking the entrance examination this year, all eager to learn summoning magic," Ruda proclaimed, raising his broomstick and giving a thumbs up. I knew from the first day he joined the External Relations Society that he was merely a transient presence. Bob sighed, eyes closed. "I will always be a member of the External Relations Society, just as I will always be a part of the Landis Academy of Magic. Haha, Haven T, you all heard. The Academy and the Society have approved my position. Today, I am the 4th Vice President of the External Relations Society." At that moment, Lin Feng's voice resonated from a distance. Clad in his black magical robe and maintaining his austere demeanor, yet his gaze radiated warmth and tranquility. "Is that so? Wherein T you suppose to be the Lord of Nangong's aid?" Ruda's pupils widened in surprise. "You simpleton. Can T1 serve as the Lord of Nangong's aid and still be the Vice President of the External Relations Society?" Bob laughed heartily, a rare sound that momentarily stunned everyone, before they all erupted into laughter. "Indeed. Lin Feng, let us make a pact. If I ever decide to storm the Lord of Nangong's estate, should anyone dare to stop me, I will invoke your name and see if they apologize. There must be many delicacies and amusements there, not to mention an abundance of beautiful women," Ruda said, slinging an arm around Lin Feng's shoulder. "Senior Ruda, you mustn't lead my brother Lin Feng astray," Shaoan interjected, frowning as she approached. "A youth without romance is a youth wasted. A legendary figure like Lin Feng must have countless noble ladies vying for his attention. Be cautious, Shaoan." Ruda laughed heartily. "Senior Ruda," Shaoan huffed, storming away in frustration. Observing this, Lin Feng sighed and shook his head, while Ruda paused for a moment, then looked at Lin Feng and continued to smirk. Upon entering the hall of the External Relations Society, President Gale and other members were engaged in lively conversation. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they all rose and applauded. "Lin Feng, congratulations, double happiness, first for acquiring the Soul Ring, and second for becoming the 4th Vice President of the External Relations Society." President Gale approached with a beaming smile, genuinely pleased that Lin Feng and his companions had returned alive from the abyss, and even more so that they had successfully completed their mission. "Hey, President, why don't you congratulate me? Although I didn't become Vice President, I received the Count's medal and the title of Viscount. Are those two not worth as much as a mere soul ring?" Ruda jested, his broomstick bobbing cheerfully, and aside from Lin Feng, he had come away with the most rewards. The Count's medal and the title of Viscount. Broomstick head, do you not realize that the soul ring represents half the kingdom? President Gale ruffled Ruda's hair, chuckling. In the Huaxiao Empire, it is indeed half the kingdom, in the realm of magic. It is a supreme magical artifact. Vice President Bob chimed in. "A supreme magical artifact, I understand, but half the kingdom," Ruda pondered, momentarily bewildered by the implications. "Lin Feng, you are to report to the Lord of Nangong this afternoon." "Correct." President Gale called Lin Feng aside, producing 3 oval blood-red gemstones from his pocket. "These are 3 5th-level soul stones. They should prove beneficial for your cultivation. Take them." This, Lin Feng hesitated to refuse, for he was no longer ignorant. He could recognize a 5th-level soul stone. Currently, the finest soul stones available in all the magic shops within Landis Castle were only 4th level, while 5th-level soul stones were exceedingly rare, containing immense soul power, not to mention their price. A single 4th-level soul stone was worth 1,000,000 gold coins, as it could enable a mid-level magician to resurrect swiftly, let alone a 5th-level soul stone. Accept them. I am merely casting a long line to catch a big fish. Should the External Relations Society encounter troublesome dealings in the future, I will certainly send for you." President Gale laughed heartily, knowing that once Lin Feng went to the Nangong estate, he would take on a new, more meaningful mission and likely would not return to engage in life and death gambles for coin. "Very well. If you call, I shall be at your service." Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging President Gale's kindness, had it not been for him standing firm last time. He might have been killed by Director Sang Lang already. "With you going to the Lord of Nangong, I can rest easy. At least Sang Lang will not dare to offend him for the time being. However, one thing you must remember. Without sufficient confidence, never confront Sang Lang directly. Not only is he a fire element archmagus, but his background is also beyond your capacity to contend with." After imparting this advice, President Gale joined Bob and the others for a drink. Today marked Lin Feng's inauguration as vice president, as well as his departure from the External Relations Society, so a banquet was held in his honor. filled with toasts and revelry. After packing his belongings, Lin Feng made his way to the Nangong family estate, located in the fertile grounds to the east of Landis Castle. The landscape was adorned with lush green pastures, and a wide official road led directly to an ancient garden, flanked by ripe fruits ready for harvest and golden wheat fields, where herds of cattle and sheep grazed serenely, while bards sang joyous melodies. Lin Feng and Xiaoan ventured forth together, holding the Lord of Nangong's waist token, enjoying an unimpeded journey. Outside, the estate exuded tranquility and prosperity, yet within, it was a hive of activity. Teams of laborers clad in yellow worked diligently, unloading carts laden with bountiful harvests, presumably destined for the royal palace and the small castles of noble relatives. Under the escort of 2 guards clad in white, Lin Feng arrived at the grand hall of the Nangong family. The decor retained its ancient charm, with a sheepskin lounge chair at the center, flanked by small tables and rustic wooden chairs. Notably, instead of magical lamps, pine resin lamps illuminated the space, showcasing the Lord of Nangong's frugality by utilizing the abundant resin to conserve magical stone usage. Lin Feng was taken aback to find not the Lord of Nangong awaiting him, but rather a wizard in a white robe. Recalling his first encounter with the Lord of Nangong, it was the day after their return from the abyss when he, along with Xiaoan and others, delivered the blood lotus flower to the Nangong family. The Lord of Nangong had graciously bestowed the soul ring upon Lin Feng and instructed him to return to the estate 3 days later for a matter of importance. It was evident to both insiders and outsiders that the Lord of Nangong intended to place great trust in Lin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng requested that the Lord of Nangong incorporate Xiaoan into the magical regiment of the Nangong family, hoping the new environment would benefit her cultivation. The initial impression the Lord of Nangong left on Lin Feng was that he was a wise and benevolent individual, akin to Dean Gandalf. Their first meeting was brief due to the urgency of the Lord's condition, as the apothecary was eager to utilize the blood lotus flower to save his life. "Follow me." The white-robed wizard scrutinized Lin Feng for a moment before speaking softly. His eyes were as profound as the abyss, shimmering with a steady light. Thus, Lin Feng surmised that he was a mind-affinity magician, at the very least a high-level one. "Brother Lin Feng, this person is quite peculiar." Lin Feng and Xiaoan trailed behind the white-robed wizard, who had slowed his pace. Xiaoan leaned closer to Lin Feng and whispered, "He seems capable of easily discerning our thoughts." Lin Feng smiled faintly. The most potent magical skill of a mind-affinity magician is the ability to penetrate the thoughts of others and replicate their magical abilities, returning their own tactics against them. "Is that so? How impressive! Does that mean he is more formidable than a skeleton summoner?" Xiaoan's eyes widened in amazement, as in her mind, Lin Feng, the skeleton summoner, was already the most powerful magician on the continent. Lin Feng smiled but did not respond. It was not a matter of who was stronger, but rather that each possessed their own strengths. Following the white-robed wizard into an inner chamber, the atmosphere was even more ancient and serene than outside. The hallway echoed only with the sound of their footsteps and breathing. Upon entering a white magical chamber, a wave of cold air washed over them, causing Xiaoan to shiver involuntarily, while Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he observed. The magical chamber contained only a rectangular ice bed, resembling a massive slab of ice. Surrounded by frosty vapors that mingled with a biting chill that on an ice bed, an elderly man with a dark beard sat in tranquil meditation, his entire being seemingly encased in ice. Yet, he remained unperturbed, a testament to his formidable mental fortitude. This man was none other than Lord Nangong. "My lord, Lin Feng has arrived," whispered the white-robed mage as he approached. After a brief moment, Lord Nangong slowly opened his eyes and gradually rose from the ice bed, making his way down with measured steps. "Lin Feng, I commend your efforts. Had it not been for your timely retrieval of the blood lotus, this lord would have long since met his demise in the 9 hells." Lord Nangong exclaimed with a smile, his voice imbued with warmth. Lin Feng said nothing, merely bowing slightly as a gesture of respect. "My lord, do you know why Lin Feng agreed to come here to assist you?" Seeing Lord Nangong's affable demeanor, Xiaoan immediately perked up. "Why is that?" Lord Nangong chuckled heartily. "Because he seeks refuge here. He has been bullied by Director Sanglang at the academy, so he wishes to find a new place to survive." Xiaoan grinned mischievously, intending to provoke Lord Nangong to confront the odious Sanglang. "Sanglang? that scoundrel will eventually reap the bitter fruits of his own sowing. Upon mentioning Sang Lang, Lord Nangong heaved a sigh. Lin Feng remained silent, for the true reason for his visit was not fear of Sang Lang, but rather his acceptance of the soul ring, though he was unaware of its exact purpose. He understood in his heart that the soul ring, much like the soul ring, would undoubtedly serve as a unique aid for a skeleton summoner cultivating the soul fire. Therefore, he yearned to possess it. He was a man of clear distinctions between grace and grievance. Having taken something from Lord Nangong, he felt compelled to assist him for a time, especially since Lord Nangong was severely injured and faced imminent threats from all sides. Necessitating support. Chapter 066. The trap. Lin Feng's acquisition of the soul ring undoubtedly stirred considerable excitement within the Nangong family, rendering his arrival a momentous occasion. The front courtyard remained unchanged, yet the rear courtyard was adorned with vibrant decorations. With many congregating in the council hall, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of Lin Feng's prowess, as Lin Feng and Lord Nangong entered the council hall, all present rose to their feet, bowing to Lord Nangong, while simultaneously scrutinizing the youth who had obtained the soul ring. "Father, how fares your injury?" inquired a middle-aged man in yellow robes, stepping forward to support Lord Nangong as he spoke softly. He cast a cursory glance at Lin Feng, seemingly dismissing his presence. "Jiner, Lin Feng is an orphan. I wish to adopt him as my foster son. What are your thoughts?" Lord Nangong proclaimed loudly. Nangong Jin, his eldest son and a seasoned swordsman, was known for his steady demeanor but possessed a rather shrewd mind. "That sounds agreeable, as long as it pleases you." "Father," Nangong Jin replied with a smile, showing no hesitation. Lord Nangong nodded, wishing to believe that this was a genuine sentiment from Nangong Jin, though he understood that had Nangong Jin hesitated or voiced strong objections, it would indicate a more typical reaction from a normal individual. After all, Nangong Jin was the most likely heir to the Nangong family's fortunes. How could he tolerate the emergence of a formidable rival in the form of a foster brother at this juncture? Such was the depth of this young man's cunning. "No, father, he must defeat me first. Otherwise, I shall not consent," proclaimed a young man clad in loose robes, with long eyebrows and spirited eyes. Lin Feng discerned through his soul fire that he was an intermediate fire mage. Yet he eschewed the traditional mage robes, making him an intriguing figure. "Here, cease your nonsense," Lord Nangong replied with a faint smile. This was his second son, Nangong He, a man devoid of guile, but utterly enamored with magic, relishing in contests with others. "Father, if he can best me, I shall heed his every command." Nangong He's words carried a double meaning, as he disdainfully cast a glance at Nangong Jin. Although Nangong Jin was a high-ranking swordsman, he could not defeat Nangong He, the magic enthusiast who felt oppressed by Nangong Jin's authoritative stance. This declaration elicited laughter from the assembly, save for 4 individuals who remained solemn, the 4 guardians of Lord Nangong. One was the swordsman Ghost Shadow, an elite swordsman famed for his swift blade. The second, the nameless blade drunkard, an advanced swordsman whose prowess intensified with each drink. The third was the high-level ice mage Tian Han, and the fourth, the high-level mind mage Thomas, the white-robed mage Lin Feng had encountered earlier. "Oh, the third one. Well, never mind." Lord Nangong realized that Nangong He was serious, so he turned to his third son, Nangong Shan, but his words faltered, for he understood that it would be futile to inquire further. His third son, once a magical prodigy, had fallen into despair after accidentally killing his beloved during a magical experiment at the age of 15, leading him to a life of inebriation, muddled and lost. At 15, he had been an intermediate fire mage. Now, he remained at that level. With regard to his son's lack of ambition, Lord Nangong chose to be lenient, for their mother had passed away too soon, leaving him feeling a deep sense of indebtedness towards them. "I have no qualms. A few more brothers, just more brothers," Nangong Shan mumbled indistinctly before withdrawing. "Does anyone else have any objections?" Lord Nangong inquired as he settled into the prominent sheepskin chair. Addressing the assembly, the Nangong family was replete with guests, including royal emissaries and those seeking to enrich themselves through association with the illustrious Nangong family. Some sought to leverage the family's resources for their own advancement, while others aspired to power, using the Nangong family as a stepping stone into the ranks of the nobility. The more guests there were, the more complex the family dynamics became, as anyone's influence could alter the family's fortunes, compelling Lord Nangong to consider their opinions. Since the Lord has entrusted the soul ring to Lin Feng, We must ascertain his capabilities. He must not only be an exceptional skeleton summoner, but also a competent leader. Elder Yu, a senior family elder, was the first to speak up, having long been a stalwart in both the Empire and the Nangong family, and concerned about this matter. Elder's words resonate profoundly, since father has bestowed the soul ring upon Lin Feng. Why not grant him a territory to hone his skills? Nangong Jin chimed in with a smile. This proposal served multiple purposes. It flattered both Elder Yu and Lord Nangong, while simultaneously setting a significant trap for Lin Feng. How could a mere youth manage a territory? Should Lin Feng falter, his standing within the Nangong family would be jeopardized, and the soul ring would inevitably return to Nangong Jin's possession. Indeed, where might we assign him? Lord Nangong furrowed his brow, recognizing the necessity of testing Lin Feng's abilities beyond magic. After all, his acquaintance with Lin Feng was rather brief, and entrusting the soul ring to a stranger was a considerable gamble. If Lin Feng lacked exceptional qualities and integrity, it could spell disaster. Perhaps we could temporarily assign him to manage the territory of my third brother? Nangong Jin mused, devising a plan. The Nangong family's lands were divided into 4 territories. The most fertile was Pigeon Mountain, the largest in area, providing essential supplies for the royal city of Landis Castle. Next was Coral Sea, known for aquaculture, which Nangong Jin managed adeptly, his capabilities contributing to its success. Following that was Sun Forest, rich in magical ores, overseen by Nangong He, a magic enthusiast who thrived in such an environment. Lastly was the giant lizard underground city, which appeared bountiful, featuring underground rivers for aquaculture, dark forests, and abundant magical mineral resources. However, the underground city was fraught with peril, particularly from the invasive giant lizards, making it a significant concern for the Nangong family, as many rare resources required by the empire originated from there. The family could only maintain its status as a territorial power by safeguarding this territory, preventing reliance on external acquisitions. The Nangong family's comprehensive production capabilities had earned them the title of territorial overlord, allowing them to evade the constraints of other lords and solidifying their position as a crucial entity within the empire. The giant lizard underground city had been managed by Lord Nangong's third son, Nangong Shan, the alcoholic, whose stewardship had been consistently poor. Now, Nangong Jin sought to pass this hot potato to Lin Feng, aiming to see him fail as he entered the Nangong family. Chapter 067. The giant lizard underground city. Is it too much to expect him to manage the underground city? After all, he is still quite young. Lord Nangong hesitated. While he wished to test Lin Feng's abilities, he was acutely aware that he was asking a mere 15 or 16-year-old boy to shoulder an excessive burden, especially considering that this youth had saved his life. Noticing Lord Nangong's indecision, Nangong Jin quickly signaled to an elder behind him. It may be somewhat excessive, but wouldn't this also provide an opportunity for the family and outsiders to evaluate whether Lin Feng is an exemplary leader? My lord, everyone knows you took over these territories at the age of 14, a year younger than him. The elder was none other than Lord James, a staunch supporter of Nangong Jin, overseeing the ironworks of the Nangong family, responsible for crafting both weaponry for battle and agricultural implements, making him a figure of considerable importance within the family. Very well, Elder Yu. The matter concerning the giant lizard underground city is of utmost significance. Will you assist Lin Feng in this endeavor? Lord Nangong, observing the collective anticipation for Lin Feng to provide a compelling justification, nodded in agreement. Elder Yu, known for his impartial nature, was appointed to aid Lin Feng. He regarded Lin Feng with keen scrutiny, while Lord Nangong resolutely entrusted the soul ring to this youth, pondering whether he had discovered a rare talent or had mistakenly gambled. My lord, I am willing to accept the challenge, but let us defer the matter of becoming a foster son for the time being. Lin Feng, who had remained silent until now, abruptly proclaimed, causing a ripple of astonishment among the attendees. Many were eager to curry favor with Lord Nangong, some even vying to acknowledge him as a godfather, yet all were disregarded. Now, with Lord Nangong proposing to take Lin Feng as a foster son, Lin Feng's dismissal of the offer drew renewed scrutiny from the crowd. Lord Nangong initially furrowed his brow, but then nodded with a hint of relief. Elder Yu, please lead the way. I shall proceed to the giant lizard underground city at once. Lin Feng greeted Elder Yu with the customary respect of a mage. Under normal circumstances, he would have turned and walked away from such treatment, but he was resolute. Having accepted Lord Nangong's soul ring, He felt compelled to repay even a small favor with significant gratitude. Aspiring to achieve something worthwhile, though the Nangong family appeared illustrious, he had heard from Princess Yunya that due to Lord Nangong's serious illness and the gradual maturation of his eldest son, Nangong Jin, the family was now beset by internal strife and external threats that in truth, Lin Feng had no desire for the Nangong family's territory. He firmly believed in the words of Qi Mo, in the wind and cloud continent. Strength was paramount, and everything else was but ephemeral. Once the Nangong family regained its former glory, he would depart and continue his pursuit of magic. With Elder Yu leading the way, Lin Feng vanished from the astonished gazes of the crowd. Accompanied by the youthful Shaoan and a lively little skeleton dog, the giant lizard underground city lay beneath the Tuan volcano, with the volcanic crater serving as its entrance. The volcano erupted once every 7 years. And during non-eruption periods, the slopes were adorned with short, fiery trees with broad, crimson leaves, whose fallen leaves cascaded down the crater, creating a unique vista. Awaiting Lin Feng and Elder Yu was a portly man named Kaleo, who managed the underground city on behalf of the third son, Nangong He, a notorious drunkard. Over the years, Kaleo had profited handsomely, so upon hearing that Lord Nangong had sent a newcomer to take over, he was decidedly displeased. Elder Yu, your presence truly takes me by surprise, Kaleo proclaimed, flanked by a group of followers, exuding an air of authority. Although he greeted the revered Elder Yu with courtesy, he merely cast a glance at Lin Feng, failing to extend any greeting, which irked Shaoan, who thought it unacceptable for someone who would soon be the lord of the giant lizard underground city to be so disregarded. Kaleo, I appreciate your efforts of late, Elder Yu said, offering a polite remark as Kaleo showcased the current state of the underground city in the fiery landscape. The underground fields, forests, and rivers appeared bustling, but the seasoned Elder Yu recognized this as a fade orchestrated by Kaleo to impress him. Had the underground city truly thrived, it would not be in such dire straits. Elder Yu, you flatter me. Serving Lord Nangong is the greatest blessing bestowed upon me by the gods. Kaleo responded with a loud, feigned laugh. By the way, the Lord has sent you a newcomer to help share the responsibilities of the underground city. I hope you two can collaborate effectively. Allow me to introduce him. This is Lin Feng, a senior skeleton summoner from the Lantis Magic Academy. Elder Yu spoke cautiously, aware that directly stating Lin Feng was sent to lead Kaleo would surely bruise Kaleo's pride, as he had always been the one in control here. Of course, as commanded by the Lord, Kaleo will comply. Kaleo replied with an outwardly agreeable tone, yet internally he seethed, sensing an ominous premonition that someone was poised to obstruct his lucrative ventures. Nevertheless, Kaleo was confident that after years of navigating the underground city, he would find a way to manage this newcomer Lin Feng and continue his profitable dealings. Furthermore, the Lord has instructed me to wholeheartedly support Lin Feng, so should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to send someone to seek my assistance. That is all I shall say. Take your time to familiarize yourselves. I shall refrain from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. Having finished speaking, Elder Yu turned to Lin Feng with a smile. Young man, do your best. I hope you will not disappoint the Lord or us. Rest assured, Elder Yu, with Kaleo here, the underground city will forever brim with vitality. Kaleo shouted after Elder Yu's retreating figure. Lin Feng remained silent, surveying the scenes of the underground city. The fields were planted with sea stars, a vegetable akin to cabbage that could only be cultivated underground, with tender leaves favored by royalty and lords alike. Lin Feng had encountered them at the market of Lantis Castle, where they sold for 15 gold coins per pound, the highest price among vegetables, yearned for by ordinary farmers, but rarely affordable. Only purchased on special occasions such as the day of worship to the gods. The mountains bore whitegrass, a potent medicinal magical plant that required processing before being sold in major magic shops. Its price steep, yet like the sea stars, the whitegrass here was in poor condition, likely fetching a low price if sold. The mountains were also engaged in iron or mining, but the efficiency appeared lacking, probably due to the difficulty in extracting the underground city's mineral resources, particularly magical iron ore, which posed significant challenges. The underground river showed signs of river shrimp and robust water fish, though not in great numbers. The shrimp, renowned for their exquisite flavor and remarkable ability to ward off the cold, along with the robust water fish that could enhance the consumer's physique, were indeed valuable, but their cultivation proved highly demanding. Brother Lin Feng, Here, this is a welcome gift from your brother Kaleo. Please accept it. Once Elder Yu had distanced himself, Kaleo smirked slyly, producing a golden pouch from his bosom and offering it to Lin Feng. Upon opening it, Lin Feng discovered it filled with golden leaves, approximately 20,000 gold coins. He immediately surmised that Kaleo intended to silence him with money, hoping he would remain a mere figurehead in the underground city. Avoiding interference with Kaleo's private dealings. Kaleo, I believe you are mistaken. If I had come for money, I would not have arrived here at all. The Lantis Magic Academy's External Liaison Department has plenty of lucrative ventures awaiting me. A fact I trust you will not dispute. Lin Feng returned the pouch to Kaleo, confident that as a top member of the Empire's foremost adventure organization, he could earn far more than a mere 20,000 gold coins in a year, making it clear that seeking wealth was not his motive for joining the Nangong family. Oh, I see. Here, please accept this. Kaleo, unabashedly wealthy, quickly retrieved a bag of gold bricks from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. 1 gold brick could be exchanged for 10,000 gold coins. Thus, this bag contained enough to be worth 1,000,000 gold coins. Kaleo, believing that money could bend anyone to his will, was skeptical that Lin Feng would remain steadfast in the face of such wealth. Kaleo, I shall not mince words. I trust you are already aware that Lord Nangong has sent me to directly manage the giant lizard underground city. I am not here as a mere overseer, so you should seriously consider how we might collaborate to rejuvenate this place. Lin Feng, lacking Elder Yu's patience, spoke directly and succinctly, knowing time was of the essence and many matters awaited his attention. Unyielding. Are we? Boy, no one dares to speak to me in such a manner in the giant lizard underground city. Not to mention the third son. Even Lord Nangong would show me some respect. Kaleo seethed. Feeling insulted, he was the de facto ruler of the underground city and could not fathom being intimidated by a newcomer. I am not concerned with face saving, since Lord Nangong has entrusted me with the complete management of the giant lizard underground city. It is I who shall have the final say here. Although Lin Feng had not previously engaged in significant undertakings, he understood that to revive a region, one must first secure decision-making authority. Otherwise, it would all be mere rhetoric. Very well, you have guts. From this moment on, I shall no longer involve myself here. Let us see how you intend to revitalize this place. Kaleo clenched his fists. Though he did not dare confront Lin Feng, knowing he was sent by Lord Nangong and had Elder Yu's backing. However, Kaleo had his own schemes. Lin Feng was new to the underground city and unfamiliar with its workings. He anticipated watching this young man stumble and eventually come crawling back to him for help, at which point he would deal with him accordingly. Lin Feng merely smiled faintly and leaned close to Shaoan, whispering a few words before slowly making his way toward the central white treehouse of the underground city, presumably the command center. Shaoan understood the cue and cheerfully dashed away, unaware of the underlying intent. Kaleo began to make his move as well, signaling to his followers with a glance. 3 burly men immediately understood, spreading out with sinister grins. Shortly thereafter, Shaoan led 4 skilled laborers toward Lin Feng, each a specialist, one the most experienced in planting sea stars, another in cultivating white grass, a third adept at raising river shrimp and robust water fish, and the last an old hand at mining magical iron ore. This is Lin Feng, the current overseer of the giant lizard underground city, Lord Lin. Shaoan introduced with a smile. Lord Lin. The 4 elite laborers were momentarily taken aback at the swift change in leadership, but they quickly composed themselves and respectfully bowed to Lin Feng. We greet you. My lord, you are all skilled individuals. I assume you were previously laborers here. Lin Feng inquired with a smile. Working under Kaleo, aspiring to be a small leader within the department required more than mere technical skills. One must also adeptly wield bribery. Thus, these honest elite laborers were likely still seen as mere laborers. Yes, I have been here for 8 years and remain a laborer, the vegetable grower sighed. My family has cultivated white grass for generations, and here I can only toil like a common laborer. The grass grower shook his head in resignation. I was on the verge of a promotion, but I offended Lord Clow last year. So, the fish farmer hesitated, knowing that Clow had been secretly selling river shrimp and strong-bodied water fish, profiting behind the back of Lord Nangong, which led to his own downfall when he dared to speak out. You are all more fortunate than I. If it weren't for my unique knowledge of mining magical iron ore, Lord Clow would have expelled me from the underground city long ago. The miner lamented, pounding his chest in frustration. Haha, it seems I have found the right people. From now on, you shall no longer be mere laborers, but skilled technicians in your respective fields, tasked solely with training the laborers. Starting this month, your wages will be doubled. Lin Feng proclaimed with a smile, initiating his revitalization plan. Really? That would be wonderful. More money and a promotion. Finally. It's our time to shine. But wait, Lord Lin, can we truly rely on your word? The four dark-skinned laborers embraced each other, rejoicing, but one of them, the grass grower, voiced a lingering doubt. What are you saying? Lord Lin holds the soul ring of Lord Nangong, and now represents the third young master Nangong Shan, managing the giant lizard underground city with full authority. Can his word not be trusted? Shaoan interjected with a furrowed brow. That's good to hear. Haha, my lord. We were only worried. Now we can rest assured. Please trust us. If you promote us, we will serve you wholeheartedly and ensure you are not disappointed. The four of them wore expressions of gratitude, then patted their chests in affirmation. That's settled. I require you to train 1,000 laborers in each of the 4 departments overnight. Lin Feng nodded decisively. Overnight. The 4 of them gaped in astonishment, wondering if they were dealing with a benevolent lord or a master of manipulation. My lord, it's not that we're unwilling to work hard, but most of the laborers here are elderly and weak. With poor learning abilities that at most, we could train 10 in a night, and even then, we can't guarantee their skills will match ours. The miner explained their predicament. I believe you can do it, and you will certainly succeed. Lin Feng replied confidently, understanding the hardships these individuals faced in their struggle for survival, and thus would not impose undue burdens upon them. With a swift gesture, he summoned a surge of crimson flame that startled the 4 laborers. In a moment, the room and its surroundings were filled with skeleton laborers, all bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. Oh my, where did all these skeletons come from? The fish farmer exclaimed, stepping back in alarm. You are to teach not human laborers, but skeleton laborers. With enough practice, they will learn swiftly. Lin Feng had a plan. Although the skeletons were clumsy, they were unaffected by external factors and thus possessed a remarkable capacity for learning. While they might not master magic or sword techniques, basic life skills would be easily acquired. He intended to replace the labor force of the giant lizard underground city with these tireless workers and provide them with simple skill upgrades. Confident that they would soon yield results, and best of all, they required no compensation. Oh, I see now. Lord Lin is a skeleton summoner. The grass grower realized, momentarily stunned before continuing. That simplifies matters. I've heard summoned creatures are quick learners, and we will do our utmost to train them well. The 4 of them felt reassured and enthusiastically led 4 teams of skeletons to commence their training. Observing this, Clow and his subordinates were left bewildered, unsure of what scheme the inexperienced Lin Feng was concocting. Chapter 069. The Rise of the Super Lord. The next morning, Clow strutted through the underground city, but not a single laborer was to be seen in the fields. Underground rivers or forests. Clow had declared the night before that anyone who worked for Lin Feng would be opposing him. In the giant lizard underground city, who would dare cross Clow? Doing so would be tantamount to sabotaging their own livelihood. Only 4 individuals were exempt from this fear. The 4 technicians promoted by Lin Feng the previous day. Unlike the others, they were no longer silent in their anger, as they now had Lin Feng's support. After all, under Lin Feng, they had received promotions and raises, finally realizing their dream of growth from apprentices to technicians, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Lord Clow, we're taking a break today. What if Lord Lin sends someone to collect the goods, and we can't produce anything? Clow's subordinates asked anxiously. You fools, isn't Lin Feng in charge now? If we can't provide, of course, Lord Lin will only have questions for him. Just wait and see the show. I guarantee that by noon, that inexperienced brat will come crawling to me, begging to motivate the laborers. Clow boasted with confidence. Before Clow could finish his sentence, 4 teams of skeleton laborers emerged in perfect order from the forest. One team entered the fields, expertly watering, weeding, and fertilizing the starfish vegetables with clearly defined roles and impressive efficiency. Another team floated on the underground river, some baiting, others catching river shrimp and strong-bodied water fish, while others scattered magical feed to stimulate the female fish to reproduce and accelerate the growth of young fish and shrimp, accomplishing in one go what would normally take days. A third team tended to the white grass, which required careful nurturing. Previously, there were fewer than 10 laborers in the giant lizard underground city who knew how to care for it. Yet now thousands of skeleton laborers were adeptly attending to all the white grass. The final team was systematically mining magical iron ore, with cart after cart of black iron ore being brought up at this rate. The skeleton's output in a single day would rival Klau's entire quarterly yield. Klau was left speechless. He had initially planned to control the underground city's dining hall, threatening anyone who dared work for Lin Feng with starvation. But now it seemed his efforts were in vain. The skeleton laborers did not require food. Klau watched in frustration as thousands of skeleton laborers efficiently toiled away until noon, his anger simmering as the underground city transformed into a vibrant scene of productivity. He had aimed to embarrass Lin Feng, but it was he who found himself in a predicament. At this rate, the giant lizard underground city would soon flourish, with wealth pouring in. Greedy Klau regretted not having bided his time and worked alongside Lin Feng. Had he done so, he would now face greater opportunities for profit. Should he return to plead for Lin Feng's mercy, his pride would not allow it. Yet to remain stubborn while watching golden coins slip through his fingers was a torment. Klau found himself in profound conflict. Alas, the underground city has its drawbacks, waking up in the morning without seeing the sun. At that moment, Lin Feng strolled leisurely out of the white treehouse, stretching and looking up at the sky, exclaiming loudly. Behind him trailed Xiao, beaming with delight, and Xiao He, who wiggled his skeletal tail. Lord Lin, did you sleep well last night? Klau fumed silently as some of his subordinates, unable to contain themselves, approached Lin Feng, recognizing that he had now eclipsed Klau. This kid can really sleep. It's already noon, and he's still waking up, Klau thought, feeling vexed. Although he had once made a fortune in the underground city, it was through relentless toil, waking early to push laborers into hard work, handing over the portions urgently needed by Lord Nangong, while secretly hoarding the rest to sell on the black market under the cover of darkness. Each day was spent devising ways to evade Lord Nangong's eyes, hoarding goods, and scheming to sell them off discreetly, all while overseeing the laborers' efforts. In contrast, Lin Feng appeared relaxed and self-assured, embodying the demeanor of a true lord, which only served to heighten Klau's frustration. I haven't slept this well in ages. Though the underground city is a bit damp, it is very quiet, Lin Feng remarked, feigning a casual stroll toward the exit. Where are you off to, Lord Lin? Many eager individuals flocked to him, infuriating Klau, who felt like a reed swaying in the wind. I'm off to find buyers. It seems the daily production here is more than Lord Nangong can consume, and we need to sell off a significant portion to fund improvements in the underground city and reward those who serve me. Lin Feng replied at a leisurely pace. Reward? Everyone paused in surprise, excitement quickly building among them. Lord Lin, must you personally seek buyers for such minor matters? Just give us the order, and we will handle it, ensuring your satisfaction. Very well. You, and you, go to the major markets in Atlantis Castle and announce that the giant lizard underground city has low-priced starfish vegetables, white grass, river shrimp, and strong-bodied water fish for sale. Starfish vegetables for 5 gold coins per pound, river shrimp for 15 gold coins per pound, white grass for 20 gold coins each, and strong-bodied water fish for 25 gold coins per pound. That will be all. Lin Feng had already devised a plan for sales the night before. So cheap. Everyone's eyes widened. Starfish vegetables were selling for 15 gold coins per pound in the market, river shrimp for 20 gold coins, white grass for 30 gold coins each, and strong-bodied water fish for 35 coins per pound. Lin Feng had undercut each price by 10 gold coins, which was astonishing. If you want rewards, follow my instructions and don't ask unnecessary questions. Lin Feng waved his hand and leisurely returned. The eager sycophants exchanged glances before scattering to carry out his orders. Claw inhaled sharply, recognizing the formidable nature of the young upstart before him. With such a drastic price reduction, it was evident that the competitors surrounding the Atlantis Castle would be swiftly overwhelmed, while others might resort to slashing prices at a loss initially, only to later reap rewards after securing a substantial clientele. Lin Feng was not merely poised for later profits. He was already reaping significant gains from the outset, thanks to his capacity to undercut prices. Firstly, he possessed the ability for rapid production and reproduction. Secondly, he commanded a cadre of free and efficient labor, the skeletal workers, who were undeterred by toil or fatigue, laboring day and night without demanding wages, a distinct advantage that no other lord could rival. Claw's eyes sparkled with realization. He envisioned a superlative lord rising with remarkable speed. Chapter 070. The battle with the giant lizard in the stillness of the night. The underground city of the giant lizards was far from the tranquility of the previous evening. Sinister hissing sounds echoed from all directions, growing ever nearer, causing Lin Feng, who was meditating within the magic tower, to furrow his brow. The giant lizards were upon them, as forewarned by Elder Yu prior to their arrival in the underground city. The foremost task in revitalizing the giant lizard territory was to curb their incursions and ensure the security of production. Soon, the rhythmic sound of gongs resonated throughout the territory, and torches flickered to life, illuminating the chaos as figures darted about in panic. The giant lizards are coming. The giant lizards are coming. Such cries of alarm quickly spread across the domain, igniting a sense of dread among the populace. Given the frequent assaults by the giant lizards, one might expect a more composed response, especially since Claw and his allies had devised strategies to drive them away. Yet today was different. Lin Feng was in charge, and it was well known that Claw held disdain for him, having abandoned the underground city. Could this young lad truly find a way to repel the giant lizards? Doubts lingered among the people. As apart from Claw's loyal guards, the rest were mere laborers who, should they dare to show their faces, would undoubtedly become appetizers for the monstrous lizards. Lin Feng stepped out of his treehouse, observing the pandemonium outside. Only Claw stood there, nonchalantly awaiting the spectacle, seemingly eager to witness Lin Feng's predicament. Lord Lin, what shall we do? Perhaps we should beseech Lord Nangong for assistance, a few laborers who had recently allied with Lin Feng suggested in a flurry of panic. Claw is truly despicable, sitting idly by while chaos reigns. If Lord Nangong learns of this, Claw will be in for it. Chatter erupted around them, growing increasingly agitated. The laborers had encountered the giant lizards before. These ferocious dark creatures were notorious for devouring humans without leaving a trace. Lord Lin, have you devised a strategy yet? Claw sauntered over, brimming with arrogance. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I, Claw, am always willing to help. His intentions were transparent. He sought to compel Lin Feng to solicit his aid, thus asserting dominance over him. Should Lin Feng falter here, Claw would swiftly reclaim control over the underground city. Very well, Senior Claw. I kindly request that you and your entourage step aside and refrain from obstructing my confrontation with the giant lizards. Lin Feng replied, a sly smile gracing his lips before his expression turned serious. You very well. I shall witness how you intend to confront the giant lizards. Claw's amusement faded as he stormed off, visibly irked. A dark cloud loomed over the eastern edge of the territory, accompanied by fierce winds. Suddenly, a horde of giant lizards emerged, each towering over 2 men, their bodies stretching terrifyingly long, the smallest among them exceeding 10 meters. While the largest were colossal, the first giant lizard to lay eyes on the humans bared its enormous maw, revealing rows of gleaming white fangs, dripping with a viscous green fluid. The inhabitants of the underground city were well aware of the corrosive nature of this substance. Should it come into contact with skin, it would rapidly erode flesh down to the bone. Though the giant lizards possessed relatively small eyes, when they widened in rage, their dorsal spikes stood erect, and their long tails lashed about, creating a cacophony that shattered trees and boulders alike. The territory erupted in screams, with laborers scrambling behind Lin Feng for protection, while the women wept in terror, unsure of what to do, as Shaoan attempted to console them one by one. Lord Lin, this is surely your first encounter with a giant lizard, is it not? Aren't they delightful? Claw chuckled derisively, observing the horde surrounding them, some already launching fierce attacks. Before Claw could finish his taunt, Lin Feng gestured with his right hand, and a brilliant crimson flame surged forth, akin to an explosive fireball, detonating with a resounding blast that sent shockwaves throughout the area. The giant lizards, startled by the magical energy, halted in their tracks, some leaping into the air, their enraged cries piercing the night. In mere moments, the territory was enveloped in a protective barrier formed by an even more terrifying army of skeletal beings, their dark aura swirling ominously. At the forefront stood skeletal hellhounds, their 3 heads poised, far more savage than the giant lizards, crouched low, baring their teeth, eyes ablaze with dark flames that seemed that with a mere command from Lin Feng, they would leap forth and rend the lumbering giant lizards into bloody shreds. To the west were the skeletal forms of magical tigers, their combat prowess exceeding that of the hellhounds, especially the leading white tiger skeleton. A high-tier magical beast, Lin Feng had yet to fully summon it due to his insufficient level, leaving it with an unbridled ferocity. Without waiting for Lin Feng's command, it charged into the fray. A perfect aberration, the white tiger's form expanded, sharp horns sprouting from its head as it rampaged among the giant lizards, spewing swirling icy flames that detonated like magical projectiles within their ranks. Leaving countless lizards injured or slain. To the south were skeletal bloodfang spiders and monstrous, spiky magic worms, their appearance far more fearsome than the giant lizards, instantly instilling terror in the once arrogant beasts. To the north were several apprentice mage skeletons and a skeletal dragon, yet no conflict unfolded here. Witnessing the devastation inflicted by the eastern, western, and southern forces, the giant lizards immediately turned tail to flee. The inhabitants of the underground city stood in stunned silence. For years, the Nangong family had struggled to fend off the giant lizards' incursions, with little success, as the vastness of the underground city concealed the vile creatures' whereabouts. But this time, they had been driven away. Surely, only the more fearsome undead beings could instill such fear in the savage giant lizards. Applause erupted among the crowd, astonished at the formidable power of the skeletal summoner. Claw, humiliated yet again, retreated in disgrace, having intended to mock Lin Feng, only to be awed by his terrifying strength. He now silently congratulated himself for not engaging Lin Feng earlier. Otherwise, he would likely have been left in tatters. Attack! Lin Feng commanded with authority, and the skeletal army surged forward, pursuing the panicked giant lizards. His goal was not merely to drive away these menacing creatures, but to deliver a lethal blow, ensuring they would never dare trespass upon his territory again. The anguished cries of the giant lizards echoed in the distance, the air thick with magical energy. Meanwhile, cheers erupted around Lin Feng. The laborers no longer feared the giant lizards, for their youthful lord possessed the capability to confront these brutal beings. Chapter 071. Deserved recognition. 3 days later, in the Nangong family council chamber, Lord Nangong sat poised and solemn. Below him stood Elder Yu, Nangong Jin, Nangong He, and Nangong Shan, along with the family's esteemed guests. All engaged in hushed conversations regarding the young Lin Feng, who had recently acquired the Soul Ring. Earlier that morning, Lin Feng had sent word from the giant lizard underground city, announcing his return to report his achievements. What could possibly be accomplished in just 3 days? Nangong Jin smirked inwardly, confident that the boy would buckle under pressure and retreat. The challenging environment of the giant lizard territory was notoriously difficult to manage, and the lizards themselves would be more than enough to overwhelm Lin Feng. Elder Yu, too, felt conflicted. He held little faith in Lin Feng, considering him merely a child unfit to shoulder the burden of revitalizing the Nangong family. After sending him to the underground city, he had not checked on him since, yet he remained committed. Should Lin Feng reach out for help or in a moment of crisis, Elder Yu would undoubtedly do his utmost to assist, having pledged his support to Lord Nangong. However, the notion of Lin Feng returning to report achievements after merely 3 days instilled a sense of foreboding within him. If Lin Feng truly faltered, he would feel guilty for not providing adequate assistance, having promised to aid the boy. Perhaps we should have Lin Feng tend to the horses instead. He is still quite young, someone suggested. Echoing the prevailing sentiment that Lin Feng lacked the capability to manage the giant lizard territory, that a mere 15 or 16-year-old could hardly be expected to govern such a vast domain. Reporting achievements in 3 days? It was a fantastical notion. I have 2 dead territories in Erling Prefecture. Perhaps we should assign him to oversee those. The elders chimed in, suggesting that sending Lin Feng to such desolate lands would equate to banishment. Let him return to Lantis Academy instead, at his tender age. He ought to focus on his studies. Indeed, he should return the Soul Ring to Lord Nangong and return to Lantis Academy for further education. Such voices rose in chorus. Hearing this discourse, Nangong Jin was elated, while Lord Nangong remained impassive, withholding his judgment. At a youth capable of retrieving the blood lotus from the abyss of darkness was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. Moreover, he discerned an air of transcendent composure in Lin Feng's demeanor and conduct, a testament to the notion that one's state of mind governs all. The young man possessed the essential qualities requisite for becoming an extraordinary figure of his generation. At that moment, Lin Feng ambled into the grand hall, trailed by 8 skeletal laborers, 2 by 2. collectively bearing 4 hefty wooden chests, each standing at half a man's height. Yet the skeletal figures seemed utterly unfazed by the weight. Lin Feng, my young brother. It has been a few days since we last met, and you appear to be in fine spirits. Nangong Jin approached, feigning warmth while secretly reveling in his thoughts. He had initially perceived Lin Feng as a significant obstacle in inheriting the Nangong family estate. But now it seemed he had overestimated the threat. However, the 4 large chests behind Lin Feng piqued his curiosity. Could it be that this young man intended to bribe the Lord of Nangong and his esteemed guests with some local specialty? Lin Feng offered no response, merely smiling faintly as he approached the Lord of Nangong, bowing respectfully. Lin Feng, you have returned to report your achievements. This is... The Lord of Nangong smiled calmly, gesturing towards the chests behind Lin Feng. Uncertain of their contents, with a gentle wave of his hand, the 8 skeletal laborers promptly understood, and with a series of cracking sounds, they opened the 4 large chests, which emanated a dazzling golden glow. Instantly, the entire assembly was astonished. This, gasps of disbelief erupted, for the chests were filled with pristine gold bars, amounting to a staggering 10 million gold coins. To generate such value in merely 3 days was an achievement unparalleled even in the Lord's own domain. The crowd could not help but reassess this previously reticent youth, particularly Nangong Jin, whose pupils widened in realization. The threat had not dissipated but had rather intensified, as Lin Feng's presence would undoubtedly impact his standing and reputation within the Nangong family. Would you care to share how you accomplished this? The Lord of Nangong laughed heartily, recognizing that Lin Feng had substantiated his prowess, and many in the audience were now eager to uncover his methods. The Lord's inquiry was merely a means to solidify Lin Feng's position in the eyes of all present. I shall address this, for he possesses a cadre of tireless and unyielding skeletons, enabling him to produce goods at a fraction of the cost compared to others. Presently, the lords and merchants surrounding Lantis Castle are flocking to the giant lizard underground city for their purchases. Furthermore, a significant advantage of buying from him is that he dispatches numerous skeletal laborers and skeletal beasts to assist buyers in transporting their goods, thereby saving them a considerable amount in shipping costs. Additionally, fearsome skeletal guardians accompany the transport to ensure the safety of both the buyers and their merchandise. With these 3 substantial advantages, which lord could resist? Xiaoan chimed in cheerfully. She was delighted. Having received numerous charming and playful gifts from buyers eager to curry favor with Lin Feng, who, recognizing the unyielding nature of the business world, had lavished attention upon her, in her efforts to avoid inciting Lin Feng's ire. She refrained from seeking wealth, accepting only the small tokens of appreciation, such as beautiful garments and exquisite trinkets, which were harmless. Low prices? But does that not mean your seeds incur expenses? Someone queried in astonishment. The seeds are cultivated independently. I possess skilled laborers who toil for free, enabling rapid seed production and the formulation of superior magical fertilizers that accelerate growth. In essence, a harvest can be achieved roughly every 7 days. Lin Feng was not boasting. With first-rate magical fertilizers, crop growth was indeed expedited. He then leaned towards the Lord of Nangong and stated, "By the way, my lord, I took the liberty of expanding the territory of the giant lizard underground city twofold for production purposes. Additionally, I have initiated numerous other production projects, so I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my unconsulted decisions." The giant lizard underground city is now effectively your domain. You may develop it as you see fit without needing to consult me on every matter. The Lord of Nangong was pleased. The territory of the giant lizard underground city had long been difficult to expand due to its harsh environment, and the Nangong family had expended considerable effort there with little return. Had it not been for the necessity of cultivating certain resources underground, they would have abandoned the area long ago. Now, with Lin Feng's achievements and his substantial expansion of the territory, it was indeed a fortuitous development that would surely garner respect. Lord Lin, forgive my boldness in asking, how did you manage the giant lizards there? Nangong Jin's heart raced with trepidation. Yet he still sought to undermine Lin Feng's standing, as everyone knew that the greatest hindrance to the giant lizard underground city was the giant lizards themselves. Allow me to respond to that. I cannot ascertain the exact number of giant lizards in the underground city, but over the past 3 days, Brother Lin has successfully hunted down over 10,000. Notably, The slain giant lizards have been transformed into skeletons, now serving as the most loyal guardians of the territory. Henceforth, it is unlikely that any giant lizards will dare to invade, Shaoan stated nonchalantly. The crowd was momentarily stunned, including Nangong Jin. The greatest threat had been turned into the most loyal of defenders. The summoning power of a skeletal summoner was indeed formidable, and it seemed unwise to underestimate this seemingly ordinary youth. Very well, Lin Feng, come with me. The Lord of Nangong rose with enthusiasm, leading Lin Feng towards the inner chamber. Just 3 days prior, the Lord had harbored reservations about the one who had obtained the soul ring, but at this moment, he felt confident in nurturing Lin Feng's potential. Chapter 072, Guidance from a Master. In the modest magical chamber, a swirl of icy blue magical flames blazed brightly, within which a fist-sized purple magical orb rotated slowly, emanating an inexhaustible magical aura. Lin Feng, place your hands upon it. The Lord of Nangong beckoned Lin Feng over with a smile. Lin Feng complied, gently pressing his hands against the surface of the magical orb, and an immediate chill coursed through his arms, enveloping his entire being that he recognized this magical orb, designed to assess a mage's magical and mental prowess. Suddenly, the orb emitted an even more intense icy blue flame, encasing Lin Feng entirely, while crimson flames erupted around him, instinctively protecting him. Your magical power is already formidable, but your mental strength, the Lord of Nangong observed closely. His expression shifting from astonishment to concern. Lin Feng's physical magical power was staggering, likely comparable to that of a mage, yet his mental capacity was lamentably low, possibly only at the level of a novice mage. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this. He had acquired the skeletal summoning technique through the cultivation of soul fire, relying on the principle of fostering growth through battle, whether in training or combat. His soul fire would become more vibrant, signifying that his physical magical power would not be depleted. However, the enhancement of mental strength progressed slowly, primarily due to his lack of focus on this aspect of study. For a mage, both magical power and mental strength were equally vital. Without magical power, one could not unleash potent magical energy, and without sufficient mental fortitude, the casting of spells would be severely restricted. Not to mention the fatigue following prolonged battles. His lack of robust mental strength was precisely why he could only summon the skeletons of the vanquished and was unable to call forth powerful skeletal beings from other dimensions. A daunting limitation in magical practice. You are now an advanced skeletal summoner, which is indeed a rare achievement, yet your subsequent advancement will become increasingly sluggish. After advanced mages come archmages, magisters, high magisters, and grand magisters. The hurdles to learning and progression for these high-level mages are no longer as simple as magical power alone. Mental strength plays a crucial role as well. Moreover, no matter how potent your magical power, it must be channeled through magical skills to be effectively wielded. Without adequate mental strength, you will struggle to control the application of your magical skills. The Lord of Nangong paused before continuing with a smile. Take your summoning skills as an example. Summoning the skeletons of the vanquished is relatively straightforward, as the method is simple and direct. However, to summon skeletal beings from other dimensions, you will need to rely on your mental strength for control. Should you fail to manage it properly, you risk summoning terrifying entities that do not heed your commands, and you may find yourself in mortal peril. At this juncture, Lin Feng could not help but draw a sharp breath. The Lord's words resonated profoundly. The most tragic fate for a summoner was to be slain by their own summons. A fate far more humiliating than suicide. I shall heed the Lord's guidance. Lin Feng replied respectfully, expressing his gratitude. My advice can extend only so far. I am not a skeletal summoner myself and cannot instruct you on how to enhance your mental strength as a skeletal summoner. That is a journey you must undertake alone. The Lord of Nangong laughed heartily, for he was a grand mage of all schools, whose expertise lay not merely in magic, but in the art of management. Lin Feng nodded and then exited the Lord's magical chamber, making his way back to the giant lizard underground city. The production efforts here were proceeding smoothly, with the skeletons diligently at work, requiring little oversight from him. Thus, he could devote his attention to cultivating and studying ways to enhance his mental strength. Great Skeleton Head. In the underground city. Within the dark forest to the east of the territory, Lin Feng stealthily entered the tower. You little imp, where have you been all this time? Have you grown wings and forgotten all about me? Your esteemed magic mentor, the Red Demon, The red demon erupted in a tirade upon seeing Lin Feng, his eyes ablaze with fury. Great skeleton head, how can I improve my mental strength? Lin Feng cut straight to the point, furrowing his brow as he sought clarity on the key to enhancing his mental fortitude before continuing his diligent studies. Oh, that. The method to enhance the mental strength of a skeletal summoner is quite straightforward. It still relies on the principle of fostering growth through battle. But instead of summoning human skeletons, you must summon skeletal beings from other dimensions. The great skeleton head paused momentarily before casually elaborating. Could you refrain from lengthy discourses and simply get to the point? How does one summon skeletal beings from alternate dimensions? Lin Feng sighed, urging his question. This process is somewhat more intricate than summoning human skeletons, yet it is not insurmountably difficult. If you possess the soul heart, it becomes considerably easier. The red demon yawned, wearing a relaxed expression. Soul heart. Upon hearing this term, Lin Feng quickly recalled the soul ring and soul band nestled in his embrace. What connection could exist among these three? Indeed, the soul heart is a remarkable item. It can swiftly unlock the gates to alternate dimensions, enhance your summoning speed, and assist in an instantaneous breakthrough of mental power. Additionally, with the magic tower, it can amplify your training results tenfold. In that case, with diligent practice, while others may take 3 years to elevate their mental prowess by a level, you could achieve it in merely 3 months. The mention of the soul heart invigorated the red demon. Without the soul heart, merely unlocking the gates to alternate dimensions could take months or even years of exploration. Even with the assistance of the magic tower, mastering alternate dimension summoning would be exceedingly challenging, let alone enhancing your mental capabilities. The soul heart requires synthesis to obtain. Correct, the soul ring combined with the soul band. Lin Feng gradually grasped the concept. Typically, magical artifacts with direct or singular effects were the result of synthesis. Clever child. In addition to the soul ring and soul band, you will also need a soul chain. The more exquisite these 3 items are, the better. Those sold in the magical shops are worthless trinkets. Synthesizing them yields little benefit if you are to pursue this. Aim for exceptional quality. The red demon spoke from experience, having synthesized countless treasures and understanding the stakes involved. I possess a soul ring and a soul band. What do you think? Lin Feng produced the black fire-wrapped soul ring and the soul band emanating ghostly energy from his pocket. Goodness! Is this soul ring not the prized possession of the Black Mountain demon? And this soul band, a manifestation of the evil god priest Kara? Child, I had no idea you possessed such treasures. The red demon exclaimed, as magical artifacts capable of astonishing him were indeed rare. So, we are merely lacking a soul chain, then you know where one might be found. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring. To my knowledge, the finest soul chain on the wind and cloud continent resides in the 9 Nether Sea, adorning the neck of an elven dragon. Given your current capabilities, it is impossible for you to slay the elven dragon, let alone seize the soul chain from around its neck. Perhaps it would be wiser to seek a lesser alternative for now. The red demon waved his hand dismissively. The elven dragon ruled the 9 Nether Sea. A king among beasts, only a tier below the ultimate beast overlord. How could Lin Feng, a mere advanced skeletal summoner, stand a chance against it? Lin Feng remained silent, striding out of the magic tower towards the 9 Nether Sea, the territory of the Wolf King. Hey, child, do not act foolishly. Are you seeking death by venturing to the 9 Nether Sea? I would have refrained from sharing this information had I known. The voice of the great skeleton head echoed behind him. Chapter 073. Secret Weapon. Little Black. The 9 Nether Sea. The blazing sun seemed a distant entity, its scorching rays doing little to alleviate the chill that pervaded this place, causing Lin Feng, newly arrived, to shiver involuntarily. Were it not for the magical robe draped upon him, he would likely have succumbed to the pervasive, frigid magical energy. The Wolf King is indeed covertly trading with the Phoenix Empire. Gazing at several massive vessels bobbing upon the distant, tumultuous waves, Lin Feng muttered coldly to himself. He was ever calculating whether the Sword King, Bug King, and Bug Demon, who had appeared in the abyss of darkness previously, were colluding with the Wolf King. The Sword King Desser donned the attire of a swordsman from the Huaxiao Empire, while those black-robed sorcerers were undoubtedly agents of the Phoenix Empire. In Huaxia, how many could afford to harbor a villain like the Sword King? Especially one who secretly conspired with the Phoenix Empire. Apart from the notorious Wolf King, Lin Feng could think of no other. The Wolf King's decision to cross the Nine Nether Sea at dawn for clandestine dealings with the Phoenix Empire was no mere coincidence. The Nine Nether Sea's remoteness, coupled with the early morning trade, rendered it difficult for Imperial border guards to detect. Furthermore, the Nine Nether Sea was home to the formidable elven dragon, which primarily roamed at night. By day, its vision was limited, leading it to sleep soundly, which was precisely why Lin Feng had spent the night in the nearby green woods, planning to confront it by day. This elven dragon was no ordinary creature, according to magical conventions. Elven dragons typically inhabited magical forests, thriving on the life essence of ancient trees. Yet this particular elven dragon was exceedingly proud and arrogant, wielding the soul chain around its neck to dominate the Nine Nether Sea, compelling all creatures within to submit while transforming the surrounding forests into its playground. The elven dragon's innate magical prowess manifested as emerald radiance. When it unleashed this magical ability, it not only rendered itself immune to all attacking spells, but could also reflect them back, gradually wearing down its opponents to their demise. It was precisely for this reason that the elven dragon was highly sensitive to magical entities, convinced of its invincibility within the realm of magic, and thus sought out magical beings to bully. With a gentle wave of his right hand, Lin Feng summoned forth a magic tiger skeleton, a mid-tier magical beast, its body radiating a white, icy magical aura. The moment the tiger appeared, sensing the strong magical energy, a towering water column erupted from the rolling waves, swirling with a shallow green hue and giving rise to numerous water wolves that howled and scattered in all directions. A 10-meter-long elven dragon burst through the waves, soaring towards the skeletal magic tiger. It possessed a long green body, massive wings with purple-red tips, and was adorned with ice green patterns reminiscent of butterfly wings. Resplendent in emerald hues, its tail curled inward thrice, occasionally unfurling before swiftly retracting, exuding an undeniable majesty. Though its head was modest in size, its jade green eyes sparkled with an imperious aura. What captivated Lin Feng's attention most was the soul chain around the elven dragon's neck, from which dangled a purple crescent stone, embedded with a pitch-black triangular magic pearl. The dark, ethereal flames emitted a mesmerizing sound akin to the whispers of the underworld, inducing a sense of dizziness. The crescent stone was tethered by a delicate skeletal rope, formed by a series of miniature skulls interconnected seamlessly, revealing no visible bindings, suggesting an inherent magical force binding them together into a rope. With a commanding presence, the elven dragon, upon spotting the skeletal magic tiger, launched a fierce attack, enveloped in a pinkish glow that radiated emerald light, causing Lin Feng to feel momentarily disoriented. Emerald radiance. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure. He had summoned the skeletal magic tiger to test the elven dragon's might and to explore potential strategies for counteraction. Whoa! The magic tiger was not one to be easily subdued. Upon witnessing the elven dragon's arrogant assault, it immediately retaliated. As the elven dragon hovered above, the tiger crouched low, then leaped, its maw wide open, unleashing a torrent of black magical flames. The fire attack of a mid-tier magical beast was formidable, possessing a certain piercing capability, yet it was primarily a magical assault. Such minor piercing attacks posed no threat to the elven dragon, the king of beasts, the more ferocious the magic tiger's flames. The more the elven dragon's brilliance intensified, the emerald light growing brighter and converting the tiger's flames into a cascade of emerald droplets. In mere moments, the skeletal magic tiger was obliterated, its soul fire extinguished entirely. Witnessing this, Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the veracity of the great skeleton head's words. Indeed, the elven dragon was a beast king, capable of annihilating mid-tier magical beasts with ease. However, he soon noticed a curious phenomenon. The elven dragon was voraciously consuming the remains of the magic tiger skeleton. Did it have a penchant for skeletons? A subtle smile played upon Lin Feng's lips, a calm sense of triumph washing over him. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned two three-headed hellhound skeletons that howled as they charged towards the elven dragon. Though hellhounds ranked low among hellish creatures, they were still denizens of darkness, particularly the three-headed variant, whose magical capabilities were uncanny. One head spewed forth purple-black flames, another let out a chilling howl, while the last alternately elongated and contracted, seeking to maul the elven dragon's abdomen with deadly precision. The swirling magical energy stirred the surrounding sands and stones, dancing wildly in the wind. Yet, as expected of the king of beasts, the elven dragon swiftly dispatched the two skeletal hellhounds, annihilating their soul fires and devouring their shattered remains. Even the soul fire of hellhounds can be reduced to ashes. It seems, Little Black, this time I shall rely upon you. Lin Feng paused, pondering before realizing that summoning the skeletal bloodfang spider and the giant spiked demon worm would be futile. He had no choice but to unleash his trump card. Woof! A flash of crimson flame erupted as the skeletal dog, Little Black, charged forth, brimming with vitality, barking fiercely at the elven dragon, surrounded by a mystical violet aura. Observing this, the elven dragon raised its head and roared, seemingly reveling in its superiority, dismissing the notion of a small dog posing any threat. Having already bested both the magic tiger and the elven dragon, with a resounding crunch, the elven dragon descended to the ground, striding towards Little Black, and in one swift motion, it clamped the tiny skeletal dog within its jaws, crushing it effortlessly into dust. In mere moments, the elven dragon flapped its massive wings in triumph, clearly unsatisfied, as the diminutive skeletal dog was hardly a worthy morsel for its palate. Haha! Lin Feng let out a chilling chuckle. For as he had anticipated, Little Black had refrained from attacking, thus evading the elven dragon's formidable emerald radiance. Even after being pulverized, the soul fire of Little Black remained vibrant and active. Primarily, the soul's fiery essence of the Little Black entity has successfully attained a breakthrough, rendering it considerably resilient against destruction. Otherwise, it would be reluctant to release its companions to their demise. Observing Lin Feng's sardonic smile, the elven dragon was momentarily taken aback, turning its massive form. Its jaws agape as green mist billowed forth. Its gaze reflected a sense of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend what this humble human was mocking. Yet, its instincts warned of an impending cataclysmic blow, as an unsettling sensation gripped its abdomen. Chapter 074. The discovery of the Demon Tower Ding. Lin Feng softly summoned, and the little black skeleton within the elven dragon's belly was immediately resummoned. This sudden turn of events caught the arrogant elven dragon off guard, prompting it to hastily initiate a ferocious attack against Lin Feng. Boom! Before the elven dragon could close the distance, Lin Feng had already commanded the little black to strike, and in an instant, 3 beams of purple light erupted from the elven dragon's innards, unleashing heaven and earth collapse, causing its internal organs to jangle chaotically. This colossal creature was rendered dazed, gasping for breath. Although the little black's heaven and earth collapse was still at level 1 and insufficient to shatter the elven dragon's body, it was adequate to induce a momentary daze. Moreover, the little black's tenacity shone through as it persistently unleashed heaven and earth collapse, seemingly determined to not relent until the elven dragon was vanquished. Lin Feng admired this quality in the little creature, finding it reminiscent of his own character, fighting against the strong with sheer resilience and determination, with the elven dragon now in a dazed state. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, drawing a long blade that had been prepared on the ground. He aimed for the elven dragon's abdomen and struck forcefully. The green belly was cleaved open, revealing a long gash. And immediately, dark crimson blood, glimmering like emeralds, gushed forth. Splat! The little black sprang forth, shaking off the viscous substance clinging to its skeletal form, and energetically wagged its tail at Lin Feng, as if celebrating a victory. The elven dragon's physique was notably fragile. Unlike the ironclad form of the demon dragon, the elven dragon typically relied on emerald gleam to counter magical assaults, evading piercing attacks through flight. Now, dazed and disoriented before Lin Feng, it could not escape the swift blade in his hand. After rescuing the little black, Lin Feng immediately focused on seizing the soul chain around the elven dragon's neck. He understood that a mere strike would not suffice to slay this beast, the king of all creatures. Indeed, the excruciating pain in its abdomen swiftly roused the elven dragon, which began to roar in anguish, its formidable magical recovery abilities rapidly mending its wounds. However, by the time it sought vengeance against Lin Feng, he had already mounted his skeletal demon dragon and soared into the distance, leaving behind the elven dragon's anguished cries. Gazing at the soul chain, which was suffused with ethereal energy, Lin Feng was filled with elation. He could now craft the soul heart, enabling him to open the portal to the alternate dimension and summon the skeletal entities therein, thereby enhancing his summoning prowess and fortifying his mental strength. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a swirling mass of purple-black clouds suddenly erupted in the sky before him, charged with malevolent magic, imposing as if a great mountain were bearing down upon him. The skeletal demon dragon emitted a hiss of alarm, and Lin Feng hastily commanded it to halt, securing the soul chain while fixing his gaze forward to discern the unfolding events. "Humph, uninvited guest, Lin Feng, it has been a while." A familiar cold voice echoed through the air, and within the purple-black miasma, a robust pillar of flame illuminated a towering high-level teleportation portal, revealing a figure that was strikingly familiar. San Lang. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The Nine Nether Sea was San Lang's domain, so his presence here was hardly surprising. "Humph, it's not easy for you to remember me, Lin Feng. You have repeatedly thwarted my plans, but out of respect for our shared affiliation with the Lantis Magic Academy, I shall grant you a single opportunity for survival. Surrender the Annihilation Soul Tower to me, and I shall spare your life." San Lang strode gracefully upon the clouds, his eyes obscured by a lock of hair, yet gleaming with a covetous darkness. The Annihilation Soul Tower. Lin Feng had encountered this term for the second time. The Sword King Desser had mentioned it in the Abyss of Darkness, and now San Lang echoed the same, presumably referring to the Crimson Magic Tower cradled in his arms. Had his possession of the Magic Tower been discovered, Lin Feng's heart raced. The great skeletal head had warned him that if the existence of this artifact on the Wind and Cloud continent were to be revealed, it would incite a tempest of bloodshed, and he would face imminent peril. That it seemed that moment had now arrived. With San Lang aware of its presence, he would undoubtedly attempt to seize it. Fear not, for presently, only the two of us are privy to the existence of the Annihilation Soul Tower. All others who were aware have been dealt with by me." San Lang appeared to discern Lin Feng's trepidation and smirked wickedly. Hearing this, Lin Feng pondered. It seemed San Lang was intent on claiming the Magic Tower for himself. The great skeletal head had mentioned that whoever possessed this artifact could reign supreme over the Wind and Cloud continent. Who could resist such temptation? Lin Feng remained silent, detecting the implications in San Lang's words, that the Sword King Desser, who also knew of the tower's whereabouts, had fallen to San Lang's hand, though the Crimson Demon had stated that only he could wield the Magic Tower for the time being. Should it fall into San Lang's grasp, he would undoubtedly uncover a method to activate its seals and unleash its formidable power for his own dominion. "You first slay my beloved disciple, then my brother-in-law. Yet, these grievances could be overlooked. As long as you hand over the Magic Tower, we could still be friends. Otherwise, today, the gates of life and death shall be wide open for you. It is merely a matter of which path you choose," San Lang declared, a beam of light igniting from his right hand, revealing a sinister dark magic wand adorned with a gem the size of a fist, radiating potent magical energy. Lin Feng remained resolute in his silence, gently raising his hands as two orbs of crimson flame coalesced in his palms, preparing for battle. Setting aside the fact that San Lang was his greatest enemy, he would not acquiesce to anyone demanding the Magic Tower, for it was his talisman of survival. "Very well, if you refuse to drink the wine of friendship, you shall taste the bitterness of punishment. Had I known this would be the case, I would not have wasted so many words." San Lang, incensed, realized that after all this time, the stubbornness of this young man had remained unchanged, impervious to reason. Boom! With a swift flick of his wand, the very heavens trembled as a tempest of black flames coalesced, resembling a tornado, howling towards Lin Feng with ferocious intensity, threatening to engulf him entirely. In such dire circumstances, summoning skeletal minions to shield him would prove futile. In desperation, Lin Feng recalled the bloodthirsty skeleton sword. Grasping the Magic Tower, he meditated on the necessity of wielding a magical sword to cleave through the encroaching darkness. In an instant, the Magic Tower emanated a terrifying crimson light, and a long skeletal sword materialized, enshrouded in a horrific crimson magical aura. With a powerful swing, Lin Feng cleaved downward, and a resounding crash echoed as the black fire whirlwind was split asunder, with the sword's energy surging fiercely toward San Lang. This unexpected turn left San Lang momentarily astonished. How could this young man shatter his fire goddess curse? From whence did such terrifying explosive power emanate? The Magic Tower? Undoubtedly. Nevertheless, the formidable dark magical force. now cleaved in twain, sent him crashing into a verdant forest. The brilliance of the magical sword compelled San Lang to evade rapidly, and by the time he regained his composure, Lin Feng's whereabouts had become a mystery. The magic tower is indeed a treasure. I must possess it, gazing at the dissipating sword light. San Lang swallowed hard, clenching his fist in admiration. Chapter 075. The Star Girl. Ling Shan, brother, come quickly. This person has awakened. As if having slumbered for an eternity, battling San Lang in a dream for countless rounds. Lin Feng gradually regained consciousness to the sound of a melodious voice, akin to silver bells. When he finally opened his eyes, he beheld an exquisitely delicate visage before him, a young maiden clad in a refreshing white garment. Her perfect form gradually delineated, a slender waist bound by a green silk sash, a transparent jade pendant resembling a sword hung at her chest, a strand of hair cascaded down her pristine cheek. Illuminated by sunlight, enhancing her enchanting allure, her large, expressive eyes framed by crescent-shaped brows, adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, yet exuding an air of charm. Could she be human? No human girl could possess such ethereal beauty. An elven maiden? Yet, she bore no resemblance. Elven beings typically had blue hair and green eyes, while this girl's hair and irises were both ebony. Perhaps sensing Lin Feng's prolonged gaze, a blush blossomed upon her cheeks. As he surveyed his surroundings, Lin Feng discovered he lay upon a colossal green leaf, encircled by the lush, verdant expanse of a magical forest. Little sister, do not venture too close to strangers. Before Lin Feng could rise, a robust man approached with measured steps. Lin Feng hastily stood, feeling a wave of soreness course through him, recalling that he had been struck by San Lang's sudden magical assault prior to exiting the Nine Nether Sea. Greetings. I am Ogros Ling Shan, and this is my brother, Ogros Sidago. What is your name? Ling Shan inquired cheerfully, two gentle dimples appearing on her cheeks. Hello, I am Lin Feng, hailing from Lantis Castle. Lin Feng responded warmly after a brief moment of surprise. His initial astonishment stemmed from hearing the name Ogros, as the Ogros family was known as a paladin lineage, residing within the magical forest and seldom mingling with humans, having grown weary of humanity's greed and deceit. Thus, although the Ogros family belonged to the human tribe, they shunned interactions with those beyond the forest, leading a life of tranquility and simplicity. Paladins worshipped the moon goddess and the star god, drawing upon the power of the stars to enhance their physical prowess and consolidate their magical energy, enabling them to wield various weapons and employ the miraculous magical skills conceived by the Elder of the Moon and the Elder of the Stars. The Paladins possess a distinct progression in their ranks: Martial Apprentice, Warrior, Junior Paladin, Intermediate Paladin, Senior Paladin, Paladin, Star Paladin, Moon Paladin, and finally, the Star Moon War deity. A faint aura of Star Moon radiance hovered behind Sidak, indicating that he had already ascended to the status of a Paladin, while Ling Shan's luminescence was somewhat weaker, suggesting she was merely an intermediate Paladin. Lantis Castle. I've heard it is quite prosperous. Is that true? Ling Shan inquired cheerfully. A den of vice, rife with greed and deceit. How could one possibly speak of prosperity? Sidag replied coldly. I am eager to see it for myself. Ling Shan's eyes sparkled with yearning at the thought of the world beyond the forest. Do not entertain such thoughts. You would bring back the foulest of evils to the Sun Palace and the Ogros family. Sidag remained aloof, seemingly harboring a deep disdain for the outside world. Pardon my interruption, but could you kindly direct me on how to exit the Sun Palace? Lin Feng interjected, aware that he possessed a magical orb which could reveal the direction of Lantis Castle. However, this enchanted forest, known as the Sun Palace, was meticulously crafted by the Ogros family, filled with mysteries akin to a divine labyrinth, and likely known only to its kin how to navigate its depths. We can certainly tell you how to leave, but you must first divulge how you arrived here and your purpose for being here. Sidak pressed, his brow furrowed with suspicion. At this point, Ling Shan's smile faded, for the Ogros family had long resided in these lands and were exceedingly wary of outsiders, ever watchful for intrusions and destruction. I fought valiantly against an adversary and was cast down to this place. You must have seen me unconscious earlier, given that his interlocutors were pure-hearted denizens of a human tribe. Lin Feng deemed it unnecessary to weave a falsehood. The Sun Palace is surrounded by ethereal ancient trees, whose leaves emit a mesmerizing magical aura. Sidag inquired cautiously. If I were indeed ensnared by the magic of this place, I would have collapsed on the outskirts of the forest, not found myself here, would I not? Lin Feng chuckled softly, for had it not been for the concerns regarding Minter Charlie and Shaoan, he would have willingly requested to remain and share his existence with these innocent souls. Brother, he makes a valid point. Ling Shan interjected, her demeanor brightening. Outsiders are often duplicitous. It is wise not to trust them too readily. We should take him back and interrogate him properly. Sidag pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand, summoning an ice-blue curved blade that glimmered with starlight, poised threateningly against Lin Feng's throat. In response, Ling Shan voiced no objections, for like her brother, she held a deep affection for the Ogros family and the Sun Palace. Unwilling to see it suffer even the slightest harm, Lin Feng offered no resistance. Lacking justification for a bloody confrontation, and besides, he was curious to witness the splendor of the legendary Ogros clan. Rest assured, we of the Ogros family are discerning. If you truly were cast down here, we shall escort you out. As they journeyed, Ling Shan leaned closer to Lin Feng, her voice a gentle whisper. They navigated around ancient trees, stepping lightly on the magically infused fallen leaves, captivated by the enchanting scenery. Though fierce beasts roamed the forest, they appeared to coexist harmoniously with the Ogros family, leisurely pursuing their own lives. Soon, they arrived at a clearing adorned with orderly rows of tree houses, at the center of which stood a modest woodland castle, from which a pure white beam of star moon light ascended into the sky, encircled by magpies and white doves. Before the rows of tree houses, relaxed paladins of both genders engaged in their respective pursuits, training, tending to their duties, children at play, magical pets frolicking, all amidst a backdrop of laughter and joy. What a veritable paradise! Lin Feng marveled softly, a rare smile gracing his features. Shasha, come here, Ling Shan called out. And a pink elk, towering at her height, bounded over, nuzzling her affectionately as if seeking her favor. She is my steed, named Shasha, Ling Shan beamed, stroking Shasha's elongated snout. Alas, the Moon River to the west is under attack by the Orc tribe. Before Lin Feng could respond, the once tranquil Ogros family was plunged into chaos as men and women alike rushed toward the west. Those vile orcs again. Sister, keep an eye on him. I shall confront the orcs, Sidag declared, furrowing his brow in anger, and leapt away, vanishing from Lin Feng's sight. I will join you, Lin Feng. You must stay here and absolutely do not wander off, Ling Shan shouted as she hastened toward the west, only to realize moments later that she was meant to guard Lin Feng, yet she still dashed away. Lin Feng sighed with a wry smile. Orcs were attacking. He moved his feet, deciding to investigate. Chapter 76. Summoning from another dimension to the west of the Sun Palace, two magical rivers flowed side by side, one rushing eastward, the Moon River, and the other flowing gently westward, the Star River. The waters of both rivers were crystal clear, shrouded in a misty vapor. These two lifeblood rivers of the Ogros family served as the source of vitality for all creatures within the Sun Palace. At this moment, the banks of the rivers were teeming with grotesque orcs, some wielding stone clubs, others brandishing wooden staffs, some carrying long blades, and others mounted on fierce magical beasts, all howling and baring their elongated, sharp teeth. They were the marauding army of the Orc tribe, daring to breach the magical barrier set by the Ogros family in the west of the Sun Palace, intent on seizing the Moon River and extracting the precious magical, or known as the Sunstone, from beneath. The Sunstone contained immense fiery power, which would greatly benefit the orcs who dwelled in caverns. Should they acquire a substantial quantity, they could cultivate an unprecedentedly formidable tribe. The east stood the Ogros family, with their clan leader, the Sun King Sing, who was Sidag and Ling Shan's father, the sole star paladin among them. Flanking him were over a dozen paladins, including Sidag, accompanied by several senior paladins, while the majority comprised intermediate paladins, with women and children predominantly being junior paladins. The children were mostly martial apprentices and warriors, representing the collective strength of the Ogros family. Though they may not appear particularly powerful, their unity had always ensured that they advanced and retreated together, never faltering. Tension filled the air as two swirling spheres of black and white energy clashed overhead, the atmosphere charged with magical turmoil, thunder, and lightning. At the rear of the crowd stood a solitary black figure, Lin Feng. Alas, this battle does not bode well, Lin Feng murmured, shaking his head gently. There were far too many orcs, indicating a full-scale assault had been launched, and the Ogros family was already at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. His gaze shifted to Ling Shan, who was intently focused ahead, wielding a silver curved blade that shimmered with pure white star moonlight, exuding an air of fearless determination, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she was meant to guard someone. Observing this, Lin Feng sighed. Fortunately, he was not a malevolent spy, for otherwise, this would have been the perfect opportunity to wreak havoc upon the Ogros family. The conflict between the Ogros family and the orcs was not one he wished to involve himself in. Thus, he contemplated the synthesis of the heart of souls. Having acquired the soul chain, now was the time to merge them. Great Skull. Seizing the moment when attention was diverted, he quietly entered the tower. "Oh, little ghost, you truly obtained the soul chain? Impressive, you are indeed the heir of the Crimson Demon. Hurry and synthesize the heart of souls." By the way, it seems quite lively outside. Are people fighting again? Upon seeing the soul chain in Lin Feng's possession, the Crimson Demon was both astonished and delighted. "Quickly tell me how to synthesize it. I have further inquiries after that." Lin Feng prioritized the task at hand, intending to seek answers from the Crimson Demon regarding a lingering question that had troubled him for some time. Why did both Sang Lang and Sword King refer to the Crimson Demoness Tower as the Soul Tower of Destruction? Was it a misunderstanding on their part, or had the Crimson Demon concealed something from the beginning? Mysterious indeed. Once you gather the 3 top-tier items, synthesis becomes a simple task. As per usual, I will instruct you while you follow my lead. The Crimson Demon shot Lin Feng a sidelong glance before imparting the synthesis technique. Following the Crimson Demoness instructions, Lin Feng stacked the soul ring and soul circlet atop the soul chain, then recited the synthesis incantation. In a mere moment, a blood-red glow erupted, enveloping the 3 items together. Soon, a crimson magical necklace materialized before him, adorned with a heart-shaped object, vivid red as blood, yet intangible, tethered by a purple skeletal cord inscribed with intricate magical runes that as he reached out to touch it, he felt as though he could hear haunting echoes, a somber sound seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. At last, I can summon the skeletal beings from another dimension. Lin Feng rejoiced inwardly, reflecting on the trials he had endured to seize the soul chain. At this moment, he deemed it all worthwhile. Now, he must strive to enhance his mental strength. To summon beings from another dimension, 3 essentials are typically required. First, a magical item like the Heart of Souls that can swiftly open a portal. Second, an ancient grimoire to establish the summoning glyph, serving as the gateway. And finally, a sacrificial offering to forge an equivalent summoning contract with the interdimensional demon lord, who will only grant the summoning mage the desired formidable being once they have received their due recompense. The Great Skull expounded at length, showcasing his own innovations. However, utilizing my soul fire summoning method, only 1 magical item is needed to open the portal. As for the strength of the summoned being, it depends on your mental and magical prowess. Next time, please be more straightforward. Lin Feng sighed, nearly startled by the enormous skull, believing he needed to prepare numerous items to complete the summoning. He chuckled, imparting this knowledge to help you understand the principles of summoning. In cases where one's mental strength is insufficient, one must never attempt to summon otherworldly beings beyond one's capacity to control. Otherwise, those unreasonable otherworldly demon lords may unleash unexpected horrors upon you, forcing you to bear the bitter consequences of your recklessness. The Crimson Demon smirked, acknowledging that using soul fire to summon beings from another realm is indeed a form of opportunism, a summoning that incurs no cost. By failing to offer what the otherworldly demon lord desires and neglecting an equivalent contract, it is akin to attempting to deceive the demon lord with empty hands, thus requiring utmost caution. Lin Feng ignored him, first donning the soul heart around his neck before using the soul fire to sense it, attempting to open the portal to the otherworld. When the soul fire within him detected the soul heart, the scarlet flames leapt wildly, and the soul heart emitted an eerie, ghostly glow. The dark radiance enveloped his eyes like a black veil, prompting him to unconsciously begin meditating, as images of skeletal beings flooded his mind. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of fatigue, akin to the exhaustion following intense exertion. This must be the result of insufficient mental power, as he currently possessed only the mental strength of a novice mage. It was rather tiring, yet Lin Feng was unwilling to concede defeat. The skeletal beings appearing in his mind were grotesque in form, yet each exuded a fierce vitality. Surely, these were the projections of otherworldly skeletal beings in his mind. And he was eager to open the portal and summon them to command. Large beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Ah, forget it. The Crimson Demon, shall take a nap first by the time you manage to summon anything. It will be nearly dark. The Crimson Demon yawned, soon emitting thunderous snores. A moment later, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing some stirrings, and he persevered through his mental fatigue to continue the summoning effort. Chapter 077. A chance encounter leads to a beautiful embrace. Boom. Outside the magic tower, the Agloros family and the orc army were locked in fierce combat. Leading the charge was the orc chieftain, a formidable minotaur with a towering physique, wielding a massive axe that spewed forth golden flames capable of scorching foes and diminishing their magical power. The minotaur chieftain rampaged through the ranks of the Agloros family, leaving no one unscathed. Opposing him was the Sun King, Sing, brandishing the ancestral treasure of the Agloros family, the Big Mod sword, also known as the Sword of the Emperor, said to possess magical powers forged by the pharaohs of the moon and stars. Though few could unleash its full potential, when the Emperor's sword clashed with the chieftain's giant axe, waves of light erupted, causing the weaker orc warriors and the Agloros family's martial trainees and knights to collapse. Cries of anguish echoing. It appeared to be a mutual destruction, yet in reality, the Agloros family remained at a disadvantage, as the orc numbers were overwhelming, and the loss of a few lesser orcs was inconsequential. Moreover, Sing was not as physically robust as the Minotaur chieftain. After several exchanges, he was panting heavily, while the Minotaur, endowed with innate berserk skills, roared thunderously in victory or defeat, becoming even more formidable with each bout. Clang! After several more exchanges, Sing increasingly felt overmatched, as the chieftain knocked him to the ground multiple times. Seeing this, Sidarg leaped forward, swinging his curved blade with force, unleashing a radiant beam akin to a lightning strike. Aimed at the Minotaur chieftain, though Sidarg was still a paladin, his explosive power was immense. With a single stroke, he forced the chieftain back several steps. Roar! The inhuman Minotaur unleashed his berserk ability once more. Surrounded by a dark glow, charging wildly. In response, Sidarg crouched low, radiant lunar light materializing behind him in a corona-like halo. Its brilliance overwhelming, he was exerting all his might to brace for the impending strike. The Sun King, fearful for his son's safety, also approached, raising the Emperor's sword high and bringing it down with a sweeping motion, creating a deep chasm before the Minotaur. White flames erupted from the chasm, weakening the chieftain's fury. Crossing the chasm, the Minotaur indeed appeared considerably subdued. At that moment, Sidarg sprang up, executing a graceful spin, his curved blade tracing a perfect arc, amplifying the lunar radiance that struck the Minotaur. Ouch! The Minotaur staggered, a deep gash appearing on its chest, its rough hide tearing, blood oozing forth. This incited the Minotaur's wrath. With a furious roar, it raised its giant axe, charging at Sidarg. Observing their chieftain wounded, the surrounding orcs surged forward, quickly encircling Sidarg and Sing, their weapons raining down like a storm. They found themselves overwhelmed. The Agloros family members rushed to create a breach to rescue Sing and Sidarg, but alas, the orc numbers proved too great, and they could not penetrate the throng. Chaos erupted along the River of the Moon. Once a crystal-clear stream, it had turned crimson, churning with mud, as fallen petals and leaves from the banks mingled in the filth. Father! Brother! Ling Shan was frantic, leaping into the circle, positioning herself before Sing and Sidarg. Ling Shan, my child, what are you doing here? Sing exclaimed worriedly, knowing his daughter could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. Sister, quickly get behind me. The usually composed Sidarg was also anxious, hastily pulling Ling Shan behind him for protection. I want to fight alongside you, Ling Shan declared resolutely, her earlier vivacity replaced by an unwavering determination. Boom! Before they could finish their exchange, the impatient orcs launched a ferocious assault. The orcs could not tolerate their chieftain being harmed. Should he perish, they would lose their backbone, descending into chaos. Thus they staunchly rallied behind their chieftain. The orcs' tactic of overwhelming numbers was already terrifying, and now they had isolated the Agloros family, significantly widening their advantage. Faced with the disjointed attacks and the orcs' sheer numbers, the Agloros family was utterly defeated. Sing was the first to be injured. Caught in the midst of a dozen or so orcs riding monstrous beasts, surrounded by a barrage of whistling iron chains, Sidarg attempted to rescue him, but found himself unable to split his attention. As the orcs had seemingly realized that his magical prowess posed the greatest threat, opting to surround him with their priests at that moment, his surroundings were filled with gnarled wooden staffs adorned with long sheepskin displaying beast-like runes, resembling skeletal remains, issuing a dissonant melody. These were the orcs' soul chains, enhancing their magical defenses while binding the enemy's magic, obstructing their ability to cast spells, leaving Sidarg feeling somewhat powerless. The most tragic was Ling Shan, a mere intermediate paladin, incapable of withstanding the orcs' overwhelming tide. Ling Shan's flowing hair was severed, a lock drifting away in the wind, her hair now disheveled, yet her resolve remained steadfast, her gaze intense as she continued to fight. Boom! An orc priest struck a war drum, the sound deafening. Ling Shan was caught off guard, her curved blade slipping from her grasp. Seeing this, the surrounding orcs grinned maliciously, brandishing their weapons and lunging toward her. Clang! Just as the orc weapons were about to make contact with Ling Shan's body, her magical belt suddenly erupted in a radiant circle, as if a protective spirit soared forth, shattering the oncoming weapons. Though her belt shattered in the process, the girl's garments immediately fell apart. In her moment of panic, she felt a wave of embarrassment, quickly clutching her clothing to preserve her modesty, curling up as she could no longer fight. Preserving her virtue was paramount. Death in battle was not to be feared, but being disheveled would bring immense humiliation. In the Agloros family, this was deemed more significant than life itself. Ling Shan, my child. Sister, seeing Ling Shan in such dire straits. Both Sing and Sidarg gasped in shock, and the entire Agloros family was in a frenzy, fearing for the girl's life. The heartless orcs were indifferent to such matters, as one group of weapons was shattered. Another surged forth, a phalanx of glinting weapons aiming to impale Ling Shan. Suddenly, a streak of crimson fire descended from the sky, and a bizarre skeletal beast emerged, its head resembling that of a serpent. With a long neck and two towering humps on its back, stout legs, and humanoid arms, each ending in two claws, its tail dragging along the ground adorned with blood-red spikes, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. Whoosh! As the creature landed, it crushed two orcs beneath its feet, reducing them to pulp. Smack! It glanced at an orc mounted on a beast, seemingly irked by its arrogance, and with a swift flick of its head, sent both the orc and its mount flying into the distance, leaving them bloodied. All present were taken aback. From where did this creature emerge? Although it was bullying the orcs in front, its tail inadvertently knocked down a few members of the Agloros family, leaving everyone uncertain about whose side it was on. Ghost Fire Skeleton Beast. Haha, little one. After summoning countless useless skeletons, you finally managed to conjure a decent one. While the Ghost Fire Skeleton Beast is nothing exceptional in the other realms, here in the Wind and Cloud continent, only a grand sorcerer, a great swordsman, or a beast king level expert could handle it. Within the magic tower, the Crimson Demon chuckled with satisfaction. Ghost Fire Skeleton Beast. Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a mix of joy and concern that in truth, he was not yet prepared to engage in this battle. The appearance of the ghostly fire skeleton monster on the battlefield was merely a coincidence. Just as he stepped out of the magic tower to lend assistance to the Ogros family, something suddenly fell from the sky, landing squarely in his arms, soft and fragrant. Ling Shan. As he focused his gaze, he realized it was indeed Ling Shan plummeting from above, her face a mask of fright. Her hands tightly clutching his neck, her head buried in his embrace. Most notably, her garments had loosened, revealing the alluring bloom of youthful beauty, and given her position, he alone was privy to such a captivating sight. Chapter 078. Marry her? The crowd was taken aback. The orc army was momentarily subdued by the ghostly fire skeleton, while the members of the Ogros family were astonished by Ling Shan's actions. Although it was evident to all that Ling Shan had been thrown into Lin Feng's arms by the sudden appearance of the monstrous creature, it was still an unimaginable act for a girl of the Ogros family to leap into a man's embrace. After a prolonged silence, as the surrounding atmosphere fell still, Ling Shan slowly opened her eyes. Upon realizing she was nestled in a man's arms, and in disarray, she was instantly engulfed by a wave of embarrassment. She quickly extricated herself, hastily adjusting her attire, her face ablaze as she stammered. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was rude. It is I who should apologize. Had I not unleashed this beast, you would not find yourself in such a predicament." Lin Feng replied with a gracious smile. Despite the shock of the preceding moment, where he had gazed down upon the enchanting young girl for the first time, his usually calm demeanor repressed the peculiar feelings stirring within him. He reflected on the sequence of events. The ghostly fire skeleton indeed was a colossal entity, and its descent would have caused tremors in the earth. Ling Shan, so light of frame, could easily have been propelled into the air by the force of its crash. "It is I who should be apologizing. I have offended you." Was it you who released this creature?" Ling Shan continued to express her contrition until realization dawned, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. He unleashed it. The members of the Ogros family and the orc warriors along the banks of the Moon River gasped in disbelief. How could this diminutive figure summon such a formidable beast? "Indeed. I must apologize for not introducing myself earlier. I am a skeleton summoner," Lin Feng explained with a smile. Ordinarily, he would refrain from such lengthy discourse, but today, for reasons unknown, perhaps to alleviate Ling Shan's embarrassment, he found himself speaking more than usual. "A skeleton summoner." The crowd erupted in even greater astonishment. Among human mages, necromancers were regarded as fearsome beings, and within that category, skeleton summoners were particularly notorious. The Ogros family possessed only one necromancer, and the orc tribes would not dare to initiate plunder lightly, let alone confront a skeleton summoner. The orc army began to retreat slowly, while the Minotaur chieftain hesitated. This monstrous creature was undeniably a terrifying skeletal being, but could this young boy truly be a formidable skeleton summoner? He was skeptical. He had heard that mastering skeleton summoning was a prodigious challenge, typically requiring centuries of study. Thus a skeleton summoner of such tender years was an anomaly. Might he be a mere jester summoned by the Ogros family to intimidate the orc tribes? The Minotaur chieftain, eager to seize the sunstone deposits beneath the Moon River, remained resolute in his refusal to withdraw. "Respected master." At that moment, the ghostly fire skeleton marched forward with heavy strides, approaching Lin Feng and bowing respectfully. The towering figure, several meters tall, performing an act of deference to this seemingly inconspicuous human boy, appeared somewhat comical, yet the sincerity of its demeanor was unmistakable, devoid of its earlier lewdness. "Next time, make your entrance more discreetly. Do not embarrass me again, or I shall sentence you to clean the latrines." Lin Feng scolded the ghostly fire skeleton before frowning and commanding, "Why are you still standing there? Go deal with those orcs. Inform them that should they dare to invade the Moon River again, I shall raise their territory." "Oh, rest assured, master. I shall not let you down." The colossal figure perked up at the mention of combat, letting out a roar before charging toward the orc army. This creature seemed disinclined to negotiate through words, preferring action instead. It leaped into the midst of the orcs, causing the ground to tremble. Not only did it crush and injure smaller orcs, but it also conjured a ring of fire, with the heart of the netherworld rising from the ground like a circular firewall, swiftly expanding outward. The flames weakened the farther they spread, yet within a few meters around them, nothing could survive. Both weak-bodied orc warriors and those adept in Orcish magic were instantly reduced to ashes. Faced with such a ferocious assault, the Minotaur chieftain was enraged. He immediately commanded his forces to scatter, sending a portion to restrain the giant, while the others launched an all-out assault on Lin Feng and his companions. However, this desperate counterattack lasted but a moment before the Minotaur chieftain was left dumbfounded. Before he could reach Lin Feng, he witnessed the young boy effortlessly raising a hand, and suddenly, a horde of skeletons emerged from the landscape. Skeleton hellhounds, skeleton magic tigers, and skeleton magic worms appeared in mass, rendering the orc strategy of overwhelming numbers utterly ineffectual against the skeleton tide. Withdraw. The Minotaur chieftain was thoroughly convinced this young boy was indeed the legendary skeleton summoner. To possess such fearsome magical abilities at such a tender age was terrifying. As the chieftain led the retreat, the orc army disbanded in panic, scattering in all directions amidst cries of terror. Meanwhile, the members of the Ogros family began to cheer, but more than that, they scrutinized this young boy, the formidable skeleton summoner, wondering whence he had come. "Kill!" Lin Feng furrowed his brow and waved his hand, and the skeleton army immediately surged forth in pursuit, filling the air with tragic cries. Meanwhile, he attempted to summon some orc skeletons, for their robust physiques would yield far superior skeletons compared to those of lesser beings. Before long, the battle concluded, and the Sun Palace returned to its former tranquility. The members of the Ogros family ambled back to their tribe, singing songs of victory, while Singe and the tribal elders fixed their gazes upon Lin Feng. Having come to realize that he was indeed an outsider, Sadak remained aloof, yet no longer doubted Lin Feng's intentions. Had he wished to harm the Ogros family, he would not have intervened. Ling Shan, however, walked with her head down, the blush on her cheeks still evident, remaining silent throughout, uncertain of how to proceed. Just moments ago, the man before her had witnessed everything about her, upon returning to the tribal hall. The grand and luminous castle of the forest was adorned with an array of exquisite stone artifacts, alongside brilliantly colored stone tables and chairs. Here, the hierarchy appeared less rigid, aside from the Sun King, seated high above. Others mingled together, chatting and laughing. A group of women entered, carrying impeccably clean fruits, which they placed before everyone. When they presented a plate of moon fruits before Lin Feng, they could not help but share knowing smiles. Lin Feng frowned, perplexed by their laughter. Sun King, congratulations. Soon after, members of the tribe began to extend their congratulations to Singe, who, amidst his hesitation, reciprocated with laughter. Congratulations? Is there to be a celebration in the Singe household? Lin Feng was utterly baffled, turning to find Ling Shan behind him even more bashful, sensing that something was amiss. Lin Feng, my esteemed magician, congratulations. At this moment, the crowd began to shower Lin Feng with well wishes. What is this? Lin Feng sprang to his feet, bewildered by the sudden joy. According to the traditions of the Ogros family, since you have just seen Ling Shan in her disheveled state, you must marry her. The crowd chattered excitedly, explaining the reasoning behind the custom. Oh, marry her just like that? Lin Feng was taken aback. Did the Ogros family truly adhere to such a tradition? Surely, the human tribes would not be so excessively pure. Indeed, according to our Ogros family tradition, since Ling Shan was seen in such a state by you, if you do not marry her, she shall never find a husband. An elder chuckled, elucidating the matter. Oh, Lin Feng nodded slowly, internally sweating profusely. There indeed existed many tribes within the Wind and Cloud continent with peculiar customs, particularly regarding gender relations, where many traditions were quite bizarre. Noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, Ling Shan felt an even greater sense of shame within the Ogros family. A woman scorned by a man brought disgrace upon her family. Boy, do not be ungrateful. It would be your good fortune to marry my sister, should you dare utter a word of refusal. I shall immediately sever your head. Sadak, perceiving his sister's distress, stepped forth, bellowing fiercely. The surrounding family members clenched their fists. Who would dare reject a daughter of the Ogros family? Such an act would be tantamount to disrespecting the clan. But your Ogros family has always practiced intermarriage, and I am from the outside world. Lin Feng racked his brain for an excuse that in truth, he had formed a favorable first impression of Ling Shan, yet the only woman he could presently envision as a wife was Shaoan, his childhood companion. This I have also considered. According to family tradition, clan members cannot marry outsiders. The Sun King rose, expressing his distress. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He and Ling Shan had only just met and barely knew one another. Discussing marriage was utterly absurd. However, my esteemed father, if Ling Shan does not marry this young man, which man from our clan would be willing to take her as his bride in the future? Said Sadich coldly, his gaze towards Lin Feng reflecting a glimmer of hatred. At this point, Ling Shan could not help but shed tears. Being scrutinized by others was already a source of shame, and now being pushed around like this was even more humiliating than remaining unmarried. Well, let us make an exception this time. Lin Feng, you shall stay with our Ogros family and wed Ling Shan on an auspicious day, pondered the Sun King, decisively declaring after a brief contemplation. The crowd nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a viable solution. No, I was raised by Mentor Charlie, who is now elderly. I must take good care of him. Lin Feng vehemently opposed. Very well, I have a fondness for dutiful young men. Sun King, let us arrange for him to bring Mentor Charlie to the Sun Palace, proclaimed an elder of the clan, offering a suggestion, as the Ogros family valued filial piety. That would not be appropriate. We have already welcomed one outsider into our midst. If we invite another, I fear the human tribes from outside may discover our location. This suggestion was swiftly countered, as numerous precious magical ores lay hidden beneath the Sun Palace. If greedy outsiders were to learn of it, this place would soon become a battlefield. There is yet another solution, another elder interjected with a furrowed brow. What is it? The crowd inquired anxiously, while Lin Feng felt overwhelmed, sensing for the first time that his fate lay in the hands of others. He merely wished to avoid causing harm to such innocent members of the tribe. After all, they were merely pressuring him into marriage, not seeking to kill him, and thus he saw no need for drastic measures. Let Ling Shan accompany this young man away from the Sun Palace. It must never be known to outsiders, the elder expressed with a hint of sadness. No, that would be profoundly unfair to Ling Shan. She has never left the Sun Palace, and the outside world is filled with cunning people. She would be bullied once she steps out. Sage urgently protested. The Sun King hesitated, for he had but one son and one daughter, both of whom he cherished dearly. How could he bear to send away his beloved daughter? I am willing to leave, Ling Shan suddenly declared loudly. On one hand, she felt she could no longer face her family, and the thought of Lin Feng bringing relatives and friends to the Sun Palace filled her with dread, as it might bring disaster to the Agloros family. On the other hand, she had longed to explore the outside world, and perhaps this was a special arrangement and blessing from the Moon Pharaoh and the Star Pharaoh. Thus, she resolved to follow Lin Feng. The room fell silent as everyone stared in astonishment. Young man, take good care of my sister, or I shall not spare you. Sage's roar shattered the silence, his implication being an acceptance of Ling Shan's decision to leave. The others sighed and nodded in agreement, believing that their fates were orchestrated by the Moon Pharaoh and the Star Pharaoh. Since they had arranged such a fate for Ling Shan, she must accept it. 3 days later, amid the farewell of all the Agloros family members, Ling Shan mounted her elk and departed with Lin Feng. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, Lin Feng had no choice but to accept it. Perhaps once Ling Shan stepped out of the Sun Palace, she would encounter someone she admired, or perhaps the outside world would alter her deeply ingrained traditional values. As long as she remained by his side, he would ensure she faced no grievances or harm. Lin Feng, from now on I belong to you. You must not bully me. As she left home, tears glistened in Ling Shan's eyes, yet as she prepared to step out of the Sun Palace, the vibrant world beyond came into view, lifting her spirits immensely as she choked out her words. Understood, I promise not to let you go hungry. Lin Feng sighed, pondering how he would introduce Ling Shan to Shaoan and the others upon their return to the Landis castle. By the way, since you are a magician, you must have your own magical companion, right? Upon hearing this, Ling Shan smiled and gently asked, as she realized that if she were to follow this man, she must learn to coexist with him. A concept known as prosperity among the Agloros family. Indeed, but it is not merely a pet. I consider it a partner. Its name is Xiaohe. Lin Feng summoned Xiaohe, the skeleton dog shimmering with purple magical light, which immediately leaped into his embrace, wagging its tail for affection. A skeleton dog, how adorable! Ling Shan exclaimed, leaping down from her elk to scoop up Xiaohe, petting its head as it emitted reluctant whimpers. Just then, upon reaching the source of the Moon River, Xiaohe suddenly jumped from Ling Shan's arms and dashed towards the misty river's source. This action startled both Ling Shan and Lin Feng, leaving them puzzled as to what had prompted it. With a splash, Xiaohe leaped into the river's source, repeatedly submerging its little head before surfacing with chunks of fiery red magical stones, crunching them with gusto. Strangely, those crushed fiery red magical stones were not consumed by the skeleton dog, for skeletons do not eat, nor did they turn to dust. Instead, they transformed into fiery red light, coursing all over Xiaohe's body. Xiaohe, you mustn't eat those recklessly, Ling Shan cried out in alarm, rushing forward. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was filled with delight, for he noticed that Xiaohe's soul fire was growing stronger, infused with the magical power from those fiery red stones. It's evolving. Ling Shan, what are these stones? Lin Feng inquired with excitement. These are the sun stones that the orc tribe seeks to seize. The river's source is the mine's origin. Hence the sunstones are exposed, Ling Shan explained hastily, her expression shifting to concern as she continued. The elders in the clan say that the sunstones contain boundless fire power. If Xiaohe continues to consume them, it could harm him. Fear not. Did you not see how much he enjoys eating? Lin Feng chuckled, realizing Xiaohe's proactive search for evolutionary materials. He wondered just how far Xiaohe would evolve this time. Perhaps he would learn a higher level of heaven and earth collapse. Chapter 080. Fire burns the skeleton sea, but that is all. From today forth, whatever you say goes. I will do as you instruct. Ling Shan initially intended to argue further, especially since the immense power contained within the sunstones was unknown to outsiders. Yet, she quickly broke into laughter, a familiar and skillful smile gracing her lips. Lin Feng paused, realizing this was yet another tradition of the Agloros family. In our Agloros family, women are expected to show absolute obedience to their men. Ling Shan explained with a smile, her words implying that she had already acknowledged Lin Feng as her man on a moral level. Oh, Lin Feng nodded, feeling a surge of cold sweat in his heart. Did this mean she was now his wife? This thought reminded him of something Minter Charlie had said many years ago. The world is like a game of chess, constantly changing, and no one can predict the future. He had once believed that it would be Xiao and who would say such things to him in the end. Yet unexpectedly, it was a pure tribal girl he had encountered by chance. Everything unfolded like a flash of lightning. If it were not for this girl standing before him, vibrant and full of life, he would find it hard to believe this was all real. Crash. At that moment, as Xiao He continued to consume the sunstones, it suddenly trembled violently, radiating brilliant red light. Then, a blue light erupted from its soul fire. Swirling around its skeletal form in an instant, its body transformed to an icy blue, and its soul fire doubled in size. The soul fire of a low-level magical beast. Lin Feng exclaimed with joy. This meant that Xiao He had now evolved into a low-level magical beast. Boom! Before Lin Feng could approach, the little fellow, as if stretching after a hearty meal, leaped up and let out a fierce howl. Unleashing heaven and earth collapse. The ground trembled within a radius of several dozen meters around the Moon River's source. Blue flames surged, far more ferocious than the previous level 1, heaven and earth collapse. What was most remarkable was that amidst the shaking earth, streams of blue flames shot out in the cardinal directions, moving at a moderate pace, but possessing immense destructive power, instantly shattering 4 ancient star trees in the vicinity. Could this be level 2, heaven and earth collapse? Lin Feng rejoiced, hurriedly scooping up Xiao He and sprinting towards the forest's edge. Lin Feng, why are you running? Ling Shan first stared in confusion before quickly pursuing him. If we don't run now, your family will catch us and likely find another girl for me to marry. Lin Feng replied with a mischievous grin. Xiao He had already destroyed several ancient star trees, which would surely attract the attention of the Agloros family. Their patrols would likely arrive shortly. Ah, you wishful thinker. Ling Shan's face flushed, a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Throughout their journey, Ling Shan took meticulous care of Lin Feng, resembling a devoted housewife. While Lin Feng enjoyed this attention, he also felt somewhat out of place. He had always been self-reliant, and suddenly being cared for left him feeling somewhat bewildered. Unfortunately, Ling Shan insisted on doing everything for him. However, Lin Feng finally understood why Ling Shan appeared so delicate. Her mother was a woman from the Elven Kingdom. Her birth stemmed from an encounter between King Sing of the Sun and a female archer from the Elven Kingdom during one of his journeys. After giving birth to her, the archer returned to her homeland, and King Sing brought the child back to the Sun Palace to raise her. But it was precisely because she possessed the elven essence that she was the only one in the Agloros family who enjoyed riding elk and excelled in archery. Regrettably, Ling Shan held a deep affection for nature, which meant her elven arrows never harmed birds or beasts, resulting in Lin Feng missing out on barbecues along their journey in the giant lizard underground city. Lin Feng had been away for several days, leaving Xiaoan to manage things. As a young girl, she struggled to oversee a vast territory, but fortunately, Elder Yu was available to assist. Most importantly, the skeletons were obedient. Without Lin Feng's command to rest, they diligently continued their work, ensuring that business in the underground city remained unaffected. However, in the absence of the commander, the situation has suffered a tremendous blow, as Nangong Jinxing, the eldest son of the Nangong family, seizes the opportunity to wreak havoc. Nangong Jinxing is astute, never engaging in battles without assurance of victory. Upon learning that Lin Feng is a formidable skeleton summoner, he summoned 2 nemesis of skeletons, the fire sorcerers. These fire sorcerers excel in unleashing the earth fire, which is imbued with destructive elemental minerals. Consequently, not only can it swiftly obliterate the skeleton's corporeal forms, but it can also imprison their soul flames. Unless dealing with evolved skeletons, even high-level skeletons cannot withstand the earth fire of a fire sorcerer. Nangong Jinxing has enlisted 2 senior fire sorcerers, both capable of unleashing level 3 earth fire, whose destructive power is not to be underestimated. Accompanying the 2 fire sorcerers to the giant lizard underground city is a train brigade, adept at employing steel cars imbued with fire attribute magic stones to create a burning train offensive, effectively obstructing or encircling their foes. Thus, the first to launch an attack is the train brigade, with hundreds of trains appearing around Lin Feng's territory. The warriors collectively ignite the magic stones on the cars and propel the blazing vehicles forward, surrounding the entire territory tightly. Following this, the 2 fire sorcerers commence their game of trapping their prey. This is bad. Elder Yu, our territory is under invasion. Little Lin, who has been guarding the territory and awaiting Lin Feng's return, rushes back to the treehouse to inform Elder Yu upon witnessing such a formidable assault. After Lin Feng's sudden departure, Elder Yu has taken charge of the giant lizard underground city to maintain stability. Who dares to invade the territory of Lord Nangong? Elder Yu slammed the table. Yet he felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. The audacity to infringe upon Lord Nangong's domain could not be attributed to mere insignificant figures. It seems the giant lizard underground city is indeed in trouble. After Lin Feng's painstaking efforts to achieve some success, he is now besieged. How infuriating! Elder Yu is acutely aware of the internal conflicts within the empire and the Nangong family. He can surmise that the invaders are either enemies of the Nangong family or individuals from within the family itself. Outsiders do not wish to see the Nangong family thrive, while insiders are reluctant to allow Lin Feng to gain further glory and status, both harboring ulterior motives. Elder Yu leads Little N and the others out of the treehouse, only to be met with a scene of inferno, leaving them utterly astonished. The onslaught is fierce, and they are undoubtedly unable to withstand it. Seeking help from the Nangong family or the empire is evidently not a viable option in such an urgent situation. The skeletal laborers and the skeletal beasts guarding the area are already instructed by Lin Feng to retaliate upon attack. Thus the skeletal beasts have surged forward. Yet, the 2 black-robed fire sorcerers are excessively formidable. A large number of skeletons charging and ultimately perish within the dark flames. The entire territory is engulfed in chaos, with demonic fire raging. The skeletal laborers, being somewhat rigid, remain around the crops, only to be systematically crushed and reduced to ashes by the orderly advancing trains. Elder Yu, you are of advanced age. Please retreat. I will hold the fort. Little Lin said obediently, raising her magic staff to summon a rain of light, purifying the surrounding dark energies. This is Lin Feng's domain, and she will spare no effort in its defense. Seeing this, Elder Yu nodded appreciatively, then produced his long-hidden azure magic staff. Chapter 081. The Return of the King. Wind God Shisa, please unleash your redemptive power to save these sinful souls and extinguish these wicked flames. Elder Yu proclaimed loudly. As a high priest of the wind god, his position has long been overshadowed by that of sorcerers, yet the high priest possesses the miraculous ability to communicate with the divine, rendering their power not to be underestimated. With a thunderous clap, the sky resonated, and streams of azure fire clouds surged into the entrance of the underground city, resembling countless wind spirits swiftly converging to envelop the 2 fire sorcerers. The roaring azure wind swept through, instantly weakening the deep red earth fire of the fire sorcerers, turning the tide of battle. Soon, the situation reversed. The trains laden with fire attribute magic stones were extinguished under the dual assault of Little N's rain of light and Elder Yu's redemptive fire clouds. The laborers in the territory erupted in cheers, praising Elder Yu's valor, while Little N beamed with joy, for Elder Yu truly lived up to his reputation as a venerable elder of the empire and the Nangong family. Remarkable indeed. Before the cheers could die down, the 2 senior fire sorcerers simultaneously struck, their skeletal staffs slicing through the air before landing in the center of the territory. Each staff bore a black flag that, as they chanted lowly, revealed a white skull that in a mere moment. The 2 skeletal staffs erupted with terrifying white magical light, rapidly engulfing the territory. The encirclement of redemptive fire clouds dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a dismal black rain that fell upon the land, causing all flora to wither, and even the once fertile black soil transformed into a horrific pallor. Witnessing the utter destruction of their crops, Elder Yu, Little N, and the laborers were filled with grief and anger. Lin Feng had painstakingly established a foothold in the giant lizard underground city, only to have it obliterated by these invaders. How abominable! Before Elder Yu and Little and could mount another defense. A group of swordsmen emerged from the dark forest, converging upon them, slashing with abandon. The air was rife with the whistling of sword energy from the pale yellow sword light. It was evident they were accomplished intermediate swordsmen, well prepared and coordinating their assault with the sorcerers, enhancing their chances of victory. Only Elder Yu and Little and possessed the capacity to resist, as the territorial guards had been taken away by Klaus. Indicating premeditation to at present, the two fire sorcerers had effectively restrained Elder Yu and Little Lin, preventing them from countering the lightning-fast strikes of the intermediate swordsmen. Alas, the laborers, despite their brute strength, were utterly incapable of withstanding the sword energy, falling one after another into pools of blood. "Be careful, Little Lin," Elder Yu exclaimed urgently as he observed two swordsmen charging toward her. He hurried to shield her. Clang! The high priest drew his crescent blade from his waist to parry the attack. His swordsmanship was merely on par with that of a novice swordsman. Thus he could not contend with the sword energy of intermediate swordsmen, especially when two were assailing him simultaneously. Fortunately, the crescent blade in Elder Yu's hand was a superior magic sword, barely managing to cleave through the sword energy of the two attackers. However, soon after, more than 10 intermediate swordsmen surged from behind, their combined sword energy coalescing into a beam of light aimed directly at him. With a resounding crash, Elder Yu was struck by the fierce sword energy, causing his magic sword, magic ring, magic belt, and magic boots to be reduced to charred remnants. Elder Yu, upon witnessing Elder Yu grievously wounded, Little Lin felt overwhelming guilt and rushed to his side. Suddenly, two more pale yellow sword energies bore down upon her, and she hastily raised her magic wand before she could unleash her light magic. Her wand and magical robe were cleaved apart, leaving deep gashes across her fair skin. Observing this scene, the laborers still clinging to life rushed forward, shielding Little and Elder Yu. "Elder Yu, Miss Little Lin, please flee quickly." The laborers were slaughtered one after another, yet they continued to shield Elder Yu and Little Lin as they retreated swiftly. "Esteemed swordsman, please spare Elder Yu and Little Lin. One is elderly, and the other is but a child. Do not harm them. If you must kill, let it be us instead." The kind-hearted laborers, realizing escape was futile, knelt and cried out for mercy. "Humph, our objective is to annihilate this place, no matter the beings or objects. We must eradicate everything. If we spare them, how shall we explain ourselves upon return?" The swordsmen sneered arrogantly, their laughter echoing. "Esteemed sorcerers, please spare them. If you must kill, let it be us." As the swordsmen showed no sign of relenting, the laborers began pleading with the two fire sorcerers, regardless of age or gender, kneeling in supplication for Elder Yu and Little Lin. Witnessing this, both Elder Yu and Little Lin were deeply moved, wishing to rise and fight to the bitter end, to reclaim their dignity. But alas, their injuries rendered them incapable of even crawling, let alone casting spells. "Enough with your noise, you are all insufferable." The two fire sorcerers were even more ruthless. The swordsmen retained their honor by kneeling. Yet these two fire sorcerers exhibited no semblance of a sorcerer's dignity. Immediately, they raised their magic staffs high, and terrifying white flames erupted upon the laborers. In an instant, the air was filled with wails of despair. Boom! Just as the white flames were about to ignite upon Little Lin and Elder Yu, a ferocious beast suddenly descended from the sky, its landing kicking two intermediate swordsmen aside, swinging its head and tail to knock several more down. The sheer force of its landing caused the ground to tremble, and a rapidly expanding crimson, circular wall of fire quickly consumed the white flames of the fire sorcerers, even snapping the two skeletal staffs in the process. "What is that thing?" the swordsman and the two fire sorcerers exclaimed in shock, while Elder Yu and Little Lin were equally dumbfounded, unsure of the terrifying creature's origin. Lin Feng. Before the astonishment settled, a skeletal dragon appeared in the sky, atop which stood an enraged Lin Feng, accompanied by a girl in green, with a crescent moon dagger at her waist and an elven arrow in hand. Lin Feng has returned. The laborers who had yet to perish erupted in cheers, heralding the return of their king, bringing hope to the giant lizard underground city. Lin Feng. The two fire sorcerers were taken aback. Lin Feng's fearsome summoning prowess was legendary, commanding reverence from all who beheld him. Thus, despite being the nemesis of skeletons, they dared to act recklessly only after confirming Lin Feng's absence for many days, for otherwise, they would never have dared to approach so brazenly. My esteemed master, should I slay them, or devour them whole? The ghostly flame skeleton swayed its large head and proclaimed loudly, "What a lowly tactic! Human barbecue, can we do it?" Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at the ghostly flame skeleton and coldly remarked, "These two wretches are indeed vile enough to employ demonic fire against innocent laborers who know nothing of magic or martial arts. They ought to experience the very torment they inflict upon others. Most importantly, I have noticed the deep gashes on Shaoan's body, and my anger flares up immediately. At your command, I shall slowly roast them to death with demonic fire. This I can certainly do." The ghostly flame skeleton let out a lewd chuckle before unleashing its fury.